Where is this? Why is my whole body weak? Why can't I open my eyes? In a dazed Chen Yu vaguely felt someone spanking his buttocks, and for no reason at all he burst into loud wails. Around him, unfamiliar words in what seemed to be the island nation's tongue drifted through the air. Have I transmigrated? And into a blind person? No, this should be a child. Reborn. Chen Yu remained remarkably calm, within beginning to probe his own condition. I remember I was cramming late into the night for an exam. Did I suddenly drop dead from overwork? As he pondered his previous memories, even the slightest effort of thought left him utterly exhausted, and he drifted into a heavy sleep. 18 years later, Chen Yu had finally understood his situation. Chen Yu was born in a small village of Japan during the Taisho era. His parents were among the village's wealthiest households. They named him Kotori Yusaku, and from childhood, he led a life free from want, never worrying about food or clothing. He even married the most beautiful woman in the village, Kamisato Ayaka. One could say that the starting point of his life was already the destination most people could only dream of. Chen Yu no longer dwelled on why he had transmigrated. His current life was 100 times better than his previous one. Back then, as an orphan, he had studied so hard precisely to carve out the life he now possessed. Now he had simply skipped straight to the end goal. Young Master Yukin, you look especially handsome today. When you go to fetch the bride, later you must guard yourself, while lest some family's girl snatch you away. A servant teased as she helped arrange his wedding robes. If I weren't handsome, how could I possibly be worthy of Miss Linghua? Chen Yu replied, delighted. Today was his wedding day. Since childhood, he and Kamisato Ayaka had been inseparable childhood sweethearts, always believing that one day they would walk into the future together. Yet now that the day had finally come, he still could not suppress his excitement. Mounting a tall, spirited horse, he set off with his escorts toward the Kamisato residence. Young Master Yukin has come to fetch his bride, came the shout from afar at Kamisato's gate. Firecrackers exploded in unison, lanterns blazed, and colorful decorations fluttered everywhere, filling the scene with joyous clamor. In the Taisho-era Japanese weddings were primarily Shinto ceremonies. The Shinto wedding ceremony had its origins in Japan's Muromachi period and was once the most popular form of nuptial rite among samurai households. The ritual was intricate. Bride and groom were to share 3 ceremonial cups of sake, each cup drained in 3 sips, pledging thereby to love one another for life and to grow old together. Thus, the single most crucial segment of the entire ceremony was this 3x3 exchange of nuptial sake, after which they would swap cups and pour for one another. Throughout the banquet, they continued to offer one another drinks in turn. The entire process symbolized the forging of a blessed union between man and woman. After completing all the rites, Chen Yu led Kamisato Ayaka by the hand into the bridal chamber. Gazing at the woman before him, as ethereal as a fairy from the moon, he felt that he was indescribably fortunate. Yuchinkin, why do you keep staring at me? Kamisato Ayaka asked shyly. Linghua is simply too beautiful. Even if I were to look at you for a lifetime, I would never tire of it, he replied. Yuchinkin is always so glib, she murmured. Still calling me Yuchinkin, he teased. Husband, she whispered, her face blooming red, making her all the more enchanting. Help! Run! Someone save me! While the two were in the bridal chamber, they faintly heard chaotic shouts from outside, as though a fight had broken out. What's happening outside? Are they fighting? Husband, let's go out and take a look. It would be ill-omened for trouble to break out on our wedding day, Kamisato Ayaka said uneasily. All right, let's go see. Saying this, he took Kamisato Ayaka's hand, pushed open the door, and walked toward the courtyard. Young master, you can run. There's a demon, a demon. A figure mangled and dripping blood collapsed before Yukin. Not far away, a terrifying silhouette was mercilessly slaughtering the guests. The monstrous form was tall and powerfully built, scarcely human, its body impervious to blades and spears. The household guards could not even withstand a single exchange. Everywhere guests and guards were fleeing for their lives. Seeing this, Yukin grabbed Kamisato Ayaka, intent on fleeing through the back gate, and in that instant he finally realized which world he had transmigrated into. Isn't this demon slayer? Damn it, that thing must be the demon that killed Tomioka's sister, the one that feasts on people on their wedding day. Without breaking stride, Yukin clutched Kamisato Ayaka's hand and bolted out the back door. What is that monster? Kamisato Ayaka asked, terror etched across her face as she followed Yukin toward the back gate, running as she spoke. A demon. We can't fight it. Only the sun and Nichiren blades can. Before Chen Yu could finish, he saw a hand bristling with spikes pierce straight through Kamisato Ayaka's heart. There was not just one demon, but two. One butchering people in the courtyard, the other lurking outside to hunt down those who tried to escape. Well, if it isn't our bridegroom. Why aren't you consummating your marriage and instead loitering here? Sneered a horned demon as it pulled its hand back out of Ayaka's heart, looking at Chen Yu with mocking amusement. What a beautiful maiden. She must be delicious, the other massive demon said as it emerged from behind, casually slaughtering fleeing guests while chewing greedily on a severed arm. Husband, run. Run quickly. Linghua. Can't stay with you any longer. The girl choked out, coughing great mouthfuls of blood, life already slipping away. Yukin stared at her collapsed form, his mind a blank void. They had promised to walk together for a lifetime, vowed never to abandon each other. Yet in the blink of an eye, they were separated by the unbridgeable gulf between the living and the dead. Looking at the blazing inferno devouring his home, and the two demons toying with their prey, like playthings, Yukin's heart surrendered all struggle. Let me die with Linghua, he thought. Perhaps that is best. Kill me, Chen Yu said, cradling Kamisato Ayaka's corpse, kneeling on the ground with eyes closed, his grief beyond all measure. His night of great joy turned overnight into utter calamity. The two demons ignored Chen Yu, who was waiting for death on the ground, and continued hunting down the fleeing guests until every last person was slain. Only then did they slowly approach Chen Yu. Such a flavor of despair, it tugs at the heart. Let me take a good look at our bridegroom. A hand covered in spikes reached toward Chen Yu's head. The two demons, feeling they had played enough, were ready to savor their feast at leisure. First form, unknown fire. Fourth form, blooming flame, undulation. Third form, blazing universe. As Yukin waited for death with eyes closed, the voice beside his ear made him instantly realize who had arrived, and he snapped his eyes open. Before him stood a man with long yellow hair tipped in red at the ends, his bold black brows like brushstrokes, his gaze sharp and unblinking, reminiscent of an owl. My deepest apologies, I arrived too late, said Rengoku Kyojuro, softly surveying the severed limbs and scattered corpses all around, his expression tinged with sorrow. Rengoku Kyojuro had merely been passing through the area when he saw flames soaring from the village and rushed there at full speed. Flame Hashira? Yukin asked, staring at the owl-like man before him. Apologies, I'm not a Hashira yet. The man you know is likely my father, Rengoku Shinjuro, he replied. Chen Yu glanced around. The two demons that had moments ago appeared so ferocious were already beginning to disintegrate. Behind him the manor blazed sky-high. Staggering, he lifted Kamisato Ayaka in his arms and carried her back into the courtyard. Within it was like a scene from hell itself. The girl felt light, as though weightless. Yet in Chen Yu's heart, she weighed more than Mount Tai. Mr. Rengoku, could you help put out the fire? He asked. I want to bury the villagers, he said. Today had been Yukin's wedding day, a banquet to which he had invited guests from all around. Nearly the entire village had come to feast, only to be slaughtered almost to the last. Very well, Rengoku answered. It took a full day and night to bury every villager. Those he had known, and those he had not, his parents, relatives, friends, and his beloved wife, Kamisato Ayaka. May I join the Demon Slayer Corps? Yukin asked, kneeling before the graves of his parents and his wife. Kotori, you are already too old. Your bones have fully set, you can no longer train in the sword. But you can become a member of the Kikuchi. Rengoku Kyojuro replied. Takanashi Dono seems to know our Demon Slayer Corps quite well. Rengoku Kyojuro asked in puzzlement. I have possessed the gift of prophecy since childhood. In certain fragmented visions, I once saw you. At that time, you were the Flame Ashira. Those scenes were scattered and incomplete. Yet that did not stop me from understanding you all. I always thought those prophecies were nothing but dreams until the moment I saw you standing before me. Yu-chan said as he gazed at the man who had once existed only as an anime character. What exactly did you see in those prophecies? Kyojuro asked. He did not truly believe in such things, feeling they were far too illusory and unreliable. Many things, including the death of Kibutsuji Musen. Yu-chan carefully recalled the contents of the manga. Even if age had robbed him of the ability to train in martial arts, there were still other ways to complete his revenge. Next, he would have to draw up a detailed plan to send that bastard Kibutsuji Musen straight to hell. In the original story, the Demon Slayer Corps had paid an unbearably heavy price in blood. It had been far too reckless and did not align with Yu-chan's ideals. Reality was not a manga. A single seemingly minor accident could allow Kibutsuji Musen to escape his destined end. For instance, an entertainment district incident, if Jotaro had uttered a few fewer pointless words, or in the Swordsmith village battle, if Kanroji Mitsuri and Takedo Machiro had failed to awaken their Demon Slayer marks, the outcome could have been catastrophically different. That path was far too perilous, and Yu-chan wanted no part of it. That demon died. How'd he die? Upon hearing news of Kibutsuji Musen's eventual demise, Rengoku Kyojuro could not restrain his excitement. The 1,000-year mission of the Rengoku family, at last, seemed to have a genuine chance of being fulfilled in his generation. I cannot say. I wish to meet Lord Ubuyashiki Kagaya. May I? Yu-chan asked calmly. Deep down, he understood that he had to demonstrate his value before the Demon Slayer Corps would be willing to follow his plan. By now, he already had a rough plan in his heart, needing only time to slowly refine the details. You even know our Lord's name. You learned that from your prophecy as well. But this is something I can only report to our Lord. Everything must be decided by him. Rengoku Kyojuro began to believe him somewhat. After all, no member of the Demon Slayer Corps would ever reveal the Lord's name to outsiders. Kyojuro did not continue asking about Musen. Instead, he pondered whether this entire matter might be a trap set by Musen himself. If it were a trap, then bringing Yu-chan into the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters would invite immediate devastating destruction. Rengoku Dono, you may report first. I must keep vigil for my parents for 7 days. I am in no hurry, Yu-chan said as he sat before the graves. Kyojuro raised his hand, and a crow flew in from afar at his signal. After he briefly recounted the events, the crow took off toward the distance. So this is a Kasugai crow, a talking crow, Yu-chan thought to himself. Then for the next few days, I shall personally protect Takanashi-san, Kyojuro declared. Rengoku Kyojuro stood to the side, leaning lightly on his sword. My thanks, Rengoku Dono, Yu-chan said in gratitude. In the days that followed Takanashi, Yu-chan remained at his parents' graves, keeping vigil for their spirits. From time to time, he exchanged a few words with Rengoku Kyojuro. At last one day, the Kasugai crow returned with news Lord Ubuyashiki Kagaya was willing to grant Takanashi Yu-chan audience. In his reply, the Lord expressed his astonishment at Yu-chan's abilities. Our Lord has already agreed to meet with Takanashi-san, Rengoku Kyojuro announced solemnly. I still have 3 more days to keep vigil. May we wait? Also, Rengoku Dono, please, just call me Yu-chan. Of course. Our Lord is in no rush, Kyojuro replied. Yu-chan-kun may call me Kyojuro. Ayaka, I am leaving. I do not know how long it will be before I return this time. Perhaps I may never come back in this life, but I promise you once Kibutsuji Musen is dealt with, I will come to stay by your side. Wait for me. Yu-chan sat before his beloved wife's tombstone on which was inscribed, Beloved late wife Takanashi Ayaka by Takanashi Yu-chan. As he thought of every tender moment he had shared over the years with Kamisato Ayaka, he realized that in the blink of an eye, they had been forever separated by death, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. Father, mother, your son may not amount to much, but I will avenge you. If I fail to take this revenge, I fear I will never again have the face to meet you. Wait for me. Kyojuro-kun, let us go. Together we shall eliminate that abomination Kibutsuji Musen, who should never have existed in this world. Takanashi Yu-chan and Rengoku Kyojuro hefted their packs and strode away in great strides. In these days, Yu-chan had not idled. He had been constantly refining his plan. Behind them, one grave mound after another rose from the earth, a mountain wind whistling over them in a mournful wail. Southwest, southwest, demon, sighted, proceed, at once. As they walked, Kyojuro's Kasugai crow suddenly swooped over, shrieking loudly to him. Yu-chan-kun, you may go ahead to the Fuji, no, i.e., and wait for me. Once I have dealt with the demon, I will return to rendezvous with you, Kyojuro said, not waiting for Yu-chan's reply. Kyojuro was already sprinting southwest with a Kasugai crow. If you encounter a demon holding a flute, remember that his blood demon art can control others' bodies. You could prepare in advance by blocking your ears with something. Yu-chan shouted after him, guessing it would likely be that flute demon, for Kyojuro was not yet deaf at this point. Kyojuro waved a hand behind him to show that he had heard. Yu-chan then made his way alone to the Fuji no Ai, where he was received by a kindly old man with gentle brows. The old man's name was Kamiho-ju. In his youth, he had encountered a demon and lost his entire family. Lacking sufficient talent, he could only serve as a member of the hidden support unit, offering what strength he could to the demon slayers. In old age, he returned to his ancestral home to run the Fuji no Ai, providing aid to passing members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Kibutsuji Musen is the greatest evil in this world. Why does such a monster refuse to die? The old man muttered. After listening to Yu-chan's experiences, the old man could not help a deep sense of empathy. Their stories were uncannily similar. He had joined the Demon Slayer Corps in his youth with a heart full of passion, yet his lack of talent meant he could not even master a breathing style. As the years slipped away, that fiery zeal of youth also faded. All he could think of now was to offer one last humble contribution to those who came after before he died of old age. This was the true portrait of most members of the Demon Slayer Corps. They joined in a blaze of passion, but for lack of talent, could only serve as hidden support, spending their lives steeped in hatred. He will die. Without fail, Yu-chan said with unwavering conviction. He waited at the Fuji no Ai until dawn, when he finally saw numerous hidden support members carrying in corpse after corpse. Each body wore the uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps, 9 in total. At the very end walked Rengoku Kyojuro, his face utterly exhausted. You were right. It truly was a demon with a flute using sound to control others, Kyojuro called out loudly. You shattered your own eardrums. Yu-chan asked in disbelief. He had clearly told him the method. So why had nothing changed? Why had the story not been altered? Why had Kyojuro still risked rupturing his eardrums? I did not. The things I stuffed in my ears are still lodged inside. I pushed them in too deep, so I'll need tools to take them out, Kyojuro continued loudly. Yu-chan fell, silent, momentarily at a loss for words, almost believing that the course of events could not be changed. Is the Demon Slayer Corps' casualty rate always this high, eh? Yu-chan asked as he looked down at the corpses. Yes, one hidden support member replied. Yes, demons are stronger than humans. They possess bodies with formidable regenerative powers and bizarre blood demon arts. But the reason we are called human is because we possess a spirit and conviction far stronger than any demon. I firmly believe that we will one day eradicate every last demon, Kyojuro declared in a ringing voice. After leaving the aftermath to the hidden support members, Kyojuro used an ear pick and removed an astonishing amount of impacted grime from his ears. Do you know what kind of demon that was today, eh? Yu-Chen asked. I do not, nor do I need to. As long as it is a demon, it must be destroyed, Kyojuro replied. He was but a single step away from becoming one of the 12 Kazuki, and yet he died at your hands, Yu-Chan said in amazement as he looked at Kyojuro. From their earlier conversations, he had learned that this was Kyojuro's first mission. He was currently only at the lowest rank of Mizunoto. Some people are born prodigies, needing only a bit of training to surpass most of the world. Rengoku Kyojuro was precisely such a person. Let's go, we shall set off to the headquarters. After clearing the mud from his ears, Himejima Kyojuro stood up. Do you not need to rest for a moment? Yu-Chan asked, glancing at the energized Himejima Kyojuro who had fought through the— Not at all. I truly appreciate your concern, Yu-Chan-kun. Himejima Kyojuro replied with vigor. All right, then the two continued on their journey with their luggage. Is the flame Hashira in good health? Yu-Chan inquired on the road. At this point, he understood that they were in an era of the Demon Slayer Corps, where the old generation was fading. The water Hashiraju Tomioka and the love Hashira Mitsuri Kanroji had yet to join the Corps, or were still under their mentors' training. Shinobu Kocho Kanroji Mitsuri and others should still be alive. Currently, the Hashira included the flower Hashira Kanroji Mitsuri, the stone Hashira Himejima Kyojuro, the sound Hashira Yuzui Tenjin, and the wind Hashira Sanami Shinazugawa. Himejima Kyojuro was once a passionate person, but due to certain reasons and the death of his beloved wife Rengoku Kyojuro, he began living a life of drinking. However, in Yu-Chen's eyes, Kyojuro should not remain despondent. During this transitional period, having one more Hashira-level combatant would allow Yu-Chan to do much more. My father may be a bit down lately, but I believe that once I become the flame Hashira, he will surely regain his spirit. Himejima Kyojuro replied confidently. You wish to become a Hashira. I know of a location where a lower moon demon resides, but it is not very dangerous. My current mission is to escort you to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Becoming a Hashira can wait. Your safety is more important. Yu-Chan responded. All right, let's go to the headquarters. That little spider won't be running around after all. After contemplating, Yu-Chan realized that he was currently powerless. If they encountered other demons on the way to that spider mountain, his plan for revenge could be thwarted. Mr. Takayu, please put on the hood. I will carry you for the remainder of the journey. An undercover member appeared before Yu-Chan after an unknown amount of time. Thank you for your trouble, Yu-Chan bowed. He was not averse to wearing the hood, understanding the importance of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. He also recognized that he had not yet earned the trust of the Demon Slayer Corps. For the head of the Kanroji family to agree to meet him was already a significant gesture. After all, there had never been a prophet in this world, and it was good enough that he was not regarded as a fraud. Himejima Kyojuro left first, and Yu-Chan followed, feeling dizzy, as they finally stopped at a magnificent estate. Mr. Takayu, this way, please. The Lord is already waiting inside. Thank you. Walking along the tranquil path, he couldn't help but complain about how wealthy the Kanroji family truly was. Compared to his own humble abode, it paled in comparison. Under a wisteria tree, a man was already waiting. His face was severely disfigured above the brows, yet his eyes had not gone blind. His appearance was handsome, but due to illness he appeared frail and delicate. Mr. Takayu, I heard from Kyojuro that you possess prophetic abilities predicting the death of Musen Kabutsuji. Is that correct? Kanroji Yoya asked with a smile. Yes, I once did not believe it myself, though after all, demons and breathing techniques are too fantastical. I always thought the prophecies I received were false, Yu-Chan said with a bitter smile. But when real demons stood before me, with faces identical to those in my visions, I had no choice but to take the revelations seriously. How much do you know about our Demon Slayer Corps? Kanroji Yoya asked. At this moment, Kanroji Tami, having poured tea for the two men, stepped back. The highest level of the Demon Slayer Corps consists of the head of the Kanroji family and the highest ranked Hashira. Every 6 months, a Hashira meeting is presided over by the current head where decisions are announced and discussed. He took a sip of tea and continued. Generally, the members are divided into 10 ranks, A, B, C, D, and so forth. After undergoing training from local mentors, they must survive for 7 days in the Wisteria Mountain, which contains imprisoned demons, to join the Corps. The Wisteria Mountain is perpetually enveloped in wisteria flowers. Members who fail the trials or possess weak personalities are assigned to the shadows. Each member communicates through a talking crow to receive and relay missions to slay demons. Killing 50 demons or 1 upper moon demon qualifies one to become a Hashira. Yu-Chan understood that the test had already begun, and whether he could gain the trust of Kanroji Yoya depended on this moment. I am starting to believe, but this is still not enough. Mr. Takayu should understand what I mean. Kanroji Yoya smiled, fully aware of Yu-Chen's intentions. This young man, who was of similar stature to him, was not there merely to join the Demon Slayer Corps. If Mr. Takayu could demonstrate his unique value, Kanroji would not mind granting him the rights he sought, as long as it could send Musen Kibutsuji to hell. This was the Kanroji family's millennial-old wish. Lord Kanroji can send someone to the final trial. Within it lies a hand demon that is nearing the lower moon level. That demon is exceedingly cunning, having claimed the lives of two excellent disciples, Akaza and Kaneo. This is also the reason why the number of surviving swordsmen has dwindled over the years. Yu-Chen thought for a moment and threw out a bargaining chip to have Kanroji verify. Can even such matters be foretold? Mr. Takayu, your abilities astonish me. I will send someone to verify. If you're not in a hurry, you may wait a bit. A room has already been prepared for you, Kanroji. Yoya smiled as he concluded the conversation, needing time to verify. Miss Kanroji, I must trouble you to make a trip now. After Yu-Chan departed, Kanroji Yoya spoke to a wall. Currently the only Hashira at headquarters were the flower Hashira Kanroji Mitsuri and the flame Hashira Himejima Kyojuro, but Kyojuro's spirit had waned, making him unable to fulfill his Hashira duties. I am willing to serve a lord. Kanroji Mitsuri knelt on one knee and greeted before heading to the location of the final trial. She dashed swiftly, soon arriving at an area shrouded in wisteria flowers. The trial time had not yet arrived, and the area was sparsely populated with only a few swordsmen guarding it. May I ask why the flower Hashira has come here? A drank swordsman stepped forward to inquire. The Lord has commanded that there may be a high-level demon at this trial site, and I have been sent to investigate. Understood. The swordsman cleared the path, allowing Mitsuri to ascend a mountain. During the final trial, Mitsuri had run nearly half the map, encountering only some weak demons, but no sign of the hand demon. That Takayu can't be a fraud, right? Although she had thought this Kanroji Mitsuri was a very gentle and kind person, feeling a sense of shame for harboring such malicious doubts. Kaneo, Theory, softly called out, Breath of Flowers, second form petal dance, launching an attack in all directions with a trajectory resembling the petals of a plum blossom. She defended against an arm that had launched a surprise attack. Kaneo looked towards the direction of the attack and saw a large deformed demon with multiple arms. Its neck was also entwined with several arms. It appeared quite strong. However, to Kaneo, that was all it was. After being transformed into a demon by Muzan Kabutsuji, the hand demon had devoured its own brother and was later captured by Sakanji Urokodaki. It had been sent to Wisteria Mountain. Using its cunning and a bit of luck, it had managed to avoid the attention of the higher-ups in the Demon Slayer Corps. Due to its hatred for Sakanji Urokodaki, it personally killed 11 of his disciples. Every final trial would seek out the inheritor of the water-breathing technique to hunt down. What a beautiful young girl. Has the annual final trial arrived again? If you tell me where Sakanji Urokodaki's disciples are, I might let you go. I'm quite reasonable. The hand demon grinned as it approached Kaneo Tsuyuri. Just as Tanjiro Kamado said, I didn't expect such a powerful being to appear in the final trial. We were all unaware of it. However, it should be weaker than the 12 Kazuki, not even close to the lower moon. This was somewhat misleading, Kaneo thought, reflecting on the strength of the hand demon's previous attack. Breath of Flowers, sixth form Whirling Peach. Kaneo did not waste words and charged forward with her sword. Although she held the ideal of redeeming demon beings, it was premised on the condition that the demon had not consumed human flesh. With a gentle twist of her wrist, the Nicaran blade swept through the air, accompanied by petals slicing towards the hand demon's neck. The hand demon, watching the approaching girl, found its outstretched arms severed one by one. Unable to even put up a defense, it became filled with fear. But Kaneo clearly had no intention of holding back. In an instant, the neck entwined with several hard arms was already severed. Impossible, you are not a trial swordsman. That can't be true. Trial swordsmen aren't this strong. The hand demon, before dissipating, still believed it was the beginning of a new round of assessments, and filled with reluctance and hatred towards Sakanji Urokodaki, stared intently at Kaneo. The final trial will not begin for another half a month. I am Kaneo, Fury the Flower Hashira. Kaneo spoke slowly to the dissipating hand demon. Unwilling. Respected Lord, I have gone to the location of the final trial and confirmed the presence of a hand demon far exceeding the limits of the trial. Although it does not possess the power of the Kazuki, its might is not something trial swordsmen can withstand. Kaneo summoned the crow, delivering the message to her master, striving to recount the events as neutrally as possible to avoid causing her master to misjudge. Next, Kaneo began her journey to Misty Mountain, seeking the former water Hashira Sakanji Urokodaki. Madam, please read the letter to me. In the evening, sitting inside the house, Yoya Kanroji smiled and spoke to Kanato Kanroji. Although the curse had not spread to his eyes, it had severely affected his vision. Now Yoya Kanroji resembled a severely nearsighted patient, unable to see the words on the paper clearly. Kanato recounted the events without missing a word. Yoya Kanroji did not respond. He was deep in thought. Gather Akadro Rengoku and bring him here. I also need all information on Tanjiro Kamado. After a long while, Yoya Kanroji summoned a hidden figure and instructed, My lord believes. Kanato gently asked while leaning against Yoya Kanroji. Perhaps Mr. Kamado really can change this stagnant situation that hasn't moved for 1,000 years, ending the unfinished business of our generations in this one. Yue Kanroji's face revealed a longing expression. Meanwhile, Kaneo, who had rushed all day, arrived at Misty Mountain, meeting the former Water Hashira, the current trainer of the Demon Slayer Corps Sakanji Urokadaki. Lady Hashira, you have traveled far. What guidance do you seek? Sakanji Urokadaki questioned, somewhat puzzled, as usually Hashira were either slaying demons or on their way to do so, wondering why she had come to this small place. I come at the behest of my Lord May. I ask if the former Water Hashira has two disciples, one named Kaneo and the other named Shinobu. I am no longer the Water Hashira. Just call me Urokadaki. I do indeed have these two disciples. What is it? Please just call me Kaneo. Could you take me to see them? They should be training at the back of the mountain. I will take you there. The girl on the left is Shinobu Kocho, the one in the middle is Ju Tomioka, and the one on the right is Kaneo Siri. They are all my good children. This is Lady Kaneo Siri. Sakanji introduced the three standing in a row at the back of the mountain. Hello, Lady Hashira. The three of them greeted in unison. Draw your swords at my command. Kaneo addressed them. The three looked at Urokadaki, who nodded. Lady Hashira, please instruct us, Kaneo said, bowing and then taking her stance. Water breathing, second form water wheel, Ju Tomioka, attack from the left. Water breathing, fourth form, striking tide, Kaneo, Sayuri followed up. Kaneo faced the Hashira Hiden. Water breathing, first form water surface slash, Shinobu, attack from behind. The three young ones launched their attacks from three directions towards Kaneo. Breath of flowers, second form petal dance. Kaneo did not exert much force, but simply displayed a defensive sword technique, gently wielding her Nichiren blade to neutralize all their attacks. After a few more exchanges, Kaneo defeated the three and stood with her sword sheathed. That's enough. I must return to report to my lord. My apologies for the disturbance, Urokadaki sensei. Kaneo bowed to Urokadaki. Lady Kaneo, forgive me for saying this, but I completely do not understand the significance of this matter. A rather strange individual has arrived from headquarters. I cannot say much about it. I am merely verifying a few matters. I apologize. Kaneo would not disclose any information without receiving orders. Once Kaneo departed, although Urokadaki was filled with questions, he still arranged for his disciples to participate in the final trial. Kaneo and Ju had already become proficient in using their breathing techniques and were sent out of the mountain by Sakanji Urokadaki. Shinobu still had a ways to go and did not prepare to participate this time. On behalf of my father, I send greetings to my lord. May I ask what my lord summoned me for? Kaidro Rengoku knelt on one knee and asked, I apologize for calling you at such a late hour. Yue Kanroji first expressed his apologies and continued, I wish to know everything that transpired after your encounter with Tanjiro Kamado. These matters are very important. When I first met Master Yu-chan, his entire family had already fallen into misfortune, leaving him alone, kneeling on the ground with his wife in his arms, surrounded by two ghostly creatures, his expression already one of resignation. I acted swiftly, slaying the two ghostly beings. Senjuro began to recall the moment he met the young Master Yu-chan, while Tanjiro served him tea. Master Yu-chan seemed to recognize me with a glance, calling me Flame Pillar. I initially thought he was referring to my father, but later realized he was indeed addressing me. When he asked if he could join the Demon Slayer Corps, I could only tell him the truth, that he was too old and had missed the time to wield a sword. Even with training, it would be difficult for him to become a swordsman. I further inquired if he would be willing to become a shadow. He seemed to know the responsibilities of a shadow very well. I hadn't even mentioned it, and he had already declined. He then elaborated on his prophetic abilities, claiming he had foreseen the death of Muzan Kibutsuji. At this point, Senjuro clearly noticed that Tanjiro's hand holding the cup was trembling. Despite the smile on his face, he couldn't conceal his inner excitement. No need to worry, continue, Tanjiro said, taking a deep breath to signal Senjuro to go on. On the way to headquarters, I received information from the Crow, and Master Yu-chan warned me that this demon might be wielding a flute capable of manipulating others' bodies with its music. He told me to block my ears, and I believed him. I preemptively sealed my ear canals with mud. When I arrived at the scene, I found 9 corpses of Demon Slayer Corps members near the flute demon. These comrades had fought valiantly to protect a child. Only one child survived. In my fury, I struck at the flute demon. After it picked up the flute based on a hint from a fallen comrade, I realized that the flute demon's blood demon art allowed it to control others' bodies with its music. This was consistent with what Master Yu-chan had told me, enabling me to behead the flute demon. Upon returning to the house of the Fujisaki family with my ears blocked, my voice unconsciously became louder. Master Yu-chan seemed a bit angry, reproaching me for shattering my eardrum. According to his prophecy, I was supposed to have ruptured my eardrum to escape control before slaying the demon. Later, I thought that if I hadn't preemptively blocked my ears after seeing my comrade's hint, I would have certainly ruptured my eardrum and then slain the demon. Afterward, Master Yu-chan informed me that the demon was close to becoming one of the 12 Kazuki, and he seemed to possess thorough knowledge about demon information. Furthermore, upon learning of my desire to become a pillar, he casually mentioned a location where a lower moon dwelled, indicating that it was not very dangerous, and offered to take me there to slay it. I politely declined. There was nothing more, just casual chatting advising me to train my grip strength more. Senjuro narrated the entire process without bias towards Yuchen, knowing that any personal emotions could lead to misunderstandings. The master would have his own judgment. You did well, my child. Go find Master Yuchen and slay that lower moon demon. I will recommend you to become the new flame pillar at the pillar meeting. The master said with a smile. I will slay all the demons, and I believe that when my father learns I have become the new flame pillar, he will surely regain his vigor. Senjuro spoke, loudly, his demeanor impressive. Take Senjuro to Master Yuchen and also inform them that after the final trial ends a pillar meeting will be convened. Tanjiro said, wondering whether Master Yuchen was a fraud or a trap set by Muzan. He hoped that Master Yuchen truly possessed prophetic powers. At this moment, Master Yuchen was in his room, gradually clarifying the current timeline, organizing the characters yet to appear, and considering all possible strategies. Knock, knock, knock. Komein. Master Yuchen, it is a pleasure to see you again. A youthful, owl-headed boy entered with bright, determined eyes. Please tell me where the 12 Kazuki is. I am ready now. That demon is named Rue Lower Moon 6, residing in the Mount Spider area. It can generate exceptionally tough threads from its hands and can further enhance the hardness of its blood to transform them into even tougher red threads. The blood demon art has 3 methods. Moreover, there is not just one demon on the mountain. There are a few weaker demons under its control playing games like a family. This time I suggest you ask the sound pillar for some antidotes. That is the extent of the information. This lower moon isn't very strong, possibly even weaker than the flute demon, but is favored by Muzan. Thank you, then, I will take my leave. Saying this, Senjuro departed swiftly. Although he didn't know where Mount Spider was, the Shadow's information was widespread across the country, and he could easily find out. Master Yuchen felt speechless. Was this guy really this impolite now? Or had he always been this way? Days passed by, during which Tanjiro occasionally visited Master Yuchen for tea and casual chats. Master Yuchen would not go out to avoid unnecessary suspicion. The Shadows would daily deliver some information to Master Yuchen. Iyong, are you alright? Kanroji looked at the injured Iyong with concern. The two had not had a smooth trial. As soon as they entered Mount Fujisaki, Iyong had been severely injured by a demon. Fortunately, Kanroji acted in time, slaying the demon and saving Iyong. I'm fine, Iyong replied, expressionless, covering his wound. Then I will go help others. Take care of yourself. Saying this, Kanroji handed Iyong over to other trial swordsmen and then vanished without a trace. Iyong extended his hand, watching his senior brother disappear before lowering his hand. Everything went black, and he fainted. Meanwhile, Kanroji was running around rescuing people, causing chaos in Mount Fujisaki. Since the hand demon had already been taken care of by the flower pillar, Kanroji had no formidable foes. This trial also became the one with the most surviving swordsmen. Upon awakening, Iyong found that the trial had ended. He realized that aside from being severely injured on the first night, he had spent the rest of the time in a dream, feeling a vague sense of unworthiness to be a true demon slayer. Looking at Kanroji beside him, who was still tenderly stroking his broken sword, he said, "We are not the same." What? Even though Kanroji had known Iyong for so long and understood his character, he momentarily didn't grasp the meaning of this statement. After pondering for a while, Iyong's implication might be that he felt he had done nothing to pass the trial, and thought it unfair to Kanroji, believing he did not qualify to be a swordsman. We are brothers, but we promised to slay demons together in the future. How can you easily give up? If you think you did nothing this time, then practice even harder. Perhaps one day, I might still need your rescue. Kanroji said, pulling Iyong up from the ground. Let's go, I'll take you to pick up stones. Iyong remained expressionless, feeling somewhat downcast. Some things have changed while others have remained the same. After the final trial of the Demon Slayer Corps concluded, the Hashira meeting was held as scheduled. The Hashira from various regions set aside their affairs and arrived at headquarters. I intend to establish a rank equivalent to that of the Hashira between the Demon Slayer Corps and the leader, where the rank leader can provide reasonable suggestions to the Hashira and arrange certain matters. Of course, the Hashira also have the right to refuse. What does Lord Yuchen think? On the eve of the Hashira meeting, Kanroji Mitsuri visited Yuchen's room and said, "Why does my lord trust me so much?" Yuchen asked, slightly puzzled. Although this was the power he desired, it felt overly significant. It would not be an exaggeration to say he is beneath one person, but above thousands. Kyojuro Rengoku has returned from Mount Spider, having slain the Lower Moon 6 Enmu. Kanai investigated the final trial, and found Hand Demon Kyogai and Yurichi are all promising candidates. Recently, Kibutsuji Muzan has not appeared at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Kanroji smiled and continued, I am merely bringing this suggestion to the Hashira meeting. Whether it passes depends on your ability to persuade those children. And you know all the intel on Kibutsuji Muzan, right? You are aware of some of the lost information from the Demon Slayer Corps, correct? I know some, but not all, Yuchen said, after a moment of contemplation. That is enough. My Kanroji family has never sought power. Through my interactions with you, I've realized you are not the type to be obsessed with power. What I see in your eyes is only hatred and a desire for death. I am willing to take a gamble on your foresight. Of course, if your decisions lead to significant losses for the Demon Slayer Corps, I will be very disappointed, and I will remove you from your position. Every member of the Demon Slayer Corps is like my child. They are all very good kids. I hope you will treat them well. Every decision you make should be carefully considered. Of course, it is too early to discuss this now. Let's talk about other matters after you convince the Hashira tomorrow. If you cannot do that, I suggest you start from shadows. I am willing to serve my lord until death. Yuchin knelt on one knee, feeling shocked by the breadth of Kanroji's vision. What incredible spirit this is. To establish a rank means to relinquish authority willingly, and Yu-chan has only known Kanroji for just a few days. No one can claim to truly understand a person in just a few days. But Kanroji has done it, entrusting Yu-chan with his unwavering trust. You are also my child. Make sure to sleep early tonight. Think carefully about how to persuade my other children. Their tempers are not the best. Kanroji slowly stood up, helping Yu-chan to his feet, and then, supported by Kanroji, Amanai departed. A night of silence. The next day, the four Hashira arrived early at the courtyard of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. The stone Hashira, Jiomi Himejima, the wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, the flower Hashira, Mitsuri Kanroji, and the sound Hashira, Tenjin Yuzui, along with Kyojuro Rengoku, and Yu-chan standing not far away. My beloved children. Another beautiful day. Kanroji stepped out slowly from the building. Good morning, everyone. It seems no one is absent from this Hashira meeting. I think that's great. It signifies that our children have not suffered any casualties. May our Lord enjoy good health, Sanemi said, kneeling on one knee. Thank you, Sanemi. Kanroji nodded with a smile. Today there are two main matters that require everyone's input. Kyojuro Rengoku slayed the lower moon 6 Inu 7 days ago. Kyojuro Rengoku, can you take up the position of Hashira and continue to support the Demon Slayer Corps? Kanroji looked toward the owl boy in the distance and asked. Yes. Kyojuro Rengoku responded energetically. Do any Hashira have objections? We have no objections. Everyone replied in unison. Then Kyojuro Rengoku shall be the new Flame Hashira responsible for the Tokyo area, previously managed by the last Flame Hashira. After a moment of silence, Kanroji continued, I would like to introduce a newcomer, Yu-chan. He possesses the ability to foresee the future. I hope everyone can get to know each other. The crowd looked at Yu-chan, but remained silent. Only Mitsuri Kanroji and Kyojuro Rengoku vaguely guessed something. Seeing the silence from everyone, Kanroji had to continue. I intend to establish a new position called Seer. The Seer can reasonably provide suggestions to the Hashira and arrange certain matters in the shadows. Of course, the Hashira also have the right to refuse. I disagree. What is he? Some kind of prophet. He looks like a fraud trying to deceive my lord. Sanemi stepped forward, glaring fiercely at Yu-chan. I didn't. Yu-chan began to speak. Shut up, watch the blade. Sanemi had already drawn his Nichiren blade and swung it toward Yu-chan. Yu-chan wanted to dodge, but how could he evade it? The blade of the renowned Hashira Sanemi is not something an ordinary person like Yu-chan can avoid. However, as Sanemi realized Yu-chan was just an ordinary person, he hurriedly restrained his strength, using the back of the blade to strike Yu-chan's arm, knocking Yu-chan to the ground. Is this it? Where did this fraud come from to deceive you, Sanemi? With your fragile frame, any demon could scare you into wetting your pants, and you still want to be the second leader. Sanemi looked down at Yu-chan, lying on the ground with contempt. Come on, give me a prophecy. Guess where I'm going to hit you now. Yu-chan slowly crawled up from the ground, his right hand already broken and unable to move. Taking a deep breath, he said, Higana does not hate you. He has been searching for you. Who is this Higana? I don't even know him. But taking 2 steps back revealed that he was not as indifferent as he claimed. Higana is also a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. He sees you as an idol. He knows about the past, and he does not blame you for your mother's death. He said you are his only family in this world. Yu-chan stepped forward, standing in front of Sanemi, gazing at his scarred. We are all unfortunate souls. Bastard, why are you so close? Get away. Sanemi angrily pushed Yu-chan away. Knowing a bit of my private affairs and daring to come here to swindle, I won't fall for that. And tell Higana to go back and live a proper life, get married, and have children. If I see him in the Demon Slayer Corps, I will hit him whenever I see him. You should know you are a rare breed, right? What do you think about your brother? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He is just an ordinary person. He doesn't have any special physique. Sanemi was a bit on the verge of breaking down. He knew too well how tempting a rare bloodline was to demons. He couldn't believe his brother was like him. Are you afraid? Yu-chan pressed on. Where is that brat now? Take me to see him. Sanemi grabbed Yu-chan's shoulder and shook him. You still care about him, right? It's not as indifferent as you said. So let's sit quietly for a while. I will tell you everything shortly. Blood is thicker than water among brothers. There's nothing we can't get through. Yu-chan embraced Sanemi in comfort. Yu-chan approached several pillars crossing over the day's shimi. Everyone, my name is Zainieu Yu-chan, and I possess the ability to foresee the future. Today I will also unveil some mysteries for you. After I finish speaking, you may make your decisions without delay. The crowd fell silent and did not respond. Yu-chan sighed and walked over to the pillar where Baiming Yu was. Mister, Baiming Yu, let me tell you a story. Long ago, there was a blind monk in a temple who took in some orphan children and treated them as his family. However, one day, a child named Kyojuro not only broke the monk's rule of not returning at night, but also in order to save his life made a deal with the ghost to extinguish the incense in the temple. The ghost agreed to the deal and let Kyojuro go. When a monk saw that an evil ghost had entered the temple, he calmed the children not to panic and stood up to confront the evil ghost. The children, in order to protect their blind monk, did not heed his words and ran out the back door to fetch some farming tools, only to be killed one by the ghost except for the youngest girl Shaddai. The monk began to fight with the ghost to save the last survivor Shaddai. During the struggle, he crushed the ghost's skull, ultimately causing it to turn to ashes at dawn. But in the end, when the villagers arrived, they found not Shaddai's gratitude, but rather that Shaddai, in a state of extreme fright, was mistaken for the murderer and nearly faced execution. Did they go out to fetch weapons? After a long silence, the pillar asked. There seemed to be more tears. This is a common tactic of ghosts. Those children had their throats cut one after another. At that time, Shaddai said that the person was a monster and everyone was killed by that person, but she was actually talking about the ghost. However, the ghost was melted by the sunlight, leaving only a pile of ashes on the ground. Shaddai was only 4 years old then, and her verbal expression ability was already lacking. Moreover, she was too frightened to open her eyes, which caused this misunderstanding. Shaddai has been searching for that monk to apologize to him in person. Ba, how did you come to know all this? The pillar's heart was in turmoil, unsure whether what was said in front of him was true or false. With the intelligence network of the ghost-killing team, finding Shaddai is not difficult. If Lord Pillar does not believe me, you can seek out Shaddai to inquire, which would also fulfill her wish. Moreover, Kyojuro is not dead. He is still living quite well. In your prophecy, how will my future be? The pillar did not ask about Kyojuro, but simply inquired. After killing Muzan in his final moments, the souls of the children he took and appeared, and upon learning the truth of that year, they departed this world with smiles. Yu-Chen replied, after contemplating. Ba. The pillar closed his eyes and no longer asked further. What about me? Surely I must have a glorious ending, right? You, along with the 3 little ones, gloriously slayed the Upper Moon 6 and gracefully retired from the ghost-killing team, with your 3 beautiful wives starting a splendid retirement life. In the final battle, you magnificently defended your lord. So, I would be the first in these hundreds of years to slay an Upper Moon. That's truly glorious. Yuzui Tenjin laughed heartily. What about me? Kaneo couldn't help but ask. Aren't you currently investigating the Wan Sure Jigwa sect? Yes, Kaneo replied. For now, don't investigate. You will die. Yu-Chen thought for a moment and said to everyone, next I will tell you some methods to enhance your combat power. Have you ever heard of the red blade? The sword forging village has always taken pride in crafting red blades, but they have never been clear about what it signifies, Kaneo replied thoughtfully. Seeing that someone finally began to respond, Yu-Chen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he had the initiative, the subsequent matters would be easier to resolve. The ghost-killing team once had some records that were not passed down, leading to the loss of some knowledge. During the Warring States period, there was a legendary swordsman. His name was Kiritsugu Yachi, who walked among mortals as a divine being. Yu-Chen recounted the tale of Kiritsugu Yachi, omitting the existence of Kokushibo and Tamayo. This has been edited down by at least 1,000 words, and some sentences may not flow well. It has gone through review, please bear with it. It was so closed, just a little bit more, Shimi murmured. What happened to Jigwa Yuanichi, asked Kanai. Yuanichi spent his remaining life searching for Muzan's whereabouts, but he never found him even until death. Muzan has been hiding from Jigwa Yuanichi for hundreds of years, not daring to show his face. After Jigwa Yuanichi died, he began a frenzied slaughter of all those connected to the sun breathing. This led to the end of the sun breathing's legacy, which is why you haven't heard of it. Perhaps feeling tired, Yu-Chen sat in the corridor, watching everyone. Kenroji also sat cross-legged on the ground, remaining silent. He knew some of this history, but not comprehensively. What a pity, how lamentable, how infuriating, said Beiminju. Next, I will teach everyone a method of using the blade that Jigwa Yuanichi employed, the red blade. Come on, just tell us a story. You with your delicate frame think you can teach me how to wield a blade. Shimi, thinking about how close he was to ending Kibutsuji Muzan, made him feel a surge of frustration in his chest. The red blade is a manifestation of grip strength. The Nikran blade in our hands is forged from crimson sand iron and crimson ore. You only need to exert a grip strength of 1,000 June to unleash the solar power within, turning the blade red. The red blade can easily sever an evil spirit's neck, suppressing their regeneration ability. Yu-Chen ignored Shimi, knowing that this guy was just venting his frustration. Is that for real? Let me try, Shimi said, gripping the hilt tightly and exerting all his strength. To his surprise, the blue blade gradually turned red. Wow, it really works. But all my strength is going into the grip. I can't fight like this. Seeing this, the other Hashira also picked up their weapons to try. Beiminju, Xingming, and Yuzui Tenjin succeeded first, while Kanroji and Rengoku Kyojuro did not succeed due to insufficient grip strength. What a magnificent color. The red blade can be triggered not only by grip strength, but also by two Nichiren blades colliding at high speed, which can also temporarily activate it. Yuchin calmly stated. Kanroji and Kyojuro exchanged glances, and by colliding their Nichiren blades at high speed, activated the red blade in the second manner. Can this blade really suppress the regeneration ability of evil spirits? Kanroji asked. It can. Just find a demon to test it out, and you'll know. Did you predict all this? Isn't this ability all-knowing? Shimi was somewhat convinced. Not all-knowing. I can't even control what I predict. Moreover, prophecies can change. For instance, Kaijuro's fate has changed. He should not have become a Hashira, so he shouldn't have killed the lower moon that came from Mount Spider. Thus it is all in human hands. Nothing is set in stone. Yuchin stood up and looked seriously at everyone, saying, Next I have some plans and suggestions. What do you all think? Please go ahead, Yuchin. Kyojuro was the first to express his support. Please go ahead, Yuchin. Please go ahead, Yuchin. At this moment, Yuchin finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that he had managed to establish a semblance of authority. To kill Kabutsuji Musen, we must first take down two demons, one of significant importance named Neikime, and another of lesser importance named Hikari. These two demons must be eliminated, or otherwise Musen cannot be killed. Neikime possesses the Infinity Castle, allowing her to summon demons to any location at will. Within the Infinity Castle, she can even alter the spatial shape and direction of gravity. Hikari's Blood Demon art is a low-level version of Neikime's and cannot transport demons. Therefore, Neikime must die. However, before Neikime dies, she must first eliminate Hikari, so that after Neikime's death, Musen cannot use Hikari as a substitute. Currently, Hikari should be at the drum house, but I do not know the exact location. You'll have to search for it. Oh, by the way, Kaigaku is an apprentice under the former Hashira Neikime. Beiminjiu, if you have time, you can settle that score. In the future, Kaigaku will betray Kabutsuji Musen, leading to Neikime's seppuku. It is better to deal with this in advance. If you see someone named Wakita Zenitsu, a crybaby, please bring him back to headquarters. He is the key to killing Neikime. Yuchin was not sure if Wakata Zenitsu was still in Tachiyama, estimating that there was a 99% chance he wasn't. What about my brother? Shimi asked while gripping the red blade. Currently your brother is unaware, but in a few years he will participate in the final trial and may request to become the adopted son of the Stone Hashira. He is a demon eater. Aren't you a prophet? Do you believe I'll kill you? Shimi brandished the red blade. I told you I am not omniscient. If you want to fight, then come at me, Yuchin said with an unconcerned attitude. Are there any other questions regarding this? We continue to handle matters. Seeing that Yuchin had firmly established his position, Kanroji said to everyone, I still have a question. May I ask why Yuchin cannot investigate the 10,000 years of extreme bliss sect? They clearly have man-eating demons, Kanroji said somewhat unwillingly. We can't win. The one over there is too strong. You will die. If you win, Neikime will just teleport away. Moreover, all my plans might need to be redeployed. The cost is too great, Yuchin said helplessly. Who are they over there? Is it Kabutsuji Musen himself? Kyojuro couldn't help but ask. It's not Musen, it's a guy whose blood demon art completely counters the breathing techniques. Right now our Demon Slayer Corps has such limited resources that we might only win if we throw everything in. But even that is uncertain. 5 Ashira are too few, and we only have one red blade in our arsenal. How can we fight? What are the other two weapons? One requires an extremely profound martial arts realm, and the other has two great side effects. You all should not think about them for now. Are there any other questions? Kanroji continued to ask. The Lord wishes for you to take care of yourself. We have no further questions. Everyone replied, and this also marked the end of the meeting. I hope you all do not spread the matter of the prophecy, Yuchin. That should be the case. How is your arm, Yuchin? Do you need to go to the Butterfly Mansion for treatment? The Flower Hashira approached Yuchin with a smile. I still have some issues to resolve with Takanari. I will send him to the Butterfly Mansion soon. Miss Kanroji can leave first, Takanari, and I will follow shortly. Shimi interrupted, pulling Yuchin aside. Is it because of the wind, Hashira's brother? Then I won't disturb you. Kanroji gracefully departed. What does demon eater mean? I've never heard of it. In this world there are man-eating demons, so naturally there are demon eaters too. Your brother is a demon eater. He can consume the flesh and blood of demons, temporarily gaining part of their abilities. However, the side effect is that he will become irritable and prone to anger for a long time. How has he been these years? He must have suffered a lot, right? Not too well. He has been blaming himself for misunderstanding you back then and has never given up searching for you. How is your arm? Do you want me to accompany you to the Butterfly Mansion for treatment? After watching everyone leave, Shimi quietly asked Yuchin after a moment of silence. Don't overthink it. Your little arms and legs are already so delicate. If anything happens, I fear the Lord will blame me. Where is the Butterfly Mansion? I haven't been there yet. Can Lord Wind Hashira take me there? Yuchin have been here for so long, staying indoors without properly going out. Aren't you a prophet? Can't you predict something? Shimi said proudly, but still intended to take Yuchin there. Nishikawa Shimi loves to eat rice cakes, and likes Kanroji, Yuchin said. Before Yuchin could finish, Shimi quickly covered his mouth. Don't say it, or if you do, we'll kill you. Shimi blushed, glancing around, and only sighed in relief after confirming that Kanroji had already left. Continuing to cover Yuchen's mouth, he whispered, "Can you predict such things? Then what do you think about that, You should understand what I mean." Woo XX. Seeing that Yuchen was almost suffocated by his hand, Shimi quickly released him, blushing and feeling a bit flustered. "Are you trying to murder me? Don't you know I can't fight?" Yuchen gasped for breath, nearly dying before accomplishing anything. He didn't die at the hands of demons, but almost at the hands of the wind Hashira. "This isn't taking me to the butterfly mansion. It's clear you just want to go yourself. I can hear your scheming from 800 miles away," Yuchen teased. Let's go. Your injury still needs treatment," Nishikawa, Shimi said, grabbing Yuchen and running without waiting for a response. Busiku and Shimi, shouldering Yu-chan, approached the Hudy house and peered inside. "Is anyone here?" he called softly. A 13 or 14-year-old girl emerged, her face flushed with impatience, and she replied, I am here. The Hudy sisters were born into a family of healers. When malevolent spirits assailed their home, their parents were slain. The young Hudy sisters lay at death's threshold until the rock pillar Beiminjiu Xingming of the Guisha Corps rescued them. Beiminjiu Xingming instructed the Guisha Corps unit to escort the two girls to relatives. After attending to their parents' funeral, they vowed to protect the families untouched by Guichui Wutsan and resolved to join the Guisha Corps. Half a month later, the Hudy sisters located the rock pillar through the unit and begged him to teach them, hoping to enlist in the Guisha Corps and learn how to slay demons. At first, Beiminjiu Xingming did not intend to consent. He advised them to live out their ordinary lives, yet their relentless resolve moved him, and he recommended them to a trainer. After gaining Beiminjiu Xingming's promise the next dawn, the sisters departed separately for their assigned trainer. They pledged to meet again in the future. After 2.5 years of grueling practice, the sisters survived the final trial on Tungshi Mountain for 7 days and were formally accepted into the Guisha Corps as rank Gui operatives. Once they joined the Guisha Corps, the Hudy sisters, owing to their medical lineage, ran the Hudy house at headquarters, tending and healing the wounded. Hudy Zaingnaiwi, through tireless effort, rose to become the revered flower pillar. Meanwhile, Hudy Ren, frail since childhood, remained the sole swordwoman in the Guisha Corps, unable to sever a demon head by strength alone. Her lack of physical power bred insecurity, so she excelled in concocting toxins. The mechanism within her Riluan blade regulates the poisons she delivers with each strike. She is also the only swordswoman in the Guisha Corps who does not pursue demon decapitation as her singular. Yu-chan lay across Busikyu Sherman's shoulder and at a glance recognized the girl before him as the future famed insect pillar Hudyren. Now, she was merely a blunt-spoken, competitive, quick-tempered child. Shimi asked Hudyren, "Where is your sister? There is an injured person who needs treatment." Hudyren raised a sideward glance at Shimi and said, "Do you really need to ask? Are you ill?" She had long suspected that this bandit-like pillar harbored improper designs toward her sister. Shimi asked, "Is Miss Zaingnaiwi not back? Yet she was supposed to have left before us." Hudyren frowned and suggested perhaps Zaingnaiwi has gone to the Wansure Extreme Bliss sect. Busikyu, "Lord, hurry and go take." If Shimi had not already flung Yu-chan to the ground and dashed out, the rest of the words would have remained unsaid. Hudyren looked at Yu-chan sprawled on the ground with a touch of schadenfreude and said, "You are so unlucky. Why on earth did you get Shimi to bring you here? He is notorious for his clumsy hands." She did not truly believe her sister was in grave danger. After all, her sister was a pillar and injured. Yu-chan asked Miss Hudy, "Could you tend to my wound? I think I hurt my weight." Hudyren examined him and said, "What a bother. How does an ordinary person appear within the Guisha Corps? Even the Een are not usually this weak," she said, curiosity tempered by professionalism. "I came for vengeance," Yu-chan answered. Hudyren smiled with a sharp edge and said, "That will be difficult. You are past the age to change your bone structure. Don't expect great martial prowess in this life. Consider learning toxins from me. When I become a pillar, I will take you as my adopted son." Yu-chan blinked in disbelief. "Aren't you supposed to be the gentle, caring Hudyren? Who is this blunt, impulsive girl before me?" "Do you know me?" Shimi told you, Yu-chan asked. "Yes," she said roughly. "Now, just set my arm. I'm a little worried." Yu-chan felt uneasy. He wondered if Shimi could persuade Zaingnaiwi to return, for over there stood upper rank 2 Toma, being the current pillars, could not casually provoke. If Zaingnaiwi and Shimi died inside, I would be heartbroken. Yu-chan thought. Hudyren scoffed. "Do you even know what a pillar is? One of the strongest in the Guisha Corps," she asked. "Have you any notion how many demons one must slay to earn the title pillar?" Yu-chan replied, "I trust they can slay ordinary demons, even upper ranks 5 and 6 I believe they could cut down, but some matters cannot be so neatly explained," and he felt deep unease. "A person is not a chess piece who moves solely by another's will. Do not worry." "What is your name?" Hudyren asked while securing splint. "Xiao Nyayo," Yu-chan said. "Just call me Yu-chan." Hudyren replied, "Call me Ren. The bandage is done. Don't move that arm for a few days." Hudyren said with a faint smile, "Very well, Miss Ren. I have other matters to attend and will not tarry." No sooner had he finished than Busikyu and Shimi swept up and charged after Hudy Zaingnaiwi on the road. Shimi chased Hudy Zaingnaiwi at full speed and called Miss Zhang Naiwi, "Are you heading to the Wan Sure Extreme Bliss?" Cutie Zhang Naiwi answered gently, "Even though I know there is turmoil at Wan Sure Extreme Bliss, why should I refrain from intervening? My Rilluin blade bears the inscription, destroy evil demons. Those 4 characters are our duty as pillars. Please do not stop me, Shimi." Shimi replied, "I will go with you. I want to see with my own eyes whether this supposed demon of Yu Chen's tall tales is true. I have never felt fear." Shimi watched the tenderness in Zhang Naiwa's face and found himself unable to voice the objection. Taking her with him would make that impossible, so the 2 pillars set off together toward the Wan Sure Extreme Bliss sect. Yu Chun waited at headquarters for 2 hours, growing anxious that neither had returned. He thought, "They have not come back. I cannot wait any longer. Could we bring several pillars over and strike down upper rank too?" He wondered if Tonma is killed. Musen Gawuchui Wutsan will be furious. The upper ranks differ from the lower. The lower change constantly, while the upper have lain dormant for centuries. We must first eliminate Ming Nu, kill Ming Nu, and one of Gawuchui Wukin's most troublesome cards will be gone. Therefore, this time, we must repel the enemy, not slay them outright. Yu Chen planned, adjusting his strategy accordingly. Tonma is not yet meant to die. Hudiren cannot flap her wings here, Yu Chen thought, and he adapted his plans in light of this crisis. He had just assumed command of the Xiong rank and found not a single capable subordinate under him. The thought pained him, but headaches would not solve the problem. He must act. "Someone call my Lord Xiong. What are your orders?" After the pillars meeting, the new Xiong rank had been instituted. In some sense, Yu Chun could now direct the entire system. "Lead me to find the rock pillar. I hope he has not yet departed." "Yes," came the reply. The rock pillar, deep in training, regarded the young man before him with curiosity and asked, "Do you Xiao Niaoyo?" Xiao Niaoyo. Yu Chun bowed low and said, "Some matters have arisen. I must ask the rock pillar to come with me." Yu Chun made his respectful salutation. "What brings you here?" Yu Chun asked Bei Mingyu with his hands pressed together in a prayer pose. "Shimi and Kaneo have gone to the Infinite Paradise sect. Currently that place is not something those 2 can handle. I hope Master Yanju can accompany me. If we cannot stop the 2 of them, we can try to repel the hidden upper rank, but we can only drive them back, not kill them." "Why can't we kill? The upper rank has existed for hundreds of years with countless sins. Should we let him go?" Bei Mingyu said angrily. He had spent his entire life exterminating demons and had never heard of a demon that could not be killed. "Can Master Yanju give me some time to explain?" Yu Chun sighed, knowing it would be difficult to change some people's perceptions. "I would like to hear the details. Do you know anything about Kibutsuji, Musen Master Yanju?" Yanju remained silent and did not respond. Kibutsuji Musen is brutal and cunning. His ambition has always been to become the perfect life form. He does not care about the lives of others. He maintains his dignity, but when faced with life-threatening danger, he will abandon everything just to survive. Similarly, Kibutsuji Musen is a very contradictory, being often filled with more suspicion than trust towards his subordinates. Although he is the progenitor of all demons, he completely lacks the demeanor of a demon king. When creating demons, he releases a curse from his body. If anyone utters Musen's name, the demon will be killed by the cursed arm, and its life will end. This way, no one can know Kibutsuji Musen's identity, allowing him to roam freely among humans, while you cannot grasp any clues about him. Even if he eats humans, other demons will provide him with offerings. You will not be able to gather any information about him. Master Yinju must have captured some evil demons to interrogate them about Kibutsuji Musen, right? From this, it can be seen that Kibutsuji Musen is as timid as a mouse. After being nearly killed by Tsujikuni Yorichi, he has not appeared before the Hashira again, and since obtaining the Infinity Castle, he has been hiding there for years. What do you think would happen if such a timid person heard that his strongest upper rank too had been slain by the Demon Slayer? Yu Chun pondered for a moment, beginning to guide Bei Mingyu. "I do not know," Bei Mingyu replied, looking sorrowful, as if he had already found the answer. "Kibutsuji Musen has lived for 1,000 years. He does not mind using his lifespan to outlast us. Have you ever heard any fragments of information about where Kibutsuji Musen is? Since Tsujikuni Yorichi, Kibutsuji Musen has been bitten by a snake, and for 10 years, he fears even the well rope. If we eliminate upper rank 2, will he think that the Demon Slayers have become too powerful and then hide in the Infinity Castle, continuously creating demons? Will he use his lifespan to outlast us? Every day that Kibutsuji Musen lives, countless innocent families are shattered. Only Musen can create demons. As long as Musen is dead, all upper and lower ranks will be like a tree without roots. Without new demons appearing, we can slowly take care of these demons. Is it worth it for Master Yinju to let Musen hide just for one upper rank? Furthermore, I'm not saying we should not kill the upper rank. It's just that we cannot kill Nakheim before she is dead. I have a way to deal with Nakheim. Do you trust me, Master Yinju?" Yu Chun continued to guide him, for the best lies are those that contain much truth, just lacking a part of the information. "What do you need me to do, Master Yu Chun?" After a long silence, Yinju finally replied, "Come with me to the Infinite Paradise sect. If possible, persuade the Windflower Pillars to return. If they are unwilling, I hope Master Yinju can help delay until dawn." At that time, Nakheim would definitely take action to retrieve Doma. Although the Windflower Pillars are strong, they are not a match for upper rank 2. Even with the Hikizo, it wouldn't work. Is Yu-chan also going? During the battle, with upper rank 2, I'm afraid it won't be safe around us. Bei Mingyu politely implied that Yu-chan was too weak and should stay at headquarters and not go anywhere. I must go. Waiting for news at headquarters is not my style. I will have people ensure safety, so please rest assured, Master Yenju. On the way, Yu-chan unexpectedly encountered Kanroji Mitsuri, a great tool. Why not use it? He summoned her on the spot. Let's set off now. We should be able to reach before dark. Yu-chan had prepared everything before coming, and Kanroji Mitsuri was already waiting outside. A carriage sped away with the three of them. Does Yu-chan have a girlfriend? Kanroji Mitsuri gazed adoringly at the handsome Yu-chan. I'm already married and love my wife dearly. I heard that Mitsuri joined the Demon Slayer Corps to find love. Is that right? Yu-chan looked at the girl before him. She had large light green eyes with moles beneath each eye. Her hair was sakura pink with grass green tips, said to be the result of eating 170 sakura machi every day for 7 or 8 months. Yu-chan is actually married, and he even knows me. I'm so embarrassed at Kanoi, Mitsui shyly replied. I know a very great guy. Mitsuri, are you interested in meeting him? I can guarantee that he is absolutely amazing. Yu-chan said with a smile. As they followed the trail left behind and the information from Tsujikuni, the three finally caught up with the Windflower. What are you doing here? Why are you out here when you're so weak? Shimi was puzzled to see Yu-chan. Shouldn't someone like him stay back and give suggestions? I didn't want to come out. I wanted you to stop the Flower Pillar, but you ran off with her. Are you here to persuade us to go back? Asked the Flower Pillar Kanao. If I can persuade you, I will. If not, there's nothing I can do. You see, I even called Master Yenju here, Yu-chan replied nonchalantly. Have you considered the consequences of this trip, Master Flower Pillar? The reason for seeking Yenju is that he was the one who saved the two sisters back then. If he helped, perhaps Kanao would listen. I don't know what the consequences are. Oh, I only know that there are man-eating demons here, and countless people need to be saved. So, does Master Flower Pillar distinguish between family and the public? I only know that demons who eat people need to be exterminated. I do not understand the grand principles you speak of, nor do I wish to understand. Please forgive me, Yu-chan. Wait, don't rush to leave. Before we fight, we should know our enemy's information. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. Seeing that Kanao was unyielding, Yu-chan felt helpless and exhausted. Why is it so difficult to reason with women? He wanted to wave his hand and just bind Kanao back. Of course, such thoughts could only be imagined. If he really dared to bind her, Shimi would surely explode right there, teaching Yu-chan what wine-breathing really is. Hearing this, Kanao stopped and looked over, clearly ready to leave at any moment. Get in the carriage. I will analyze our opponents this time. This time your opponent is Doma, upper rank 2. He has rainbow-colored eyes, is emotionless, enjoys playing with his opponents, and wears a red hood on his head. He is the leader of the Infinite Paradise sect and wields dual iron fans. His blood demon arts include frozen powder, lotus leaf, ice, creeping lotus, withered garden, snow, frozen clouds, cold white princess, mysterious winter ice pillars, scattered lotus crystal prince, and mist ice, sleeping lotus bodhisattva. He can also create ice crystal powder in the air. If inhaled into the lungs, it will cause cell death in the lungs. This is very important as it can severely restrain your breathing techniques. Additionally, there will definitely be other demons around upper rank 2, and the numbers will be considerable. Are you sure you still want to fight? This battle could result in the loss of 3 of the 5 Ashira. After introducing Doma's information, Yu-chan looked at everyone, thinking they should hurry back with him. Isn't it better to deal with Nakheim first? If that doesn't work, there is still a lower rank who plays with guns in Tokyo. If that's not enough, I can take you to the entertainment district. Wait, I can't take you there. How can I take girls to such places? Forget it, sob. I personally suggest that we strike during the early hours before dawn. At that point, we just need to hold on until daylight, and even the strongest of ghosts will be reduced to ashes. Seeing that everyone was silent, Yu-chan continued his suggestion. I agree. Meili from Ganlu Temple raised her hand high. Who are you? I don't think I've seen you before. Shimi was feeling troubled. This intelligence indeed seemed difficult to handle, as there were not only ghosts but also people involved. As a leader, initiating a crowd is no simple task. If there were to be more ghosts concealed within the crowd, even a pillar could face disaster. I am Meili from Ganlu Temple, a Tier G swordsman here to serve as a bodyguard for Yu-chan. Meili said loudly. Looking at the girl before him, whose clothing was somewhat revealing, Shimi felt a bit shy, doubting if his words had been too harsh. I also agree. Utilizing the sun is an excellent choice, said Yenju. Agreed. Then it will be simple from here. We just need to gather information on the leader's location from the followers and how to dismantle the buildings more effectively. You all are the professionals in this matter, so I won't say much more. Yu-chan relaxed his tone as he saw everyone agreeing. In the evening, the carriage finally arrived at a town near the Wan Shiji Lu sect. Several pillars and some hidden members dispersed, leaving Meili and Yu-chan to gaze at the sunset in a daze. Yu-chan, your wife must be very beautiful, right? Meili asked, looking at Yu Chen's profile in the sunset. My wife's name is Xiao Niao Yulinghua. She is beautiful and very virtuous. We grew up together as childhood sweethearts. As Yu Chen spoke of his wife, his expression turned nostalgic and gentle with a hint of tears glimmering in his eyes. He shared with me the little moments they had together. As Meili listened, she fantasized about having a husband like that. It would be so romantic to share sakura cakes. Suddenly feeling hungry at the thought of sakura cakes, she said, Yu Chen, are you hungry? Let's go buy some sakura. You're hungry? Yu Chen recalled that this girl had quite the appetite. She could eat as much as 10 people combined. Let's go see what food the town has. Boss will take 150 strawberry daifuku and 60 sakura cakes, Meili said as she arrived at a dessert shop. Little girl, it seems you have guests over at home. The owner was delighted to receive such a large order. Hastily, he packed the items for Meili. I only want a sushi rice ball. Yu Chen was not like Meili. He had a normal. After the two bought their dinner and returned to the rented, and Yu Chen watched as Meili continued to eat without stopping. Although he knew this girl had a big appetite, seeing it firsthand was another matter. It was quite shocking. Only the ghost-killing team's Kamadu family could afford her. In his own house, they would have run out of food in at most half a year. Is one rice ball enough for you, Yu Chen? Would you like a daifuku? It's especially delicious. Meili offered him a strawberry daifuku. No, you enjoy it. I'm already full. Did I scare you? Meili asked Seaka y. Not at all. I've heard rumors about you from the ghost-killing team long ago. Yu Chen said with a smile. Huh, the ghost-killing team knows about me. How embarrassing. Meili covered her face, trying to play it cool. The ghost-killing team really likes Meili. They enjoy chatting with her. Do you remember that young man I told you about? He has had a crush on you for a long time. Yu Chen comforted her. Really? Someone likes me. My hair color is so unattractive, and I eat so much, and he said he fell for you the moment he saw you. And your hair color is beautiful. Yu Chen interrupted Meili. Who is he? Do I know him? Meili asked, curiously, a shadow of someone appearing in her mind. Is it him? I can't say just yet. Let's talk about it after this incident is over, Yu Chen teased. Yu Chen, you're so annoying. Oomph. Meili turned away and ignored him. Yu Chen remained silent, sipping his tea, while waiting for news from the pillars, adjusting his plans slightly based on this visit to the Wan Shiji sect. It wasn't until nightfall that the pillars returned, one after another, having gathered information about the residence of the leader of the Wan Shiji sect. However, a large sect with over 10,000 members had strict defenses, making it quite challenging to approach. Does Yu Chen have a good plan to deal with the potential crowd? Asked Butterfly Kane. There's something, Yu Chen, or no, it's Yu Chen-san, right? Haha, women, Yu Chen silently complained. There's no way, time is too short. Should we go back and plan more? I can. Before she could finish, Kane's expression changed. It seems this battle is unavoidable, Yu Chen thought helplessly and continued. Alright, I do have a slight plan, but it requires time. The followers of the Wan Shiji sect are still human, and as humans they can be greedy. We just need to promote an event at the Wan Shiji sect, where every participant can receive rice and salt. It will take time for the promotion, for the allocation of supplies, and for the event plan. You understand what I mean, right? In Japan during this era, not everyone could afford to eat their fill, let alone have salt, which is a precious commodity. As long as we promote the event, it's likely that not just the Wan Shiji sect, but all nearby villages will join in. Of course, this plan has significant drawbacks, essentially advertising the Wan Shiji sect without any reward. And it would be funded by the Kamadu family. Yu Chen's plan was to stabilize Kane with time. Whether the event would happen or not was still in his hands. This kind of thing is too troublesome. Why not just go and take a cut? I guarantee I could draw out the upper moon. Shermi patted his chest. Everyone shot Shermi an incredulous glance, not engaging with him. Yu Chen's idea is indeed feasible, but it takes too long and is too costly, making it unsuitable for us, said Bei Mingyu after some thought. Can we just charge in? Meili proposed. What about the crowd? Can you really do it? Are you going to act against innocent people? Yu Chen replied irritably. Yu Chen must have a way, right? Please speak frankly and don't try to persuade me to leave, Kane said seriously as she looked Yu Chen in the eyes. Alright, let's agree on this, just this once. Regardless of success or failure, we must retreat. Don't come here to court death again. It's not bravery to throw yourself into a fight. You can't win. It's foolishness. And if something happens to you, what about Kane and Butterfly Shinobu? What I can promise you is that I will definitely come to resolve this in the future. If you agree, I will help you this once, and only this once. Yu Chen said earnestly, not fearing Kane's gaze. Who could refuse to look at such a beautiful woman? Seeing Yu Chen's gaze, Kane felt herself blush and turned her head away, saying, Please order me, Yu Chen. Kane gritted her teeth. From now on, just call me Yu Chen. Calling me San feels too distant, Yu Chen said, feeling much more relaxed now that Kane was willing to concede. The plan is in truth quite simple. Takedo has a particular predilection. He favors consuming young, beautiful women, believing them to be more nourishing than men, for they embody the very essence of life. And would our esteemed Miss Shinobu consent to serve as the bait? We need only adorn her modestly. Then we shall discreetly circulate word of a young heiress from a distinguished medicinal lineage, exquisitely lovely and deeply intrigued by the doctrines of the myriads of eternal bliss sect. She happens to be passing through this region under the sect's dominion, and is already engaged in amiable discourse with its followers, subtly revealing a growing fascination with their faith. Takedo will bite readily. This remains the most reliable method to draw him forth. Given the sect's territorial reach, the operation should unfold within 1 or 2 days. Alternatively, you could have Mitsuri don women's attire, and perhaps make a shallow cut for authenticity. The effect might be comparable, though such a ruse risks attracting other demons, thereby alerting Takedo. Cross-dressing. I suspect you're seeking revenge. Mitsuri retorted wryly. Can this truly succeed? It feels almost absurd. Young, beautiful heir to a medicinal dynasty. Should Takedo resist such an offering, his palate must have grown extraordinarily refined over the years. Yu-Chen mused inwardly, briefly entertaining the notion of carving a blood-red flower onto the carriage. Yet he dismissed it at once. Should that gesture draw Musen's attention, all would be lost. Not death itself, but the horror of being transformed into a demon under his command with every memory laid bare before him. Is this truly viable? It strikes me as rather unconvincing. Are you merely humoring me, Master Yu-Chen? Shinobu voiced her doubt. Only trial will reveal the truth. You shall prepare your appearance now, while I shall dispatch the hidden to disseminate the rumor. Either tonight or tomorrow night, Takedo will surely come. But you must hold him at bay, at least until 1 hour before dawn. Takedo differs from common demons. He fancies himself witty, charming, even philosophical, and will not strike without preamble. He will converse with you, engage in dialogue, even share his creed. Should he arrive, you must speak with grace and restraint. Never provoke him. With fortune, he may spare you entirely, choosing instead to express admiration and a desire to keep you beside him as a treasured companion. Yu-Chen took a slow sip of tea, his throat parched from speaking so long. Glancing at Mitsuri, who nibbled steadily on her sweets, and at Jaomi silent, and still he could only hope his words had taken root. Do not rush in a battle the moment Takedo appears, or tonight may well be your final vigil beneath the moonlight of Ayaka. One question, what if Takedo attacks without warning? Mitsuri asked quietly. If he dare strike, I dare die. You stand no chance against him. Not yet. Wait 5 years, and I would wager absolute certainty. Yu-Chen replied wearily. The truth was stark and unyielding. The current wind pillar and stone pillar were still used far from the zenith of their strength. Mitsuri had not yet attained pillar rank. Her sole purpose was to carry him away swiftly, lest Musen seize the knowledge lodged within his mind. Are the upper moons truly so formidable, eh? Jaomi broke his long silence at last. In 4 centuries of the Demon Slayer Corps' history, has any upper moon ever fallen to blade? Jaomi fell silent once more. One final time, Miss Shinobu, have you reached your decision? Yu-Chen turned to her gaze, unwavering. His expression held unprecedented gravity. Perhaps you should withdraw. I shall do my utmost to persuade the villagers here to flee, to warn them that a demon dwells among the ranks of the myriads of eternal bliss sect. Shinobu's face contorted in anguish, but her eyes burned with unshakable resolve. You cannot sway them. You underestimate the terrifying power of faith. You would be branded a heretic. Though true believers number only some 200, their kin and allies swell that circle into a vast, implacable tide. You may become the first pillar slain, not by demon, but by human hands. Give me your answer, now. Fight or retreat. Fight, and you shall prepare your guys at once. We begin immediately. I shall send the hidden to spread the tale. Retreat, and we depart this night with Mitsuri shedding blood along the road to lure lesser demons. To soothe your ire, Yu-Chen rose, standing motionless before Shinobu, a mere mortal, yet radiating such quiet authority that even the assembled pillars felt the weight of his presence. Mitsuri murmured, bewildered. Silence descended, so thick that even Mitsuri paused mid-bite, lowering her strawberry daifuku. Should Miss Shinobu choose to withdraw, I vow that this upper moon shall perish, without fail, in the days to come. Yu-Chen softened his stance, offering a dignified path of retreat. I shall prepare my appearance. If Takedo strikes, without hesitation, do not linger. Flee at once. TCH. Of course, reason eludes women entirely. A bitter, exasperated thought crossed Yu-Chen's mind. Mitsuri, you shall remain at a distance. As far as possible. You understand your own uniqueness, yes. When battle commences, I shall signal you. Red flare, engage. Blue flare, retreat. Though I suspect you'll ignore the latter. Lord Jaomi resides next door to Lady Shinobu. Act accordingly when the moment arrives. With the decision made, little remained to say. We do what we must, and entrust the rest to fate. After all, even defeat would grant no permanence. Only rescue by the Infinity Castle. This is but a fleeting, perilous gamble. Namu Amida, but Jaomi intoned softly before withdrawing to the adjacent chamber. Yu-Chen, Mitsuri, and Yu-Chen descended to assign the hidden their tasks. Their charge was simple: whisper the rumor of a medicinal heiress captivated by the myriads of Eternal Bliss sect, and deliver a copy of its doctrine to Shinobu. Mitsuri, let us go. What lingers here? Yu-chan climbed into the carriage, voice edged with impatience. Is Miss Shinobu truly in danger? Leaving her behind would place her in greater peril. This is her choice. Await the signal. We shall know within 2 days. Should none come, Pillar Jiomi will escort Shinobu away. He guided the carriage beside Mitsuri, awaiting his ascent. You two are departing too. Mitsuri suddenly realized something was amiss. I have done all that lies within my power. In battle, what role would you expect me to play? A cheerleader. Mitsuri holds only a 3rd rank designation. Do you truly imagine she could withstand an Upper Moon's wrath? Indeed. Without hesitation, Mitsuri leapt aboard the carriage. Let us station ourselves farther out, awaiting the signal. Tomorrow night, at the latest. Preferably all remain still and calm. Human hearts defy prediction. The 3 settled within a forest 2 kilometers distant, coordinating through messenger crows. Should flares rise, they could converge instantly. In his moments of repose, Yu-chan also dispatched crows across the land, seeking the family of Kaminari Tanjiro. Distinguishing traits: a scar upon the brow, frail constitution, livelihood as a charcoal seller. Likely near Mount Onabera, where discovery should prove no great challenge. That night passed uneventfully, save for Mitsuri slipping out after midnight to hunt a rabbit for supper. The following day, Yu-chan rested within the carriage. Mitsuri foraged for provisions. Mitsuri sat quietly beneath a tree, eyes closed, conserving his strength. At dusk, Mitsuri returned bearing a massive bundle, overflowing with delicacies. Yu-chan found himself seriously questioning whether a 3rd rank member's stipend could possibly sustain such extravagance. Why did you come? Yuzui broke the long silence at dusk. Me. Yu-chan pointed himself. Why did you come? He countered. I couldn't stand by and watch Lady Shinobu perish. She once treated my wounds. I became a demon slayer because of Kane Kamadu. He was the one who first told me of the Demon Slayer Corps, who guided me into its ranks. My most cherished comrade, or rather my elder brother. Once while on a mission together, we encountered Lower Moon 1. We fought side by side and slew him, but Kane fell in that battle. In truth, this title of Wind Hashira was bought with Kane's life. When summoned to the Hashira assembly, I burned with unprecedented fury. I believe the Demon Lord treated all demon slayers as mere pawns. So, I roared at him in defiance, earning the disdain of the other Hashira. Yet the Demon Lord did not rage. Instead, he spoke only of remorse that he too longed to wield sword and strike down demons. But his frail body could not even lift a blade. He insisted he was no different from any other Corps member, utterly expendable, wholly replaceable. And then, he apologized to me. He told me Kane's final words were that he had always regarded me as his younger brother, and thus he bore no regret in sacrificing himself to protect his brother. It was Lady Shinobu who later revealed to me that the Demon Lord remembered the names of every fallen warrior. In that moment, his quiet dignity and unwavering resolve conquered my heart. And, well, you know how I feel about Lady Shinobu. How could I possibly let her march toward death? Yuzui murmured, his cheeks flushed. Perhaps for him his own life no longer mattered, only Shinobu's safety, only the Demon Lord's well-being held meaning. You can't bear to watch Shinobu die. Yet do you think I would gladly watch both of you perish? Do you have any idea how desperately the Demon Slayer Corps needs elite warriors right now? If you two fall here, how deeply the Demon Lord will grieve. Do you even comprehend it, eh? Yu-chan sighed weary. He hadn't wanted to come. Not at all. And dragging the stone Hashira along. One misstep, and the entire Demon Slayer Corps might collapse beyond recovery. Now that you're here, if this mission fails, 3 Hashira will be lost. Your position is still unsecured. You'll likely be ordered to perform seppuku upon your return. If you'd stayed away, wouldn't it have been better, without this thorn in their side? Yuzui asked, gazing steadily at Yu-chan. I shouldn't have opened my mouth, but here I am. All we can hope for now is that Kokushibo won't appear tonight, and that the stone Hashira will carry Shinobu safely away. If he does come, then it falls to Shinobu alone to hold him off until dawn. Yu-chan paused, then reflected. Even had he kept silent, Shinobu's fate would remain unchanged. She was a Hashira after all. To lose her now in an era when only 4 or 5 Hashira remain, it would break me utterly. So she must be saved. And to save her, we need both the wind and stone Hashira, the Corps' strongest warriors. In the end, the outcome remains unchanged. Unless we simply see Shinobu and drag her back, but with these slender arms and legs of mine, who binds whom remains highly debatable. As for asking other Hashira to intervene, please, give them face, and their ministers of state deny them face, and their rank-and-file fodder. Even now, the wind and stone Hashira heed only the Demon Lord's authority, and perhaps the weight of certain prophecies, before entertaining even the most reasonable counsel. If you ask them to restrain another Hashira, they'll just bind you instead and deliver you straight to Corps headquarters. Don't be so grim, Yuzui offered gently. What if tonight we slay Kokushibo? He is an Upper Moon, Surely the demon lord would rejoice. You? Offering comfort. Are you even real Yuzi? Yu-Chen stared incredulous. Your hand wound healed. Yuzi drew his Nichiren blade and tapped it lightly. Yu-Chen promptly fell silent. Blatant intimidation. What are you two whispering about? Hungry. I brought rice balls, hagi-machi, sakura-machi, and daifuku. Would you like some? Mitsuri appeared holding a large cloth bag. I'll take a rice ball. A few hagi-machi, please. Oh, why is the wind? Hashira blushing. Mitsuri asked, handing over the sweets with innocent curiosity. You're mistaken. I'm not. I'll scout the perimeter. Yuzui snatched the machi and fled the scene. The blushing wind Hashira is absolutely adorable. Hearing this, Yuzui bolted even faster. Yu-Chen ate his rice ball in stoic silence, choosing not to speak. They sat wordlessly around the fire, none sleeping, only glancing again and again toward the distant sky. Lively as she was, Mitsuri struggled to settle into the heavy, suffocating stillness. She nibbled daintily at her sakura machi. Master Yu-Chen, Master Yuzui, please stop staring. No signal means good news. Would you like a sakura machi? It's delicious. Eat one, and all your worries will vanish. Mitsuri couldn't resist adding. Mitsuri, you eat yours. I'm not hungry right now. Yuzui echoed the sentiment. Neither am I. We're fine. Don't worry. Yu-Chen smiled faintly at Mitsuri. Why did the wind Hashira join the Demon Slayer Corps, Master Yuzui? Mitsuri asked, curious. And why did you join Mitsuri? Yu-Chen interjected, swiftly deflecting the question. Everyone carried sorrow. Some wounds were best left unopened. Me? I'm looking for a husband. One stronger than myself. The strongest among us are the Hashira, so I must strive to become one, and thereby meet them all. Mitsuri confessed shyly. A splendid ambition, truly worthy of you, Mitsuri. Yu-Chen praised warmly. Yuzui leaned against a tree, glanced sideways at her, and muttered, hopeless romantic. That stings, Master Yuzui. Mitsuri pouted, genuinely wounded. And now Mitsuri is offended. Meanwhile, Upper Moon, too, grew restless. Day after day, he endured the monotonous prayers of his devotees. Dull, repetitive, soul-draining. His revered master, Muzan Kibutsuji, remained absorbed in his earthly charade, while his dearest comrade Kokoshibo had sent no word for far too long. Were it not for Muzan's strict decree forbidding Upper Moons from contacting one another privately, Kokoshibo would already have sought out Kokoshibo. After all, he considered himself the most beloved of all Upper Moons. Holy Master, a young lady from a renowned medicinal family, has arrived in our village. She shows keen interest in our teachings and boasts extensive connections. A devotee knelt before Kokoshibo's chamber. We believe she presents a rare opportunity to expand our faith beyond these local villages and bring salvation to the world. A medicinal family. Now that sounds intriguing. Kokoshibo mused, resting his chin on one hand seated upon his ornate carriage. Very well. I shall visit her this evening. Perhaps she'll offer me a genuine surprise. Where is the young lady now? She resides at the inn in Mizugi village and departs at dawn. This visit is merely incidental. The devotee bowed low in reply. Then go and inform them our sect master will visit the young lady this evening to expound the sacred doctrines of the Myriadion Bliss sect. Tong Mo sat upright as he spoke. It is her supreme honor to receive the sect master in person. The devotee murmured a prayer and withdrew. Yu-Chen's greatest fear had come to pass. Tong Mo had taken notice of Kaname. Ordinarily, such matters would not require Tong Mo's personal involvement. Yet most devotees knew well that their sect master held profound interest in medicine and was invariably captivated by beautiful women. Naturally, someone seized upon this information as a merit to report upward, hoping to earn the sect master's favor and bask in his divine instruction. The devotees swiftly relayed the news to Kaname. The sect master of the Myriadion Bliss sect would arrive around the hour of Su 79 p.m. to proclaim the divine edict. Master Rock Pillar, what is your counsel? The Upper Moon has arrived far too early. We cannot possibly hold him off until dawn. Kaname, having received the intelligence, entered Master Rock Pillar's chamber, her brow furrowed in concern. Amitba. This humble monk has no ready solution, but we may summon Master Wind Pillar and Yu-Chun for... After prolonged contemplation, Master Rock Pillar remained at a loss. I shall dispatch a messenger crow at once to transmit the intelligence, Kaname said, and without further delay, turned and departed. Intelligence has arrived. Seeing Kaname's messenger crow alight, Shimizu stirred with excitement. Upper Moon, 2 Tong Mo will arrive at the location of Pillar's Rock and Flower during the hour of Su. What countermeasures are advised? Faced with such a matter demanding strategic thought, Shimizu immediately turned to Yu-Chun. Far too early. I'd assumed Tong Mo would slip into her chambers under cover of deepest night. Instead, he chooses open ceremonial confrontation. Yu-Chun frowned deeply, then replied, instruct Kaname to evacuate from Mizuki village. Tell the devotees that a long-term patient under her care has suffered a sudden relapse. She must depart tonight for urgent treatment. Tong Mo's curiosity has already been aroused. He will almost certainly pursue. No need to conceal the trail. Let the withdrawal proceed openly and naturally. If Tong Mo give chase, he will likely arrive only during the hour of Cho 13 m, or the hour of En 35 m. Better still if he does not follow. Then Kaname and I shall simply vanish into the night, untroubled and untraceable. Will Miss Kaname consent to leave? Shimizu asked. I have foreseen it. Tong Mo will follow. Yu-chun declared boldly. Deception first, explanations later. Under Shimizu's and Mitsuri's skeptical gazes, he dispatched the crow with instructions. Yet inwardly he worried whether Kaname would truly comply. Fortune smiled. An hour later Kaname arrived, with several members of the hidden disguised as guards driving a carriage. Seeing the unhidden carriage advance steadily along the road, Yu-chun exhaled in quiet relief and boarded without hesitation. How stands the situation? Yu-chun asked Kaname inside the carriage. I told the devotees a critically ill patient required immediate treatment, so I must depart at once. They pleaded fervently for me to wait, insisting Tong Mo was already en route and urging me to remain just a little longer. I refused. Kaname replied, increase the carriage's speed. The consequences will be dire should Tong Mo overtake us now. Yu-chun checked the time. The hour of Su had begun. Tong Mo might reach the village at any moment. Lady Flower Pillar, forgive my boldness, but if the upper moon escapes unslain this time, what is your next course? Mitsuri asked softly. I shall consider Master Yu-chun's counsel, and for now set this matter aside. Kaname responded. After a day and night of reflection, she had regained her composure and carefully reviewed all that had transpired. She felt a quiet remorse for her earlier impulsiveness. She ought not have allowed her emotions to endanger the Demon Slayer Corps so gravely. It gladdens me greatly that you think thus. Yu-chun sighed inwardly in relief, fully understanding Kaname's state of mind. Sometimes one's spirit rebels instinctively, and in such moments reason holds no sway over anyone. What then is Master Yu-chun's plan moving forward? Might you share it with this humble woman? Kaname asked with a gentle smile, seeking to mend their fractured rapport. It would not do for two senior demon slayers to remain at odds. The plan demands many hands, but foremost we must locate a man named Ubuyashiki Zenitsu. Only with him can we hope to defeat the demon menu. Ubuyashiki Zenitsu. What use is he? Is he a pillar? Shimizu asked. No. He'll never become a swordsman. Not even my intention. Yu-chun replied, mildly exasperated. Then what good is he? Without the rank of swordsman, he cannot even slay a common demon. How could he possibly confront Menu? Shimizu scoffed dismissively. He won't even strike a blow. He'll faint at the sight of a demon. Another hand will act in his stead. For now, I shall keep that detail veiled. I despise people like you. Their minds brim with treacherous schemes, nothing but poison. Shimizu shot Yu-chun a look of open disdain. Precisely so, I am no paragon. Yet only such a pariah can outwit Kabuts Suji Musen. Yu-chun shrugged off the barb. And who, pray tell, is Menu? A demon? Mitsuri asked puzzled. Upper moon for? Her blood demon art manifests the Infinity Castle, a realm beyond spatial constraint capable of drawing victims directly into its domain or shifting its locus anywhere it will. Yu-chun offered a concise explanation. He knew Menu might not yet hold upper moon rank in this era, but it mattered little. With Tanjiro absent, he could embellish freely. If he did not magnify Menu's power, how could he ensure she received due gravity? A mere female demon versus upper moon for. The very title commands awe. Exaggeration, therefore, was not deception. It was strategy. Before the Infinity Castle arc Menu's precise ranking remained unspecified. She may not yet have been numbered among the 12 demon moons. Yet she was surely no lower moon, thus by her appearance within the Infinity Castle, she is ranked alongside upper moon 4 and Hanakatama. As is widely known, upper moon 6 comprises 8 demons, an arrangement both elegant and perfectly logical. Is this not sheer cheating? Mitsuri exclaimed. More or less. Then what connection exists between this Ubuyashiki Zenitsu and Menu? Kaname asked, perplexed. None for now. In time the threads will converge. Survive, endure, so that when the final battle arrives we may muster every possible blade. Even were Musen alone he might yet annihilate us all. Yu-chun settled into silence within the carriage, eyes closed in quiet repose, leaving the ensuing conversation to others. 3 carriages sped through the velvet night, their passage marked plainly upon the earth, easily traced by those who knew where to look. Where is that young lady? Tong Mo asked, arriving at Mizuki village with an entourage of attendants addressing the local devotees. Miss Kaname learned the long-term patient under her care had suffered a sudden relapse and departed urgently in the night. Despite our earnest entreaties, she would not stay. The devotee trembled, fearing Tong Mo's wrath. The divine shall grant you absolution, Tong Mo replied, neither angered nor capable of anger. Now gather the others. Since I have come, I shall meet the faithful of this land and spread the divine's boundless compassion. Not until the hour of Z did Tong Mo conclude his sermons in Mizuki village, listening patiently to the petitions of his followers, before returning to the Meridian Bliss Sex Central Sanctuary. Shall I pursue them? Perhaps they carry tidings of the azure daybreak flower. Or perhaps that young woman herself holds some unforeseen delight. Seated alone in his chamber tongue, Mo mused while nibbling on indescribable confections. To him, tracking down a few carriages posed no challenge, even if they had fled for hours. During the hour of the dog, slow down, just follow this road, the destination doesn't matter, Yu-chan said, glancing. Will the upper moon chase us? Mealy asked with some concern. The sun will rise at the hour of the rabbit. If they come now, we'll have to see if we can buy some time. Yu-chan also felt a twinge of worry. A lack of combat power could not be compensated for with strategy. The three carriages had already separated, with Yu-chan and Lee's carriage leading the other two by 3 to 4 kilometers, awaiting signals from behind. I suppose we're approaching Narrow Mist Mountain now, said Shermi, who had been silent until then. What? Have we run all the way to Narrow Mist Mountain? Yu-chan found it hard to believe. Is Narrow Mist Mountain around here? Are you sure, Shermi? I passed this way once before, if I'm not mistaken. It's at most 20 kilometers ahead, near the training base of the former water pillar Rintak. Shermi glanced around to confirm. The ghost-killing team had been dealing with spirits for years, and they were quite adept at discerning their surroundings at night, especially someone of Sherma's caliber. Mealy, are you interested in making a trip? Help me bring the water pillar over. Yu-chan asked Mealy. Let me do it. Mealy has never met the water pillar, so it would be hard to gain their trust. I have worked with the water pillar before, Shermi said. No, you can't go. We don't know when the fighting will start. If you leave now, everything will be over once the fighting begins. Yu-chan sighed. I wish we had brought a few hidden ones with us. Are you foolish? Why should I go? I'm planning to send Kagaya over. Are you sure your brain is functioning properly? Shermi shot him a sidelong glance. Yu-chan was at a loss for words. He had somehow earned Ms. disdain, and this thick-browed fellow was digging his own grave. Then I'll have to rely on the wind pillar, Yu-chan conceded. TSK, tisk. Is that it? Is that all? Although Shermi mocked him, he still summoned Kagaya to convey the message. What could Yu-chan do? He could only listen obediently. He couldn't fight back, so he internally vowed, just you wait, one day, we'll make you wear women's clothes. Thinking this way made him feel much better. Do I still need to go? Mealy weakly raised her hand and asked. No need, let's wait for news. I hope nothing happens tonight. Yu-chan responded calmly. On the other side, Kane and Jiomi were meditating in two different carriages, but their tightly gripping hands on the sun wheel blade revealed their inner turmoil. As time passed, the hour of the tiger arrived. After receiving word from the front carriage, they slightly altered their direction and did not head towards Narrow Mist Mountain, but instead took another route. Excuse me, miss, may I ask why you are leaving so early? I am the leader of the 10,000 Worlds Bliss, called Doma. I have heard that you are quite interested in our teachings. Would you be willing to discuss them? A man with colorful eyes dressed in a Western-style kimono stood in front of the carriage, blocking their path with a folding fan and smiling. Doma, the second upper moon of the 12 Kazuki, could not resist his curiosity and hurried over. He felt that life should be more fun amidst the monotony, and these two carriages provided the excitement for the night. Odd is the esteemed leader. I received word this evening that a patient has relapsed and requires immediate treatment, so I must travel through the night. I regret not having the honor to meet you. Please forgive me. Kane drew back the curtain of the carriage and spoke. The sun wheel blade was already placed inside the carriage, signaling the surrounding guards to sheath their weapons. There was no question about how Doma had caught up with them. The priority now was to buy time until dawn. In the other carriage, Jiomi sensed the overwhelming pressure from outside and held his breath, minimizing his presence to avoid detection by the upper moon, awaiting the moment of confrontation. When Doma saw Kane, his first feeling was one of amazement. Even after having encountered countless young women, the woman before him felt uniquely different. Doma felt he had made the right choice to come tonight. May I ask your name, miss? Doma asked politely. I am Butterfly Kane. You may call me Kane, esteemed leader. Kane stepped down from the carriage. I am Chen Yu, entrusted by the esteemed lord to serve as a Hashira of the ghost-killing team, sending my regards to the water pillar. He expressed his apologies for summoning the lord at such a late hour to the middle-aged man wearing a Tengu mask. I'm no longer a Hashira, just an ordinary trainer now. You may call me Sakanji. You must be the new Hashira I've heard about. I never expected to meet you today. Sakanji gazed at the 18 or 19-year-old boy before him, feeling somewhat sentimental. Someone who could earn the lord's trust in the face of opposition must have something special about them. After receiving word from Kagaya, Sakanji hurried to where Shermi was, although he was unsure of the circumstances. Nonetheless, the presence of a Hashira and a former pillar made him feel that something significant was about to happen tonight. The reason I call for you, Sakanji, is because we're preparing to hunt the second upper moon Doma of the 12 Kazuki. Currently, we have 3 Hashira: the flower Hashira Butterfly Kane, the stone Hashira Jomi Himajima, and the wind Hashira Shermi. However, the upper moon's might is overwhelming. We have set a trap as they pass through this area, and I hope to receive your assistance. We only need to hold out until dawn. I hope you can bear with us. Yu-chan briefly recounted the situation. Over the years, as I've aged, I have lost my Hashira-level strength. I fear I may not be much help. Sakanji felt a sense of helplessness upon hearing this. He was no longer the water pillar of his prime. While slaying minor demons was no issue, facing an upper moon was likely beyond his capability. He worried that he might become a burden to the other Ashira. You only need to act according to the situation when the time comes. Perhaps we might not even lure out the upper moon tonight. I just want to be prepared for any eventuality. Where the flower and stone Hashira located? At the back of the carriage about 3 kilometers away, in contact via Kagayato. Every kilometer, a Kagayato will stop. If the rear carriage halts, a Kagayato will come to report. That will signal the arrival of the upper moon, and we will await the signal. As Uchan was explaining, a Kagayato flew in and landed on Lee's shoulder. The second upper moon has appeared. The flower Hashira is engaging with it to buy time. Everyone be aware and prepare yourselves. Everyone's pupils constricted. Shirmi had already grasped his weapon, preparing to support. Sakanji said, "No more waiting for the signal from behind." Uchan took a deep breath, checked the time. It was 3/4 past the hour of the tiger with an hour left until dawn. The carriage had stopped moving, and now it was a matter of when Kane would signal. "Miss Kanai, will you come back with me to the Eternal Bliss sect?" After a period of conversation, Tomioka expressed a hint of interest. The girl before him captivated Tomioka not only with her knowledge and appearance, but also with her understanding of medicine. Even if it weren't for the sake of consuming her, simply having her by his side was a delightful prospect reminiscent of the past with Kinha. "I have already delayed too long today, and I still have patients to attend to. I can only visit the Eternal Bliss sect another time." Kanai rejected Tomioka's invitation. The hour of the rabbit has arrived. Kanai could sense Tomioka's growing impatience, yet she cautiously stalled. "What a pity. I will have to take Miss Kanai back by force. I hope you will not resist to avoid injury." Tomioka smiled. With half an hour until dawn, he did not wish to delay. If she was unwilling, he would simply take her back by force. Saying this, he reached out towards Kanai. Fifth form of the breath of flowers, unyielding peony. Kanai spun away from Tomioka's hand, leaping onto the carriage and drawing her Nicaran blade. 9 strikes surged from all directions, piercing towards Tomioka, resembling the petals of a peony. "So Miss Kanai is a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. I can't believe I've been chatting with a demon for so long. Truly astonishing." Tomioka tilted his head, casually blocking the attack, without sustaining even a scratch. Blood Demon, Art Cold, White Princess. He conjured 2 massive ice lotuses in the form of young girls. The White Princess exhaled a chilling mist towards the carriage, capable of freezing it instantly. Kanai narrowly avoided it, while directing her teammates to evacuate quickly, signaling for aid. Fifth form Wheel of Judgment. Shinazugawa jumped from another carriage into the air first, throwing a hand axe at Tomioka, followed by a meteor hammer. Tomioka did not notice the approaching meteor hammer. In an instant, half of his body was crushed, but he restored himself in the blink of an eye, though a significant amount of blood had already mingled with the air. "A pillar, huh? Interesting indeed." Blood Demon, Art Lotus Leaf Ice. Tomioka turned, waving his folding fan and smiling at the charging Shinazugawa. A flurry of ice crystals in the shape of lotus flowers rushed towards Shinazugawa. Having analyzed all of Tomioka's Blood Demon arts, Shinazugawa was not surprised by these attacks. Third form Skin of the Rock Body. A low growl shattered the incoming chill. Meanwhile, Kanai was blocked by 2 ice princesses, barely able to protect herself and unable to lend assistance. "Which pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps are you?" Tomioka inquired as he dispersed blood to create ice crystal powder in the air. "I am the Rock Pillar Shinazugawa." He then grabbed the meteor hammer and charged forward. Second form Heaven's Break. For now, they could only rely on the Rock Pillar to delay for the Wind Pillar and the former Water Pillar. "Once I take your head, Musin will surely be pleased. Let's have some fun." Blood Demon Art, Mist, Ice Water, Lily Bodhisattva, here we go. Tomioka had not moved from his spot up until now, already making the 2 pillars feel overwhelmed. Such is the might of an upper rank. A colossal ice figure appeared in the wilderness, resembling a bodhisattva with hands clasped in meditation. With just a wave of its hand, it unleashed tremendous power, releasing a vast expanse of icy mist toward Shinazugawa. In an instant, the Rock Pillar found himself in dire straits. Tomioka then turned his gaze to Kanai, waving his fan. Blood Demon, Art Crystal Child. He created an ice doll capable of independent combat, modeled after himself. The ice doll attacked Kanai, further complicating her already precarious situation. "The signal has arrived." Shinazugawa looked at the fireworks in the sky and rushed towards the rear. "Please lend a hand, senior." He bowed. "That should be the case." Saying this, Kanroji also sped towards the signal. "Should we go, Yuichiro?" "No, if we go well, just be a burden. You a grade A swordsman, and I a mere novice, would be easily dispatched in a... Forget it. Let's just go take a look. Don't get too close, for as long as we can see, I want feel at ease." Yuichiro felt conflicted. Reason told him not to go, that he would be of no use, but he couldn't resist the inner turmoil. Waiting was the most agonizing. "I really don't know how Lord Shinazugawa manages to endure in the headquarters every day." Yuichiro internally complained. All right. Mitsuri steered the carriage slowly towards the rear. Sixth form of the breath of flowers whirling peach. Kanai flipped in midair, executing a horizontal slash, and finally dispatching one ice doll. Panting heavily, Kanai was aware that the air was toxic, but there was no time to think. She pulled out an antidote from her bosom, consuming it regardless of its efficacy. Miss Kanai seems to have reached her limit. Then let's summon two more. Blood Demon Art Crystal Child. Instantly, two more ice dolls formed and charged towards Kanai. On the other side, Shinazugawa was covered in blood, barely resisting the attacks of the water lily bodhisattva. Ice crystals entered his lungs with every breath. Despite having consumed Kanai's antidote, it seemed to have little effect. First form Serpent Rock Dual Poles. Shinazugawa gripped the iron chain, tightly unleashing immense power as the crimson meteor hammer and broad axe struck the water lily bodhisattva. Finally, he shattered half of the bodhisattva's form. Useful is this the power of the Hekido? Yuichiro was not misleading me. Shinazugawa sighed in relief. Utomioka's pressure was overwhelming, and it seemed he wasn't even taking it seriously. Oh, Hekido. Has the Demon Slayer Core regained this ability? Tomioka observed the shattered body of the water lily bodhisattva, his smile fading as his gaze turned serious. Blood Demon Art Winters, Ice Pillar Blood Demon Art Crystal, Child Blood Demon Art Withered Gardens, Falling Snow. He released 3 consecutive Blood Demon Arts towards Shinazugawa. Tomioka waved his folding fan, unleashing a flurry of 9 strikes mixed with frost towards Shinazugawa. The sky filled with sharp ice pillars sealing off all escape routes, while 2 ice dolls charged at Shinazugawa. Third form Skin of the Rock Body. Shinazugawa took a deep breath, managing to defend against most of the attacks, but still got knocked down by several ice pillars, unable to rise. Blood Demon Art Scattering Lotus. Once I kill you, I can take Miss Kanai home. Now quietly go to your death. Watching Shinazugawa collapse on the ground, Tomioka felt somewhat bored. Even with the Hekido, he couldn't get close, so what was the use? Breath of Wind First Form Dust Whirlwind Slicing. A flash of green light appeared instantly, obliterating numerous tiny ice flowers, leaving behind a rotating blade of wind capable of easily slicing the ground. He protected Shinazugawa. Kanroji Mitsuri had arrived. The Breath of Wind 8th Form Initial Gale / Saw Fushishun Shimi charging towards Tongmao, a gust of fierce wind, dispersing the surrounding toxic ice crystals, allowing Huayan and the others to catch their breath. Shimi used the red blade. Bei Minjiu, Xingming commanded in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Shimi gripped tightly, and the blade instantly turned crimson. Tongmao leaped onto the body of the water lily bodhisattva, evading Fushishun Shurmi's attack, marking the first movement since the onset of the battle. Breath of Water 7th Form Dripping Ripple Stab. A swift attack shattered the ice figures surrounding Kanahui as Rentaki Zokitsu rushed over to rescue the somewhat exhausted Kanahui. If not for Tongmyo's mercy, Kanahui would have never made it this far. Attack me. The 2 Nichiren blades colliding can activate the red blade. Kanahui exclaimed, already drawing her sword to slash at Rentaki Zokitsu. Zokitsu, without suspicion, engaged in a rapid clash of the 2 Nichiren blades, which indeed glowed red. Although he did not understand the principle, it did not hinder him from charging at Tongmao. Another 2 Hashira have arrived. This is getting more interesting. Blood Demon Art Mist Ice Water Lily Bodhisattva Blood Demon Art Crystal Prince. Once again, a water lily bodhisattva rose from the ground, and the surrounding ice figures quickly began to take shape. Breath of Rock 5th Form Tile, Will Punishment Breath of Wind, 2nd Form Claw, the Wind Breath of Water 3rd Form, Flowing Dance Breath of Flower 6th Form, Spiral Peach. 3 red blades charged towards Tongmao, while Kanahui, aware of her exhaustion, directed her attacks at the surrounding ice figures and the water lily bodhisattva. Blood Demon Art Lotus Leaf Ice, Blood Demon Art Scattered Lotus, Flower Blood Demon Art Creeping Lotus, Blood Demon Art Frozen Cloud. 4 Blood Demon Arts took shape in an instant, intending to disrupt the attacks of the group. Tongmao himself did not wish to move at all. Breath of Wind 5th Form Cold Autumn's Falling Wind. Seeing this, Shimi changed tactics mid-attack, unleashing a wide-range assault, swinging a massive wind blade that swirled around him from above. This dispersed Tongmyo's Blood Demon Art, allowing rock and water to attack. Tongmao smiled as he held a folding fan to block the imminent attack, but the might of the red blade was not so easily repelled. Suddenly, a meteor hammer struck, blowing apart Tongmyo's arm, taking half of the water lily bodhisattva's head with it. This time, Tongmyo's right hand did not instantly recover, and a significant amount of blood spread through the air. At the same time, Rentaki Zokitsu's attack arrived, aiming for Tongmyo's neck. With a clang, the Nichiren blade shattered, leaving only a faint trace of blood on Tongmyo's neck. Got you! Seeing Rentaki Zokitsu's shocked expression, Tongmao chuckled, and his other hand lunged towards Zokitsu's head. If this grasp succeeded, Zokitsu would likely die on the spot. Breath of Wind 6th Form Black Wind Smoke. Fushiguro and Shimi rushed in again, cutting off Tongmyo's other hand that was reaching for Zokitsu, saving him. Second form Heaven's Fragment. At the same time, Minji's second attack struck, heading for Tongmyo's head. Although the Hashira were fighting together for the first time, their cooperation was indeed seamless, providing Tongmyo no opportunity to breathe. Your strength is decent, but this is all there is. Tongmyo retreated a short distance to evade the attack, and his previously interrupted right hand began to slowly recover. In a somewhat bored tone, he said, "Blood Demon Art Crystal Prince." In an instant, 5 ice figures took shape, not attacking the Hashira, but starting to use various blood demon arts, resulting in over a dozen ice figures on the battlefield. At this moment, Kanahui was at her limit, propping herself up, with her Nichiren blade drained of combat power. Zokitsu's Nichiren blade had shattered, leaving only the hilt in his hand, while Minji was gasping heavily, utterly exhausted. Only Fushiguro and Shimi still had the strength to fight. However, seeing nearly 30 ice figures, he felt a wave of despair. The number of ice figures was still increasing, while Tongmyo sat on the water lily Bodhisattva, wearing a smile that appeared particularly false. Fortunately, the east was beginning to brighten. Tongmyo looked up at the sky. "Oh dear, what a delightful night this has been. It's a pity I couldn't take Miss Kanahui with me. Miss Kanahui, do remember to come visit me when you have the time. I will miss you. Now Nego." Suddenly a rift tore open the space around Tongmyo, revealing a strange and grand city where a Pipa player sat, her long black hair covering her eyes, obscuring her features. The Pipa player slowly plucked the strings, and Tongmyo had already entered the city while the rift slowly closed, disappearing. "What is that?" Rintaki Zokitsu's voice trembled, having barely dragged until dawn, and now, just when the upper moon was about to perish here, a bizarre city appeared to take it away. Anyone would feel a sense of unwillingness. "Amiba, this must be the infinite city that Yu Chengxiang spoke of. The one with the Pipa should be upper moon for Negu. This blood demon art is truly terrifying. I wonder what methods Yu Chengxiang has to deal with this evil spirit." Everyone felt a pang of discomfort watching the disappearing city. They had pushed themselves to the limit even with the enhancement of the Red Blade, yet Tongmyo had seemingly not taken the battle seriously, merely using blood demon arts to summon minions. If they had waited another half an hour until dawn, everyone would have surely perished here. "When we return to headquarters, I will apologize to Yu Chengxiang. Follow his advice. Perhaps he was right," Kanahui said after a long silence. "How are everyone's injuries?" Yuchen drove the carriage to the group, looking at the battlefield that resembled a plowed field swallowing hard. While the others fought, Yuchen and Mitsuri had been lying on a distant hillside, peeking to observe the situation. Only when they saw Tongmyo being taken away by Negu did they dare to drive the carriage over. "Hey, you didn't run away," Shimi said in disbelief, thinking Yuchen would have fled long ago. However, she did not blame him. With a level 7 swordsman and a regular person left behind, it was akin to sending them to their death. "Do you think I would only run away in your mind?" Yuchen said with a hint of grievance. "Why run? Come here to die. With your little arms and legs, Tongmyo could just wave a hand and you'd be done for." Shimi spoke harshly, but deep down, she was still somewhat concerned about Yuchen. However, the proud Shimi would never admit it. I saw. I was observing from a distance the whole time. Really strong for." Yuchen trailed off midway, fearing a beating. The main takeaway was to follow one's heart. Everyone returned to headquarters. "Follow me to the Butterfly Mansion, as we need to deal with the large amount of toxins in our lungs. This blood demon art indeed restrains swordsmen." After resting for a while, Kanahui felt better. Only Yuchen's carriage remained among the three, summoning the scattered spirits around them, and the group began their journey home. Kanahui was severely injured. Minji was heavily wounded as well. Rintaki Zokitsu's Nichiren blade had shattered, and he was poisoned, while Fushiguro and Shimi was unharmed. In this battle, the 4 Hashira managed to achieve a close stalemate, and thankfully there were no casualties. "It's fortunate we had Zokitsu-senpai with us, otherwise we might not have lasted until dawn." Yuchen reflected on the day's battle, feeling a sense of dread. "Mitsuri, keep pushing forward. You'll become a Hashira soon." Yuchen encouraged Mitsuri. "Yes, I can already achieve total concentration constant. I believe one day I will become a Hashira," Mitsuri declared loudly. "Go for it. I have faith in you, Mitsuri. I heard you ran into upper rank too." Chen Yaozai sat beneath the tree chatting with Xiao Niaoyo Yuchen. "Yes, we nearly died. Still, that fight yielded something of value. At least we obtained concrete intelligence on upper rank 2's combat capability," Yuchen said after a moment's thought. "You took the stone pillar and the former water pillar with you. Weren't you afraid of causing grievous losses to the demon slaying corps?" "I was worried for a long time," Chen Yaozai admitted. "You think I wasn't worried too? If anything had gone wrong, I would have had to commit seppuku. Fortunately, things went fairly smoothly. This operation has at least softened several pillars toward me. Misfortune has turned into some blessing. What are your plans next? I hear you've been searching for many people. It's left the corps short-handed." "Not that many," Yuchen protested. "We're only looking for a few individuals, the Zayamin Tan Shiroyang family, the Shirtu Wu Ilong household, and my comrade Wokishani. It won't leave the core empty-handed, will it? Yu Chen stared in disbelief. How many people do you think the core has hidden away? Every region requires manpower. By requisitioning, so many other areas lack sufficient hands to function. I've already received complaints from some districts. Ahem. Those people are future pillars, Yu Chen said sheepishly. I am not neglecting things simply because manpower is scarce, am I? Besides, I plan to search for Zushi's whereabouts next. Shall we wait a while? Chen Yaozai raised an eyebrow. You even know about Zhushi? Though the curse has left his eyes severely myopic and teetering toward blindness, he peered earnestly at Yu Chen, trying to see through the man before him. My lord knows as well. You have kept correspondence, I suppose. Chen Yaozai coughed lightly. Tell me first what use these people serve. Zushi's existence is crucial. Do you understand what I mean? Perfectly. Precisely because she is important, I must find her, Yu Chen replied. He scooped up the approaching Chen Hualizai, 2 or 3 years old and utterly charming little child, and held him in his arms. The child, small-headed and clinging, offered no resistance, and sat quietly in Yu Chen's lap. Now, speak, Chen Yaozai said with a look. Shida's lineage carries the blood of a fallen nation. I know that. I've been searching for the heirs of that family. What are the other two? The Zaemin family possesses the breath of the sun, now performed as the fire god Kagura. It is the only complete and preserved 12-form sun-breathing. In addition, Zaemin Tan Shurliang appears to possess an ability to perceive the transparent world and innate birthmarks. Yu Chen squeezed the child's tiny hand as he spoke. Perceive the transparent world, birthmarks, sun-breathing. Are you certain, Yu Chen? Even Chen Yaozai could not remain calm upon hearing this. The demon-slaying core at large may be unaware, but the lord of the core bears knowledge of such matters. The cost of those markings is great, so I never told the pillars. Perceiving the transparent world, however, demands an exceedingly high martial attainment. Telling others would be useless. As for the He Dao, we know the name, but have never learned how to open it. Even though you taught the method, recently only a precious few can accomplish it. Absolutely, Yu Chen affirmed. What about the last one? What is Wokishani's status? Chen Yaozai asked, composing himself after a sip of tea. He's a coward, a crybaby, loud-voiced, but with remarkably keen hearing. Silence fell. Chen Yaozai looked up and asked, That's all? That's all? You're lying. You must be hiding something from me. Truly not. It's that simple. Yu Chen shrugged helplessly. He could not fathom why telling the truth earned him no belief. Are you sure he will become a pillar in the future? Could a great upheaval change his temperament? Chen Yaozai queried. The core has had many with Wokishani's temperament, most of whom never became swordsmen and remained covert operatives. Well, he is not a pillar now, but he can be used to kill Nezuko. Whether Nezuko lives or dies may hinge on him. Can you lay out the plan? I could, but first you must tell me where Zhushi is. Without Zhushi, Muzan cannot be slain. Yu Chen, then tell me your next move. A few days later at the butterfly house. Sister, how are you? Are you feeling any better? Diarain said cautiously as seen Hui's bedside. At the other side stood Li Hualuo, Zhang frozen and wooden like a mannequin. The poison has been neutralized. With some rest, she should recover. Xiang Naihui murmured weakly. How is the rock pillar? He awakened yesterday and departed for his assigned district. Also, Bu Sichuan Shimi has returned. You should call him Wine Pillar, you little girl. Never address him by name. It's impolite. Xiang Naihui tapped Dai Run on the forehead with a weak hand. Flower Pillar, are you feeling better? Dai Run and Zhang Naihu are here. Yu Chen greeted them as he entered the room. What brings you? Sister is covered in wounds after going out with you, Dai Ren said testily. Little Ren, do not be rude. Xiang Naihui scolded. This time I acted on my own. It had nothing to do with Yu Chen. It's all right, little Ren is simply blunt. I don't mind, Yu Chen said, waving a hand to ease the mood. Sully Diren offered. She was obedient to her sister's rebuke. Li Hualuo Zhang Naihu tilted her head and appraised Yu Chen with a hollow gaze. What is your purpose today, Yu Chen? Diren asked. Nothing much, just to ask when I can have this splint removed. Yu Chen pointed to the arm he had injured when struck by Shimi. Several wooden boards still held the limb. I think it's nearly healed. Come with me, Dai Ren said, already heading toward the hall. Sully. I know sister's injury is not your fault, but I was terrified. I didn't realize how dangerous this time would be, why I dismissed your warnings as if they were the wind. Dai Ren unwrapped the bandages and inspected the wound, her voice trembling with a sob. It's fine. I don't blame you if it hurts inside, cry. Letting it out will ease you. Yu Chen regarded Dai Ren, still barely a teenager. What was he doing at that age? He recalled playing house with Linghua and couldn't help thinking, I miss you, Linghua. No bon se regrega. Diren declared. Very well. Little Run is the strongest, Yu Chen teased. I'm not a child enough of that coaxing. Your arm is nearly healed. Just be careful and you'll be fine. Diren answered sharply, I am a crank swordman. Yu Chen fell silent at once. There was no point arguing. This was not cowardice, but following his heart. I'm leaving. Please bid your sister farewell for me. Yu Chen flexed the wrist that had been sealed for days, savoring an indescribable lightness. Take care. Come by again in a couple of days. We'll check you once more. Yu Chun had already stepped out of Daewoo House, yet Dai Ren's voice trailed after him. All right, got it. Shaoran is amazing, haha. With that, Yu Chun ran off not out of fear of a beating, but because he had a mountain of errands to attend to. Is Mealy here? Yu Chun asked as he arrived at a confectionery near Lianyu Xingshilang's residence, intending to drag Mealy along on another errand. Gan Lucy Mealy, as the adopted daughter of Lianyu Xingshilang, trained at Lianyu's household when she had no assignments, this confectionery was her most frequented haunt. Here, you two want to join me? Mealy rose and waved happily at him. A wave of malice, towering and unmistakable, chilled Yu Chun the moment he entered the shop. Beside Mealy sat a long-haired man whose mouth was bound in bandages, his eyes of different color. A small white snake was coiled about his neck. He fixed Yu Chun with a cold, sinister gaze. The weather's pleasant today. Suddenly remembered I have something to do. They'll be off. Saying so, Yu Chun prepared to make his escape. Who would joke about that? Everyone knew Ihei Xiaobani's reputation for jealousy. His wound had only just healed, and he had teased Iron once. If he were beaten and returned to Daewoo House, he would be mortified. Yu Chun could vividly imagine Dai Ren's expression after Ihei had to go at him. Yu Chun, don't go. Camille introduce you. This is Ihei Xiaobani. Mealy hooked her arm through Yu Chun's and dragged him into the shop with infectious cheer. I've heard of you, Xia Yu Chun of Goeisha Thui. Ihei Xiaobani cast a sidelong glare, fury burning in his eyes. How dare this wretch let adorable Mealy link arms with him? Today, I grade A swordsman Ihei Xiaobani will test what manner of person this so-called member truly is. To presume upon Mealy is intolerable. A pleasure to meet you. Yu Chun tried to wrench himself free of Mealy's arm aside from once more proving himself a hopeless fighter. He achieved nothing, and could only paste on a painfully forced smile. Xiaoyu, as a member you must be a fine swordsman. Xiaobani, I would like to ask you a thing or two. Before Yu Chun could reply, a Nicaran blade slid free and swung toward him. What was that look? Mealy has your arm, and you pull such a miserable face. Are you ashamed of Mealy? Ihei Xiaobani, I will not forgive this. Today I will show you a lesson. Mealy, help. Damn, murder. Yu Chun scrambled behind Mealy. Xiaobani, calm down. Yu Chun is not a swordsman. He has no martial foundation. Mealy had already drawn her Nicaran blade to parry Xiaobani's slash. Xiaobani feinted, knocked aside Mealy's flexible blade, and drove a kick toward Yu Chun. He had heard Mealy's warning, and so deliberately held back much of his power and speed. Yu Chun barely evaded, once again hiding behind Mealy, and bracing himself by gripping her shoulder. Step out and act like a man. What kind of feat is hiding behind Mealy? Xiaobani barked. Furious at having both hands on Mealy's shoulders, he vowed inwardly to sever Xinio Yu Chun's hands. Xiaobani's fury roared inwardly. Ihei, calm down, we can talk this out. Yu Chun peered from behind Mealy. Xiaobani, Yu Chun is only an ordinary man. Sparring him would be unfair. Besides, everyone in the shop is watching. Mealy protested, spreading her arms. The confectionery erupted into chaos, naturally drawing the attention of most patrons. Mealy's words sobered Xiaobani somewhat, and he lowered his Nicaran blade. Ow! Yu Chun exclaimed as a sudden pain in his rear made him spring up. Before anyone noticed, Diwan, the white snake around Xiaobani's neck, had slithered behind and latched onto Yu Chun. Yu Chun, are you all right? Mealy asked, flustered at his startled leap, and the white snake clinging to his posterior. She had only wanted to introduce a friend. How had it become this? Diwan, come back. Xiaobani was taken aback. He had not expected Diwan's sneak attack. Diwan released Yu Chun and climbed back to Xiaobani's neck. This is an antidote. Take it quickly, Diwan is venomous. Xiaobani hastily produced a pill for Yu Chun. He had intended only to teach him a lesson, not to kill him. Yu Chun, how are you feeling? Mealy asked with concern. Take me to Daewoo House, he replied before fainting. The force of the venom had overwhelmed him. So Xiaobani had no choice but to hoist Yu Chun and run toward Daewoo House, Mealy following anxiously. When Yu Chun awoke, it was evening. He lay on the infirmary bed at Daewoo, tears of humiliation staining his face. Awake, how did you go out and come back so quickly? Diren Mokit. Xiang Naiwi was still recuperating, so Dai Ren managed the entire Daewoo House. Recently, a girl called Shinzaki Aoi had arrived to study pharmacology and assist Iron. Siuveing. How long was I unconscious? Not long. 4 watch periods. Are you hungry? Diren replied calmly. A little. Where are Mealy and Xiaobani? They had planned to wait for you to wake, but they took a mission and left. Xiaobani asked me to offer his apologies. They'll fetch you something to eat, Dairon said as she turned to go. They're gone. Then who will accompany me to see Zhuye? Yu Chun had learned of Zhuye from his lord the previous day and had planned to bring Mealy to Qianshao. Who could have known they'd run into Xiaobani and that Diwan would bite him? Shall I feed you? Dairon asked, smiling as she carried a few rice balls. No, I can manage, Yu Chun said, glancing at the rice balls. Wait, wasn't she the most suitable companion? Bring Dairon along. She was versed in medicine and could discuss various poisons. Shaoran, isn't it dull staying at Daewoo all day? Don't you want to become a pillar? Yu Chun tempted her. I was born small-boned and lack strength, though I cannot reliably sever the necks of most demons, Dai, Ren replied dejected. In the original tale, it was only after Zainiwa's death that Dai Run began studying poisons using wisteria-based toxins to make up for her lack of strength and thereby becoming a pillar. Zainiwa's death also changed Dai Ren's disposition. Because her sister loved the Yu-chun who smiled Dai, Ren thereafter wore a perpetual smile to hide the sorrow within her heart. Not being able to sever the evil spirit's neck doesn't mean one can't become a Hashira. I can take you to a place where you might become a Hashira in another way. Are you interested? What are you talking about? Kidnapping young girls. Do you think my sister won't beat you up? Butterfly, Shinobu, fixed her gaze on Yu-chun. No, I'm a good person. I just have a plan and need someone to be my bodyguard. You know I'm not strong enough to tie a chicken. Bad people never admit they're bad. Butterfly, Shinobu continued to stare at Yu-chun. Really, I'm not lying. Besides, you're a swordsman and I can't defeat you. What if you discover my ulterior motives and kill me? You just admitted to having ulterior motives. I have to tell my sister. You're doomed. As she said this, Butterfly, Shinobu ran outside. Hey, come back. I'll give you a minute to explain. Butterfly, Shinobu came back smiling at Yu-chun. Although her expression was gentle, Yu-chun could sense the hidden malice behind her. I received intel from my lord and need to go to Asakusa to verify some things. You know I'm weak in combat, right? So I thought of bringing a stronger swordsman along for safety. Although I know there's a high chance that Tamayo is in Asakusa without my lord's token ITLL, probably be a wasted trip. That's why I asked my lord a few days ago. Why me? I have self-awareness. I'm among the weakest in the Demon Slayer Corps. There are plenty of bodyguards, more. The three methods to deal with demons are the Nichiren Blade, the Sun, and Wisteria Poison. You lack strength and come from a medical family. So, isn't it normal to research Wisteria Poison? How do you know? I'm currently studying Wisteria Poison. Butterfly, Shinobu asked suspiciously. There are only three methods to deal with demons: Nichiren Blade, Sunlight, and Wisteria Flower. You don't have enough strength, and being from a medical family, isn't it normal to research Wisteria? Consider yourself lucky. Well, talk after your injury heals. With that, Butterfly, Shinobu turned and left. This girl is really hard to fool, sigh. Yu-chun sighed and finished his last rice ball. Sister, the Yu-chun said he would take me to Asakusa to meet a pharmacology master. On the other side, Butterfly, Shinobu rushed to Kane's room and recounted everything. Do you want to go, Shinobu? Kane asked with a smile from her sickbed. I want to go a bit, but I want to take care of you more. You don't need to take care of me. If you want to go, just go. Just follow his arrangements. He won't harm you. What kind of identity does this guy have? It's simply absurd for an ordinary person to be granted the rank of a Hashira by my lord. I've heard many swordsmen under him are dissatisfied. Butterfly, Shinobu frowned. Since Yu-chan was promoted to Hashira, the non-Hashira swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps did not know about his prophetic ability and were simply shocked that an ordinary person who couldn't even hold a sword was now on par with the Hashira. Some even looked down upon him. For the Hashira and my lord the swordsman held deep respect, but they had no good feelings for someone who appeared out of nowhere. Therefore, most swordsmen were not convinced by Yu-chun. If it weren't for their trust in my lord's judgment, they would have protested long ago. Currently, although no one openly opposed Yu-chun, no swordsman was willing to take orders from him. This was evident when Iguro Abanai drew his sword directly at Yu-chun. Most swordsmen had no respect for Yu-chun, which forced him to rely on some hidden operatives while still borrowing my lord. This was something Yushiro was aware of, yet he did not intervene. The power has been given to you if you can't wield it. One day, when Shinobu becomes a Hashira, shall understand Yu-chun's uniqueness. Some things cannot be spoken of. Not even to my sister. Butterfly, Shinobu pouted. The Demon Slayer Corps has its own rules. It don't stir trouble, Shinobu. Bring Kane along. This child should see more of the world. Perhaps her personality can slowly recover. But won't you be too tired alone in the Butterfly Mansion? Isn't Kaneo still here? It will be fine, Kane comforted her. 3 days later, 2 carriages headed towards Asakusa. This time, only 3 people were present without any hidden followers. Why 3 days? You'd have to ask Tanjiro. Shinobu, remember to not be surprised by anything you see. Just follow my arrangements, okay? Can you do that? Yu-chun looked at Butterfly Shinobu seriously. I know. My sister said to listen to you for the whole trip. Butterfly Shinobu replied with annoyance. Yeah, I knew Shinobu would be the most obedient. When we get to Asakusa, he'll buy you some candy. Yu-chun patronizingly acted like he was coaxing a child. Not, child. Butterfly, Shinobu exclaimed loudly, grabbing Yu-chun's ear. A 13 or 14-year-old Shinobu is indeed quite scary. What is Kaneo doing? Seeing that he couldn't provoke Butterfly, Shinobu, Yu-chun turned to chat with Kaneo. Kaneo stared blankly at Yu-chun, then ignored him and continued to act like a wooden doll. Looks like I've been ignored. It's fine. He'll introduce you to a big brother from the neighborhood in a while. I guarantee that it will solve Kaneo's personality problem. Yu-chun muttered to himself, completely unashamed. By then, the daughter-in-law of the Kamadu family will be in my hands. Why would I be afraid that they wouldn't obediently come to me? Hee the dance of the sun born, with patterns penetrating the world slurp, just thinking about it makes me salivate. I find you quite strange, you seem to know us very well. You shouldn't know Kaneo, yet your behavior seems off. Butterfly Shinobu frowned, feeling a strange sensation that was hard to describe. That's a secret. You'll understand when Shinobu becomes a Hashira. Yuchin replied with a smile. TCH, I wouldn't want to know anyway. How long until we reach Asakusa? Yuchin asked. We should arrive tonight, or are you in a hurry? A little. I have a lot of things on my plate, and am stretched thin with no one. Yuchin nodded. Do you know what the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps say about you? After thinking for a moment, Butterfly Shinobu asked. After spending time together these days, Butterfly Shinobu found that this guy wasn't actually annoying and had no airs about him. As a Hashira, he didn't mind being threatened by swordsmen, but sometimes a fleeting sadness would flash across him. I have a rough idea, but there's nothing I can do. I can only rely on time to gradually earn the trust of the Demon Slayer Corps. If only everyone were like Mitsuri. Yuchin smiled. At Butterfly, Shinobu instantly lost her desire to continue the conversation. Meanwhile, Kaneo tossed a coin and after examining both sides returned to her wooden doll stance. We have arrived, Butterfly Shinobu said as she pulled Kanaihu off the carriage. Yuchin looked at this place that felt out of sync with the time, sensing it was not an ancient society. Whether it was the village where he was born or the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, both gave a classical vibe. This bustling city was different, even though the sun had set, it did not diminish the city's liveliness. The busy streets displayed the vitality of a big city with various neon lights flickering at night, showcasing its prosperity. Come on, let's explore while we wait for someone to find us. Yuchin stretched, lazily moving the carriage into an inn as he spoke to Butterfly, Shinobu, and Kanai. As the three walked, they arrived at a snack street. Shinobu, do you want to try some candied hawthorn? Yuchin asked, holding 2 skewers of candied hawthorn. No. Butterfly Shinobu refused without hesitation. After throwing a coin, Kanaihu looked and nodded her big, innocent eyes, gazing at Yuchin. Here, take this, Kanaihu is really good. Yuchin smiled as he handed a candied hawthorn to her, sneaking one into Butterfly Shinobu's hand as well. I'll just see if it's poison to ensure you don't get harmed by anyone. That's a bodyguard's responsibility. Butterfly Shinobu thought for a moment, finding a suitable reason for herself before starting to eat. There's some Odin over there. Do you want to get a portion? Although Yuchin was asking, he had already gestured to the vendor for 3 servings. I'll just check if it's poison to avoid you being secretly harmed. Butterfly Shinobu took the Odin. Kanaihu, take this. Yuchin watched as Kanaihu threw a coin again and shook her head after checking the result. Why not throw again? Yuchin suggested. Kanaihu was taken aback and remained in a daze for a long time. Throw. Kanaihu obediently threw again, but still shook her head. One more time. Butterfly Shinobu encouraged. Kanaihu tossed the coin high again, and this time it landed heads up. Here, take it, finish it all. Yuchin patted Kanaihu's little head and handed her the Odin. This method of Tanjiro's really works. Butterfly Shinobu seriously suspected whether Yuchin had some special preference, considering Kanaihu was only 7 or 8 years old. Kanaihu is not actually Butterfly Shinobu's biological sister. Even this name is not her real name. Kanaihu decided on the surname Kurakara from a list of candidate surnames, and it was Butterfly Kane who named her Kanaihu. Kanaihu was born into a very poor family, growing up under the domestic violence inflicted by her parents. Due to her keen eyesight, she was able to evade critical hits each time she was beaten, but several of her siblings had already died from their parents' violent beatings. Crying only resulted in more punches and kicks from her parents, so to avoid following in the footsteps of her deceased siblings, Kanaihu had to suppress her emotions. As time passed, she became increasingly numb and lost her ability to express emotions. Even when her parents sold her to a human trafficker, she showed no emotion, as if she were a walking corpse. One day, while passing a bridge, she was rescued by the Butterfly sisters from the hands of the trafficker and taken back to the Butterfly Mansion to be raised. Her traumatic childhood experiences rendered Kanaihu completely incapable of managing her own life. Even when alone, she would stand there in a daze, not saying a word, even when hungry. To help Kanaihu learn to take care of herself, even when alone, Butterfly Kane taught her the method of making decisions by tossing a coin. This method was too casual, leading to Butterfly Shinobu's complaints, but Butterfly Kane believed that once there was an opportunity, her heart would begin to bloom, and Kanaihu would change when she found someone she liked. That's referring to you guys, all you handsome readers of this book. Because I'm incredibly smart. Yuchin said proudly. I think you're up to no good. Hey, don't say that. I've been married and have a wife. Don't tarnish my reputation. Which blind person would be in that day? Take me to meet her, Butterfly Shinobu teased. Her name is Ayaka Takanashi, but you probably won't see her again, as she died at the hands of a demon on the day of my grand wedding. Yuchin's mood dipped slightly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way, I apologize. Butterfly Shinobu hadn't expected this situation either, and understood that the fleeting sadness in the man before her came from somewhere, so she whispered an apology. It's okay, I don't blame you. Yuchin shook his head, indicating he didn't mind. Butterfly Shinobu's mood also seemed to lower as if she was reminded of her family, and the three walked silently on the street with no particular destination. They seemed out of place amidst the city's prosperity. "Hey, cheer up, would you like to try some strawberry daifuku?" Yu-chin asked the two, who were silent. "Sure." Butterfly Shinobu forced a smile. On the other side, Kanai tossed the coin again. "I'll go buy it, you two sit on the bench for a while, and don't run around. No, my responsibility is to protect you, we go together." All right. Thus the three stood in line at a dessert shop. "Boss, I'd like 10 strawberry daifuku, and 3 servings of bachuo." Yu-chin took out a handful of coins. Bachuo is a type of sweet passed down from Japan's Heian period, made from flour kneaded into rope or cut into pieces. The three found a seat and enjoyed the food in this city. Yu-chin glanced at the other two's appetites. Indeed, the eating capacity of Rengoku Kyojuro and Kanroji Mitsuri was an exception. Most Demon Slayer Corps members had appetites similar to his. Yu-chin thought to himself, "Yu-chin-kun, how long are we going to wander?" Endless wandering has made Butterfly Shinobu somewhat weary. She felt like sleeping after eating to her fill. "You just finished your milk tea and already want to run, huh?" Yu-chin was somewhat speechless. "Can't you learn from Kanai? Look how obedient she is." At this moment, Kanai was slowly sipping from a milk tea cup, her small frame, holding a big cup, adorably cute. "I want a refill." Butterfly Shinobu was no longer tsundere, or perhaps this was the personality she should have at her age. All right. Who are we waiting for anyway? If you see a little arrogant brat with green hair and purple eyes, that's the person we're waiting for, Yu-chan said after handing a milk tea to Butterfly Shinobu. "Can't we just go find him directly?" Butterfly Shinobu asked curiously. "We can't find him, we have to wait for him to come looking for me." Yu-chan also wanted to search directly, but he couldn't see through Yoshiru's illusions. "We can only hope that the message from Lord Shogun gets through, and the token that was supposed to come will be noticed by Tamayo." The three wandered aimlessly on the street, feeling a bit drowsy after having eaten and drunk their fill. As they noticed the streets becoming increasingly deserted, they began to head towards the inn. Who knows where Yushirlang is? Yu-chin's legs felt sore from walking, yet he still hadn't seen the person he was looking for. "Yu-chin-kun, it seems you won't be able to meet the person you're looking for today," said Butterfly Ninja. "It's fine, it's not a big deal. Tomorrow we'll take you out to explore again." With that, he entered the inn to prepare for bed. You really can wander around. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Yushirlang sitting casually by the table. "Hey, what the hell, how are you here?" Yu-chin's face darkened. "After running around all night, you tell me you're in my room. You must be the famous Yu-chan, right? Lord Zhu wants to see you, come with me." Yushirlang said impatiently. "Wait, there are 2 more people. Those 2 ugly girls who were shopping with you. Brother, heed my advice, such words should not be spoken." Yu-chan retorted as expected of that kid. Yushirlang, apart from Zhu, everyone else was ugly. "Aren't ugly girls off limits to talk about?" Yushirlang scoffed, completely unaware of Yu-chin's ill intentions. Yu-chin remained silent, merely smiling as he knocked on the door of Butterfly Ninja and Kanai. "Mr. Takanashi, he's a demon. Are you collaborating with a demon?" Butterfly Ninja confronted coldly, her tone quite unfriendly, with a hint of drawing her sword. "The existence of Yushirlang and Zhu is known to our lord. They are not like Kibutsuji Musen, who are man-eating demons. My whole family died at the hands of demons. Do you think I'd ever ally with them?" Yu-chan hurriedly stepped forward to stop Butterfly Ninja, who seemed ready to attack Yushirlang as soon as the door. At this time, Butterfly Ninja, because of her sister's ideology of coexisting peacefully with non-carnivorous demons, could still be persuaded to some extent, though she glared fiercely at Yushirlang's hand resting on her Nichiren blade, ready to draw. "Are we going or not?" Yushirlang said with evident impatience. Let's go, replied Yu-chan as he pulled Butterfly Ninja along. "Mr. Takanashi, I hope you understand what you're doing right now." Butterfly Ninja's tone was grave as she followed along with Kanai, seemingly cooling her relationship with Yu-chan to a freezing point. "I'm very clear, they are the most crucial link in killing Kibutsuji Musen. Please be patient, little ninja. I will clarify everything in due time. If it weren't for my sister saying to follow your instructions throughout, I would have cut you down with one strike." As Butterfly Ninja followed Yushirlang, they continued to bicker. Turning left and right as they walked, Yushirlang suddenly collided with a wall and disappeared. "We've arrived, follow me." Yu-chan quickened his pace and also crashed into the wall. Inside was an exquisite manor, a 2-story compound with a refined and grand atmosphere. "You must be Yu-chan, the first Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. I have heard that you have a way to slay Kibutsuji Musen." Zhu inquired curiously while sitting on the tatami. "Please don't make fun of me, Miss Zhu. I do have a general method, but it requires your cooperation. I heard that Miss Zhu has been researching potions for transformation and aging, among other things." "What did you know, Mr. Takanashi? This matter should be known to no one." Zhu's pupils contracted in shock. "I came this time primarily to help Miss Zhu obtain some blood from the 12 Kazuki for your research. However, the blood of demons dissipates after being outside their bodies for too long, so I need Miss Zhu to provide suitable instruments for blood extraction." Yu-chan stated directly without answering Zhu's question. That's not difficult, I can have Yu Lang make it for you, but I'm still a bit curious as to how you know of my existence and seem so familiar with me. It's not that I understand, it's just that I've had a precognitive ability since childhood and have seen Miss Zhu in my visions. Yu-chan pondered for a moment and said, realizing that he needed to show some sincerity to avoid Zhu doubts. What kind of future? The end of Musen. Yu-chan gazed directly into Zhu eyes as he said this. Damn, how dare this scoundrel stare so directly at Lady Zhu. Yu Lang felt a surge of frustration, wishing he could just eliminate Yu-chan on the spot. Did we succeed? Zhu voice trembled, filled with the hopes of countless days and nights over the past 400 years. Yes, all demons perished except for Yu Lang and Shichamel. Lady Zhu, how dare he? Yu Lang stepped back. Before Yu Lang could finish his sentence, Zhu interrupted him, ordering him to Butterfly Ninja and Kanaihu stood quietly to the side, observing without a word, but the grip on their swords revealed their inner turmoil. How can I trust you? Zhu looked at Yu-chan and asked. For now, I can't provide any evidence, but I know one thing that might serve as evidence. What is it? Zhu asked, intrigued. Yu Lang writes observation journals for Lady Zhu every day with updates at a frequency of every minute, filling 8 or 9 pages in a day. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at the blushing Yu Lang, who had retreated to the side, his face as red as a ripe lobster. Slander. Lady Zhu, he is slandering me. Yu Lang shouted, loudly, impatiently stepping forward to try to hit Yu-chan. This is my most important secret. Damn it, how can there be such a person in the world? How can such a disgusting guy appear in front of Lady Zhu? Looking at the lovesick expression on Butterfly Ninja's face, Yu Lang felt like he was going crazy. Wasn't this discussion about prophecies? How did it come back to me? Who understands the family matters? I just said that the two beside him were ugly. Is that necessary? Yu Lang, be good. Zhu gently stroked Yu Lang's hair to comfort him. Yes. Yu Lang retreated to the side. Once more, though, he was so angry he wanted to hit Yu-chan, but Lady Zhu was stroking his hair. Today, Lady Zhu is still as beautiful as ever. This matter indeed him, so I can trust Mr. Takanashi a bit. Zhu cast a strange glance at Yu-chan. Naturally, she knew that Yu Lang wrote observation journals every day. She just hadn't paid much attention. This was a secret between Zhu and Yu Lang, with no one else aware. Yu-chan once again engaged in conversation with Zhu, this time also inviting Butterfly Ninja to join and hoping she would stay for a while to research some medicines with Miss Zhu. He expressed a desire for Butterfly Ninja to learn something from Zhu. Zhu also explained that she and Yu Lang did not eat humans and that in atonement, she kept track of Kibutsuji Musen's activities. She was the first demon to break free from Musen's control, surviving by consuming small amounts of blood and becoming a doctor who treats humans. On one occasion, to save Yu Lang, who had a terminal illness, she turned him into a demon after inquiring and thus allowed him to continue living. Yu-chan quietly listened while also expressing a hope for Butterfly Ninja to stay and learn for a while, believing that when she returned, she could become a new Hashira in the Demon Slayer Corps. In the following days, Yu-chan stayed at Zhu place, mainly to observe whether the relationship between Butterfly Shinobi and Zhu was harmonious. If a fight broke out, at least he could mediate. However, after a few days of observation, he found that Butterfly Shinobi was quite sensible, following Zhu daily to learn various medical theories. Meanwhile, he himself was idly doing nothing in the courtyard. Yu Lang also made several syringes and handed them to Yu-chan, who was not welcomed and was told to leave quickly. Miss Zhu, I have matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you further. He'll leave Xiao Xin to you. One morning, Yu-chan brought Kane to meet Zhu. Aside from bickering with Yu Lang, he really had nothing else to do these days. Seeing that Xiao Xin had already adapted to this place, Yu-chan began to bid farewell to Zhu. Hurry up and go, I want to see you off, Yu Lang exclaimed with excitement upon hearing that Yu-chan was leaving. Finally, the rascal Yu-chan was about to depart. Yu Lang. Zhu frowned. Yes. The frowning Miss Zhu looked so beautiful today, she was even more stunning. Yu Lang felt a secret delight. Yu-chan-kun, won't you stay a few more days? Zhu still has some questions to discuss with you, Zhu said tactfully. No, the Demon Slayer Corps has a lot of matters to attend to. We've said what needed to be said, so I won't stay any longer. After saying this, Yu-chan, with Kane, boarded the carriage back home. Kane, do you miss Sister Shin? Yu-chan asked Kane in the carriage. Kane glanced at Yu-chan without replying, displaying a polite smile, then continued to space out. Yu-chan looked at Kane's expression with disinterest, feeling that Xiao Xin was more entertaining as she would get angry with just a tease. The two hurriedly rode back to the headquarters before dark, as Yu-chan dared not spend the night outside. Now, with no protective power and Kane having never learned breathing techniques, encountering a demon would be disastrous. After sending Kane back to the Butterfly Mansion, he explained to Kane's elder sister that Butterfly Shinobi was studying in Asakusa and would return after some time. He also quietly inquired if Kane's sister would be interested in teaching Kane to become a swordsman. I just hope Kane can grow up happily. The hatred of our generation shouldn't be passed on to the next, was what Kane's sister said at that time. Yu-chan thought it didn't matter as Kane would learn stealthily anyway, and she was quite successful at it, even researching the Crimson Eye of the other shore with Butterfly Shinobi. After leaving the Butterfly Mansion, Yu-chan went to the Hidden Core and learned that Kanroji Mitsuri and Iguro Abanai had not yet returned, but they had already tracked down the whereabouts of Tanjiro Kamado. Having been swindled of his money by the person he loved, Tanjiro was now being beaten by a group of loan sharks. I'm gonna stop hitting me, I'll pay you back. Tanjiro cried and ran as these days had not been easy for him. After gathering all his savings to redeem his beloved girl, he found out that she had run off with someone else without even having touched her hand. He was also burdened with massive debts. Every day Tanjiro was either being chased or chasing after someone, but fortunately Yu-chan had already released a message looking for a boy named Tanjiro Kamado, which caught the attention of the Demon Slayer Corps. Before Sanemi Shinazugawa took on a disciple, they cleared Tanjiro's debts, and on the way to the headquarters Tanjiro was not behaving himself and was shouting, thinking he was being sold. He asked the members of the Demon Slayer Corps if they were going to sell his kidneys, repeatedly insisting that he was still young and had never been married and he could work off his debt for the rest of his life, pleading with them not to take his kidneys. The members of the Corps grew tired of Tanjiro's loud voice, knocking him out several times, making him even more convinced that he was going to have his kidneys taken, completely disbelieving what the members said. If you make any more noise, it'll take your kidneys right now, dig out your tongue, and remove your corneas, one of the members said harshly. They had almost been driven to madness by Tanjiro's incessant shouting, completely unable to understand how a young boy could have such a loud voice and so much energy. Didn't he ever get tired of talking all day? Originally, it was just an ordinary task, but had left him mentally exhausted. Well, you really are going to take my kidneys? What you said about meeting some important person was all a lie. Well, I haven't even gotten married, yet. I haven't yet. Tanjiro's cries grew even louder, and unsurprisingly, he was knocked out again. Yu-chan-sama, there's news about your family. One day, while Yu-chan was drinking tea, a member of the Hidden Corps reported. Good, where? Bring me the information, Yu-chan said, somewhat delighted finally having found someone. Mitsuri isn't here, and Shin is with Zhu Shi. Who will accompany me? Yu-chan looked at the documents in his hand, contemplating suitable bodyguards. Where are Rengoku Kyojuro and Tomioka Ju now? Yu-chan asked the hidden member. They're currently on a mission and won't come back to the headquarters for a while. Which swordsmen are at the headquarters now? And what is your name? Yu-chan looked at the bespectacled member. Currently there are Murata, Kenzaki, Aoi, Iguro, Abanai, Kaguchi, and Ayara. And also the flower Hashira. My name is Maeda Masao, the bespectacled member said. Aren't you responsible for designing the Demon Slayer Corps uniforms? Yu-chan's expression became somewhat strange. Does Yu-chan-sama know me? The design is quite good. Yu-chan encouraged, patting Maeda's shoulder. He heard that the bold Demon Slayer Corps uniform designed by Mitsuri was made by this guy, who was known as the Lecherous Four Eyes, and had also designed for Butterfly Shinobi, but it was burned by her. Thank you for the compliment, Yu-chan-sama. Maeda was very excited, finally feeling understood. I'm going to the Butterfly Mansion for a while, so I may be away for some time. If Tanjiro Kamado arrives, just let him learn the pipa. I've already found a teacher, and just bring him when he arrives. After giving his instructions, Yu-chan headed towards the Butterfly Mansion. It's really troublesome when there's no one useful among his subordinates. Why is Yu-chan-kun here today? Kane was practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard, while Kane was silently watching beside her. No one knew whether she was daydreaming or learning. Miss Kane, do you have some free time these days? I have some matters to handle and would like to invite you along. Yu-chan smiled. The key was having a thick skin. How many people are currently in the Butterfly Mansion? Don't you have a rough idea, Yu-chan-kun? Kane shot Yu-chan a glance. Her younger sister was still missing, and if it weren't for the letters exchanged these days, Kane would have long since rushed to Yu-chan's residence with a sword. Now her sister was still nowhere to be seen, and he came to abduct her again. Goodness, is he going to keep taking advantage of the Butterfly family? Does he think Kane has no temper? Cough, 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 it's not that serious. I was just asking casually, Yu-chan said, touching his nose awkwardly. If there's nothing else, you may leave. I am quite busy. Kane issued the eviction order without hesitation. It seems she won't be in a good mood until my sister returns. I kindly entrusted her to you, and you come back telling me she went to Asakusa to study. Without any prior notice, how could Kane endure this? Not kicking Yu-chan out on the spot was already showing some consideration for the rank. Wait, Miss Kane, can we discuss this? How about I introduce you to someone? Yu-chan persisted. No way. All right, I'll leave now. Who should I find to go with? Yu-chan sat in his yard in a daze. Murata and Iyong became swordsmen in the same batch, but there are still newbies likely unreliable. Ikai Shiba, the renowned Inyang master, even if he could be persuaded to come facing off against Akito Michiro, would probably get Yu-chan sent flying on the spot. The other team members staying at headquarters are either injured or undergoing rehabilitation training. Unfortunately, the Demon Slayer Corps has been engaged in battles with demons, and the casualty rate has remained high, with every mission leading to injuries or deaths among the team. It is precisely these frontline fighters who risk their lives without hesitation that allow most civilians to live in peace and be free from the harm of evil spirits. Looking at the list in his hand, the name of Rengoku Kyojuro caught his eye. Perhaps it was time to pay a visit to this despondent elder brother. Around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, Yu-chun bought some fine wine and meat on the way and headed towards the Rengoku family estate. Don't ask where the money came from, as a rank or Yu-chin salary is on par with that of the Hashira, and the Tsujikuni family has plenty of money. The Rengoku family has been following the generations of leaders since the establishment of the Demon Slayer Corps. The title of Flame Hashira has always been held by the Rengoku family. Rengoku Kyojuro was once a passionate person eager to teach swordsmanship and the breath of flame to his younger brothers Rengoku Kyojuro and Rengoku Shinjuro, hoping they would carry on the glory of the Rengoku clan. Back then, Rengoku Kyojuro always wore a smile, just like Rengoku Kyojuro today. Enthusiastic, sunny, and positive, easily influencing those around him, wishing to protect others with his strength, while also enjoying caring for them. During one mission, he killed a serpent demon, saving Akai Shiba and Tsumaki, bringing them into the Demon Slayer Corps. This is a side note, and shall remain unspoken. After years of slaying demons, Rengoku Kyojuro felt his own ineptitude due to some mission failures coupled with the heartbreaking news of his wife, Rengoku Ruka's passing. The continuous setbacks completely crushed this originally passionate middle-aged man, leading him to become an alcoholic and indulge in self-destruction. Even when his son Rengoku Kyojuro became a Hashira, he merely believed that he would end up just like him, unable to achieve greatness. He continued to drink and wallow in despair. Is anyone home? Yucha knocked on the Rengoku family door. Hello, may I ask what brings you here? A child holding a broom opened the door and asked. The child in front was Rengoku Shinjuro, younger brother of Rengoku Kyojuro, possessing the same hair color and features inherited from the Rengoku family. However, the gentleness in his brow hinted at a kind-hearted youth. Hello, I'm a new ranker of the Demon Slayer Corps. My name is Takeyu Yu-chun. May I ask if Rengoku Kyojuro is home? Yu-chun asked the boy. Father is taking a nap. Please wait a moment, said Shinjuro as he led Yu-chun into the living room and served. Since the passing of our mother-father has been quite despondent. If there is anything that offends you later, I hope you will forgive us, sir. After saying this, Shinjuro retreated to Rengoku Kyojoro's quarters. Father, the ranker from the Demon Slayer Corps, is waiting for you in the living room and wishes to see you. What ranker? Just a bunch of useless people. Let him go and do not disturb my sleep. After saying this, Kyojuro prepared to dismiss Shinjuro and continue his nap. Lord Flame Hashira, would you like to drink? I just bought some. Yu-chun poked his head in and asked. Yu-chun felt. Lord Flame Hashira, would you like to drink? I just bought some. Yu-chun poked his head in and asked. Yu-chun felt he had to take the initiative and followed up. Get lost. This wine costs 10 taels of silver a pot. Would Lord Flame Hashira really not give it a try? Today we will not discuss official matters, just drink and eat meat. Yu-chun was unfazed by Kyojoro's attitude and continued speaking. Upon hearing this, Rengoku Kyojuro stood up, snatched the wine, and then closed the door, leaving Yu-chun and Shinjuro staring at each other. Lately, father has been in a bit of a bad mood. He wasn't like this before. I hope you can understand, Yu-chun-kun. It's odd, it's not a big issue. Just watch how I operate later, and I'll teach you how to communicate with your father. Yu-chun patted Shinjuro on the shoulder. Lord Flame Hashira, with good wine, there should be good meat to accompany it. The prepared dishes in the living room are ready. How about we eat together? Braised pork, braised pigs, trotters, cucumber salad, scrambled eggs. None of these. Yu-chun did not push the door, but stood outside, calling out the dish names. Sweet and sour spare ribs, pig, head meat, sweet and sour fish, braised fish, potato stew. None of these either. Hearing this, even Shinjuro began to drool. It was around 5 or 6 o'clock, so it was time for dinner. What else do you have? Kyojuro came out with an impatient look, drinking wine. This kid calling out dish names outside was ruining the taste of his wine. I have some marinated beef, shredded potatoes, roast chicken, and some fried peanuts. Would you like to join me to try? What do you want from me? Just say it. In the living room, Rengoku Kyojuro felt his mood lift while eating marinated beef and drinking wine. It's nothing much. I just came to meet Lord Flame Hashira. Come, let's drink. Saying this, Yu-chun filled a cup of wine and downed it in one go. If you don't speak now, you might not get another chance. It's really nothing. I was just thinking that Lord Flame Hashira is home alone without a drinking companion. Drinking alone must be rather boring, right? So I came. After saying this, Yu-chun opened another bottle of wine and poured it for Kyojuro. I've heard of you. Despite being powerless, you caught the attention of Tsujikuni Yoyai, who established a position just for you and even got beaten by the Wind Hashira at the Hashira meeting due to jealousy. Although Rengoku Kyojuro was in a depressed state, it did mean he was ignorant of the outside world. He was aware of some matters concerning the Demon Slayer Corps, and his current state resembled one of self-pity, resenting his own uselessness. I didn't expect Lord Flame Hashira to know of me. I am deeply honored, deeply honored. Come, I toast to you. Yu-chan appeared, quite sycophantic, not mentioning the purpose of his visit. Fine, if you don't want to speak, I won't ask either. Let's see who gets anxious first. Rengoku Shinjiro thought to himself, saying no more as he sat down beside and drank heartily, devouring chunks of meat. Yu-chan also said little, engaging in casual small talk, discussing trivial matters and daily life. There was a mention of a certain furied fellow making customized team uniforms for Butterfly Ninja, only to be burned by her, and how Kanroji Mitsuri was kicked out of the buffet restaurant, subsequently blacklisted by all buffets. They chatted until 8 or 9 o'clock, and Yu-chan passed out at the table. He mumbled something incoherently, but his words were too muddled for Rengoku Shinjiro to catch. This kid, Rengoku Shinjiro sighed, instructing Shinjiro to carry him to a guest room for the time being. He continued to sit at the table, drinking alone. Good morning, Shinjiro. The next morning, Yu-chan greeted Shinjiro after waking up. Good morning, Yu-chan. Where's your father? Is he still asleep? Father drank late into the night, so he might wake up. It's fine, it's not a big deal. He'll go buy some wine and meat. Well, continue drinking today. Yu-chan waved his hand dismissively. Can your father really pull himself together? Young man, you must believe that he is merely going through a rough patch. He will recover soon. Even in the hottest weather, there will be times of overcast skies, but those clouds will eventually pass. Yu-chan patted Shinjiro on the shoulder and spoke loudly. He wondered if Rengoku Shinjiro could hear such a loud voice from inside the room. Master Flame Ashira, are you awake? The food and drink are ready. Let's continue. Someone has to end up unconscious today. For 3 consecutive days, Yu-chan stayed at the Rengoku residence, calling out at Rengoku Shinjiro's door each day. He could not be driven away. Even if they locked him out, he would find a ladder to climb back and sticking to them like a stubborn plaster. Moreover, Yu-chan was a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, and with his status, it was not easy to drive him away. He was simply there to drink. There was no reason to act violently. The past few days had left Rengoku Shinjiro feeling vexed. No matter how much he asked, Yu-chan never revealed what was wrong, instead persistently dragging him into drinking sessions. Rengoku Shinjiro had never encountered anyone who could be so persistently annoying. Yu-chan, if you have something to say, just say it. Let's not drink today, all right? Do you think I want to drink? Do you know how many times I've had to clear my throat these past few days? My throat is nearly calloused from it. Yu-chan mused internally, but he still said, Master Flame Ashira, as they say, wine is the essence of grain. The more you drink, the younger you appear. Wine is a beauty cream. The more you drink, the more radiant your skin becomes. Wine is brewed from grain, and it's all the same. Once liquor enters the belly, germs dare not linger. Wine is a remedy for colds. Drink it and see the effects. Wine is a beauty cream. The more you drink, the more radiant your skin becomes. Today we will continue until we are both drunk. Let's go, let's go. The food and drink are ready, just waiting for Master Flame Ashira to join us. Yu-chan stepped forward, grabbing Rengoku Shinjiro and heading toward the living room, as if it were his own home, showing no courtesy. Yu-chan, as a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, how can you spend your days here in a drunken stupor? The master will be disappointed. Rengoku Shinjiro tried to persuade him, knowing there was no other way. If he drove Yu-chan out within a short while he would come back in. Shinjiro was sneaking around to open the door. Hiding away in his room to avoid guests, Yu-chan would simply barge in and pull him outside. If he didn't leave, they would just stare at each other, both wide-eyed in the bedroom. While he was trying to sleep, Yu-chan would be singing beside him, and the worst part was that he sang terribly out of tune. Rengoku Shinjiro now felt that his home was as chaotic as Yu-chan's place. He deeply regretted not moving away from the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters when he had the chance. No, Master Flame Hashira, this is incorrect. How can drinking with you be considered a drunken stupor? Yu-chan emphasized the words Master Flame Hashira distinctly. What do you want to do? Just say it. I will help you as long as I can, okay? Rengoku Shinjiro did not want to drag this on any longer. He had stopped being melancholic, or rather he couldn't stay melancholic any longer. When he felt a bit down, Yu-chan would tell him jokes, both risque and humorous, one after another. Now, Rengoku Shinjiro's mind was filled with all sorts of jokes, and he couldn't muster any melancholic feelings. Actually, it's nothing serious. I just want to go on a mission, and I hope Master Flame Ashira can come along just to get some fresh air. Yu-chan, seeing that the timing was right, got straight to the point. When will we leave? Tomorrow. Today we must have one more drink together. No, I need to pack my things. Shinjiro will see you out, and we'll set off early tomorrow. Saying this, Rengoku Shinjiro left without looking back. Don't go. I've already bought all the ingredients. Yu-chan shouted from behind. Rengoku Shinjiro quickened his pace. Yu-chan patted Shinjiro on the shoulder and asked meaningfully, have you learned anything? 2 days ago, my wife Zenitsu had been sent to the headquarters. Since Yu-chan had been a guest at the Rengoku residence, he hadn't had the chance to meet him, merely allowing the hidden members to take him to various teachers to learn. Today, at least, he had resolved Rengoku Shinjiro's issue and found some time to visit my wife Zenitsu. After all, he was the key to saving Nezuko. I wonder how Zenitsu has been doing with his studies these past few days. Yu-chan asked one of the teachers, who were all renowned masters that he had hired with a hefty sum not long ago. The only reason they were here was that Yu-Chun had offered too much. It's important to note that this era was not one where performers ruled. Even if someone played the pipa beautifully, they would only earn a few coins. That boy Zenitsu is very talented. His hearing is exceptional. If nothing unexpected happens, he will become a rising star in the pipa world. The teachers praised my wife Zenitsu highly after spending these few days with him. They were very satisfied with having such a good apprentice. Initially, these masters thought he was just a rich kid with a fleeting interest, but they were surprised to find they had struck gold. They'll go meet him. Let's give Zenitsu a break this afternoon. After saying this, Yu-Chun entered the room and saw a black-haired boy fiddling with the pipa. Are you my wife, Zenitsu? I am Tara Yu-Chun. How have you been these past few days? I have met Lord Tara Yu-Chun. I've been doing very well these days. I heard from the person who brought me here that you are a significant figure here. I don't understand why you help me pay off my debts and let the teachers teach me the pipa. Although I am young, I have been an orphan since childhood, scraping by in the streets, so I don't quite understand your actions. This significant figure, why would he take an interest in him and travel a great distance to find him? Having questions is a good thing, however I cannot answer you at the moment. Your questions will be revealed to you in the future. Do not worry, you are in no danger. Just focus on your pipa studies every day. Today I spoke to your teachers and arranged for you to have half a day off. This afternoon I will take you out for a stroll. Are you my real brother? Actually, my name is Tara Zenitsu. Have we been separated for many years? My wife Zenitsu grabbed Yu-Chen's hand, his eyes shining brightly. Do we look alike? Yu-Chen found it somewhat absurd. What was this little brat thinking? Was it really a good idea to choose him? Not quite, let's go. I'll take you out for a stroll. Listen to the teacher, tomorrow study hard, alright? Thus Yu-Chun took my wife Zenitsu, this little brat, out to stroll around the streets. It was simple to please a child, just a cop. Early the next morning, Yu-Chun shouldered his backpack and arrived at the door of Makishira's house, knocking on the door. Don't ask why he was carrying so much, just know he is a veteran of 10 years. Upon entering, he saw Makishiro sitting quietly in the living room waiting. He now exuded a certain aura of the Flame Pillar, quite different from the previous dejected uncle. Hey Lord Flame Pillar, you're up early. And you Chikashiro are early as well. Yu-Chun greeted, feeling at home in the Makishiro household. Good morning, Yu-Chun. Chikashiro waved, feeling very pleased that his father had regained his spirit, for he was the father he respected and admired the most. Chikashiro knew that after Yu-Chun left yesterday, his father had stopped drinking and took out the long-hidden Nichiren blade to sharpen it. The sound of the blade being sharpened echoed throughout the estate for an entire day, relentless. Chikashiro was immensely grateful to Yu-Chun for helping his father regain his vigor, almost becoming a devoted fan of Yu-Chun. Shall we set off now? Makishiro stood up, grasping the Nichiren blade he had sharpened all day, and approached Yu-Chun. How about a drink before we go? Yu-Chun teased. Drink? Seriously, do you think I don't know that you've been clearing your throat by my pond every day? The few fish I've kept are almost alcoholics now. Cough, 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 did the fish tell you? The pond told me. Yu-Chun and Makishiro drove off in a horse-drawn carriage from the headquarters. This journey wouldn't be short. According to Makishiro's calculations, it would take about 3 days to reach their destination. In the past few years, Makishiro had traversed the land as the Flame Pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, journeying south and north, even stretching his legs in the great rivers. He had walked across much of Japan, and as soon as Yu-Chun mentioned a place name, he instantly recognized its location and estimated travel time. This time, Yu-Chun brought along several Inos responsible for conveying some intelligence. Alright, Yu-Chun also had his own Tsugumi crow this time, named Matsudara, a small crow. They traveled through dusty roads, and at night the group spotted a dilapidated temple in the distance and prepared to stay there. Wait a minute, there's a smell of blood. You stay here while I check it out. Makishiro frowned, having already caught the scent of blood and foulness carried by the wind, a unique odor of man-eating demons. Don't worry, big brother. If anything goes wrong, I'll run away immediately and won't cause you any trouble. Upon hearing this, Yu-Chun quickly turned the horse around, ready to bolt at any moment. You really are my good little brother. Makishiro rolled his eyes and hastily walked towards the temple. Brothers, how proficient are you in swordsmanship? Yu-Chun asked the Inos. The Inos of the Demon Slayer Corps were not helpless like Yu-Chun. They were selected members who were deemed unsuitable to be swordsmen for various reasons, thus transitioning to the Inos for intelligence transmission and aftermath duties. Similarly, if any Ino feels they can become a swordsman, they can apply to become a level G swordsman. A swordsman can also apply to become an Ino if they find they cannot adapt to the life and death battles against demons. The two roles can be interchanged, however most transitions are from swordsman to Ino, with very few Inos becoming swordsmen. While Yu-Chun was discussing what to do if the carriage broke down, or if the horse got startled, Makishiro had already entered the temple. He saw a blue-faced fanged demon gnawing on a dismembered corpse in the corner. Breath of flame, first form, unknowable fire. Makishiro, having no habit of unnecessary chatter, launched a thrust at the demon's neck. In an instant, flames illuminated the entire temple, casting brilliant light. The demon, glancing over, realized its perspective had flipped, and its body began to slowly dissipate. I was defeated in an instant. This was the demon's last thought. The aura is wrong, there's another one. Makishiro immediately realized that the one before him was merely a newborn demon, but the aura, just now, was unmistakably that of a demon that had devoured countless humans. Although Makishiro had been despondent in recent years, his experience from years of demon slaying remained. He quickly dashed out of the temple towards Yu-chan and the others, only to find the carriage had already vanished. Damn help! Why is he chasing me? Is Makishiro reliable or not? Yu-chan drove the carriage, frantically pursued by a strange creature on all fours. Alongside this strange creature, several Inos were entangled in battle. Just moments ago, he was chatting with several Inos about their breathing techniques, when suddenly a demon lunged at him from the side. Luckily, one Ino reacted swiftly, drawing their Nichiren blade to block for a moment, allowing Yu-chan to escape with the carriage. As they were running, a building suddenly appeared in front of them. What the heck? Where did this come from? I didn't see it. Yu-chan, momentarily taken aback, crashed the carriage right into it. The horse collapsed from the impact, and Yu-chan was thrown out of the carriage. Struggling to get up, shaking his head, he heard a drum sound and discovered that the carriage was gone. The large hole he had just crashed through had also vanished. Holy crap, I am doomed. This is definitely the drum house of Ayaka. Yu-chan lamented, wishing he had never run away. If he had a few Inos for protection, they might have been able to hold out until Makishiro returned. Boom! As Yu-chan was regretting his decision, the drum sound echoed once more, and a robust demon appeared before him, adorned with 6 demon drums. Its left eye was crimson, and its right eye bore the inscription Underworld, which had a scar resembling a cross above it. This scar was left when Musen Kibutsuji stripped it of its title among the 12 Kizuki. Wait, I am a well-known editor in search of an excellent writer. I heard that the writing of Ayaka is exceptional, thus I have come to read the works of Lord Ayaka. Yu-chan took the initiative, hoping to calm Ayaka while waiting for Makishiro's rescue. Am I really that famous? Ayaka was somewhat surprised that someone preparing to eat him had heard of him. Have you heard the story of the steed and its trainer? Seeing that Ayaka didn't immediately try to kill him, Yu-chan let out a sigh of relief. As long as they could chat, it would be fine. I haven't heard of it. Come, let me tell you slowly. Originally, this was a short story about the trainer selecting horses, but it was deleted due to allegations of plagiarism. I apologize, dear readers. In essence, the trainer found a horse for the king of Chu that no one else believed in, but the trainer immediately recognized it and brought it back for the king. It proved that the trainer's judgment was correct, as the horse truly was a steed, and that's the story. Everyone should have heard of the story of the trainer selecting horses, right? No one would be unaware of it, would they? No. Did you comprehend it? After finishing the story, Yu-chan looked meaningfully at Xiang Kai, secretly sighing in relief. Fortunately, Xiang Kai at least had once been a part of the 12 demon moons. Unlike those ordinary specters whose minds are consumed by violence fixated solely on devouring humans. At least Xiang Kai still has some wit capable of engaging in conversation. If it were an ordinary specter, Yu-chan felt certain that he would face certain death today, who would want to listen to your lengthy discourse. I don't quite understand, he said. Xiang Kai thought for a moment before responding. What do you think a thousandly horse does when it hasn't encountered a worthy master? Pulling a salt cart. Exactly. Not only pulling a salt cart, but everyone thinks this horse is too ordinary, weak, and emaciated, not even comparable to an average horse. But what happens when it meets a worthy master? Yu-chan had already sat down on the ground, gesturing for Xiang Kai to join him, suggesting they chat slowly. Violence was not the way. The horse becomes robust and majestic, traveling 1,000 miles a day. Exactly. As the saying goes, good horses are common, but worthy masters are rare. Xiang Kai, you are that thousandly horse, simply yet to meet your worthy master. Yu-chan said earnestly to Xiang Kai, his tone as sincere as it could be. Life is like a play entirely reliant on performance. Do you truly believe I am a thousandly horse? Before becoming a specter, Xiang Kai was a literary writer who felt disheartened as his works went unrecognized. Even after becoming a specter, he continued to strive for creation, hoping for recognition, but ultimately, he killed an editor who mocked and trampled his manuscript using blood magic. After becoming a part of the 12 demon moons, unable to progress further due to his abilities reaching their limit, he was expelled by Kibutsuji Musen. In order to regain Musen's recognition, he began to devour a large number of humans to grow stronger. Xiang Kai's life had always been about seeking recognition from others, first from editors, then from Kibutsuji Musen. He was willing to sacrifice everything for it. But one day, a carriage suddenly crashed into the room, and the person on the carriage did not fear Xiang Kai's current appearance. Instead, with a face full of admiration, they told him, I am your worthy master, you are my thousandly horse. This greatly moved Xiang Kai, who had never received recognition in his life, making him feel that going hungry was not such a big deal. Xiang Kai, you simply lack confidence, don't you? Come bring out your work for me to see. Yu-chan sat on the ground, taking the lead. Please wait a moment, I'll be right back, Xiang Kai said as he left the room, disappearing. Whoa, XX, Shinazugura, where are you? I miss you so much. Yu-chan lamented deep within. Meanwhile, Shinazugura had followed the traces of the carriage and caught up with the hidden members who were battling another demon. The four hidden members could only manage to hold their ground and protect themselves as if walking on a tightrope. A slight misstep could lead to complete annihilation. Flame-breathing first form, unknown fire, fifth form flame tiger. Shinazugura rushed forward without a moment to think, directly engaging the demon. Flame-breathing second form, rising flame. He swung his Nichiren blade upwards, slicing towards the opponent with a blade like raging flames. The demon hurriedly raised its arm to defend, but in an instant both arms were severed and Shinazugura followed with a strike aimed at the demon's neck. With a swift motion, the demon's head fell weakly to the ground, gradually dissipating. "Where's that brat?" Shinazugura asked the four hidden members anxiously. "Lord Xiang is driving the carriage ahead, allowing us to hold off this demon, while waiting for Lord Flame Pillar's support," one of the hidden members said, panting, their hands still trembling around the Nichiren blade. "Chase after them." Shinazugura frowned, feeling uneasy. Logically, both demons should have been eliminated, but could there be another demon? When did an additional house appear here? Following the tracks of the carriage, Shinazugura arrived at the drum house. Looking at the suddenly appeared house, he finally understood where his unease was coming from. "You all rest here. I will go in to investigate," Shinazugura said, feeling complicated, suspecting that Yu-chan had likely met with misfortune. "Am I truly a useless person? I should at least bring Yu-chen's body back. That kid is actually quite nice." Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he walked towards the drum house. "My works are all here. Please, my lord, take a look." Xiang Kai appeared before Yu-chan, carrying a large pile of papers. Wait, do you have any water and soap? I have a habit of washing my hands before reading works to avoid soiling them, Yu-chan said solemnly. "Yes, indeed, you are someone exceptional. I'll go prepare it right away." Xiang Kai was deeply moved. When had he ever been treated with such respect? What he had always received was contempt, suppression, and ridicule. Even after becoming a specter, all he received was fear and insult from others. Xiang Kai secretly resolved to report to Muzin, turning Yu-chan into a specter. "Good works are never late. Go on, I will wait here." Yu-chan looked confident. After washing his hands and wiping them with a towel, Yu-chan pretended to pick up the manuscript, occasionally frowning, and then smiling knowingly, as if immersed in the world of the work, causing Xiang Kai, beside him, to feel anxious. "Please wait, someone has entered." Xiang Kai sensed someone entering the drum house in an instant. Go on, these works are excellent. I must savor them. Don't worry about me." Yu-chan casually replied, returning his focus to the manuscript in his hands, as if it were an invaluable treasure. "Oh, finally Shinazugura has arrived. I was so scared. Finally, I've held on until today." Yu-chan thought, ready to burst into song, having waited so long for this day to come. After enduring for so long, the dream has finally been realized. Bang! A drum sound echoed, and Yu-chan knew a fight had definitely broken out, yet he did not go out. The demon house was like a Rubik's Cube, stepping outside. He wouldn't find his way back. It was better to sit here and pretend. "Where's that young man who just came in?" Shinazugura entered the house and saw the broken carriage, knowing Yu-chan must be here. Given the time, he feared the worst. But he still couldn't give up and asked Xiang Kai. "I've already eaten him. He was quite tasty." Xiang Kai looked cruelly at Shinazugura. Seeking death, ultimate technique, ninth form purgatory. Shinazugura felt an overwhelming anger building in his chest with nowhere to vent. He struck out with a powerful move. This technique is the ultimate secret of flame breathing, named after the surname Purgatory, charging forward with the intensity of hellfire, capable of inflicting deep and extensive damage on the demon. Xiang Kai smacked the drum on his body, causing the room to flip upside down. Shinazugura, unprepared for the shift in gravity, found his sword stance unstable. Xiang Kai smacked the drum on his abdomen again, and a claw mark slashed toward the unsteady Shinazugura. Shulong exerted force in his legs and sidestepped to avoid the slash, instantly comprehending the attack method of Xiankai's blood demon technique. Breath of Flame's first form, unknown fire. Shulong dashed forth, aiming for Xiankai's throat. Thud, 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 thud. Xiang Kai struck the waist drum 5 times 5 claw marks, instantly slashing towards Shulong. The super high-speed barrage disrupted the balance and perception of the target of the blood demon technique, forcing Shulong to change tactics mid-course, unleashing Breath of Flame's fourth form, Raging Flames, in a serpentine manner. Centering himself, he executed a sword technique resembling swirling flames to attack. This move instantly neutralized Xiankai's slash, and in the blink of an eye he was already beside Xiang Kai, aiming to slash at his neck once more. Xiang Kai could only pat the drum behind him, and in a whirlwind the room began to reconfigure like a Rubik's Cube. Shulong landed in a corridor, and Xiang Kai had already vanished. Not bad blood demon technique. Shulong frowned for a moment before charging recklessly, causing destruction wherever he went. Flames erupted throughout the house, walls and doors were shattered, and the drumbeat began to echo, reconstructing the room, but it couldn't keep up with the pace of Shulong's destruction. "You little brat, you're not dead." As Shulong charged through, having just destroyed a wall, he saw Yu Chen leisurely seated on the ground reading. Calm down, as the saying goes, one must remain tranquil in the face of great events. Your mindset won't do, Yu Chen remarked, looking at Shulong's reddened eyes with a teasing tone. I thought you were dead, did you know that? Shulong roared. Cough, 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 I'm still alive, still alive. You two fight first, we can chat after the fight. Unbeknownst to when Shankai had also arrived in this room, the three pairs of eyes locking onto each other. Shankai, well written, you just lack an opportunity. Really? Please wait, sir. Let me deal with this demon slayer guy first, then we can discuss, Shankai replied, striking the drum on his back, once more causing Shulong and Shankai to disappear again. Shankai, after becoming a demon, your malice is too heavy, which reflects in your writing. Both the article and the words are influenced by the writer's emotions. A good article can express cynicism, but it shouldn't be entirely filled with it. This is something you need to change, Yu Chen said loudly, not caring whether Shankai could hear his voice echoing in the room. However, in terms of writing style, your article's descriptive details are quite impressive. As the saying goes, from the small one knows the great. It shows you have a solid literary foundation. While Yu Chen spoke, he continued to read the article, the urgent drumbeats in his ears, indicating that the two were still in fierce combat. Thud. This time the drumbeat was especially clear as Shankai tumbled in from outside, collapsing next to Yu Chen. He desperately covered his neck with his hand, but it couldn't stop his body from dissipating. Sir, is my article really good? Zienkai's eyes were fixed on Yu Chen, yearning for a response. You wrote very well. I will take these articles and publish them outside, and they will be signed as Shankai. Yu Chen smiled as he patted Zienkai's shoulder. Thank you, sir. I'm satisfied. Upon hearing this, Shankai released his hands from covering his neck. His head had already separated from his body. As soon as he let go, his head rolled to the side and dissipated moments later. Shulong had already rushed over, quietly watching Shankai disappear from the doorway. Yu Chen took out the syringe given by Yushalang and drew a vial of Zienkai's blood, then organized a large stack of manuscripts in his arms and walked outside. Without Zienkai's blood demon technique, the drum house was just an ordinary small house. Within a few steps, he found the exit. How did you survive? Upon exiting the drum house, Shulong couldn't help but ask. He had clearly seen the words lower realm in Zienkai's eyes. Even if kicked out of the 12th Kazuki, he was still no ordinary evil demon. The blood demon technique was unexpectedly difficult to deal with. Shulong found it hard to imagine how Yu Chen, an ordinary person, could survive under such a powerful demon, and there was an implicit trend of being treated as a guest of honor. Shulong found it hard to imagine how Yu Chen, an ordinary person, could survive under such a powerful demon, and there was an implicit trend of being treated as a guest of honor. No matter how fiercely you two fought, my room was untouched, not even a hair was harmed. Yu Chen glanced at the moon in the sky, noting that tomorrow would be another fine day. Everyone, let's stay in the drum house for the night, light some wisteria incense, and rest up, Yu Chen said to the others. If they hadn't desperately stopped the road demon, they would have surely faced disaster today. Yes. Although the drum house was in tatters from Shulong's rampage, Shankai had repaired most of it mid-fight. Even after Zienkai's death, the house wasn't completely ruined, and staying the night posed no problem. How are you all feeling? Yu Chen asked the others as he sat in the room. Just some minor injuries. Thank you for your concern, Lord Qinxiang. As long as you don't blame me, it's fine. After all, I kept you here. My lord is not a swordsman. Staying behind is also akin to courting death. The mission of the Demon Slayer Corps is to protect the weak. Your actions are not wrong. Besides, Lord Zhu is right there, so we are not in much danger. Where's Zhu? Why haven't I seen him? After entering the room, Shulong had vanished without a trace, and no one knew where he had gone. Yu Chen thought for a moment and got up to go out, first summoning Shichamaru to deliver the blood to Tamayo. Then he searched the drum house and finally found Shulong beside a damaged cart. Big brother, what happened? Where are those tears? I'm just a useless person, Shulong replied dejectedly. What do you mean useless? You can still fight against demons. If you're useless, then what am I? I can't even defeat a newborn demon, and you can kill them in one strike, Yu Chen retorted. Even if you're older and have trained, you should be able to defeat some newborn demons, but you can only stop at that. Forget it, I don't have time for that. I have a lot of things to deal with every day. Let's talk about you. If there's something unhappy bothering you, say it out loud, so I can cheer you up. If it weren't for my carelessness today, how would you have ended up in such danger? I'm not useless either, am I? Shulong recalled what had happened today. If he had been a bit more cautious, he would have easily discerned that there were two demons and wouldn't have led Yu Chen into the drum house while being pursued. If it weren't for Yu Chen's quick reaction in grasping Zienkai's weaknesses, he would have already been a corpse. Even if he had killed Shankai, what of it? The Demon Slayer Corps would have lost a member due to his carelessness. Whenever he thought of this, Shulong felt like a wall was blocking his heart. Being an experienced veteran, he shouldn't make such a low-level mistake. You need to be careful in the coming days. My life is in your hands. Shankai was once a member of the 12 Kazuki, and he still had some sense to communicate. If we encounter a demon that can't communicate, I can only rely on you. Don't think too much, go to sleep early, we have to travel tomorrow. Rest? Well, take some responsibility for your little brother. You little brat showing no respect. Shulong playfully slapped Yu-Chen's forehead, laughing as he scolded. Early the next morning, as dawn broke, Yu-Chen set off, for due to the damage to the carriage, the group had to travel on foot. Just as Yu-Chen had said, it truly was a fine day, with bright sunshine and gentle breezes along the way. The group chatted leisurely as they walked, not in any hurry at all. Yu-Chan began to boast to Een and Shindra, recounting how he had outsmarted Xiong Kai the night before and how he had maneuvered around him, feeling immense satisfaction as he was met with exclamations of surprise. By evening, the group arrived at a village, a very warm and welcoming place. Every household greeted Yu-Chan and his companions with great enthusiasm, making the warm reception feel somewhat suspicious. This place feels a bit strange. Oh, let's be cautious, Shindra whispered to Yu-Chan. Yu-Chan nodded after just escaping the invitation of an overly eager aunt. Should we investigate here? Asked a member of the Demon Slayer Corps named Fan Sang. We must act according to the situation. Do not wander off alone. Well, sleep together tonight, Yu-Chan suggested. Are you looking for a place to stay? I just happen to have an empty guest room at my house, and I want charge you. An enthusiastic elder approached Shindra. We can't fit so many people in one room. No thank you, Shindra politely declined. No worries, I know everyone in our village. They'll find you a few more rooms shortly. It's no trouble at all. The elder remained as enthusiastic as ever. No, we wouldn't want to trouble you. We can find an inn later. There are no inns in our small village. You should listen to me. Am I trying to deceive you? As the group continued to chat, more and more villagers gathered around, eagerly inviting Yu-Chan and the others to stay at the... While Shindra was indeed a skilled demon slayer, he found himself at a loss when surrounded by a crowd of unarmed, ordinary people unable to break free from their grasp. Everyone, how about this? Let's find a restaurant to eat first, and then we can discuss where to stay afterward. Yu-Chan said loud. In this small place, there are no restaurants. Oh, why not come to my house for a meal? My daughter is an excellent cook, said an aunt, pulling Yu-Chen's hand and dragging him toward her home. Wait, my friends are still here. We need to discuss this a bit more. Yu-Chen struggled to break free, nearly failing, for the aunt was surprisingly strong. What should we do now? Shindra asked. What else can we do? Just make a run for it. Anyone who tries to block us, we fight. Hurry. Yu-Chen leaped onto Shindra's back, urging him on. It was clear that the intentions of those approaching were not good. Why would he engage in pleasantries? Did they really think that Yu-Chan, known for his agility, was someone who could shy away from confrontation? Upon hearing this, Shindra no longer hesitated, sweeping aside the crowd and leading the group out of the village. I once had a mission that was quite similar to this situation. In a secluded area, Shindra said. The people there were all beautiful women who attracted outside visitors and then collaborated with evil spirits, killing to seize others' wealth to satisfy their own desires. This village must be the same. Did you save a child named Ihei Kabanai there who was entangled with a snake? How do you know? Shindra was somewhat surprised. Of course I know. That Kabanai almost killed me not long ago, and I was bitten by... Yu-Chan rolled his eyes. You are a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Does he dare to hit you? Shindra seemed skeptical. Perhaps it was for love. Yu-Chan sighed. What? Have you never competed for a girlfriend before? Not exactly. I just wanted to take his future girlfriend, as expected of my little brother, ambitious. Next time bring me along for such matters, and he'll take care of the aftermath. Shindra clapped Yu-Chan on the shoulder and declared loudly. Wait a minute, am I just a backup? You only come to me for support because you couldn't win her over? After a moment, Shindra's reaction turned slightly unfriendly as he looked at Yu-Chan. No, how could that be? Brother Shindra is a flame pillar. How could I not feel secure with someone protecting me? You mischievous little rascal, don't try to butter me up. Let's not discuss this, let's talk about the situation in this village. Should we intervene? Yu-Chan quickly returned to the main topic. When encountering evil spirits, there's no reason to let them go. We must fight. That's right. Shindra asserted, and the others agreed. Then let's proceed cautiously. I'll use Suji to check if there are any other swordsmen around. It's better to play it safe. Yu-Chan signaled Matsura to head to the nearest Fuji family's house to inquire if there were any swordsmen carrying out missions in the area. We'll stay here for the night. Everyone be careful, it might get dangerous. In the dead of night, Matsura returned with 2 swordsmen. One was a young man with medium-length flesh-colored hair, silver eyes with horizontal stripes, and a long scar extending from the corner of his mouth to his cheek. The other was a calm and aloof young man with black hair. I am Kanroji Mitsuri, a rank-and demon slayer. This is my junior brother Tanjiro Kamado, also a rank-and demon slayer. We have come to meet Lord Flame Pillar and Lord Chinxiang. Kanroji bowed respectfully. Tanjiro and Kanroji had just completed a mission and were resting in a nearby deserted mountain when they received the information from Suji and rushed over. In front of them stood a pillar and a companion. Absolute high-ranking members of the Demon Slayer Corps gathered in this place, indicating a significant event was at hand. Kanroji was extremely excited, already imagining how he would stylishly behead the evil spirits. This is solid. It's like a 9-fingered pinch of a snail. Almost guaranteed success. Seeing the 2 arrive, Yu-Chen's heart filled with joy. Even if upper moons were involved, cough cough, he was ready to take them on. Checking the time, Yu-chun instructed Kanroji and Tanjiro to head into the village to find a place to stay as bait. Shinjiro lay in ambush outside the village ready to signal once the evil spirits were lured out. Afterward, everyone would rush, and they had strong cards to play, so why bother with strategies? Just charge in. Is it really that simple? Yes, it's that simple. Go, don't worry, big brother. The usual rule applies. If things go wrong, I'll take the first retreat. It was unclear how Yu-chan managed to say this with such confidence. Thus the group split into two. Tanjiro and Kanroji headed towards the village, while Shinjiro and Yu-chan remained hidden outside. Young man traveling so late. Would you like to rest for the night and regain your strength for tomorrow? As Tanjiro and Kanroji entered the village, an elder approached them warmly. Sure, Tanjiro replied expressionlessly. The elder was taken aback by this affirmative response and momentarily confused. Great, I just happen to have an empty room. Come with me, young man. The elder, having likely done this many times before, quickly regained his enthusiasm and eagerly led Tanjiro home. Wait, I need to bring my friend along. Kanroji hurriedly followed. All right, let's all go together, the elder said with a beaming smile. What on earth is going on tonight? Yu-chan asked stealthily as he approached Shinjiro. A demon that confines a village is generally quite powerful, possessing high intelligence, possibly reaching the level of 12 Kazuki, or it could just be a 12 Kazuki. Shinjiro analyzed. The power disparity among demons is vast, typically categorized into 5. The newly transformed demon by Musen Kabutsuji can be defeated by a single adult who is unafraid and robust enough, equipped with a weapon. However, defeating it does not mean it can be killed without a Nichiren blade and sunlight. For instance, the mother of Tamayo, who had just become a demon, and Nezuko, generally the ultimate test, in Fujisaki Mountain consists mostly of such demons lacking intelligence, behaving like beasts, with an insatiable desire for human flesh, attacking even former loved ones without hesitation. Even so, nearly 70% of the final trial members of the Demon Slayer Corps perish in Fujisaki. The second type is demons that have consumed dozens of people. While this class lacks blood demon arts, they have gained some intelligence and can engage in simple conversation. However, their minds are still filled with brutality and malice, viewing humans as food, reveling in slaughter and torture. Like the hand demons in Fujisaki Mountain, although lacking blood demon arts, their formidable bodies can easily torment most lower-ranked members of the Demon Slayer Corps. The third type consists of demons that have consumed hundreds of people, having adapted to their demonic identity for a long time, stealthily consuming humans and possessing bizarre blood demon arts. For example, Arrow Demon, Kaname, and Handball Demon Shizuru. In the original work, these two demons were sent by Musen to attack Tanjiro. Some have even reached the lower ranks of the 12 Kazuki through their blood demon arts, but they have not engaged in a life-or-death battle, leading to many members of the Demon Slayer Corps falling to these demons. The fourth type of demons, human consumption, is unquantifiable. They have existed for centuries, forming collaborations with villagers in remote areas. For instance, the snake demon that Shinjiro once encountered. This type of demon has human protection, making it difficult for the Demon Slayer Corps to gather intelligence, resulting in their rare discovery and elimination over countless years. The long passage of time has made these demons exceedingly powerful, with some possibly rivaling the upper moon. The fifth type is the upper moon demons. Since Musen Kabutsuji established the 12 Kazuki 400 years ago, none have ever been slain by the Demon Slayer Corps, with only a few perishing in life-and-death battles among the upper moons. Finally, there is Musen Kabutsuji himself, the progenitor of demons. Apart from that man, no one has ever been able to inflict even the slightest harm upon him. He continually creates demons to spread fear, seeking the blue spider lily, aiming to become the perfect being that can withstand sunlight. Immortal, undying, indestructible. Slaying this demon has long been the aspiration of countless predecessors of the Demon Slayer Corps, and it is also the root cause of countless tragedies where families have been torn apart. Additionally, there are some special demons like Tamayo and Yashiro who are not under Musen's control and are instead adversaries, constantly plotting to kill him and end this millennium of darkness. It should be at most a lower moon. Upper moons 1 through 3 would not stoop to such a level, and upper moons 2 and 6 have their own territories. There are no jars here, and it cannot possibly be upper moon 5. Upper moon 4 is a pile of refuse, merely standing on moral high ground to point fingers, which is unlikely. Yu-chan analyzed, relaxing. Aren't you a bit too knowledgeable about the upper moons? The Demon Slayer Corps should have no such intelligence. Shinjiro looked at Yu-chan skeptically. He had felt this way the last time they encountered Hayuka. Remember to attend the next Hashira meeting. I'll inform you then. Yu-chan laughed cheerfully. I need to buy a feather fan and experience the elegance of the feathered fan myself, who amidst laughter Musen will be reduced to ashes. It seems some significant events took place at the last Hashira meeting. Shinjiro did not press further, continuing to lie in wait for the fish to bite. On the other side, Ju and Tenjin did not eat the food brought by the old man. They simply expressed how fatigued they were and wished to rest early. After entering the guest room, Ju and Tenjin sat cautiously together, aware that a demon capable of drawing a Hashira to resolve matters is certainly not simple, though extra caution is warranted. At 2 in the morning, the two faintly heard the homeowner stealthily exiting the room, heading towards the back. They exchanged glances, knowing the fish had taken the bait. They steeled themselves, tightly gripping their Nichiren blades, and began to circulate their breathing techniques. My lord, 2 outsiders have come to the village. They are strong and very young, currently lodging in my home. I believe my lord would be pleased. The homeowner knelt humbly in an inconspicuous cave in the back mountain, his expression filled with greed. Very well, I will reward you handsomely later. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. The homeowner kowtowed repeatedly. Slowly, a monster about 3 meters tall emerged from the cave, possessing horns and a pair of fleshly wings, appearing exceedingly frightening. This demon is Okamoto Nobutaka, who discovered a gold mine here 50 years ago and settled down. After taking over the mine, he has been using money to control several surrounding villages for many years. Whenever outsiders or travelers arrive, nearby villagers come here to trade, exchanging human lives. With several generations passing, the villagers have become accustomed to this unearned way of life, as if trading others' lives for gold has become an inherent right. There have been instances when the Demon Slayer Corps came here to investigate, but they were misled by the villagers. Common people would never suspect that humans would protect evil demons. My lord, please follow me this way. The homeowner bowed and jogged ahead, leading the way towards Ju and Tenjin. What a heavy stench. How many people has he consumed? As Okamoto Nobutaka drew closer, Tenjin detected the unique foul odor of the demon, but generally the stronger the smell, the more humans have been eaten. Tenjin and Ju tightened their grips on their Nichiren blades, intensely focused, waiting for the demon to reach a suitable position to strike first. Water-breathing fourth form, striking tide. Water-breathing first form, water surface, slashed. The two had been together for a long time. Their coordination was seamless, and in an instant they broke through the door to slash at the demon. They also released a signal flare. 2 little demons from the Demon Slayer Corps. Okamoto Nobutaka easily swatted aside the 2 Nichiren blades with one hand, his body as tough as steel. Since you've been discovered, then you 2 little demons can die. Okamoto Nobutaka cruelly smirked, his 3-meter stature and outstretched wings resembling a demon from hell. At this moment, the homeowner had long since disappeared, nowhere to be seen. Blood demon art, earth, eruption. The ground beneath Ju suddenly cracked open, ablaze, shooting towards him. Eong retreated a few steps, barely avoiding the attack. At this moment, Gangbin Shindu rushed over like a cannonball, throwing a punch at Kinsu. Kinsu was caught off guard and could only raise his Nichiren blade to block, but was still sent flying, crashing into a house, feeling as if his body had fallen apart, unable to rise again. He could only lean against the wall, gasping for breath. So weak. Saying this, he threw another punch at Eong. Water-breathing third form, flowing dance. Eong instantly moved his body like flowing water, and due to his swift actions, only a few afterimages were too slow and also too weak. Gangbin Shindu changed his punch into a grab, directly ignoring Yong's Nichiren blade, seizing Yong's ankle and harshly slamming him to the ground. Yong's body crashed hard against the ground, creating a large pit in the hard surface. Gangbin Shindu lifted his foot, aiming to stomp on Yong's head. If he succeeded, Yong would surely perish. Flame-breathing first form, unknowing fire. In an instant, Makishiro rushed over, slashing down on Gangbin Zinda's chest, lifting Eong from the ground with one hand and retreating rapidly. Young man, how are you? Makishiro asked from the side. I'm fine, he said, trembling as he stood up, gripping his Nichiren blade towards the demon before him. So there are still people here. After being pushed back a few steps, Gangbin Shindu looked at the wound on his chest, which was visibly healing at a rapid pace. You must be a Hashira, but you seem quite ordinary. Flame-breathing fifth form, flame type. Makishiro lunged forward, the flames emitted by the Nichiren blade resembling a fierce tiger ready to pounce on its prey, attacking the demon before him. Let me see the caliber of the Demon Slayer Corps Hashira. Gangbin Shindu strode towards Makishiro. The momentum of both sides was incredibly powerful as they collided fiercely on the street. The energy ring generated by their battle surrounded them, preventing Eong from stepping in to assist. He could only seek out the displaced Kinsu. In the dilapidated house, Eong found Kinsu, who was clutching his stomach and gasping for breath. Can you still fight? As expected of a task that requires a Hashira's personal involvement, a truly formidable cough. Kinsu suddenly coughed, violently spitting out a pool of blood. Eong, grip your blade tightly and go help, don't mind me. Cough. I am different from them, Eong said earnestly. You really need to change the way you speak. Eong, believe in yourself. You are the teacher's most outstanding student. You can definitely do it. Kinsu held Yong's hand, gazing deeply into his calm eyes, speaking with utmost seriousness. I will carry you to a safe place. Eong replied, not waiting for Kinsu's reaction as he picked him up and ran outside. The entire village was eerily quiet with no one coming out, but the faint sounds and hurried breaths indicated that a large group was peering from various rooms at the battlefield outside. Eong, come here. Yu-chun and several others rushed over beckoning Eong from inside a house. As for the house owner, he had long been tied up by Yu-chun and thrown aside. How could I not be able to defeat a demon? Indeed, I cannot, mainly because of the hidden figures who bound the owner. Hand Kinsu over to us. If possible, go assist Makishiro. Tell Makishiro that a grip strength of 1,000 can activate another form of the Nichiren blade, known as the Red Blade. Yu-chun said seriously. It's my fault for being careless that this time Eong is not that strong. Although he has surpassed most swordsmen, he has not yet reached the level of Hashira. Several of the hidden figures hurriedly checked Kinsu's injuries, which were quite severe with several broken ribs. Flame-breathing second form, rising flame heaven. The battle between the two continued with Makishiro gaining the upper hand, landing several slashes. However, Gangbin Zinda's tough physique made Makishiro especially troubled. Unlike humans, demons do not exhaust their stamina. In terms of recovery ability and endurance, humans and demons are incomparable. Makishiro understood that in such high-intensity combat, he could only suppress for about 20 minutes. After that, he would collapse due to exhaustion. He must sever the demon's head within this time frame. The Demon Slayer Corps has never abandoned their comrades to escape. Makishiro had already resolved to die, and dying here today would not betray the trust of Lord Shogun. I just hope that Yu-chun has managed to escape. Blood Demon Art Ground Explosion. Gangbin Shindu sneezed. The ground beneath Makishiro exploded in chunks, and he jumped onto the roof of a house to evade the flame. His body was covered in blood, gasping heavily. Is this what a Hashira is? You can't even sever my neck, and still dare to call yourself a Hashira. Gangbin Shindu, covered in wounds, had mostly recovered in this interval. Lord Flame Hashira. Eong climbed onto the roof and relayed Yu-chen's words. Damn, my grip strength is insufficient. Makishiro tested it and felt somewhat frustrated. If he were in peak condition, it might be possible, but currently he was somewhat exhausted. This is also the reason why the Demon Slayer Corps has not disclosed the Red Blade. Most members simply cannot reach such astonishing grip strength. Even if two Nichiren blades collide, it can be activated, but that also requires extremely high speed, strength, and skill. The higher-ups of the Demon Slayer Corps are also afraid that some members will try to activate the Red Blade, which could lead to the Nichiren blade breaking during the collision. Hey, if you don't come down, I'll go up. Saying this, Gangbin Shindu spread the large wings on his back and flew into the sky, diving towards Makishiro. Draw your blade at me quickly. Makishiro did not doubt Yu-chen's words. Seeing that his grip strength was insufficient, he immediately adopted a second plan. Water-breathing fourth form, Striking Tide. This was the fastest attack in water breathing, and Eong charged towards Makishiro without hesitation. Clang, clang, clang. The continuous sounds of clashing reverberated, causing Gangbin Shindu to halt in midair. Is there infighting within the Demon Slayer Corps? How interesting. Gangbin Shindu laughed heartily in midair, mockingly watching the two clash, as if toying with prey. Clang. The continuous clashes caused Yong's Nichiren blade to break, the blade falling onto the roof. And in contrast, Makishiro's Nichiren blade glowed red, its fiery hue more dazzling in combination with the unique red of fire-breathing. Flame-breathing second form, Rising Flame Heaven. He swung the Nichiren blade upwards, aiming to slash at Gangbin Shindu, who was in midair with a blade as fierce as blazing fire. How much strength do you have left? Gangbin Shindu was also unfazed, diving down from the air, preparing to deflect the blade with his left hand while charging his right hand for a decisive blow. He was just waiting for Makishiro to be without leverage in midair, so he could finish this battle with a single punch. How is this possible? Gangbin Shindu fell to the ground in disbelief. As soon as he came into contact, the Nichiren blade emitted a searing flame, instantly cutting through his left hand. Gangbin Shindu instinctively turned sideways, but was still hit by the residual force, severing half of his wing, and he could only fall like a kite with a broken string. Shoro Makisuk also fell to the ground, his hands trembling. Both the clash with Ju Tomioka and the final technique of the Breath of Fire had pushed his body to its limits. Breath of Fire first form, Unknown Flame. Shoro Makisuk gritted his teeth and charged again. This time the Nichiren blade was devoid of the characteristic flames, as he had reached his ultimate limit. Breath of Water, 8th form Waterfall. Ju Tomioka leaped down from the rooftop, the severed Nichiren blade delivering a fierce slash from above, accompanied by the sound of flowing water. Breath of Water, 7th form Ripple Thrust. The heavily injured Kanroji Mitsuri also rushed over from the incline, stabbing straight ahead with her sword, as if causing ripples on the water surface. Her illness was about to claim her life. 3 attacks from different directions simultaneously struck down towards the grounded Nobumitsu Okamoto. Blood Demon Art Rock Barrier. Nobumitsu Okamoto roared, and in an instant the ground around him rose high, enveloping himself within. Damn, what kind of swordsmanship is this? Why haven't my arm and wing healed yet? Nobumitsu Okamoto felt a burning sensation in his left hand and wing, the very feeling preventing his recovery. In an instant their attacks struck the rock barrier. With a thunderous roar the rock shattered, and the rising dust obscured the vision of the three. Now is the time. Nobumitsu Okamoto reached out with his remaining right hand towards Ju Tomioka, determined to eliminate this brat first. Blood Demon Art 10,000 stones. At the same time, the shattered rock barrier turned into countless stone fragments hurtling towards Ju Tomioka, and Nobumitsu Okamoto was giving it his all. He certainly knew that Shoro Makisuke was exhausted, but that peculiar blade made Nobumitsu Okamoto fearful to break through in Shoro's direction. He was terrified. Ju Tomioka's pupils constricted as he faced the barrage of flying rocks. There was no time to evade. Since he couldn't avoid it, he decided not to. If he could fend off this attack, he would be halfway to victory. Ju Tomioka focused intently, faintly hearing the sound of flowing water. His heart felt boundless clarity as the incoming attacks resembled colossal waves crashing towards him, yet everything felt so slow, as if something had stretched time itself. Nagi. It was as if a blessing had arrived, and Ju entered a state of tranquil stillness, standing upon a serene water surface. On the severed Nichiren blade, a drop of water appeared, slowly sliding down the blade and quietly splashing onto the water below, creating ripples. Wherever the ripples spread, countless rocks and clouds of dust fell helplessly from the sky, instantly rendering Nobumitsu Okamoto's blood demon art ineffective. Breath of water, second form water wheel. Seeing Ju being attacked, Kanroji Mitsuri flipped in the air, delivering a circular slash aimed at Nobumitsu Okamoto's arm. Bastard! Don't underestimate. Kanroji Mitsuri roared. Breath of fire, sixth form. Shoro Makisuke jumped high, swinging his sword from left to right, a flame dragon coiling around the blade, roaring as it charged towards the back of the enemy's neck. This was Shoro Makisuke's final strength. He had no energy left to spare. Give it to me. This is the end. This move is an original creation by the author, not found in the original work. Many of the breathing techniques from that crocodile character are incomplete, so there may be a few original moves. Please don't be offended. Nobumitsu Okamoto could not comprehend how this expressionless guy had rendered his blood demon art ineffective. In shock, a heavy impact struck his right hand and neck. Losing his balance, his 3-meter-tall body crashed down, firmly pinned by Shoro Makisuke. The Nichiren blade had already pierced through the flesh of his neck, but could not advance further. Shoro Makisuke's veins bulged, his face contorted as he suppressed Nobumitsu Okamoto from rising. Breath of water, 8th form waterfall. Breath of water, 1st form water surface, slash. The other two Nichiren blades pressed forward, determined to slay this evil spirit. Break for me. The 3 Nichiren blades combined, but unfortunately after striking the cervical vertebra, they could not advance another inch. Charge, charge, charge. Having observed for a long time, Yujin and several others rushed over. Perhaps a small amount of additional strength could become the last straw that broke the camel's back. Nobumitsu Okamoto, desperately resisting while pinned to the ground, could not understand how he had suddenly fallen into such a perilous situation despite being at an advantage. Yujin and others had rushed in, pressing down on the back of the blade as they pushed down. Die for me. The Nichiren blade that could not cut through was pushed down slightly further. At this moment, villagers inside the house also emerged with various weapons. Anyone who dares to approach will be killed. Yujin shouted at one of the hidden ones. In such times, being merciful to the villagers was cruelty towards oneself. Upon hearing this, the hidden one ceased pressing the Nichiren blade, stood up, and drew his own Nichiren blade towards the villagers. Anyone who takes a step forward will be killed without mercy. Everyone charge together. We must not let them kill the leader. Someone shouted in the crowd, rallying the villagers to charge forward. Kill. A crowd rushed towards the hidden ones. Anyone who dares to approach will be killed without mercy. Do not worry. I will take full responsibility for this matter. Yujin roared from behind. It was close, just a little more. Hurry and break it for me. Kanroji Mitsuri's eyes turned blood red, and a large amount of blood sprayed from her mouth and nose. The hidden one stood firm against the rushing villagers, slaying over a dozen villagers before finally instilling fear in them, causing them to retreat. He is already exhausted. If we charge again, we must save the leader. Do you still wish to continue living in a way that leaves you hungry and cold? The person in the crowd continued to urge the villagers to charge again. At that moment, this was the sound of the Nichiren blade severing a head. Nobumitsu Okamoto glared at Shoro Makisuke with unwillingness slowly dissipating. Shoro Makisuke collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, completely drained of strength. Yujin climbed up and grasped the Nichiren blade, pointing it at the villagers. In a fierce tone, he said, "The evil spirit is dead. Will you not retreat? Our swords are not without power." The villagers were restless, their faces filled with resentment, as if robbing them of wealth was akin to killing their parents. They all looked at Yujin and the others with hatred, unwilling to leave, yet dared not approach due to the Nichiren blades in their hands. Tomioka slowly helped Kanroji Mitsuri up, calmly observing everyone while holding the Nichiren blade, awaiting the final outcome. Since everyone is here, surrounding us, why not check the evil spirit's lair? Perhaps there are good things inside. If we delay, we might miss everything. Yujin's thoughts raced as he spoke again. The villagers were stunned, immediately reacting, and rushed toward the back mountain, each fearing they would be left behind. Look around for any nearby horse-drawn carriages or donkeys. Bring them to me quickly. Move fast. Yujin instructed several of the hidden ones. This ghost is so powerful, it must have the strength of Lower Moon One. Yujin looked at the slowly dissipating Okamoto Nobu, taking out a syringe to draw blood. Big brother, how is it now? Can you move? Yujin knelt beside Matsushiro, only to find that he had already fallen unconscious. Turning to look at Kanon, and Kanon had also fallen into a coma, while Iyong was still conscious, stubbornly holding the unconscious Kanon in his arms, despite his own serious injuries. Lord Chinxiang, we found 2 donkey carts and 1 horse cart. A few of the hidden ones led the horse cart to Iyong and the others, and together they lifted the 3 into the cart. Let's go, this place is not suitable for a prolonged stay. Head to the nearest Fuji family home, and have Tsugumi return to headquarters to explain the situation and invite Butterfly Kanahui to come over. Yujin looked at the unconscious Kanon with some concern. It took a lot of effort to rescue him from Fuji Mountain. He couldn't fall here, for there were upper moon heads waiting for him to sever. The cart was filled with injured, so it didn't travel quickly. By noon, they finally arrived at the nearest Fuji family home. We will search for a doctor. You two stay behind and take care of Kanon and the others. After issuing his orders, Yu-chun left with the other 2 hidden ones. A day later, Butterfly Kanahui arrived at the Fuji family home to conduct a secondary examination of the 3's injuries. The previous doctor's treatment was timely, and there were no major issues. However, they must return to headquarters for rehabilitation training. At this moment, Matsushiro had awakened, while Kanon remained gravely injured and unconscious. Yujin couldn't help but marvel at the resilience of human bodies in this world. With such severe injuries, Kanahui claimed there was nothing major. Yujin remembered that Kanon had several broken ribs and had even pierced his internal organs. Iyong was thrown hard to the ground, creating a pit in the earth, yet he still managed to stand up and continue fighting. Yu-chun thought that he would probably meet Ayaka after just that blow. Matsushiro fought the evil spirit for nearly 40 to 50 minutes, covered in various wounds. Now awake, he was sipping on some alcohol nearby. What? Big brother, you're still injured. Yu-chun reacted and rushed to snatch the wine jug from Matsushiro's hand. Wine is the essence of grain. The more you drink, the younger you become. Wine is a beauty cream. The more you drink, the more radiant your face. Wine is brewed from grain. It's all the same. Didn't you say that? Matsushiro casually dodged Yu-chun and took another sip. Miss Kanahui, I report. The patient refuses to follow medical advice and secretly drinks alcohol. Seeing that he couldn't catch Matsushiro, Yu-chun immediately called out. I didn't drink. In an instant, Matsushiro threw the wine out of the window, defending himself vehemently. Flame Pillar, please don't make it difficult for me. Your body is not suitable for drinking alcohol right now, Kanahui said, frowning. Matsushiro was considered an old veteran of the Demon Slayer Corps, aside from Tengama Sanjuro, who could slightly overshadow him in seniority. No one else had his years of experience. Kanahui could only persuade Matsushiro, not daring to be disrespectful. Don't worry, little girl, I was just disinfecting my internal organs. I won't drink anymore. Matsushiro waved his hand. I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you to find the Tsutomu family. You'll need to find another bodyguard. Do you have any plans? Let's first escort everyone back to headquarters and discuss it later. Although we didn't achieve our goal this time, it wasn't without gains. We essentially took down 2 lower moons after all. Yu-chan was not discouraged. Setbacks on the road are normal. As the saying goes, sunshine always follows the rain. How strong is that ghost? How does it compare to Doma? Kanahui asked curiously. That winged ghost is probably around lower moon 1 or 2. It can't be compared to Doma. If Doma is serious, he could tear the winged ghost apart in a second. Miss Kanahui should know that Doma probably didn't even use a third of his strength that day. He was merely summoning things. That's how the 4 pillars nearly couldn't beat it. Yu-chun compared and found no basis for comparison. What about Upper Moon 1 and Upper Moon 2? How big is the gap? You can think of Upper Moon 1 as a Demon Slayer Corps swordsman who has trained diligently for 400 years. Do you understand what I mean? Upper Moon 1 was a Demon Slayer Corps swordsman from the Warring States period. Matsushiro was somewhat shocked, becoming even more curious about Yu-chun's identity. This kind of information wasn't even available on the Lord's side. How did Yu-chun know? Do you know about the breath of the sun? The Rengoku family should have records of that person, right? How do you know what records my family has? Did you go through my study during those days? Matsushiro looked suspicious. All right. To prevent my son from practicing the breath of fire, a large number of ancient texts were burned, and I don't know who did that. Your study has nothing of value. Let's get back on topic. The Rengoku family indeed has records stating that those chosen by the breath of the sun will have innate markings on their heads, and the Nichiren blade is black. Matsushiro was somewhat speechless. Why did you have to expose someone else's secrets? I'm going to beat up Kanjuro when I go back. He spills everything, clearly asking for a taste of great fatherly love. Were these markings? Kanahui asked, curiously, having never heard of them before, but sensing they had extraordinary significance. They're not good things. Those who have them, aside from Kiyotaka, none have lived past 25. Yuchen was not very keen on the Demon Slayer Corps entering the era of markings, but he also knew that without the markings and the Nichiren blade, no matter how many people surrounded Kabutsujin Musen, they would just be feeding him. Let's continue. Upper Moon 1 was the strongest Demon Slayer Corps swordsman of that era aside from Kiyotaka. Out of fear that the cursed markings would mean they wouldn't live past 25, he accepted Musen's offer in a moment of despair, accepting his blood. It took him 3 days to fall and become a demon, killing the then leader of the Demon Slayer Corps and bringing the leader's head to Musen. After that, the residence of the Demon Slayer Corps leader became even more concealed than before, and the hidden division was established after that. Kokushibo humans have limits, therefore. I will no longer be human. Kiyotaka, my foolish Udadukin. For 400 years, Upper Moon 1 has never slacked off. He has already reached the pinnacle of martial arts and possesses a demon's powerful body and recovery ability. Since the establishment of the 12 Kizuki for hundreds of years, he has remained in the position of Upper Moon 1. There have been other Upper Moons who initiated blood battles to challenge the number 1 position, all of whom were devoured after failing. Only Akaza, a fellow martial artist in life, was spared because he was appreciated. The current Demon Slayer Corps combined is not enough for him to fight. It's the kind of thing where he can take them out one by one. Yuchan thought about the original text. If it weren't for plot armor, the Demon Slayer Corps really wouldn't be able to take down Kokushibo. Does Upper Moon 1 have a name? And who is Akaza? Akaza. Upper Moon 3, based on the current strength standards of the Demon Slayer Corps with a combined force of 8 or 9 Hashira, we should be able to take him down. However, he has a weakness in his heart, which poses little threat to us, so we can temporarily ignore it. Yuchan pondered for a moment and said, currently the Demon Slayer Corps only has the Flower Hashira, Wind Hashira, Stone Hashira, Sound Hashira, and 2 Flame Hashira, totaling just 6, and only Himejima Kaneo, and the others are still a long way off. Come on, let's go outside and chat while soaking up the sun. It's a bit stuffy in here. Without waiting for Yuchen to respond, Shinobu wrapped his arm around Yuchen's neck and dragged him outside. Shinobu is now extremely suspicious of Yuchen's identity and must verify it. Even though Shinobu is currently injured, he is not someone Yuchen can resist. He symbolically struggled to indicate his refusal, but was still dragged into the yard. Kanai even thoughtfully poured a cup of wisteria tea, which was entirely wisteria and hardly resembled tea. Truly, one can never get enough of the spectacle. Come on, let's drink and chat. Don't be shy, little brother. This tea was poured for you by the Flower Hashira himself. I don't even have this privilege. This tea is a bit scratchy. Cough, cough, cough. Under Shinobu's gaze, Yuchen gritted his teeth and took a sip. He dared not refuse. Did he not see the Nichiren blade in Shinobu's hand? Yuchen, you seem to be choking. Take another sip to clear your throat. Kanai smiled sweetly as she filled Yuchen's cup. It said that one should never provoke women. They always find ways to get back at you in various situations. No, I'll drink it later. It seems that this little girl has no face in front of Yuchen. Kanai looked aggrieved, appearing pitiful. If Shinazugawa Mitsuri saw this, he would surely reward Yuchen with 2 strikes. Big brother, you don't know me, do you? Don't mess around. Let's continue our discussion. Yuchen said, solemnly aiming to create a serious atmosphere. Elder Flame Hashira, please rest assured Yuchen is not a demon. He just needs to keep his identity a secret. Kanai also refrained from further nonsense and explained to Shinobu. I also feel this kid is not like one. How could a demon be as weak as this? Not even as strong as an average person. Shinobu replied earnestly. Indeed, even Kanai's strength exceeds his. Oh, by the way, Kanai's 9th birthday is coming up soon. Yuchen, remember to come. Yuchen was left speechless, unsure whether this was meant to prove himself or to insult himself. Back to the main topic. Among the Upper Moons, is there anyone we can currently defeat in the Demon Slayer Corps? Shinobu asked. Who told you there are 6 Upper Moons? Yuchen retorted. Shouldn't the 12 Kizuki have 6 Upper Moons and 6 Lower Moons? The Lower Moons are indeed 6. Kanai asked in confusion. There are 8 Upper Moons, Upper 1 Kokushibo, Upper 2 Doma, Upper 3 Akaza, Upper 4 Hantengu, and Neikime, Upper 5 Gyako, Upper 6 Daki, and Jotaro. The top 3 Upper Moons cannot be matched, at least the current Demon Slayer Corps cannot. Upper 4 has a strength equivalent to about 5 Hashira, Upper 5 has a strength of about 4 Hashira, and Upper 6 is around 3 Hashira. I calculated this based on Big Brother's strength. There might be discrepancies, but it shouldn't be too much. Yuchen deliberated for a moment, and continued, moreover, most Upper Moons do not die simply by decapitation. This information is crucial and must be remembered. Killing their heads won't kill them. Then what about Kabutsujin Musen? Shinobu and Kanai exchanged glances and asked in unison. It's the same. To kill Muzan, you can only rely on sunlight. Currently, the strength of the Demon Slayer Corps cannot measure Muzan. The gap is too vast. Can our generation really do it? Kanai asked seriously. Trust me, we can, but it requires time to set up. So Miss Kanai, do you have time? Let's walk and talk on the way to the Tsujikuni family. Hakanai rolled her eyes. Shinobu unconsciously grasped his Nichiren blade, feeling an urge to chop down that jerky chun. What to do? Water. On the sickbed, Mitsuri Kanroji weakly opened his eyes, his whole body wrapped up like a rice dumpling. All right. A hidden member spoke up, feeding Kanroji some water before heading out to notify Kanai and the others in the yard. Your body is strong. With some rest, you will be fine. No need to worry. Kanai looked at the young man on the sickbed tenderly. What about you? He's fine. His injuries are much lighter than yours. He's resting in another room. We'll set off back to headquarters tomorrow. This time it's mainly for rehabilitation treatment, so don't worry. Now go get some more sleep. I have to admit, when Kanai turns gentle, she immediately gives off a neighborly big sister vibe, making Kanroji blush. Are you returning to headquarters with Yu-chan, or are you going alone? I'll go back. I can't leave my big brother alone at headquarters. After thinking for a moment, Yu-chan decided to go back and discuss it. Traveling alone was too terrifying. It felt like going on a journey to the west filled with monsters and demons along the way. Early the next morning, several people set off, early heading towards headquarters. The village collaborating with the demons had already been reported to the authorities, allowing them to handle it. The Japanese government is aware of the existence of the Demon Slayer Corps, but they handle the relationship in a cooperative manner. The Demon Slayer Corps is only responsible for killing demons and does not interfere in politics. Such villages collaborating with demons are beyond the authority of the Corps and must be handed over to the government. The government tacitly allows the existence of the Demon Slayer Corps and occasionally provides some conveniences, not interfering in matters related to demons. If they discover traces of demons, they will inform the Corps appropriately. The two sides maintain a subtle relationship with an unspoken understanding. The journey was smooth, encountering not even a minor demon, and finally, after 2 days, they returned to headquarters. Shinobu was unwilling to go to the Butterfly Mansion and went straight back to his own residence. As he put it, after all these years of injuries, a minor one like this is nothing. Kanroji and Ju were taken to the Butterfly Mansion for recuperation, and it seems they won't recover for a month or two. Ju, what was that move of yours? In an instant, it actually rendered the blood demon art ineffective. Simply incredible. Once it was just Kanroji and Ju in the room, Kanroji couldn't wait to ask. You can learn it, just empty your mind, and I'll teach you. After thinking for a long time, Ju replied. Does it have a name? Kanroji asked excitedly. Water, breathing, 11th form Nagi. Just empty your mind and tranquility will come. It was clear that Ju was not a good teacher. Yu-chan sat in his own yard, sighing, feeling a headache. After thinking, he still decided to check on the hidden members to see if there were any suitable candidates. Which swordsmen are currently at headquarters or near headquarters? Yu-chan asked the hidden member. Reporting to Lord Shinshiang, Ihei, Shogun Amurata Ishiro, Matsushita, Saori Fujiwara, Takumi Magi Natsuki, and Lord Sound Ishira are currently at headquarters. Hello. Good afternoon, Lord Sound Pillar. Yu-chan greeted with a smile as he arrived at the residence of Yuzi Tangen, his face radiant. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. When you become a pillar, the Lord will prepare a residence for you at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. However, these residences are generally not occupied by any pillars except during the biannual pillar meetings when pillars from all over the country come to temporarily stay at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Additionally, special pillars like Kanroji Mitsuri will stay at the headquarters to manage the Butterfly Mansion, treat the injured, and ensure safety around headquarters. Most pillars have their own designated regions. For instance, Yuzui Tenjin is responsible for the Chiba area in Kanto. Rengoku Kyojuro oversees the Tokyo area in Kanto. Yoshiwara Flower District is within Kyojuro's jurisdiction. However, in the original work, Kyojuro died in the Mugen Train arc. Thus, Yuzui Tenjin manages the Tokyo area in his stead. Otherwise, the three children would follow the Flame Pillar to fight Upper Moon 6. That's my guess. The Pillar's daily tasks involve patrolling their designated areas, always ready to assist lower-ranked swordsmen or handle powerful demons that lower-ranked swordsmen cannot defeat. If the Pillars encounter demons they cannot handle or receive news about the 12 Kizuki, the headquarters will dispatch other Pillars from different regions for support. Yuchin, what brings you here today? I heard you reignited the fighting spirit of your senior Kyojuro, which is simply magnificent. A tall and mighty man inside the room spoke enthusiastically. The man was dressed extravagantly, adorned with a headpiece covered in diamonds, and wore 2 golden earrings on his left ear. His left eye was decorated with radiating red makeup, and his nails were painted in various colors. He wore golden arm cuffs below his deltoids, and had 2 golden rings on each hand. Lord Sound Pillar, may I ask what brings you to the headquarters? I might be able to assist you. Yuchin inquired. If it's nothing significant, then don't blame me for dragging you and your 3 wives to seek out the Tsutomu family. I actually came to the headquarters to ask for a favor from you. You, Shinzi, Tenjin laughed. Feel free to speak. Yu-chan felt a bit uneasy, sensing that this matter might not be easy to handle. I received intel in the Chiba area about a possible sighting of Lower Moon 3. Do you have any information on that? Let's take it down together in a spectacular fashion. Kagaya. No, since Pei Lang is still alive, the current Lower Moon 3 should be Rokiro. We'll find there's not much difference between Kagaya and Rokiro. Both are expendable characters eliminated by Muzan with no character traits or blood demon arts left behind. Yu-chan recalled the original work, his face darkening. I truly cannot help with this. In my prophecy, this one was killed by Kabutsuji Muzan along with Lower Moon 4 Kagaya and Lower Moon 5 Nagasumi. Yu-chan sighed. What's going on with Muzan? Can't this Demon King just step down and let someone else take over? I already had Rengoku Kyojuro deal with the spider, so why hasn't he been eliminated yet? Is there any efficiency at all? Isn't the spider your favorite child? Don't tarnish your reputation as a demon pillar, you bastard. Kabutsuji Muzan. Show your Demon King's might and eliminate all the Lower Moons to reclaim your name. I'm counting on Muzan to get angry and fire them directly, taking out the Lower Moons. Yu-chan didn't know what Muzan was thinking, but it didn't stop him from venting his frustrations. Why would Muzan eliminate the Lower Moons? Aren't they the most splendid demons under his command? Yuzui Tenjin poured Yu-chan a cup of water, his mind filled with questions. Because Muzan thinks the Lower Moons are useless and unworthy of living, only leaving Lower Moon 1 behind, as they are more adept at fawning over him and keeping him comfortable. I cannot comprehend. Yuzui Tenjin looked at Yu-chan earnestly. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. To be safe, 3 pillars working together should be able to take down Lower Moon 3. I won't join the fray, but I suggest bringing along Iguro Abanai, who perhaps after this battle we can gain another pillar. Yu-chan thought for a moment and said, get rid of Abanai, and once Kanroji Mitsuri returns, take her away for a mission. Perfect. Iguro Abanai, a grade swordsman creator of the serpent breathing total concentration constant. He will be the future serpent pillar, Yu-chan praised. Serpent breathing. Sounds magnificent. Is he currently at the headquarters? He is at the headquarters. The Lord Sound Pillar can go find him. Are there any other recommendations? As for pillars, how about Wind Pillar, Shinazugawa Sanemi? You 3 together would be more secure. What do you think, Lord Sound Pillar? Yu-chan contemplated. Alright, I also want to see if that Iguro Abanai has the qualifications to become a pillar. Give me a splendid performance. By the way, I still don't know why you came to visit today. Originally, I planned to invite Lord Sound Pillar to help me deal with the Tsutomu family, but it seems you were busy. Yu-chan shook his head. It must be Kanroji Mitsuri after all. Who is the Tsutomu family? Are they the ones? They are the heirs of the Tsutumi family bloodline. Tsutomu Michiro is a genius among geniuses in the prophecy, having become a pillar just 2 months after picking up a sword. I hope to bring him into the headquarters for training soon. In that case, if our mission goes smoothly and you haven't set off yet, how about I accompany you, Yu-chan? Yuzui Tenjin smiled. But let it be known that the first glorious feat of slaying an Upper Moon demon is mine to accomplish. It's a deal. It's a deal. After chatting with Yuzui Tenjin for a long time, Yu-chan made his way to the hidden department to inquire about Kanroji Mitsuri's whereabouts. Where is Kanroji Mitsuri currently on a mission? As the adopted child of the Flame Pillar, she is naturally following the Flame Pillar in Tokyo to deal with demons. A hidden member replied, naturally. Alright, I almost forgot. Please relay some information and request that Kyojuro send Mitsuri over for a while. I have something I need her help with. Yu-chan rubbed his forehead. Given my relationship with Kyojuro, it shouldn't be a problem to get someone over right. If he refuses, I'll just complain to his father. Upon returning to his residence, Yu-chan began to write, fervently documenting everything he knew, all his plans, all the people he needed to find, and the arrangements for them, leaving no detail unrecorded. This trip to the Tsutomu family made Yu-chan realize that tomorrow and unexpected events are both uncertain. If he were to face misfortune that day, this document would end up on the desk of Ubuyashiki Kagaya, who would continue to execute the plan based on it. Until Muzan Kabutsuji is sent to hell. Yu-chan worked late into the night, finally organizing all the documents and placing them in a safe labeled for Ubuyashiki Kagaya. If he were to die that day, this would be discovered by whoever tidies up the room and presented to Ubuyashiki Kagaya. It's just a broken lock. What's there that can't be opened? Anyway, Yu-chan buried the key right after locking it and didn't plan to open it again. What do I need the key for? Early the next morning, Yu-chan followed a hidden figure to the butterfly house. Miss Kanai, good morning. You look exceptionally beautiful today. Seeing Kanai busy, Yu-chan smiled and greeted her. Let's get to the point. It's nothing much, just came to check on Yen-tu and Iyong. Xiao Kuei, take Yu-chan and the others over, Kanai instructed, continuing to fuss over the various herbs in her hands. This way, please, Yu-chan. Shunzaki Aoi led Yu-chan to a ward. How are your injuries? We pay our respects to Lord Chun Xiang. Thank you for your concern. Lord Hua Zhu said that in about half a month we can begin rehabilitation training. Yen-tu said seriously. Don't be so serious, just relax. Want an apple? Yu-chan moved a chair over to sit down. What brings you here, Lord Chen Xiang? Yen-tu remained serious. Nothing much, just came to see you too. You are the leaders of the younger generation after all. Really? Is that true? Yin too was a bit excited, and even Young turned his head, as this was the recognition from the Demon Slayer Corps. For this time's slaying of the winged demon, you too should be promoted to the Shin level based on your contributions, while the rest of the swordsmen are still at the Run and Gue levels. I'm different from him, Young said earnestly. Yu-chan was momentarily confused, looking at Yin, too eager for a translation. What Young means is that he didn't contribute much to the slaying of the winged demon and doesn't deserve such a promotion. You tend to speak in this manner, so I hope Lord Shinseong won't take offense. Yin too quickly explained, as Young's words were often easily misunderstood. It's fine. I'm already familiar with Young's way of speaking. Yu-chan remarked, after all, he is the future water pillar. Having a bit of personality is normal. Shaolin, let's begin the upgrade. Yu-chan came this time, hoping to witness the Wisteria engraving. After passing the final trial of Mount Wisteria, Demon Slayer Corps members would have their ranks engraved on the back of their hand with a special powder or process known as Wisteria engraving. Once the rank is engraved, swordsmen can make the characters appear on the back of their hands through language and muscle expansion. Of course, Yu-chan also had one. It was a character for Xiong. Unfortunately, he had no muscles to expand, so the character never appeared. Rumor has it that after Yu-chan completed the Wisteria engraving that night, he hid in his room, tried for half an hour, his hand went numb, yet to no avail. He saw a hidden figure take out some unknown powder and sprinkle on the back of Yin Tu's right hand, then rub it vigorously. Once finished, the same steps were repeated next to Young. Show the rank, Yin Tu said solemnly as he grasped with one hand. With emotion, a bright red Shin character slowly appeared on the back of his hand, effortlessly achieved. Damn it must be that my batch of medicine expired, which is why the character isn't showing. How could someone better than achieve this, while I cannot? Yu-chan silently complained, revealing a look of envy. We still have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave for now. After Shaolin finished the Wisteria engraving, he reported and exited. Yin Tu Young, please rest well. Strive for a swift recovery. I believe that one day I will see you both at the Pillar Assembly. After patting the shoulders of the two, Yu-chan offered some encouragement and exited the ward. In a secluded area of the butterfly house, Yu-chan sneaked over, looking around to ensure no one was watching before raising his right hand and solemnly saying, show the rank. What are you sneaking around for? Kanai Butterfly tapped Yu-chan's shoulder from behind, nearly giving him a heart attack. Kanai had seen him acting sneaky from a distance, and since he kept looking for secluded spots, she had followed him. No way. Is there really someone who can't even show their rank? Seeing Yu-chan's posture, Kanai couldn't help but at the same time, she grasped with one hand, without saying the words, show the rank. A bright red Zhu character had already appeared on the back of her hand. What a moment. This was akin to a heart-wrenching act. Cough, 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 that's not true. I'm just looking around, taking a tour of the butterfly house. Yu-chan leaned back with both hands, turning around nonchalantly. Come on, you're still a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? As she spoke, Kanai grabbed Yu-chan's arm and squeezed it tightly. Ow, ow. Stop. It's gonna break. Yu-chan screamed like a pig being slaughtered, tears streaming down his face, but at that moment, the character Xiong slowly revealed on the back of his right hand. If you aren't afraid of embarrassment, keep shouting. After all, if others find out that the Demon Slayer Corps Yu-chan is hiding in a corner, crying, it wouldn't be my face that gets ruined. After seeing the character appear, Kanai also released Yu-chan's arm, chuckling, as she said, woo hey. It appeared. Just now Yu-chan, who was still crying, looked at the character on his hand and became excited. Could you not use so much strength earlier? I feel like my bones are about to break from your grip. Yu-chan complained. This is my strength, not yours. If you don't have enough strength, how can it appear? If you have the ability, activate the character yourself. So, is there any other kind of medicine that can help me activate it myself? Yu-chan asked softly. There is, but it's blue. The Demon Slayer Corps used it in the past, and it can appear without much strength needed. However, it also led to some fraudsters engraving characters for themselves, causing commotion in remote areas, which is why it was discontinued. Now, this bright red one, although it has a threshold, generally swordsmen who have passed the final trial have enough muscle strength to do so, and ordinary people cannot replicate it, which is why it has continued. How about I engrave a blue one for you? Then forget it. As a proud member of the Demon Slayer Corps, what if I end up being seen as a fraud? Just go home and work on your right hand grip strength. It's not difficult. All right, you can figure it out yourself. Ooh, I need to go prepare medicine. Kanai waved her hand, preparing to leave. Don't go. Letcha. Don't think about dragging me too far. Little Shin isn't here at the butterfly house, and I can't leave. I might manage to spare a day or two, but the Tsutomu family is too far. I really can't go there. Kanai certainly knew what Yu-chan wanted to say, but it couldn't be helped. Someone needed to be responsible for treating the injured and preparing various medicines at the butterfly house. Shunzaki Aoi had just arrived and wasn't very familiar with pharmacology. She could only assist, and the butterfly house couldn't go without Kanai. At least until Butterfly Shin's return, Kanai wouldn't be able to leave for long. Does this count as shooting myself in the foot? Yu-chan looked at the character on the back of his hand, slowly fading, leaving only the swelling on his arm, which was caused by Kanai Butterfly's grip. It seems I can only wait for Kanroji Mitsuri and Yuzui Tenjin. With nothing to do today, where should I go? With this, Yu-chan walked to the estate of Rengoku Shinjuro, simply wanting to pay a visit to his older brother with no other intentions. Shinjuro opened the door. It's me. Yu-chan, long time no see. My father has mentioned you often these past few— Shinjuro opened the door with a smile. Dear brother, I have missed you so much it feels like a year has passed in just a day. My longing for you has been like the endless flow of the Yangtze River. As soon as Yu-chan entered the courtyard, he saw Shinjuro sitting in a pavilion drinking. You bet you can't even produce a decent greeting. Your enthusiasm surely harbors a scheme. If there's good news, share it. If not, just get lost. Good brother, there's great news, truly great news. Yu-chan exaggerated. What news? Are you interested in going on an exciting and spontaneous journey once you recover? You call that good news? Think about it. We can travel while enjoying the scenery, cultivating our spirits, witnessing the local customs, and purifying our souls. Along the way, we could slay evil spirits, act heroically, and uphold justice. Isn't that good news? Good brother, it's only because of our bond that I invited you. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't even consider it. Do you even believe that yourself? Shinjuro instantly saw through Yu-chan's ulterior motives. He was just planning to drag him along for another trip, but Shinjuro wasn't entirely opposed to it. However, Shinjuro still intended to teach this kid a lesson, so he would understand what true brotherly love meant. My words are heartfelt, sincere, and absolutely truthful, if there is even a hint of falsehood. Gout's second. Shinjuro shouted at Shikuru. Hey, don't. Give me something substantial. Stop with the flowery talk. Little brat, after wandering the world for so many years, can't I handle you? Shinjuro felt a sense of pride, but his expression was one of impatience. What does my good brother want to hear? Just ask, little brother will certainly speak candidly about everything. Yu-chan smiled, ingratiatingly aware that he had to lower his head under the roof. Second, go outside and buy some food and drinks. Shinjuro instructed Shikuru, sending him out. Now it's just the two of us in the courtyard, who I can guarantee that what is said today will not be known to a third party. Shinjuro invited Yu-chan to sit down and poured him a glass of wine. Tell me, who exactly are you? Shinjuro stared into Yu-chan's eyes, speaking earnestly. Shinjuro had been incredibly curious about Yu-chan's identity these days, knowing that the Demon Slayer Corps was no secret. It was also normal to know about the existence of demons. Knowing some information about the demons could be explained by fortunate coincidences. However, sending his eldest son to that spider mountain, knowing that there were lower moons, was another matter. Knowing about the existence of Kibutsuji Musen hundreds of years ago, all information about the upper moons and the likes and dislikes of Himejima Gimei was astonishing. Knowing so much was simply unscientific. His family, the Hell family, had inherited for so many years, but had never gathered such extensive information, and how could an ordinary person like Yu-chan, just 18 or 19, have such intel? As for my identity, as long as you attend the Hashira meeting, you will naturally find out. Yu-chan, no longer indulging in nonsense, replied earnestly. I will attend the next Hashira meeting to confess to the leader, so I will eventually know your identity. Telling me now wouldn't hurt, would it? What do you say? My Hell family has been at odds with Kibutsuji Musen for 1,000 years, with loyalty running deep. You can rest assured, I will absolutely not reveal a single bit of information about you. Aren't you looking to find the Tsutomu family? Tell me the reason and we can set off again in 10 days. How about— This reasoning made sense, causing Yu-chan to fall into deep thought. After careful analysis, he realized that revealing a little wouldn't have much impact. The benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Good brother, don't say that. If you want to know, how can I not speak? Come on, let's— With these words from Yu-chan, the atmosphere relaxed once more. Actually, I am a prophet. I have foreseen the future, which is why I know so much. These matters were not discovered by me, but by the future Demon Slayer Corps. I merely brought the future information into the present. The future. Did Kibutsuji Musen die in that future? Shinjuro asked excitedly. Although the identity of a prophet seemed unreasonable, it could explain everything. The future Demon Slayer Corps would battle the upper moons, which is why they knew information about them. The future would also rediscover the Nichiren blades, the markings, and the transparent world, hence Yu-chan's knowledge. Thinking this way, it all seemed quite reasonable. He died, but the Demon Slayer Corps suffered heavy losses. The leader, Ubuyashiki Kagaya, fell in battle. The flame Hashira Rengoku Kyojuro died in combat. The stone Hashira Himejima Gimei perished. The insect Hashira Kochu Shinobu also fell in battle. The wind Hashira Sanemi Shinazugawa died at 25 due to the markings. The sound Hashira Yuzi Tengen lost his sight and an arm. The future serpent Hashira Iguro Abanai died in battle. The love Hashira Kanroji Mitsuri also perished. The insect Hashira Kochu Shinobu met her end. The mist Hashira Tsutsumi Mwitra died. The water Hashira Tanjiro died at 25 due to the markings. The second flower Hashira Kane Kocho lost both eyes. All swordsmen below the rank of Hashira survived, only 1 in 10. I see. You want to change this outcome, don't you? You want to save them and eliminate Kibutsuji Musen. Such a childish dream, Shinjuro said calmly. Although some Hashira titles were somewhat odd, Shindra did not voice this, fearing that the title belonged to someone else's breathing technique. Indeed. However, the shattered wine cup and the blood slowly dripping from his palm indicated that his inner self was not as calm as it appeared. It is indeed very naive, but I have already experimented with it. The future can be changed, oh why not make it better? Good brother, you will help me fulfill this dream, right? Yu-chan raised his cup. Though I am old, I'm not quite ready to see the flames of the afterlife, just yet. I still have strength left to use. I can't let my son get there before me, can I? In 10 days we will set out. Shindra took the jar of wine and drank deeply. This matter will remain buried in my heart. Absolutely no one else will know. Tsutomu family refers to Tsukitsumi Muichiro, doesn't it? Yes. Step by step change things accumulate power bit by bit, and many plans are already underway. If all goes well, within 5 years the Demon Slayer Corps will have at least 17 Hashira-level warriors. Come, let's drink after today. I should quit drinking. Shindra said with a laugh after taking a big gulp. Good brother, I'll join you in quitting. You don't have a drinking problem. Oh, quit what? Isn't it because I'm afraid that good brother will feel lonely quitting drinking alone. In the following days, Yu-chan was waiting for various news. Kyojuro had sent Mitsuri back and was on his way back to headquarters. Yuzui Tenjin applied for a transfer order for the Wind Hashira Shinazugawa Sanemi, bringing Iguro Abanai to Chiba to meet up with him. Kochikane was still busy as usual in the Butterfly Mansion teaching Kanazaki Aoi some pharmacological knowledge whenever she had a moment. Until one day an injured swordsman arrived at the Butterfly Mansion with 3 infants. These 3 family members had been brutally murdered by demons and were now orphaned, so he brought them to the Demon Slayer Corps to see if anyone would be willing to adopt the 3 infants Teranai, Kiyoshi Nakahara Sumitaka, and Tananaho. As no willing families had been found, yet they were temporarily placed in the Butterfly Mansion under Kane's care. Thus Kane, already busy, became even busier. One morning, after beating Yu-chan at his house, she recruited a few more people to join the Butterfly Mansion. I understand the reasoning, but why hit me? Yu-chan, who was sleeping at home, was particularly confused. In recent days, Yu-chan has been exceptionally busy. In the morning, he helps out at the Butterfly House, and at noon, he goes to the Hidden Division to coordinate information from various regions and select mentors for some newly joined little ones. The coordination of the Hidden Division means that practically every afternoon is filled with a multitude of tasks. By the evening, he must head over to check on his wife, San E's learning progress. I must say San E is remarkably talented. She only needs to hear each piece of music once to replicate it. I feel that within half a year, she will be ready to graduate. Miri has arrived. Yu-chan greeted the panting Kanroji Miri, who had just returned from the Kanroji temple, with a smile. Yu-chan-kun, long time no see. In the past few days, Miri has had a good rest. In a few more days, it'll take you on a mission. Calculating the time, the Tendi appointment has already passed halfway. Now everything is prepared with Miri and Shinazugawa's lineup. As long as they don't encounter any upper moons on the way, this trip will surely be smooth. Big brother, how is your health? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? 5 days later, Yu-chan visited the Purgatory Mansion again. At that moment, Shinazugawa was practicing sword techniques in the training ground, each move executed flawlessly, radiating a certain aesthetic beauty. Stop with the pleasantries, I'm in good health. Let's head off. Shinazugawa paused his actions and returned to his room to change into a different outfit. This time the team remains the same as before except for the addition of Kanroji Miri. Yu-chan-kun, when do you think I can become a Hashira? Sitting in the carriage, Miri asked curiously. Do you want to become a Hashira, little Miri? Yes, I joined the Demon Slayer Corps to find a husband stronger than myself. Once I become a Hashira, I can see other Hashira. Every day, it is well known that the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps are the strongest. Miri said shyly. How much grip strength do you have now? Yu-chan asked curiously. Although Miri is still a rank 5 swordsman, Yu-chan knows that this girl possesses 8 times the muscle density of an average person. Although she appears delicate, she was able to lift 15 kilograms at the age of 1. By the age of 4 or 5, she could win arm wrestling matches against some sumo wrestlers. Without a doubt, Yu-chan believes he wouldn't stand a chance against Kanroji Miri, even at the age of 5 or 6. Grip strength. I don't know, I'm just a delicate little girl. How could I have any strength? Miri replied, if you grip this sword hilt tightly and can turn the Nichiren blade red, I'll treat you to a meal today, the kind where you can eat freely. Yu-chan drew the Nichiren blade from his waist and handed it to Miri, completely unconvinced that she was just a delicate little girl. Yu-chan also possessed a Nichiren blade. It was a standard weapon used by trainee swordsmen, not a custom-made one. But Yu-chan didn't mind. After all, he was just a weakling and had no intention of engaging in a real fight with a demon. Really? If I let go, can I eat freely? Kanroji Miri's eyes lit up. As the end of the month approached, all her wages from the Demon Slayer Corps had already been spent on necessities, and Miri was worried about not being able to indulge in food for a while. Absolutely. Go for it. Ooh, I believe you can do it. Saying this, Yu-chan waved a money pouch in front of Miri. The sound of coins clinking together echoed. Kanroji. Miri concentrated all her energy into her grip, nearly causing herself to faint from lack of oxygen. However, the effect was evident. The Nichiren blade glimmered with a faint red light. However, as Kanroji Miri exhausted her strength, the red light faded after about half a minute. The Nichiren blade also has levels. The first tier is the Nichiren blade of Kaneo Tsuyuri, which instantly turns the blade red, allowing an immediate attack. Its power is unparalleled throughout history. It can completely suppress Muzan Kibutsuji's regenerative abilities, and the wounds it inflicts can become permanent buffs, burning Muzan for 1,000 years. The activation degree of a Nichiren blade is 100. The second tier is the Wind Hashira and Rock Hashira, who can activate their Nichiren blade through their grip strength temporarily, delaying the recovery abilities of upper moons. The activation degree of a Nichiren blade is about 80. The third tier involves the red blades produced by two Nichiren blades colliding at high speed. This type has a hint of trickery, so its duration is not long and the activation degree is only 60. However, later grip strength can be used to extend the duration without needing to reach the grip strength required for activation. Lastly, there is the alternative Nichiren blade activated by Nezuko's blood, which can reach an activation degree of 70, but it is unique and cannot be replicated. It really turned red. What a beautiful color. Kanroji Miri said breathlessly. As expected of Miri, this activated Nichiren blade is called the Red Blade, which can more easily sever the bodies of demons and simultaneously limit their regenerative capabilities. If Miri can master it, then she can become a Hashira. Yu-chan said with a smile. Yu-chan-kun knows so much. What should we eat later? After activating the Red Blade, Miri felt hungry again, craving for taiyaki, okonomiyaki, takoyaki, curry bread crepes, karak, salt-grilled, mackerel mitarashi, dango, sakura machi, and daifuku. Ideally 100 portions of each. There are still some villages ahead. We can buy whatever you want when we get there. Are you sure you want to eat that much? Want to go to waste? Yu-chan was somewhat shocked at the sight of a mountain of... This time they were eating more than last time. Yu-chan-kun, you're a Hashira, your salary must be high. I'm just a lowly swordsman and my salary has nearly run out 5 days ago. I've been scrimping and saving these past few days and am about to starve thin. Miri said, pitifully casually finishing a dango. But wait. The Demon Slayer core salaries are known to be high. Even a rank 5 wouldn't be able to spend it all so easily, right? Yu-chan was puzzled. How much could one really spend on food and drink? However, he didn't voice his thoughts and began counting the coins in his pouch. The entire restaurant's patrons had their eyes on him, not out of malice, but because they had never seen someone who could eat this much. The food stacked like a mountain was visibly disappearing. After Miri finished eating, the surrounding patrons erupted into warm applause. Even the chefs rushed out, excitedly bowing to Miri, stating that no one had ever loved their food so much, and she reignited their passion for cooking. Then let's have another portion of this size. Kanroji Miri enthusiastically responded to the chef, expressing her desire for a second helping. The applause from the onlookers grew even louder, and some had started calling their friends as the entire restaurant was enveloped in a sea of people bearing witness to this monumental moment. By the time Kanroji Miri finished her second helping, the crowd began to cheer loudly. Third helping. Third helping. Yu-chan-kun, Flame Hashira Senpai. Why aren't you eating? After Kanroji Miri finished all the food in the restaurant's inventory, she asked shyly. You don't have to worry about us, I and the Flame Hashira have small appetites. Did Miri eat enough? Yu-chan felt that this world was not scientific at all. How could such a small stomach hold so many times the amount of food? I'm probably about 80% full. It's been a while since I've eaten this comfortably. Miri replied contentedly. After they finished eating, Yu-chan went to the front desk to settle the bill, and the restaurant owner even gave them a 20% discount, hoping they would come often in the future. A single meal had emptied Yu-chan's money pouch. After having a meal, the group continued their journey. Mili chose not to ride in the carriage, but walked alongside it, claiming it was to aid digestion. In truth, her carriage was filled with various foods. The journey ahead had no towns, mostly consisting of desolate wilderness and deep mountains. Therefore, storing some food was quite reasonable, right? Late at night, the group arrived once more at Xiong Kai's drum house to rest, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Yu-chan animatedly recounted the various dangers encountered on their last trip, causing Li to exclaim, "This journey went smoothly without encountering any formidable evil spirits." They did receive some tasks from the surrounding area, but they were merely ordinary spirits. Some were slain by Li, while others too weak were sent to Tengshi Mountain by the personnel assigned afterward, all contributing to Li's merits. Finally, we've arrived. The Shido family is right ahead. We'll rest here tonight, and we should reach our destination tomorrow. Yu-chan gazed at the undulating mountains ahead, somewhat lost in thought. As the saying goes, one can die from just looking at the mountains. A day prior, they had already spotted these mountains, and had spent an entire day just to reach the foot of the mountain. Charge! Charge! A boy wearing a wild boar head mask dashed past, chasing an antelope right where the others were resting. What the heck, Inosuke Hashibara? He's here too. Oh, this is a double joy. Once Inosuke had gone away, Yu-chan snapped back to reality and immediately instructed Mi Li to bring both the antelope and the boy back. Let go of me, you wicked woman. Before long, Mi Li returned one hand on Inosuke and the other holding the antelope while Inosuke continued to struggle. Inosuke Hashibara. Yu-chan looked at the pig-headed boy with a smile. The struggling figure before them was a youth wearing a gray wild boar head mask draped in deer fur around his waist with bear fur at his feet, and his upper body was bare, showcasing a well-built physique. You should hurry and let this wicked woman go if you know my name, so I can duel her fairly. Inosuke shouted. Mi Li, let him go. Let's see what he's capable of. Hearing this, Kanroji, Mi Li released Inosuke. Charge! And then Inosuke was subdued once again. I refuse. If you got the guts, let's compare strength. I, Inosuke, am the king of the mountain. Sneak attacks aren't real skills. Inosuke shouted loudly with his unique voice. How do you want to compete? Yu-chan asked. Let's compare who can move the most wood. The heavier the better. Inosuke stood up, hands on his hips. Mi Li will compete with him. Then Inosuke was defeated once more. I still refuse. What does just having strength mean? Let's compare hunting instead. I must admit Inosuke can sometimes be quite clever. If we're comparing hunting, it means we have to roam the mountains. As someone who grew up in the mountains, no one understands this place better than Inosuke. As for running away, the king of the mountain charging forward has no fear of escape. Hunting takes too long. What else can we compare? If you win, this Nicaran blade will be yours. Yu-chan said slowly, already feeling delighted inside. Little piglet, come to me. What shall we compare? Let's compare our appetites. As a king of the mountain, you can't possibly not eat much, right? Not being able to eat much means you're weak. All right, let's do it. You'll see how great I am, Inosuke proudly declared. Then I'll start roasting the antelope. You two will split in half, and whoever eats more wins. How about it? Absolutely agree. Mi Li raised her arm and said, feeling no fatigue when it came to food. Thus the group began to handle the antelope, placing it over the fire to roast. After adding a lot of seasonings, the antelope emitted a unique fragrance that Mi Li began to salivate over. Inosuke, who had long been active in the mountains. Later in the mountains, he encountered an elderly man suffering from dementia, through whom he learned quite a bit about human society, though hearing it doesn't equate to experiencing it. Sensing a fragrance he had never encountered before, Inosuke removed his wild boar head mask and began to sniff. Beneath the mask, his true appearance revealed a girl-like face with black hair tipped with a hint of blue, surprisingly handsome, causing Mi Li to glance at him several times. Even the nearby Shinobu and the others couldn't help but take a second look. Were it not for his bare upper body and loud voice, one might mistake him for a neighbor's little sister. Wow, so cute. I just want to pinch his cheeks. Mi Li's heart exclaimed, reflecting on whether she had been too rough when she hit him earlier. After some time, the lamb was fully roasted, exuding an even stronger aroma. All right, well, split in half. Inosuke, you better keep up. Yu-chan encouraged, laughing internally, because it was impossible for him to win. 20 minutes later, Mi Li had already finished half a head of lamb, watching Inosuke struggle to eat piece by piece. Damn, is this woman a monster? She can both fight and eat. Am I, the king of the mountain, really going to lose? Inosuke continued to struggle with eating, well aware that he couldn't finish it. Inosuke, do you want to become stronger? Just like her. Yu-chan stepped in at the right moment, enticing him. Don't try to fool me. Well, I don't believe that. All right, big brother, show us what you've got. Yu-chan said to Shinobu. Shinobu replied, confused. MHing. Yu-chan affirmed. Got it. Then Shinobu unsheathed his Nicaran blade in an instant, and a tree that required two people to embrace fell with a crash. What? He must be a god of the mountain. Inosuke exclaimed excitedly. Do you want to be as strong as him? That huge tree fell in an instant. Yu-chan coaxed gently. I want to, but I feel like you're trying to deceive me. Inosuke trusted his instincts, sensing that the person before him was like a cunning fox. No, why would I deceive you? What do you have that would make me want it? Yu-chan countered. Then defeat me. Inosuke stood up and challenged Yu-chan. To defeat me, you must first beat them, then you may challenge me. Yu-chan gestured to Shinobu and Mi Li. Tell me your name, one day I will defeat them, and then challenge. Inosuke said confidently. Tachibana Yu-chan. Demon Sliyiko Shonshu. All right, I'll remember you. Little birds can swim, right? Inosuke put his wild boar head mask back on, confidently stating he remembered. This left everyone else feeling a little dumbfounded. If you want to become stronger, you'll need a master to teach you step by step, right? I'm prepared to help you find a master so you can grow faster and then challenge me. Yu-chan was well aware of Inosuke's habits. This guy could hardly remember Tanjiro's name. He didn't expect him to remember his own, just hoping to distract him. At this moment, Inosuke had completely forgotten that he had been tied up, even losing most of his prey to Yu-chan. Now Inosuke was filled with thoughts of defeating Mitsuri and Shinazugawa, envisioning a scene where Yu-chan would kneel and acknowledge him as the big brother. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, leaving those around him puzzled. Little you birdflower boy, just wait. Once I complete my training, I will surely defeat you openly one day. Inosuke declared with great fervor, pointing at Yu-chan. All right, I'll wait. For now, follow me for a few days, and once I'm done with my business, I'll take you to find a master to help you grow stronger. How does that sound? You're too weak right now. You can't even defeat my subordinates, let alone challenge me, Yuchen replied. I must make a fan one day, though otherwise this feels quite forced. After thinking for a long time, Inosuke agreed. He had possessed exceptional perception since childhood and could sense that Yuchen and the others meant no harm. Even after fighting Mitsuri, just now he felt no hint of danger. Having grown up in the mountains, Inosuke remained quite innocent. Those who wished to help him grow stronger were not viewed as threats, so he decided to follow them. Thus the team increased by one. After the matter was settled, Yuchen pondered over tomorrow's speech while the others began to circle around Inosuke, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Your name is Inosuke, right? Mitsuri curiously approached Inosuke and asked. I am the king of the mountains. Evil woman, I will defeat you eventually. Inosuke shouted. Me? An evil woman? Mitsuri was momentarily stunned, tears welling in her eyes. This comment reminded her of unpleasant experiences from her past. If Shiny found out, Inosuke would surely become Inosuke the support, facing a punishment of over 3,000 cuts. Oh no, don't cry. Seeing Mitsuri about to cry, Inosuke panicked. Though Inosuke had learned to speak while growing up in the mountains, he was completely clueless about social interactions, and communicating with beasts didn't require such nuances. It simply meant fighting it out. Having encountered such a situation for the first time, Inosuke felt somewhat at a loss, realizing he might have done something wrong, but not knowing what it was. Mitsuri, Inosuke is still young and doesn't interact much with people. We shouldn't hold it against a child, right? Yuchen stepped forward to comfort Mitsuri, gently ruffling her hair. Let's duel, only use one hand. In Inosuke's perspective, he didn't know what an apology was. He only knew that dueling could resolve all conflicts, which was also his way of interacting with the mountains. Look, Inosuke is only thinking about fighting. Shouldn't we just beat him up to vent our frustrations? I wouldn't stoop to the level of a little brat. Mitsuri pouted angrily as she sat by the campfire, while Inosuke continued to call for a duel, attempting to resolve certain conflicts in this manner. Then, due to his loud voice and noise, Shinazugawa subdued him, rendering him unconscious. Is this reliable? In the still of the night, with no one around, Shinazugawa quietly asked Yuchen, who was on watch. It was necessary to keep watch at night in the wilderness, mainly to prevent wild beasts from attacking and to ensure the campfire wasn't blown away by the wind, which could easily cause a fire. It's fine, this kid is just accustomed to the ways of the mountains from a young age. A bit of education will suffice. No problem, Yuchen assured him. All right, it's getting late. I'll come to relieve you in half an hour. Shinazugawa said no more and returned to the tent. A night passed without incident. The next morning, Inosuke woke up early, gathering a large pile of acorns and placing them in front of Mitsuri, not knowing who taught him that. In truth, Mitsuri was not angry with Inosuke. She had long forgotten about last night's events and returned to her usual cute self, occasionally running over to tease Inosuke's wild boar headpiece. I'm exhausted. This path is not meant for humans. Yuchen gasped for breath, drenched in sweat. The path into the mountains was winding and complicated, making it impassable for carriages. The group had no choice but to walk up the mountain, a journey Inosuke had long since grown accustomed to. Mitsuri and Shinazugawa were both extraordinary. One was a Hashira, and the other moved effortlessly. This left Yuchen and the others in a tough spot, each using their Nichiren blades as makeshift walking sticks, slowly making their way up. Hey little you flower bird, why does your face look so pale? You can't possibly be struggling to walk this little distance, can you? Inosuke looked at Yuchen, who was pale and sweating profusely, incredulous. What do you know? Before I came here, I battled an upper moon demon for 7 days and nights, ultimately defeating it, but I sustained severe injuries. I'm just recovering from my old wounds, Yuchen boasted. Hearing this, Shinazugawa felt a dark cloud pass over his face. Keep on spinning your tales. It looks like you're addicted to pretending to be a powerful expert, huh? If someone didn't know better, they'd think you were Hashira, battling for 7 days and nights. How impressive. Inosuke believed it. In his view, strength was paramount. If Yuchen were weak, how could he have two such strong subordinates? He also wondered how Shinazugawa felt about being seen as someone else's subordinate. Just ahead, we're almost there. One of the hidden ones said breathlessly. Let's rest here for a while, tidy up our clothes and appearances before we proceed. Yuchen said, collapsing onto the ground, unable to move further. Half an hour later, Yuchen and the others changed into a set of brand new clothes. Yuchen in particular donned an eye-catching white outfit, looking like an important figure. Is this the house of the Tsutomu family? Yuchen knocked on the only wooden house. It seems there's no one home. After knocking for a long time, without a response, Yuchen thought. Let's wait outside for a bit. They might have gone up the mountain to chop wood, Yuchen suggested. There was no other choice. He couldn't possibly go back down. Wouldn't that be risking his life? As night fell, a light rain began to fall from the sky. Yuchen stood leaning on his sword, his haori billowing in the wind amidst the drizzle, looking every bit the image of an extraordinary master. 10 minutes earlier, a hidden one on guard reported that a family of 4 carrying wood was heading this way. Thus Yu-chun positioned himself in the wind and rain, awaiting the meeting with the Tsutomu family. Hey, who's this idiot? Not seeking shelter from the rain on a stormy day, but standing in front of my door. What a strange occurrence year after year, but especially many this year. A child around 7 or 8 years old with hair that transitioned from black to green looked at Yu-chun in surprise while carrying some logs. Ayaka, mind your manners. An adult nearby scolded. I am here to see you all. Yu-chun replied, nearly losing his composure at Ayaka's words. This child was not cute at all. Brother, his clothes look so nice. They must be expensive, right? Another child quietly commented to Yu. I don't know about expensive, but they definitely look foolish, Yuikiru asserted. Yuiku, the woman beside them frowned, and both children promptly fell silent. I'm just a humble mountain woodcutter. I do not know why you seek me, sir. Tsutomu Kanjiro asked respectfully. It's a long story. Perhaps we should go inside to talk. Yu-chan maintained his usual smile, though it was somewhat strained. I am Shituru Yu-chan, and I hope you can forgive my intrusion. Yu-chan introduced himself as he followed Shituru Kankuru into the humble wooden house. Though small, the sparrow is complete in its organs. May I ask what brings you here, Mr. Shituru Kankuru inquired with curiosity as he led Yu-chan into the living room. At this moment, Shituru Yuikaru and Shituru's wife were in another room preparing dinner. Only Yu-chan and Shituru Kankuru were in the living room. Looking at this person, named Shituru Yu-chan, both his attire and demeanor hinted at something extraordinary, causing Shituru Kankuru to speak cautiously, afraid of offending him. The Shituru family had once prospered, but with each generation, their fortunes dwindled. By the time of Shituru Kankuru, they could only survive by chopping wood and hunting. Though it was hard work, their lives were fulfilling. Have you ever heard of the Demon Slayer Corps? As a person from the countryside, my knowledge is limited. I have not heard of it. Shituru Kinku shook his head and replied. In truth, Shituru Kinku had heard stories of the Demon Slayer Corps, knowing that these individuals fought against demons every night, facing great dangers. However, he now had a happy family. With a virtuous wife and sensible children, Shituru Kinku felt that his life was already perfect and did not wish to involve himself in the perilous affairs of the Demon Slayer Corps. Of course, this state of affairs could only last until Shituru Suzuko fell ill. Currently, Shituru Yuikaru's mother was healthy and not suffering from any ailments. Perhaps by then, Shituru Kankuru would regret not working harder to get treatment for his wife's illness. Shido Aruzuma, have you heard of the surname Sonokuni? Yu-chan smiled at the wisteria incense placed in the room and continued to ask. In the deep mountains, those who did not know of demons had long been consumed, and those who remained only knew to buy wisteria incense. Perhaps it was because of the sudden death of their parents that Yuikaru and his brother did not know the meaning of lighting the wisteria incense leading to the demon attack. Otherwise, what were the odds? For generations, they lived without incident, and only after their parents passed away, leaving just the 2 children, did the demon strike. I have not heard of it. Some truths denying them serves no purpose, Yu-chan said, looking out at the light rain and the busy Shituru family. After a moment of silence, he added, This life is beautiful, isn't it? Yes, it's beautiful. I will patiently wait for my 2 children to grow up and marry 2 virtuous wives. That would be enough for me. Shituru Kankuru said with a smile. Though he had a rough idea of Shituru Yu-chan's intentions, he did not intend to agree. The surname Tanokuni had already vanished into the river of history. The past had faded away, leaving only the ordinary Shituru logging family. Then have you saved enough money? Yu-chan asked. Save money? For what? Shituru Kankuru responded in confusion. Do you not know? Japan is undergoing rapid changes. Without money one cannot marry. In the big cities, a bride price system has already started. To marry a wife, one needs a house, a carriage, and 3 gold items with a bride price of around 200 coins. Yu-chan stated with certainty. We live in a remote area. This shouldn't be the case. I haven't heard of such things. Shituru Kankuru was indifferent and did not believe it. Not now, but how old are Yuikaru and Yuikaru? In a decade or so, who knows? Moreover, Shido Aruzuma has always lived on the mountain. Which girl would be willing to marry into a place so poor that the roads are hard to traverse? Sir, times have changed, Yu-chan exclaimed passionately. Moreover, living in this mountain for over a decade, isolated and desolate, is not good for your son's character. Without interaction with peers, spending all day chopping, could it lead to an odd personality, making it hard to integrate into society? Shido Aruzuma, think carefully. Besides your family, does your child have any playmates? Personality is shaped from a young age, and once they grow up, it becomes difficult to change. The children are still young. As the saying goes, it's never too late to mend the fold. If you wait until they grow up, will you still keep them from contacting the outside world? That shouldn't be the case. My children are very smart. They are obedient and sensible. They will naturally understand these things when they grow up, Shituru Kankuru said somewhat uncertainly. Even the smartest people need to learn to grow, yet it seems you have not provided them with a platform for growth. Unable to read or write, ignorant of worldly affairs if left unchecked, I can already foresee their future busily chopping with this mountain is both their world and their prison. If you wish to live in a mountain, I do not wish to say much, but the children are innocent. They should have a better future, not just the... Yu-chin spoke frankly. If you want to lie flat, that's your choice, but not for the children. I know how to teach my children, so there's no need for you to worry, Shitoru. Shitoru Kankuru said angrily, his face turning grim. Do you have the power to protect them? According to our Demon Slayer Corps intelligence, that Demon King has already noticed this place. Are you prepared? Yu-chin said seriously. Of course this was a fabrication. There was little information the demons could extract, but that did not stop him from using deception to achieve his goal. After all, he needed to lure the Shitoru twins. Yu-chin was not a kind and gentle lord. He did not care about the means, just the end. We are merely ordinary woodcutters. It is better not to make such jokes. As night fell, Shitoru Kankuru stood up preparing to see Yu-chin off. Do you think I, as a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, wasted 3 to 4 days coming here just to joke with you, eh? Am I that idle? Having conveyed my message, the choice is yours. You should know what the surname Tsunokuni means to the Demon King. Avoiding problems solves nothing. Once he finished speaking, Yu-chin waved his sleeve and stepped into the rain under the night sky. From 1930 to 1939, the price of rice in Japan was around 1 coin for 5 kilograms. According to the current rice prices in China, it can be roughly calculated that 1 coin was approximately equal to 130 renminbi. This price is only higher, not lower, as food is abundant now, and historical rice prices would be higher. 200 coins would be equivalent to 2600 RMB. During the Taisho era, a moderately well-off family earned about 20 coins per month. Whether this is accurate, the author does not know, but after extensive research and calculations, this is the approximate data. At that time, the wealth gap was enormous, especially before the Industrial Revolution fully took off. Japan was still in a semi-agricultural era, making it difficult to gather statistics. That is something wrong. After Yu-chan left, Su Muichiro quietly approached his father Su Kojiro and whispered, "It's nothing, just an old friend of our ancestors. Does little Mu want to practice martial arts and become a swordsman?" Su Kojiro looked complexly at the figure in white disappearing outside the window. "A swordsman, like those in the picture books?" Muichiro asked curiously. "Yes, just like the stories written in the... Then I want to be a swordsman and protect Dad, Mom, and my brother." "You? A swordsman? With those little arms and legs, who can you fight? Just chop it honestly." Muichiro stepped forward with a disdainful expression. "Brother," Muichiro said angrily. His brother always liked to mock him like this. "You don't really think that guy from today is a powerful swordsman, do you? No way. You can't be serious. Isn't he? Standing with a sword dressed in white, he must be a powerful swordsman." Muichiro retorted. All right, commit. As long as our family is safe and sound, we don't ask for great wealth or glory." Shirtsu Reiko came in with food, calling everyone to the table. "What my dear wife says is true. As long as we are safe, other matters are too far from us. Rest well tonight, and tomorrow we will gather more wood." Shirtsu Kojiro agreed, no longer mentioning swordsmen, and only gave perfunctory responses to Muichiro's questions. "Yu-chin-kun, how did it go? Was it smooth?" While chopping wood, Mitsuri excitedly asked as she saw Yu-chin approach. As the rain kept falling heavier, Yu-chan had already instructed everyone to start logging from a distance before the Shirtsu family returned. "It doesn't need to be too sturdy, it just needs to shelter from the wind and rain for a few days, since we won't be staying long. It's going relatively smoothly. The Shirtsu family still needs to think it over. After all, moving is a big deal." Yu-chin joked, as if everything were under control. "Let's make do here for one night. Tomorrow we will descend the mountain and wait in the village below for 3 days. Yu-chin-kun, you are indeed impressive." Mitsuri praised happily. "Great job, Imasaru." Inosuke also praised. "All right, big brother, come, we need to discuss some things now." After the house was built, Yu-chan pulled Makisuke outside to speak in whispers. "Do we really have to do it this way? Isn't it a bit despicable and shameless?" Makisuke hesitated at Yu-chin's plan. "Do you think you can change someone's mindset with just a few words after they've lived in the mountains their whole life? Their thoughts have become rigid, steeped in past habits, unwilling to change. At such times, strong measures are necessary. But it doesn't have to be like this, does it? This seems a bit..." Makisuke was somewhat conflicted. "Don't worry, nothing will happen. I must take the Shirtsu family to the headquarters. We can't just waste a year or more here with them. The Demon Slayer Corps has so many matters to attend to, and we don't have much time to squander our valuable combat power here. Besides, only the heavens and the earth know about this. You and I know, and no one else will ever find out. Sometimes it's necessary to use certain methods. It's quite normal." Yu-chin tempted Makisuke like a devil. "This matter is not in line with the ethics of the Demon Slayer Corps." "How is it not?" "Helping them move is... This is to save them. Otherwise, if we sit back and do nothing, the Shirtsu family could suffer annihilation. Is that considered ethical? We can't ignore them just because of ethics, right?" Yu-chin knew Makisuke was wavering and continued to push hard. "Moreover, look at them living in this deep mountain forest, barely eating meat a few times a year. Look at the Shirtsu family, all so thin they could collapse any day now. Once we reached the headquarters, the salary of a swordsman in a month could match their hard work of chopping wood for several months. This is to help them live a better life. You little rascal full of bad ideas, you're definitely not a good person. Let's talk about it tomorrow morning. Makisuk gritted his teeth and left angrily. Hee, thank you for the compliment. Yu-chan didn't care about others' opinions. As long as the goal was achieved, it was enough. Glory, gentleness, and kindness were qualities to be given to the Lord. Yu-chan felt he didn't need these traits. After a night without conversation, the next morning Makisuk disappeared early and Yu-chan and the others began to descend the mountain, no longer heading to the Tsu family. After a night of rain, the entire path was filled with mud and difficult to traverse. Going up the mountain was hard, but coming down was even harder. Yu-chan didn't even know how he managed to walk and couldn't remember how many times he fell along the way. His once pristine clothes were now tattered from being cut by branches and weeds, looking like a beggar. He declined Mitsuri's offer to carry him, after all men and women should keep their distance. He could only lean on his nicker and blade, gritting his teeth and slowly moving forward. No wonder people say to get rich one must first build a road. The ancients did not deceive me. Yu-chan, you really shouldn't push yourself. Mitsuri could barely bear to look at Yu-chan's current state and finally rushed over to hug him and ran down the mountain. Without Yu-chan as a burden, everyone's speed increased significantly and they arrived at the small town at the foot of the mountain around noon. The one guarding the carriage was already waiting at the intersection. The small town wasn't large with only a few dozen households. Occasionally, some elderly people were sitting at the door enjoying the sun. They looked at Yu-chan and the others, their eyes filled with curiosity. Where is Lord Flame Pillar? And asked curiously when he saw everyone coming down the mountain, but only the Flame Pillar Makisuk was missing. He stayed up the mountain to help the Tsu family move. It will probably take 3 or 4 days. Is there a bathhouse around here? Yu-chan's only thought now was to take a bath and then take a nice afternoon nap. After taking a bath and changing clothes, Yu-chan felt like he was alive again, completely refreshed, and headed to the only restaurant in the small town with his money pouch. Mitsuri was indeed there early, and beside her was already a pile of empty plates. Inasuk was staring at her in shock. Yu-chan, come over here. Hey, Inasuk, can I eat like this in the future? Inasuk looked at Yu-chan with anticipation, hoping for a positive. Of course, you're the king of the mountain. Yu-chan encouraged warmly, making Inasuk ecstatic. In the following days, Yu-chan and the others settled in the small town, watching Mitsuri practice her sword. The soft sword danced like a ribbon in Mitsuri's hands, truly beautiful. In Japan, swords and blades are not distinguished. A sword can be called a blade, and a blade can be called a sword. A swordsman can wield a tachi and still be called a swordsman. Inasuk cheered wildly on the side and rushed in to perform a wave of boar charging. Yu-chan found this avant-garde performance art completely incomprehensible. Mitsuri's dance was still the most beautiful. While Yu-chan and the others leisurely enjoyed their lives, what was Shinjiro doing? That's right, he was hastily making his way to the Fuji mountain under the starry night. Without Yu-chan as a burden, Shinjiro could complete a round trip in just 2 days. Although Fuji Mountain is the site of the final trial for the Demon Slayer Corps, there are no Hashira stationed, there are only some hidden and ordinary swordsmen. The entire Fuji Mountain is covered with countless wisteria flowers, which have been specially cultivated to bloom year-round regardless of the season. At night, the purple flowers shimmer with a unique color resembling a barrier that prevents the evil spirits within from escaping the mountain. If one listens closely, they can hear strange sounds coming from within Fuji Mountain, sounds that would be enough to frighten the faint-hearted. At this moment, Shinjiro was carefully sneaking past the guarding swordsman, quietly making his way. Due to being wrapped in wisteria flowers for years, no demons dare to attack this place. The station swordsmen seem to be merely enjoying a retirement, thus their defense is not very strict. With his exceptional skills, Shinjiro easily slipped inside. Yu-chan's request for Shinjiro was simple: catch a demon. This demon must not possess blood demon arts, nor should it have intelligence. It must be a beast-like newborn demon, as it is well known that Fuji Mountain is home to the most newborn demons. Swordsmen from all over the country capture particularly weak demons alive and send them to Fuji Mountain as a test for the next final trial. There's the smell of living humans. Food. I'm hungry. As Shinjiro entered deep into Fuji Mountain, a horde of demons greedily gazed at him, some unable to hold back and lunging forward. Not this one, it's too strong. Not this one either, it can talk. This one is too ugly. This one's nails are too long. This one is too revealing, it could scare the children. At this moment, Shinjiro looked like he was at a market, choosing vegetables, picking and choosing as the demons that lunged at him were swiftly dismembered. The demons also realized that the man before them, who resembled an owl, was powerful enough to instill despair in them. However, their hunger overwhelmed their remaining rationality, and they roared as they charged at Shinjiro. This will do. After selecting for a long time, Shinjiro finally found a demon that seemed acceptable. He grabbed it by the scruff of its neck, nodding in satisfaction. This demon still retained much of its human appearance, with 2 sharp horns on its head and a pair of blood-red eyes, occasionally letting out beast-like growls. Exposing its unique fangs, the demon struggled relentlessly in Shinjiro's grasp. Finding it troublesome, Shinjiro directly severed its limbs and stuffed its mouth, placing it into a box as he began to stealthily prepare to leave Fuji Mountain. Now Shinjiro was particularly cautious, fully alert, as he feared being discovered. As the former Flame Hashira and the head of the Shinjiro family, a loyal follower of the Demon Slayer Corps for generations, if he were to be caught sneaking in a Fuji Mountain to steal a demon in the dead of night, he would have no choice but to commit seppuku. He simply could not afford to lose face. "There's quite a commotion inside tonight," one of the sentinels casually remarked. "Who knows what's going on in there? It's just the usual demon howls all day long." "Who cares? I've been coming to Fuji Mountain for almost 5 years, and it's always been calm, and nothing ever happens. I'm already used to the sounds that occasionally come from inside." At this moment, Shinjiro was stealthily sneaking past the chatting guards as he ran down mountain. "If you all need to find a way to give that Yu-chan kid a good beating, he's really too audacious." Only after running out of the Fuji Mountain's vicinity did Shinjiro breathe a sigh of relief, already planning to punish Yu-chan. If it weren't for the future of the Demon Slayer Corps and his troublesome eldest son, would Shinjiro really do such a thing? After some thought, he realized the root of the problem was still that little brat Yu-chan. So isn't it quite reasonable to train the physical abilities of the Demon Slayer Corps under the guise of a cultivation master? Shinjiro shook his head, casting aside distracting thoughts as he headed toward the Takedo household. As he rushed forward, the wind whipped around him. Anakin, does this branch look like a sword?" At this moment, Michiro was picking up a straight branch and gesturing with it happily, asking Yurichi. "I think you look like a sword," Yurichi replied grumpily while gathering firewood. "But you and I look the same, right? Oh, then I'm the older brother, so I'm the upper sword. And in the younger brother, so in the lower sword," Michiro exclaimed, excitedly brandishing the branch with vigor. "My foolish Odo, can't you be a little smarter?" Yurichi sighed, exasperated by his brother's naivety. "Huh, I feel like I'm very smart." Michiro looked at his brother with innocence, exuding pure naivety. "Stop playing and hurry up and gather firewood. The more we gather, the less our parents will have to work. It seems like Mother has been coughing a bit these past few days." Looking at his younger brother, Yurichi said helplessly. As the eldest son of the family, Yurichi was wise beyond his years. Although he often teased Michiro with his sarcastic tongue, he truly cared for his brother and family. In a way, his various pranks on his brother were expressions of affection from an older brother. It should be about time for them to return, right? Yu-chan sat on a chair, estimating the time. It had already been 3 days since Shinjiro left. Just as Yu-chan predicted, at this moment, Shinjiro had arrived near the Takedo household, holding a demon in one hand and gripping the Nichiren blade in the other, his expression particularly conflicted. At this time, the demon's body was fully formed, but it still could not resist Shinjiro, only letting out whimpers from its blocked mouth. At this crucial moment, 2 voices were fiercely arguing within Shinjiro's heart. One voice said that using a demon to scare ordinary people was an extremely despicable act. He was the Flame Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, and he had always acted with integrity, never resorting to such tactics. The other voice retorted that it was just to scare them, it wouldn't harm anyone. Moreover, that little brat Yu-chan had already warned that if the Takedo family didn't move, they would be nearly exterminated. Only Michiro would remain alive, having lost his memory due to the immense shock. His journey was to save them, to help them escape a tragic fate, allowing the family to continue living. "I'm doing this to save them. I'm doing this to save them. I'm doing this to beat Yu-chan. I'm doing this to beat Yu-chan." Shinjiro began to solidify his resolve, realizing that he had no choice but to act. As for how saving them was related to beating Yu-chan, he didn't know, nor did he dare to ask. The sun had just dipped below the horizon. Each member of the Takedo family carried a heavy bundle of firewood, hastening toward their modest wooden cottage. Along the way, Ichiro and Michiro playfully tussled, lending a spark of vitality to the otherwise tranquil mountains. "Roar! Did you hear something in the woods?" Michiro, whose hearing had always been exceptionally sharp since childhood, turned doubtfully toward the dark thicket. "Probably just a wild boar. Don't be afraid, father's here." Takedo Kyojuro tightened his grip on his axe and instinctively positioned himself before his 2 sons, clearly having heard the guttural roars as well. A rustling sound crept steadily closer. Something feral was drawing near with alarming speed. "Both of you, climb the trees now." As the monstrous presence loomed ever nearer, Takedo Kyojuro urgently urged them. Unless confronted by bears or leopards, creatures capable of scaling trunks, most beasts lack the ability to climb. Thus, ascending a tree remained the wisest survival tactic in such wilderness encounters. Just as the 2 boys scrambled upward, a black silhouette erupted from the undergrowth, roaring as it lunged at Takedo Kyojuro, knocking him flat to the ground in an instant, and snapped its jaws toward his throat. Kyojuro reacted without thought, thrusting the haft of his axe upward to block the descending fangs. In that flash of clarity, he finally beheld the creature confronting him. It bore a vaguely humanoid form crowned with twisted horns, its blood-red eyes burning with ravenous madness and primal hunger. Saliva dripped thickly from its gaping maw onto Kojuro's face, its elongated fangs strained forward, only to be locked immovably against the axe haft. Takedo Reiko stood frozen, her mind utterly blank. She had never witnessed such horror. Her limbs trembled violently, rendering her incapable of movement or aid. Michiro, halfway up the trunk, spotted the beast pinning his father down. Without hesitation, he leapt down and charged forward, axe raised high, screaming as he swung. Blow after blow struck the demon's back. Whether from pain or fury, the creature released Kyojuro and sprang aside. Crouching low on all fours like a rabid beast, its bloodthirsty gaze now fixed upon Michiro. The gashes carved into its back began healing instantly. Within moments, the wounds vanished entirely. Roar! The demon lunged again, this time straight for Michiro, but Kyojuro, now back on his feet, lunged forward and yanked his son aside, narrowly evading the fatal pounce. Father, what is this? Michiro's hands shook violently as he clutched his axe. His earlier charge had been pure, unthinking courage. Now that heat had cooled into raw, paralyzing fear. A demon, a flesh-eater, Kyojuro kept his eyes locked on the creature's movements, gripping his axe tightly as he spoke, his voice trembling. Seeing the two men stand united and armed, the demon shifted its gaze skyward, locking onto Ichiro perched high in the branches. With a single explosive leap, it soared upward, claws outstretched toward him. Don't touch my son! Reiko, now regaining her senses, screamed, her voice ragged and desperate. Ichiro felt every muscle in his body quiver. He gripped his axe with white-knuckled intensity, holding it rigidly before him as the demon hurtled toward him. Brother, jump! Jump down now! Michiro cried out. Ichiro snapped awake, flung himself backward off the branch, tumbled headlong to the earth, and scrambled breathless to his father's side beside his brother. The demon missed its mark, landing instead atop the tree, where it crouched high above, glaring down upon the reunited family of four. Eat, eat, eat! Hunger obliterated what little reason remained, and it launched itself once more at Michiro. Its razor-sharp claws aimed straight for Michiro's throat. Yeah! Kyojuro roared, stepping squarely in front of his son and bringing his axe down hard upon the demon's shoulder. Simultaneously, the demon's claws raked across Kojuro's arm, leaving deep crimson gashes. Hidden deep within the shadows, Makoto Suro had nearly rushed forth several times, but he held fast, remembering Yukin's words, they can win this. Let them fight. Do not intervene unless their lives are truly in peril. Help me, pin him down. Ichiro seized one of the demon's arms and shouted. Yes, yes. Reiko and Michiro responded instantly, one clamping down on the demon's legs, the other gripping its right arm, until at last the creature was fully subdued. Roar! Meat! The demon snarled, twisting its head toward Ichiro, only to have Kyojuro jam the axe blade into its open mouth. Hold him down, flat on the ground. With every ounce of strength they possessed, the four of them wrestled the demon to the earth, its limbs pinned, its throat. What now? Do we kill it? Reiko gasped, her face pale. Though bestial in nature, the creature retained a disturbingly human shape, making the moral weight of taking its life unbearable. We can't kill it. It's already healing. Look, those wounds are gone. What is this thing? Ichiro stared horrified as fresh flesh knit itself over the gashes before his eyes. Then sever its limbs first. We're running out of strength, and we can't hold it much longer. Reiko, you strike. Kyojuro gritted his teeth and commanded. Legends of demons had long lingered in family lore, tales Kyojuro had dismissed since childhood as mere bedtime fables. 30 years passed without a single sighting. So naturally he ceased believing such creatures existed at all. Thus when Yukin first spoke of demons, Kyojuro scoffed, unmoved. Even if such monsters were real, they held no relevance to his quiet, orderly life. He could scarcely have imagined that mere days after Yukin's departure one would descend upon them. In the heart of the darkened forest, a gruesome tableau unfolded. A blood-soaked humanoid figure lay motionless upon the ground, its arms and legs severed yet still twitching feebly. Two adults shielded the children's eyes from horror. Meanwhile, the demon's severed limbs began regenerating, slowly but unmistakably. What do we do now? Reiko's face was ashen, streaked with blood. Only the presence of her husband and sons kept her from collapsing entirely. Then we must sever its head. This time I'll do it. The old tales say only decapitation can truly end a demon. Kyojuro raised his axe once more. One strike, two, three. Like cleaving timber, the axe bit deep until the demon's head parted from its body. Its convulsions ceased. It lay utterly still, yet did not vanish. Have we committed murder? Reiko whispered, her voice trembling. I don't know. Is a demon even human? Isn't that demon slayer core fellow doing precisely this, day after day? Kyojuro collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. Some friends questioned his methods, calling them underhanded, even dishonorable. The demon slayer core should act with dignity and openness. To which he replied, with an analogy, imagine you're 30 or 40, worked in a factory since graduation. You own a home, married, have children. Yes, there's still a mortgage, but life is stable, predictable. Each day unfolds identically. Seated on the assembly line, repeating motions without variation. Another 20 years pass. Savings accrue, dowry funds accumulate, a wife secured for your child, and retirement beckons, caring for grandchildren, savoring quiet evenings. Now, suppose a young man, barely 20, approaches you urging you to abandon it all for entrepreneurship. Ride the wave. Every wind favors us now. Would you go? You wouldn't. Years of routine have calcified your thinking. Your comfort zone has become a cage. No matter how compelling the pitch, you lack the courage to step beyond it. But what if the factory shuts down? Or worse, your name appears on the layoff list. Only then does uncertainty flood in. Regret, disorientation, panic about where to turn next. Then you recall that young man and reach for your phone, curious whether his venture succeeded. Not necessarily to join, but simply to understand, to glimpse another path. That is when true change begins, not from abstract ideals, but from shifting circumstance. Environment molds people far more than introspection ever could. And if that entrepreneur thrives, keys to a luxury car in one hand, a green dial Rolex in the other, you'll ache with regret, wondering desperately, is it too late to join him now? So to bring the Taquito family to headquarters, one need only demonstrate plainly the mountains have been laid off. Demons roam these woods. You can no longer safely harvest timber. Then comes Yukin's turn to act. Underhanded, undeniably so, yet Yukin cares not. His sole objective is victory, swift, decisive, absolute. Every means employed serves that singular end. Reiko, you take the children back first, leave the rest to me, said Kanjiro Shido after a long moment of. At this moment, Kanjiro Shido had already realized that the evil spirit was not dead, merely gravely weakened, yet something was still slowly growing beneath its neck, albeit at a very slow pace. That I'm not going back, said Michiro defiantly with his eyes covered. No one can be sure if this monster is the only one, said Yorichi calmly. And with the strong smell of blood here, it could easily attract some fierce beasts. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, feeling a sense of unease. Brother is right. We should stick together. Michiro echoed. Kanjiro exchanged a glance with Reiko and said, then, let's take this monster with us. I once heard your grandfather say that all evil spirits cannot face the sun. We just need to guard it until dawn. What do you think, Yorichi? We'll go back together. So Kanjiro picked up the still growing head and prepared to head in the direction of home. Perhaps the aftereffect had set in, his whole body ached, and he stumbled to the ground again. I'm Fine. Kanjiro waved his hand, rejecting Reiko's offer to help him up, and stood up again. The four of them cautiously made their way toward home. Upon seeing the familiar little wooden house, everyone let out a sigh of relief, quickening their pace to return to the long-lost environment, feeling as if they had escaped death. The head in Kanjiro's hand had awakened, letting out a series of roars. Instead of growing a body beneath its neck, it sprouted two small arms, struggling to break free from Kanjiro's grasp. What should we do? Should we cut it? Reiko asked, feeling terrified of the terrifying vitality of the demon. Cutting off its neck still left a head that wouldn't die. Anyone would feel fear, right? Cut it. Kanjiro pressed the demon to the ground. Reiko swung her knife down, severing the newly grown arms of the demon, returning it to just a head, which continued to roar weakly. You take the kids to wash up and sleep. I will guard here until dawn, Kanjiro said firmly. Okay, I'll come back to keep you company in a bit. After saying this, Reiko took Yorichi and Michiro to the backyard. Kanjiro sat in front of the door, holding an axe, watching the evil spirit before him, waiting for time to pass. Have the kids fallen asleep? They must have been scared tonight. They're still so small. After lulling the two children to sleep, Reiko slowly came to sit beside Kanjiro, replying, they've slept. The kids are very well behaved. Was that man in white from that day here for this kind of monster? Yes, they are called the Demon Slayer Corps, who have been fighting evil spirits for hundreds of years. Kanjiro gazed at the sky, feeling melancholic. It seems my husband knows a lot of things I don't. Can you tell Ray? Of course, that was a long time ago, a story my father told me, many details I can't recall now. My father told me that our ancestors were once very glorious, and our surname was not Shido, but rather Kikinakuni, known for producing incredibly powerful swordsmen who traveled everywhere, slaying countless evil spirits. But later that swordsman changed. He destroyed his own family and allied with the evil spirits. The Kikinakuni clan was left with only a few survivors, and I am one of the remaining bloodlines. That man in white came to invite us to join the Demon Slayer Corps. What he valued was not us, but my two children. I don't want my children to live in endless danger like they do, so I rejected his invitation. Will there be more such monsters attacking us in the future? I don't know. Reiko, what do you think we should do next? At this moment, Kanjiro felt a bit lost, frightened by what Yuchin once said about the Demon King already searching for them. If I lose my life, then so be it, but Yorichi and Michiro are still two children. They should have I will follow my husband's lead. If he wants to stay, then we will stay and continue our peaceful life. If he wants to escape, we will find a place where no one knows and start anew. If my husband is prepared to join the Demon Slayer Corps, then our family will go together. In any case, no matter what decision my husband makes, Reiko will support it, Reiko said, with a smile, holding Kanjiro's hand. At that moment, the head on the ground had lost its regenerative ability, as if it had truly died, only occasionally letting out faint murmurs. The two Shido brothers were also not asleep, hiding behind the door, eavesdropping on their parents' conversation. Reiko, marrying you is the luckiest thing in my life. Kanjiro also held Reiko's hand, pondering the future ahead. The couple spent the entire night reminiscing about the little details from when they first met to how they came to know each other, reflecting on the beautiful past. The two brothers behind the door had grown bored and returned to their room, lying on their beds, each lost in thought, until the first light of dawn shone on their faces, which was somewhat blinding. This also signified that the night had passed and a new day had begun. As the sun gradually rose, the evil spirit's head lying on the ground was inevitably illuminated. Perhaps having exhausted all its strength, it did not struggle or scream, melting silently into the sunlight, like melting ice and snow, leaving no trace behind. The demon has disappeared, Reiko said, looking at the evil spirit that vanished in the sunlight. Let's move, Kanjiro said to Reiko. Where shall we move? To the Demon Slayer Core, or to a place no one knows? I haven't thought it through yet. When that Demon Slayer comes over again, I will have a good talk with him. Dad, I want to be a swordsman, Michiro shouted loudly as he walked out of the house. Being a swordsman is dangerous. They live on the edge of life and death every day. Michiro, if something happens to you, what should your mother and I do? With your silly demeanor, you want to be a swordsman. You get sold off and help others count their money. Just honestly take care of your parents and I'll go. Yurichi had thought about last night's conversation all night, unable to sleep. He concluded that the only safe place that wouldn't be found by evil spirits, or if found would be very safe, was the Demon Slayer Core. However, the Demon Slayer Core certainly needs valuable people, not just a few woodcutters, so he decided to become a swordsman to protect the family and continue living happily. You just take care of living a peaceful life. Yurichi made a secret resolution, not realizing that Yuchin's appetite was always very large, and one Yurichi wouldn't be enough. Another beautiful sunny morning, Yuchun stretched after getting out of bed and went out to find a breakfast shop to have him. I wonder how things are going on Shinchuru's side, Yuchun thought while eating. At that moment, Shinchuru had been guarding the Shirtu family in the shadows all night, only leaving after dawn when the evil spirits dissipated. For Yuchun, the rugged mountain path was extremely challenging, while, for Shinchuru, it was like walking on flat ground. He sprinted down the mountain and soon arrived near the small town at the foot of the hill. Deliver this letter to that brat Yuchun. I will wait for him here. Shinchuru called his crow and, after giving instructions, sat under a tree to rest. After several days of traveling, even Shinchuru's pillar-level body was beginning to struggle. At this moment, Shinchuru felt extremely exhausted, but a certain belief within him urged him on, telling him that it was not yet time to sleep. It was unclear how much time had passed. Big brother, I'm here. Yuchun came running breathlessly from a distance, with the crow leading the way. Big brother, how's it going? Yuchun excitedly asked as he reached Shinchuru. Oh damn! Shinchuru suddenly grabbed Yuchun and slammed him to the ground, giving him a good beating. Big brother, don't hit my face. Hitting the face hurts my pride. Yuchun cried out from the ground, holding his head with both hands. You still care about your pride, saying that Shinchuru kicked him twice more for good measure. Big brother, you calm down now. After waiting a moment and seeing that Shinchuru had stopped the beating, Yuchun got up from the ground, dusted himself off, and continued to ask as if nothing had happened. How did the Demon Slayer Corps find such a loser like you? Some things need someone to do them, it's that simple. Now, let's talk about the current situation. Then Shinchuru began recounting everything from the ambush on the mountain to the Shirtu family's response and the decisions made by the Shirtu family in the morning, leaving no detail unaddressed. As he spoke, he clenched his fists, wishing he could hit Yuchun again. All right, big brother, hurry and get some rest. This afternoon, I will take Mitsuri into the mountains to resolve this issue quickly and strive to return home as soon as possible. Yuchun let out a sigh of relief, but seemed this matter could finally be settled. Yuchun-kun, did you rob someone? Mitsuri curiously asked when she saw Yuchun covered in dust upon returning to the inn. No, I was just thinking about climbing the mountain to exercise my body, and I accidentally fell. Oh, by the way, get ready to go into the mountains this afternoon. We need to resolve this today. All right, Mitsuri happily replied, beginning to reminisce about the sweet shop of the Demon Slayer Corps and her master, Kyojuro, Rengoku. All right, Mitsuri happily replied, beginning to reminisce about the sweet shop of the Demon Slayer Corps and her master. Yuchun waved his hand to refuse, saying, I am a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. I have my pride. Mitsuri sighed. Yuchun-kun, you really are stubborn, and picked him up again, carrying him on her shoulder as she sped up the mountain. Yuchun, on her shoulder, silently shed tears of humiliation. Yuchun-kun, should I stay here and wait or accompany you? Upon arriving near the Shirtu family's wooden house, Mitsuri set Yuchun down and asked, Little Mitsuri will rest here for a while, I will be back soon. Yuchun thought for a moment and decided not to let Mitsuri come along, as it might affect his performance. It was better for her to remain innocent and cute without knowing about those schemes. Is anyone home? I'm back. Shitusen, are you there? Yucha knocked on the door and asked tentatively. Due to last night's turmoil, the Shirdu family did not go out to chopwood today, and the couple who hadn't slept all night were resting inside. Hello, Swordmaster. Shirtu Muichiro opened the door with an innocent smile. As for how Yuchin knew, because Muichiro would always have a mocking expression, there was nothing cute about him. Is your father at home? Yuchun asked with a smile much like the big bad wolf looking at Little Red Riding Hood. My father is sleeping. Please wait a moment, Muichiro said as he led Yuchun into the living room and ran off to the bedroom. You are Muichiro, right? Yuchun asked the expressionless boy leaning against the wall. Yes, you are related to that monster from last night, aren't you? Monster? What monster? Yuchun frowned and stood up with a serious expression. What happened last night? Can you tell me? It's nothing. I didn't sleep well last night and was just talking nonsense. After saying that, Muichiro turned and left without stopping, heading back to his room. Is there an evil spirit lurking around here? Yuchun grabbed Muichiro's arm and asked seriously. Mr. Tanjiro, please don't make it difficult for the child. At that moment, Shirtu Kyojuro walked out of the bedroom and spoke softly. I apologize, but if an evil spirit is present here, I must know the details. This is our duty as members of the Demon Slayer Corps. I hope you can inform me, Lord Kyojuro. Yuchun released Muichiro and continued. Last night, while we were chopping wood and returning home, we encountered an evil spirit that attacked us, but that evil spirit has already been defeated. Then Shirtu Kyojuro detailed the events that transpired. Muichiro had been staring intently at Yuchun's expression, causing Yuchun to feel immense pressure. This kid is indeed someone I have my eye on, truly clever. If I'm not mistaken, that demon was merely an informant for the Demon King, indicating that the Demon King has already taken note of this place. What are your plans next, Lord Kyojuro? After hearing Kyojoro's words, Yuchun began his persuasion tactics. If we join the Demon Slayer Corps, what kind of treatment will we receive? What I can guarantee is that you will have no worries about food and clothing. Moreover, the children will have the opportunity to read and write. The Demon Slayer Corps is not solely composed of swordsmen. There are many people of your age who may become friends. Just tell us directly what is it that we need to do to join. I will arrange teachers from Muichiro, and Muichiro, Lord Kyojuro, can choose to open shop at the headquarters or retire there. So you are arranging for them to become swordsmen? Yes. Yuchun was honest about this and did not choose to deceive. Is it not possible for them to avoid becoming swordsmen? They're still so young. I want to become a swordsman. Before Kyojuro could finish his sentence, Muichiro jumped out responding with a serious expression. Muichiro, stand down. Kyojuro reprimanded. Lord Kyojuro, even if they join the Demon Slayer Corps, they will only be trainee swordsmen and will not participate in battles. Furthermore, even if they pass the assessment, they can choose to join the invisibility unit. The invisibility unit does not directly engage in combat. They are only responsible for intelligence and follow-up, thus the danger is not high. If the two children are willing, how about I transfer them to the invisibility unit? Yuchun once again persuaded. At that time, he would take the children to feel the charisma of the Lord, and then let them witness how the evil spirits harm humanity. Yuchun believed that these two children would not be able to resist picking up the Nichiren blade and instead become part of the invisibility unit. What will happen if we do not join the Demon Slayer Corps? I will leave a swordsman stationed here. But I still hope that you can help us humans. With evil spirits in power, the people suffer, and countless families are shattered, separated from their loved ones. I hope that Lord Shirtu Kyojuro will entrust the two children to me. Their talents should not be buried here, and they should have a brilliant future. Yuchun bowed deeply in gratitude. Everything has been prepared. Let's set off now. Kyojuro helped Yuchun up, sighing. Lord Shirtu, your righteousness is commendable. Yuchun bowed again. After chatting for long while the sun outside had quietly descended the mountains, Shido's family did not bring much, just some change of clothes and a few scattered coins. Miri, over here. Yuchun waved at Miri, who was stealing fruit from a tree not far away. Yuchanka, would you like? This one is delicious. Miri jumped down and handed Yuchun an unknown fruit. Without much thought, it was sweet and crunchy. This is Miri from the Ganlu Temple, a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps. Yuchun introduced her to Shido's family. After brief introductions, they all began to walk down the mountain with their packs. In high spirits, Yuchun was almost humming a little tune. The mountain path that had once troubled him now felt much easier. Attention! All rank swordsmen, please head for support. All rank swordsmen, please head for support. Just as Yuchun was contemplating how smooth his trip was going, Matsutaro flew over and landed on Yukin's head, shouting loudly. Muen looked curiously at the talking bird, reaching out his hand to touch the Tengu. Yuchun and the others were unaware that when Yuzui, Tengen Neikime, and Iguro Abanai were pursuing the lower moon, the wheel of fate had taken an unexpected turn. Although they succeeded in slaying the lower three, their relentless pursuit drew the attention of Kibutsuji Musen. Kibutsuji Musen was consumed with fury at the continuous deaths of the lower moons, deeming them useless, as they were always killed by the Demon Slayer Corps. He dispatched the closest upper moon hand Tengu to capture the heads of Yuzui Tenjin and his companions. Due to Yuzui Tenjin and his companions' unfamiliarity with hand tengu, he split into 4 bodies: Karaku, Izetsu Kyogai, and Sekido, and they were currently engaged in fierce combat. At the same time, the Demon Slayer Corps began to gather nearby, rank swordsmen using the tengu. It can only be said that Japan is quite small. The battle was happening about 30 kilometers away from Yuchan and Shinobu. Higo Shira Shinobu had already rushed ahead upon hearing the news. After receiving specific information, Yuchan exchanged a glance with Miri and quickened their pace down the mountain. If it were just Yuchan and Miri, she would have carried him directly. However, with so many people, Miri couldn't manage it and could only feel anxious internally. Everyone, please head to the inn in the town below for the night. Our people are there to arrange everything for you. I have matters to attend to and must leave first, Yuchan said after a moment of contemplation. Yuchankin, you don't need to worry about us, so we've walked this road for decades, and we'll be fine, Miri reassured him. Yuchankin's matters are urgent, Kanjuro said, though he didn't fully understand what upper and lower moons were. He knew the situation was extremely pressing. Don't worry about appearances. Miri, take me with you. At such a time, appearances meant nothing. If saving a pillar-level combatant required him to throw away his pride, Yuchan was more than willing. Seeing Miri nod, she grabbed Yuchan and with a few leaps vanished before everyone's eyes. Miyuin watched Yuchan being carried on someone else's shoulder, feeling as if his dream of becoming a swordsman shattered into pieces. What he just saw must have been an illusion. It had to be. How could such a powerful swordsman be carried by someone else? Surely it was just to conserve energy and not waste combat strength. Thus the world gained a boy who had lost his dreams. Since Palang is not dead right now, the wheel is the lower moon 3, as mentioned earlier. It doesn't matter, it's not like I'm dead yet. How long until we arrive? About 10 minutes. Can I join the fight against the upper moon? Miri asked excitedly. Of course, you're amazing, Miri. Upon hearing this, Miri ran even faster. Breath of Wind, first form, Dust, Whirlwind Slash. Nakeheim rapidly approached the demon for a surprise attack, leaving behind swirling wind blades that could easily slice through the ground. You're a rare blood, huh? Ha ha ha, this scent is truly intoxicating. Joy, it's just too joyful, ha ha ha. Cory laughed loudly, while waving the fan in his hand, summoning gusts of wind toward Nakeheim. Being with you makes me utterly furious. At the same time, Izetsu struck the ground with a lightning staff, causing bolts of lightning to rain down on Nakeheim. Fortunately, they were fighting in the wilderness. If this battle took place in a village, countless innocents would perish. Nakeheim could only dodge the various incoming attacks, twisting and turning in search of the demon's weakness. On the other side, Yuzui Tenjin was also engaged in battle with Kyogai, a body that emerged when they previously collaborated to slay Izetsu. Meanwhile, Iguro Abanai was not too far away, locked in combat with Karaku, though his condition was not good. Previously, during the slaying of the wheel, the wind pillar had intended for Abanai to take down the head of the lower moon, making him the main force. Although he had personally severed the head of the lower moon, he was already a bit exhausted. Just as he relaxed, he noticed a demon with a swollen forehead and 2 horns crawling up behind him, crying out that he was weak and pleading not to be bullied. It was terrifying. Abanai's heart stopped and his pupils contracted. What was happening? Why was there another one? He hadn't sensed it until it was almost right behind him. Breath of Serpent, first form, Serpent's Tail, slash. Without hesitation, Abanai spun counterclockwise and swung his blade, unleashing a curved slash toward the demon behind him. Breath of Sound, first form, Roar. Just as Yuzui Tenjin was about to talk, he also noticed the demon and instantly entered battle mode. Together, they swiftly severed Hantenga's neck, sending its head flying high. Though they had successfully severed the head, they did not let their guard down. It had been too easy for all 3 to believe. To approach the pillar so silently, they had sensed nothing. Just this fact alone was not simple. How could they have so easily severed its neck? Perhaps this demon was the legendary Upper Moon. They thought to themselves, feeling a great sense of danger. Yutaka had once mentioned in the pillar meeting that some special Upper Moon demons would not die even if their heads were severed. As expected, just as anticipated, before the head even hit the ground, it grew back onto the body, and the body sprouted another head. Hantengu completed its first split. Cory and Izetsu appeared. Nakeheim rushed towards Izetsu. Breath of Wind, first form, Dust, Whirlwind Slash. Yuzui Tenjin and Iguro Abanai charged at Cory. In an instant, the 2 demons' necks were once again severed. No, he did it on purpose for us to sever his neck. Nakeheim shouted in anger. In just a moment, they realized the demon's scheme. Each time it was slain, it would split. Every split would make it younger and stronger. Its weakness was not its neck at all. At this moment, Cory laughed while cradling his head. It's truly wonderful. Simultaneously, his body split again. Karaku and Kyogai made their appearances. There should be another demon. Severing Kale's neck ought to have split it into 2 fiends. Where did the other one vanish to? Ihei Ziobenai's mind raced, thoughts spinning in 1,000 directions. Watch the sky. Bu Sichuan, Shimi shouted to Ihei Ziobenai. What the sky? Kong Shi unnoticed until then had been circling above and in an instant dove down to snatch at Ihei Ziobenai. Ihei Ziobenai reacted a fraction too slowly, but still managed to recover in time to try to parry. Before he could Jinu's, Lei Dian Shizhong struck with a clang, and a surge of violent lightning swept toward them. In a heartbeat, Ihei Ziobenai felt his whole body go numb, paralyzed and unable to move. Kong Shi laughed and seized him, carrying him upward into the sky, as if to hurl him down. Wind breathing fourth form ascending sandstorm. Though briefly stunned himself, Bu Sichuan Shimi, by sheer force of will, wrested control of his limbs back. From the blade of the Riluan Dao, 5 wind slashes rose in a spray, cutting upward through the air toward Kong Shi, intent on rescuing Ihei Ziobenai. With nothing in midair to brace against, Ihei would have perished. He did not surrender, however, and swung the Riluan Dao at Kong Zai's grasping talons. Bu Sichuan Shimi's attack followed swiftly, finally freeing Ihei Ziobenai from the danger of being carried skyward. Ha ha ha, I will see you off. Ihei Ziobenai, newly freed, had not yet struck the ground when a violent gale roared in. During his fall, there was nowhere to shelter. In an instant, he was blown, flying the distance, unknown. That is my prey. Kong Shi's claw had been severed, immediately chased after the wind-born Ihei Ziobenai. It did not continue to split. It seems the splitting stopped after 4 times. Must the necks be severed simultaneously, or is there some other At that moment, Yuzue, Tinyuan, locked in combat with AI, Ju, noticed that Kong Zai's severed claw had not spawned another demon. I am growing impatient. Jinu once more prepared to slam the ground with his Lei Dian Shizhong. No, we must lure this demon away from this battlefield. That lightning is far too troublesome. I trust Tianyuan and Ziobenai can overcome the other 2 fiends. Bu Sichuan Shimi then cut his own arm with a swift motion, blood welling forth. Bu Sichuan Shimi's blood is a rare kind among thin blood. Any demon who smells it falls into a drunken stupor. When facing formidable demons, they often resort to self-inflicted wounds, so their blood vaporizes into the air, leaving the demon as intoxicated as if drunk and drastically weakened. For that reason, Bu Sichuan Shimi's body is marked with countless scars, a fearsome sight. Wind breathing first form, dust whirlwind slash. Shimi closed with Jinu in an instant. Kulu and Jinu both smelled Shimi's blood and staggered as if from too much drink. Seizing the moment, Shimi severed Jinu's hands before the staff could discharge its lightning. Wind breathing third form, clear breeze of the hills. Shimi then, with himself, as the fulcrum, unleashed a burst of wind blades that slammed the 2 demons back. His intent was to widen the battlefield to hold 2 at once, and by Yuzue Tianyuan and Ihei Ziobenai a chance. Yuzue Tianyuan immediately grasped Shimi's strategy and intensified his duel with AI Ju. Soon I have learned this demon's patterns. My sequence is nearly complete. Hold on, Shimi. Yuzue's strikes grew ever faster, his form taking shape bit by bit. At this moment, Bu Sichuan Shimi was facing Kolu and Jinu out on the plain. 1 man against 2 still had a tenuous advantage and even managed to sever a demon's head, but everyone knew the lead would be fleeting. Human stamina cannot match a demon's. Yuzue Tianyuan battled AI Ju atop a hill. Explosions, roars, and the clash of weapons reverberated without end. Ihei Ziobenai had been whipped by the wind into a distant stand of trees. Using momentum, he landed shaken, but alive upon a great tree. Kong Shi had already pursued, and now circled above Ihei, clutched the Riluan Dao, tightly preparing to confront him. Ma Shoulang, Yu Chun, and Mi Li were hurrying toward the scene. Ma Shoulang had already glimpsed the distant forest skirmish and prepared to quicken his pace, only to be halted by Kasugai Crow. The crow belonged to Mi Li. When it received word of the battle, Yu Chun had summoned it to intercept Ma Shoulang a step ahead, indicating there was urgent business to explain and asking him to wait. Ma Shoulang ceased his advance and waited for Yu Chun and Mi Li to arrive. What urgent intelligence could there be? He asked, his expression odd as Ganlu Si bore Yu Chun along. Yes, very important. Cutting the necks will not work. You must find a true body to kill it. Yu Chun rubbed his stomach, the jolting ride having left him uncomfortable. This demon is called Ban Tiango, Shangxian GC. In its normal state, it appears as a feeble elderly figure. Because there are no numbers in its eyes, opponents easily misjudge its strength and are lured into severing its neck, which causes it to split into several types of clones. They are Kong Shi, who emits destructive sonic waves from its mouth, a Jinu, whose Lei Dian Shizhong can unleash large area lightning strikes, AI Ju, whose cross-pattern spear projects powerful shockwaves. Kula uses a fan to whip up savage winds, blowing people thousands of li away. These 4 avatars, should the true body be endangered, can fuse into Zheng Petion. The avatars were the young visage of Ban Tiango, and each of the 4 ghosts of joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure has the name of its emotion written upon its tongue. The character 4 Zheng is inscribed upon the thunder god drum of Zheng Petion. The true body, called K, is no larger than a mouse. The character K is written upon its tongue. True to its name, the creature is timid as a mouse, only hiding and fleeing. The other avatars cannot be truly slain, only by killing the true body can one end Shanshin. Yet if the true body falls into extreme peril, and Zhang Petion cannot arrive to assist, a new avatar called Hen will be spawned. Hen resembles the true body in appearance, differing only in size. Rushing in now is futile without finding K. Severing the joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure forms again and again is meaningless. What you need is to locate Ban Tianga's true form and slay it, not to charge headlong into the fray. I believe Bu, Sichuan Shimi, and the others can handle the 4 motion ghosts. Yu-chan recounted the intelligence point by point. Where is K hiding? A mouse's eyes thing that only conceals itself will be hard to find, Ma Shou Lang said, frowning. I do not know where it hides. Is Shiwu Mountain far from here? I want to borrow Lin Long's what Jean Sis knows. Too far, not reachable in under 2 days, Ma Shou Lang estimated. Then we must dispatch many Kasugai crows and swordsmen to search. Without finding the true body, we cannot kill Shanshin. Big Brother first enter the battlefield, and tell Yuzue Tianyuan and the others to conserve their strength. Then stand ready. I will summon every demon slayer, swordsman, shinobi, and Kasugai crow within 50 kilometers. When the true body is found, you and me, Li, will strike together and sever its neck. Remember, K's neck is extraordinarily tough. You must unleash every last ounce of power in the He Dao for even a chance to cut it through, Yu-chan said after a moment of thought. Without Tanjiro and Lin Long's with Jean Sis, uncanny knows finding a mouse's eyes demon on this chaotic battlefield is almost impossible. After all, Tanjiro's nose can detect emotions and the scent of lies. Only such an extraordinary gift could counter Shanshin. Understand. You take care of yourself, kid, Makishiro advised before heading to the battlefield. Yu-chan began to contact all the forces he could mobilize through Matsutoro, knowing that the cowardly ghost would certainly not hide where the battle was taking place. Therefore, searching for the hidden and the split crows was not considered dangerous. As long as the cowardly ghost was not in mortal danger, it wouldn't split into a hateful ghost, but would merely bury its head and flee. As long as someone finds it, they must immediately notify Meili and Makishiro to rush over. For now, that is all they could do. After giving his orders, Yu-chan listened to the sharp shrieks coming from the forest, unsure of who was battling with the cowardly ghost. How's my claw? This speed, this sharpness, and the power to crush even diamonds. The cowardly ghost grinned as he charged towards Ihei Kobain. At that moment, Ihei Kobain had blood streaming from his nose and ears, injured by the destructive sound waves. Is that all? In the instant the cowardly ghost charged, the serpent breathing technique, first form serpent's curve slash, was unleashed. Though this move was the first form, it was also the most powerful technique of serpent breathing. In a single clash, it severed one of the cowardly ghost's arms and half of a wing. The cowardly ghost was momentarily caught off guard, losing balance and rolling several times on the ground. Not so impressive, huh? Your attack power is even less than that bastard, Yu-chan. How dare you call yourself Upper Moon? Why don't you just commit seppuku? It's so embarrassing, Ihei Kobain said in a nonchalant tone. On the ground, the cowardly ghost's mouth glimmered with yellow light as he faced Ihei Kobain. Serpent breathing technique, fifth form, long serpent. While the cowardly ghost was still gathering strength, Kobain had already made his move, the Nichiren blade, slashing towards the cowardly ghost like a long serpent, instantly slicing through the cowardly ghost's mouth. It directly severed half of the cowardly ghost's head, interrupting the shockwave. With such a slow attack, you don't really think anyone would fall for this garbage a second time, do you? No way. Ihei Kobain said sarcastically. You little brat, I want you to die a miserable death. The cowardly ghost felt himself reaching the breaking point. When had he ever been humiliated like this since becoming a ghost? He flapped his wings, which had already recovered, and flew high into the sky. He planned to wear down this guy with high mobility. Cutting off the neck won't help. The words on the tongue are not a weakness, and his recovery ability hasn't slowed down. Ihei Kobain spoke lightly, but secretly he was already worried. He was unable to solve the issue of the Birdman before him, making him quite concerned about how Shinazugawa and Yuzui were doing. Flame-breathing, second form, rising flame of heaven. Just as the cowardly ghost dove down, he felt a wave of heat coming from behind. Before he could turn around, a blade had already severed the cowardly ghost's neck. Makishiro Senpai. Kobain's voice was filled with excitement. Once during that dark time, it was this very person who saved him. Therefore, Ihei Kobain was always very grateful to the Rengoku family. Kobain, long time no see. In the blink of an eye, you're almost a Hashira now, Makishiro remarked with some emotion, noting how the boy had grown. Sentiment aside, Makishiro still used the unique code of the Demon Slayer Corps to relay information about the demon. I see. Ihei Kobain instantly felt relieved. The unknown enemy was indeed the most terrifying. But when the enemy's pants were stripped off and their color revealed, one would realize that the opponent was nothing more than a charlatan. Conserve your strength. Where the wind, Hashira. Makishiro, still feeling uneasy, advised, subtly indicating to take the demon as far away as possible to avoid giving the composite demon a chance. For now, they just needed to hold back the four emotions and wait to find the main body. I was blown here by another demon with a strange wind. The two-wind Hashira should be in that direction. After pointing in a direction, Kobain once again engaged in battle with the cowardly ghost, which had split into four. The four emotions could split, but once they split into the four emotions, further splitting would weaken them. But at this moment, the cowardly ghost no longer cared about being weak. He intended to use sheer numbers to defeat Kobain and Makishiro. Serpent breathing technique, fourth form, twin serpent's head. As the Nichiren blade slashed, a massive two-headed serpent phantom appeared wrapping around the several cowardly ghosts. Makishiro senpai, let me handle this trash. Please go support the two-wind Hashira. At this moment, countless oddly shaped, cowardly ghosts swirled in the air. Occasionally one or two would dive down, but they were all dealt with by Kobain one by one. How much stamina do you have left? Don't worry, I will slowly eat you alive later. I will make you watch as you are devoured before your very eyes. The cowardly ghost said cruelly as he hovered in midair. Oh, is that it? Ihei Kobain wiped his nosebleed and replied sarcastically. This lackadaisical tone only angered the cowardly ghost further. I will sever your limbs and crush your bones before your eyes, and I will also cut off that damn tongue of yours. My score is complete. Ha ha ha. Compared to the battle on Ihei Kobain's side, the fight on Yuzui's side was much fiercer. Countless explosions erupted, turning the place into a patchwork of craters, and the clashing of three weapons formed a symphony, with Yuzui acting as the pianist. In that moment, all of Eiju's attacks seemed to be seen through. As soon as he raised his hand, he was suppressed by Yuzui, leaving Eiju battered and bruised with multiple parts of his body severed. He was completely unable to withstand Yuzui's onslaught at that moment. Where could the weakness be? Though Yuzui held absolute advantage, he felt an intense urgency within. Not the neck, not the head, not the heart, not the hands or feet. Damn, could it be that the upper moon demons have no weaknesses? Before finding the weakness, Yuzui dared not use the Nichiren blade. The blade only increased damage and slowed the demon's recovery, but it wouldn't directly kill a demon. For example, if an ordinary demon's arm is severed by the Nichiren blade, although the arm cannot recover, the demon will not die. To kill a demon, one must target either the sun or the neck, which are weaknesses. Moreover, using the Nichiren blade requires immense grip strength, which is very exhausting. Not everyone is like Ubuyashiki Kagaya, who wields it as easily as a toy. Once a day, wielding it once a day. Now, without finding the weakness, conserving stamina is crucial. Oh, everything will be resolved once a weakness is found, and a single strike from the Nichiren blade will suffice. Sound breathing, fourth form, soundless slash. Countless explosives were thrown in conjunction with dual blades, striking Eiju's body repeatedly. The severity of the attack rivaled that of Ling Shi. Your breath and movements tell me that you are about to break. Allow me to relieve your suffering, Eiju said with a sorrowful expression. Then let me execute you in a splendid manner before my stamina runs out. Yuzui Tenjin proclaimed loudly, once again severing the neck of Eiju and shattering his skull. How pitiful. Is this all you can do, even after exhausting all your strength? Eiju said, blinking as he returned to his original state, looking at Yuzui Tenjin with a semblance of pity. Yuzui Tenjin felt a twinge of impatience as he touched the place where his hidden weapons were stored. His stamina was nearly depleted, and all his hidden weapons had been used up, rendering even his most proud techniques useless. Are all upper moons this terrifying? Am I destined to die here today? To be unfortunate enough to lose in a battle against an upper moon, it would barely qualify as splendid. Yuzui Tenjin began to think incessantly, trying to find a flaw in the demon, while his attacks had lost their previous ferocity. Eiju noticed this, as well, realizing that the pillar in front of him had begun to tire and would eventually be worn down by him. When that time came, presenting the heads of these pillars to his master would surely earn him praise. Eiju thought to himself, Tengen, can you still hold on? At that moment, Shinjuro arrived, taking over the battle from Yuzui Tenjin. This demon is impervious to beheading. There is no weak point on its body. Perhaps the only way to defeat it is to drag it out until dawn. Upon seeing Shinjuro come to assist, Yuzui Tenjin shared all the intelligence he had gathered in code, gasping for breath to recover some stamina. Another pillar has arrived. All the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps must be here. Perhaps today marks the end of the Demon Slayer Corps. How tragic. As Eiju engaged with Shinjuro, he could sense that this person definitely possessed the power of a pillar. He also noticed the two were communicating in a special manner, but paid it no mind, who as long as his main body was unharmed, he was invincible. It was merely a matter of taking more time. I know. That kid Yu-chan has already told me everything. All four demons are merely avatars, and to slay this demon, one must find its true body. Next, Shinjuro revealed the information completely to Yuzui Tenjin, instructing him to inform Kaneo Tsuyuri while he held off Eiju. Shinjiro had already noticed that Yuzui Tenjin's stamina was nearing its limit, and if he continued, he would likely be slain by AI Ju. This does not imply that Yuzui Tenjin was inferior to Iguro Abanai, but rather that their fighting styles differed. Iguro Abanai and Kanroji Mitsuri often engaged in a more evasive style, occasionally stopping to exchange pleasantries. When it was revealed that they needed to buy time, Iguro Abanai became even less urgent. In terms of being tricky, Kanroji Mitsuri was a mere amateur in comparison to Abanai. In contrast, Yuzui Tenjin employed a direct and forceful approach to swiftly slay AI Ju and then rush to support Kaneo Tsuyuri, repeatedly severing various parts of AI Ju's body. This aggressive strategy also meant a rapid depletion of his stamina. Especially when facing AI Ju, an opponent that could not be killed and was only slightly weaker than himself, it was evident how much effort Yuzui Tenjin was exerting. Although he seemed to have an absolute advantage, it was merely a facade sustained by his techniques and momentum. When this momentum dissipated, it would be the moment of Yuzui Tenjin's death. For centuries, Han Tengu had killed countless pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps using this very method. Countless people were unaware of Han Tengu's characteristics, wasting their stamina on futile searches for weaknesses, which could be described as Han Tengu's layered strategy. First, it feigned weakness to split into its 4 avatars of joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure. If one failed to identify Han Tengu's true body, they would be worn down by the 4 avatars. If by chance they discovered the true body, the 4 avatars would sense the crisis and transform into Zenko, whose power could crush most pillars. Even if there were excess fighting capability to restrain Zenko, while pursuing the true body of Shy Demon was still accompanied by Hate Demon, and one careless move could lead to a counterattack from Hate Demon. Moreover, Hate Demon and Shy Demon looked identical. One moment of inattention could lead to mistaking Hate Demon for the true body, allowing Shy Demon to escape. Han Tengu was indeed a crafty foe, employing one trick after another. I see. After receiving Shinjiro's information, Yuzui Tenjin felt invigorated once again. Yu-chan was indeed correct. I will be the first to gloriously slay the head of an upper moon. Saying this, Yuzui Tenjin set off towards the place where the battle was most intense, where Wind Pillar Kaneo Tsuyuri was fighting against the upper moon Jotaro. The area was filled with the sounds of thunder and howling winds. Flashes of white light appeared, lightning striking down onto the ground. The fierce winds kicked up clouds of dust and gravel, obscuring any semblance of the wilderness. Yuzui Tenjin dodged the flying dirt and debris, making his way towards the center of the battlefield. At this moment, Yu-chan had already awaited the arrival of a large number of team members, including Inosu Kaneo and several young adults living in the wisteria house. A vast crowd stood before Yu-chan. Everyone, up ahead is the battlefield. The pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps are engaged in battle with the upper moon under the command of the Demon King. Yu-chan stood on a hillside, clearing his throat and speaking loudly. I do not ask for you all to assist in the fight. I only need your help in finding a demon the size of a mouse. Once this demon is slain, the upper moon is surely doomed. Yu-chan took out a pre-drawn picture and displayed it to the crowd. Rest assured, other demons will be held off by others. You only need to focus on searching. Moreover, this demon is as timid as a mouse. Upon seeing you, it will only flee and will not attack you. However, this demon's body is exceptionally tough. Once you locate it, please relay the information immediately, and I will send pillar-level strength to assist. This demon must be hiding in some corner of the battlefield. The situation is urgent, and I will not say more. Everyone please set off. Yu-chan bowed to the crowd. He then divided the group into several teams to conduct thorough searches around the 3 battlefields. Each small group was equipped with signal flares and Inisuk. Once they received specific information on Han Tengu, they would send a signal immediately. Yu-chan sat atop a dirt slope, gazing at the sky. Mitsuri sat quietly beside Yu-chan, knowing that when the signal sounded, it would be her moment to slay the upper moon. At this moment, all he needed to do was adjust his state to its peak and await the final outcome. Breath of Wind, 8th form, Initial Gale, / Kaneo Tsuyuri had already activated her Nichiren blade, but Jotaro and Daki could only manage to exchange a few words during moments when they could barely hold themselves together. Counterattack. What a joke. Have you ever seen a demon with only half an arm still manage to fight? Kaneo Tsuyuri stood at the center of the arena, noticing that the flesh was beginning to regenerate, and immediately struck down with her sword. At this moment, Kaneo Tsuyuri was covered in blood, and the ground was littered with severed limbs. When Yuzui Tenjin arrived, it felt as if Kaneo Tsuyuri resembled a demon more than anything else. However, Kaneo Tsuyuri knew her own circumstances. The Nichiren blade required a continuous grip to maintain its power, capable of burning demons and slowing their regeneration, but it also consumed an immense amount of stamina. Once Kaneo Tsuyuri could no longer maintain her Nichiren blade, and the 2 demons recovered, the situation would be worse than it was before activating the blade. So it turns out, this broken level has some use after all. After receiving the information, Fushir Chuan Shimi let out a sigh of relief. Once there's a corresponding solution to any problem, it naturally becomes no longer difficult. Shimi, can you hold on? Hey. Yuzuya Tenjin looked at the crimson blade in Sherma's hand, feeling a bit worried. 15 minutes. Shimi estimated that he could maintain the crimson blade for about 15 more minutes at most. If he couldn't find the main body of Hantegu within those 15 minutes, he would lose his combat ability due to exhaustion. At the same time, Shimi used a secret signal to indicate Yuzuya Tenjin to go to Yu Chen's side. The head of the main body of Hantegu would not be so easily severed. With only Kanroji Mitsuri, Shimi was not at ease. Currently, Yuzuya Tenjin also lacked much combat ability, so it was better to let him rest next to Yu-chan while waiting for the appearance of the main body of Hantegu. Take down the upper moon in one go. Without hesitation, both Shinazugawa Sanemi and Fushur, Chuan Shimi entrusted the glorious task of slaying the upper moon to Yuzuya Tenjin. This was the first opportunity in hundreds of years to slay an upper moon demon, signifying that the Demon Slayer Corps had the upper hand against Kibutsu Sujimuzan. This should have been Shinazugawa's task. However, he handed it over to Yuzuya Tenjin and took on the fight against AI Ju in Tenjin's stead. I currently lack the strength to even unleash the Crimson Blade. Shimi, you are the strongest among us. It should be you who goes. Let me hold off these two demons. Go and elegantly sever the head of the upper moon. Fool! You can't handle these two demons. Hurry and get out of here. Do you hear me? Shimi said fiercely. At this moment, numerous members of the Demon Slayer Corps were emerging, meticulously searching for something among the bushes, rock crevices, tree holes, and lush foliage. Upon discovering any suspicious area, they immediately began digging, leaving no stone unturned. As far as the eye could see, the mountains were filled with people with the lights of flashlights and torches flickering everywhere. The four demons of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness naturally noticed these people and immediately understood what they were doing. Although they did not comprehend how these individuals knew of the existence of the main body, it was clear that if this continued, it was only a matter of time before the main body was found. Anger and happiness, having been torn apart by the Crimson Blade, could only lie on the ground helplessly watching. Meanwhile, Ai, Ju, and Shinazugawa were evenly matched, momentarily unable to shake off Shinazugawa's entanglement. However, Sorrow was different. He took the initiative against Ihei Shiba, deciding when to strike and when to retreat. Upon seeing the vast number of people, Sorrow's first thought was to quickly search for the main body and escape with it. With a flap of his wings, numerous clones of small demons surged towards Ihei Shiba. Not lingering any longer, he soared into the sky. Upon noticing that Sorrow was not heading toward the other three emotional demons, Ihei Shiba immediately realized that Sorrow was going to find a main body demon directly pointing the way for everyone. But at this moment, Shiba was entangled by various clones of small demons wanting to give chase, but feeling powerless, he could only keep roaring in anger, hoping someone would hear him and relay the information. The demon in the forest has flown away, Mitsuri shouted as she pursued Sorrow, who flashed by under the moonlight, holding her Nicaran blade. Snake breathing, third form, Nest Strangle. Ihei Shiba could no longer afford to hold back. Despite his severe injuries, countless sword energies transformed into a massive white python, slaughtering the surrounding clones of Sorrow. Run! Ihei Shiba charged after Sorrow while directing the Demon Slayer Corps members in that direction to escape. Love breathing, second form, Frustrated Love. Kanroji Mitsuri arrived, leaping high and leaving a beautiful silhouette in the moonlight, her flexible sword instantly striking Sorrow's wings. Shibakin, go that way, the main body demon must be over there. Mitsuri shouted to Shiba after knocking Sorrow down. Damn it, why don't you all just go die quietly? At this moment, Sorrow could no longer find humor in anything. After long conversations with Ihei Shiba, he was now feeling irritable. Mitsuri, be careful. Ihei Shiba also knew that this was not the time for romantic sentiments, shooting past Kanroji Mitsuri and rushing forward. At the same time, Yu-chan began dispatching a large number of personnel to the direction Sorrow had flown towards, with countless ravens flitting about carrying information back and forth. The other emotional demons also learned about the events happening with Sorrow through their inherent connection. Why doesn't he come together with us and instead goes looking for the main body? Fool! This infuriates me. Anger felt as if his chest was about to explode from rage. Shimi was gradually unable to maintain the crimson light of the blade, only managing to sustain damage to anger and happiness, slowing their recovery. Hurry up! Shimi was extremely anxious, unable to maintain the sword form any longer. Each strike was slower and weaker than the last. Yuzuya Tenjin had already been driven away by Shimi and was now receiving information from the ravens hurrying toward Sorrow's direction. Ha ha! You're finished. Let me devour you. The moment I caught a whiff of your blood, I wanted to eat you. This fragrance is simply too delightful. Ha ha! Happiness, having recovered, substantially grinned at Shimi, revealing his fangs. No, don't. Just as Happiness was daydreaming about how to consume Shimi, he was suddenly devoured by anger. Then anger disappeared, without looking back, leaving Fushir, Chuan, Shimi, standing alone, leaning on his sword, gasping for breath. Anger did not intend to waste any more time with Shimi. Saving the main body was the most urgent matter. Even though he knew Shimi had little combat power, left continuing to fight might still endanger the main body. Now anger only needed to merge with the other emotional demons to become the powerful entity known as Zung Pation. These exhausted Hashira would be merely like a house of cards easily crushed at will. Anger devoured happiness and is suspected to be heading to the location of AI Ju with the intention of merging. After briefly relaying this information to the ravens, Shimi collapsed into unconsciousness. Having barely held on with a single breath until now Shimi could no longer endure and was carried away. Fortunately, the front lines had been stretched long enough, and after Yu Chen's instructions, everyone had tacitly increased the distance between the emotional demons, causing anger to have to travel a long way to find AI Ju and Sorrow. On this stretch of road, all the members of the Demon Slayer Corps had long been guided away. Now, it was a race of speed whether Yuzuya Tenjin and Ihei Shiba would find the timid demon and slay it first, or if anger would find Sorrow and AI Ju to merge into Zung Pation. Hurry, go stop him. I don't want to go back. At this moment, AI Ju, feeling anger approaching, immediately showcased incredible backstabbing prowess. Without looking back, he dashed into the distance, increasing the distance between himself and anger. Shinazugawa was taken aback, allowing AI Ju to escape while relaying information about the situation and single-handedly blocking anger's path. Fool! Damned fool! You all should die, every single one of you. Anger felt as if he were about to be driven mad with rage. The main body was in danger, and AI Ju, to avoid being absorbed, ran off without looking back. Doesn't this fool realize that if the main body dies, he won't survive either? At this moment, the eyes of Jinnu were filled with fury, eager to quickly catch up to AI Ju and tear him apart. However, Shinshuru had no intention of letting Jinnu achieve his goal, rushing forward to block his path. Get out of my way, you bastard! Jinnu struck the ground heavily with his lightning staff, unleashing thunderous strikes upon the earth. Shinshuru did not confront Jinahiden, but instead interfered with his steps, preventing him from fully committing to chasing AI Ju. At this moment, Yu-chan, having received news of AI Ju's escape, nearly burst into laughter. The recent double cross by the half-day dog had completely turned the tides. It was originally not easy to locate the true form of the half-day dog, but Kong, she directly indicated the direction. Not wishing to see the emotions of the four ghosts devour each other and turn into Zung Pation, AI Ju directly fled the scene. Dispatch all rank and a rank swordsman to follow AI Ju. He is to be allowed to flee without obstruction, but he must not be allowed to harm others. Among the Demon Slayer Corps warriors present for support, there was 1 rank and 3 rank. Yu-chan repeated the orders to the group, fearing he might also be backstabbed by the Demon Slayer Corps. However, seeing the disdainful looks in their eyes, Yu-chan felt quite helpless. After all, the Demon Slayer Corps valued strength above all. Those who could become a rank or brank were all veterans of countless battles, each prideful and haughty. It was uncertain how much they would actually heed the words of an ordinary person like Yu-chan. Nonetheless, they were at least following orders and heading in the direction of AI Ju. Yu-chan had no other choice. The Hashira were all injured and had their own matters to attend to. There simply weren't enough hands to spare, so he had to rely on the not-so-familiar rank and brank swordsmen. Yuzue Tenjetsu and Ihei Shiba were pursuing the true form, while Kanroji Mitsuri was blocking Kong. She and Rengoku Shindru was confronting Jinnu. In the meantime, Nishikawa Mamiya had fallen into a coma. At this moment, Yu-chan had played all his cards, and the half-day dog still had 1 card left to play. It was just a matter of when he would use it. Where is he? Where exactly is he? At this point, Ihei Shiba had already released his arrows, and the two were racing through a vast forest. The forest was exceptionally lively at this moment, with most of the Demon Slayer Corps members gathered here, each desperate to search, almost as if they would dig 3 feet into the ground. Wherever they went, not a blade of grass would grow. At this moment, Murata's pupils contracted, his heart racing. He had just pushed through a thicket when he spotted a palm-sized evil spirit squatting on the ground, hugging its head and trembling. Although this demon was crying, its vicious appearance still sent chills down the spine. Murata momentarily froze, then decisively released a signal flare. In the sky, a red firework burst open, and beneath this beautiful firework was the most hideous demon of all. I found it. He's right here. Murata shouted with all his might, placing his life on the line. His voice echoed repeatedly through the forest, and countless Demon Slayer swordsmen began rushing toward his location. All a rank and below, leave at once. Do not linger. Yuzue Tenjetsu and Ihei Shiba rushed toward the location of the fireworks while evacuating all the team members. At this moment, the tasks of the others had already been completed. What remained was what the Hashira needed to do. The timid demon, now aware of being discovered, immediately fled, using its small size to weave through the dense bushes. Die, you bastard. Murata, fearing the timid demon would vanish again, swung his blade, even if it meant delaying for the Hashira with his own life. However, the timid demon did not retaliate, ignoring the incoming Nichiren blade, and simply continued to escape. By the time Murata exerted all his strength to strike the timid demon, he had not even managed to cut through its skin. The Nichiren blade felt as if it had struck steel. Water-breathing fourth form, striking tide. Murata roared, raising the Nichiren blade again. One could only say that Murata's water techniques were somewhat lacking. While he had the sword form, it was just that, a form. He swung one blade after another, his hands trembling, and even the Nichiren blade became battered. Kid, step back. Let me finish this with flair. Yuzue Tenjutsu arrived first. Sound-breathing fifth form, echoing harmony. Yuzue Tenjutsu charged and spinning his dual blades and laughing maniacally. Watch out. A wooden dragon lunged at Yuzue Tenjutsu. Ihei Shiba, who had rushed over, reminded Yuzue Tenjutsu while blocking the attacking wind dragon. At this moment, Yuzue Tenjutsu did not look back. He trusted that Ihei Shiba would effectively block the danger behind him, allowing him to flamboyantly sever the head of the timid demon. The dual blades traced a beautiful arc combining speed and power as they struck fiercely at the timid demon's neck. Unfortunately, they penetrated only halfway before becoming stuck. Yuzue Tenjutsu had exhausted too much energy fighting AI Ju, and even a brief rest couldn't make up for it. Break free with elegance. Sound-breathing first form crash. The dual blades fell again, aiming to cut down the timid demon. Unfortunately, another wooden dragon appeared, knocking Yuzue Tenjutsu aside and enveloping the timid demon, turning the hard-won opportunity back into a disadvantage. Time rewinds to 30 minutes prior. The four swordsmen who had followed AI Ju did not heed Yu Chen's advice. As soon as they met, they engaged in battle. Which Demon Slayer Corps member does not have a deep-seated grudge against the evil spirits? How could they possibly let the demons go? Moreover, this one was the legendary Upper Moon 4. Slaying this demon would bring fame, fortune, and everything one could wish for. Upon learning of Yu Chen's orders, the group resolved to work together to slay this demon and earn their names in the world. Although they did not kill AI Ju, they effectively hindered his escape. This wave was called not fearing a godlike opponent, but fearing a pig-like teammate. The group fought fiercely, enduring many wounds, and managed to delay until Jinnu arrived, allowing him to devour AI Ju directly. Jinnu ignored the battered group and charged toward Kongshi again. Shin Shuru intended to intervene, but the relentless lightning made it impossible to defend against, ultimately failing to block him. At this moment, she also realized that the true form of the half-day dog was being pursued. Taking advantage of the opening in Kanroji Mitsuri's sword technique, he soared into the air this time, not flying low, but racing high towards Jinnu. This wave was called a simultaneous rush. Then she crashed into Jinnu's chest and was swallowed. After Jinnu swallowed 3 demons, his body began to undergo a transformation, emitting furious roars that were inhuman. His skin began to crack, and a young boy emerged from within. The boy appeared handsome, with 2 horns on his head and 5 small drums on his back, each inscribed with a character for hatred. His left eye bore the character for 4, and his right eye was marked with the words Upper Moon 2. The strongest power of the half-day dog. Zhang Petion makes his appearance. Only bullying the weak is despicable, which is extremely displeasing. Very, very unhappy. At this moment, Yuzue Tianyuan was finally able to see what kind of figure the ghost behind him truly was. A massive aura radiated from Zhang Petion, with several wooden dragons coiling and twisting behind him, poised and ready to strike. Yuzue Tianyuan and Ihei Shaobanai felt an overwhelming pressure rushing towards them. Under this force, they felt like a solitary boat in a vast ocean, unable to see the shore, always at risk of sinking. Do you guys have any dissatisfaction with what I've done? Zhang Petion asked, staring directly at Shermi and Shaobanai while wrapping the half of Tiango's body with a wooden dragon. Speak up. Why are you all mute, you despicable bastards? What an oppressive force is this, the Zhang Petion that Yu Chen spoke of? Wasn't it said that we couldn't merge because we were blocked? Yuzue Tianyuan gripped his dual blades, tightly fixating his gaze on Zhang Petion, pondering how to reclaim the half of Tiango's body from this guy. We are bastards. Do you have some serious illness? Which little brat who hasn't even grown up yet dares to challenge you, old man? Ihei Shaobanai couldn't tolerate this little temper and directly exhibited a wave of quality education. Because you bully the weak, right? You plan to kill a defenseless weakling, one who can only be held in the palm of your hand. Truly ruthless. You call that thing a weakling? It eats more than you, old man, and I combined. If it's weak, then am I not pitiful? If you had even a little bit of dignity, you wouldn't say such things. Ihei Shaobanai saw me, Li, rushing over and immediately put on a composed facade, presenting himself as a cultured and educated person. Have I consumed any of your relatives? Zenpo Kian retorted. No. Then that has nothing to do with you, right? If I want to destroy you, what does that have to do with you? Ihai xiaoba nai gao de. Another one of those pretending to be wise, Zhang Petion remarked, looking at the approaching Kanroji Li. Pretending to be wise. Is he talking about me? I can't believe that child could say such a word. He looks no older than my little brother. But the age of a ghost should differ greatly from its appearance, right? Still, that's too much. Millie felt bitter and uncomfortable. Destroy it. Damn bastard. What are you saying? I will shred you to pieces 1,000 cuts and execute you slowly. Snake-breathing fifth form serpent long snake. Ihei Xiaobanai was furious, unprecedentedly angry. Oh, I can accept anything said about me, but not anything said about Millie. Not wanting to waste any more words with Zhang Petion, he simply wanted to rush up and tear him to pieces, then torture him with a Nicaran blade, while questioning Zhang Petion about what he thought he was daring to say such things about Millie. In an instant, Ihei Xiaobanai charged forward unnoticed by anyone, a snake-like pattern extending from his left arm to his left cheek. Today I will definitely cut off your neck. Not even Jesus can save you. I swear. Countless white snake phantoms appeared, engaging in battle with Zhang Petion's wooden dragon. At this moment, Ihei Xiaobanai felt an unprecedented sense of vitality. The injuries he had sustained previously had remarkably healed, and the feeling of fatigue had vanished. It must be Millie who gave me strength. Xiaobanai secretly glanced back at Millie. She was so beautiful, lively, and adorable. Blood Demon Art Thunder Kill. As Zhang Petion saw Ihei Xiaobanai charging at him, he struck the drum behind him, and a wooden dragon's mouth glowed with thunder as it sprayed toward Xiaobanai. Love-breathing third form love cat shower. Sound-breathing second form play. Kanroji Li and Yu Fan Yuan followed closely behind. Ihei Xiaobanai, their soft sword and dual blades clashing together to sever the dragon's head that was about to unleash the thunder. Oh, you're awake. Did you sleep well? Yuchen approached Shermi, who had just opened his eyes. How's the situation? Shermi sat up and gripped the Nicaran blade tightly. The situation is not good. Zhang Petion has emerged. Can you still fight? Yes, how should we fight next? Fukushiro Shermi assessed his condition, gritted his teeth, and said, There's 1 hour until dawn. You all need to feign defeat and lure Zhang Petion to that open wilderness. Don't even think about killing him. You're all exhausted and would be lucky not to be worn out. Just hold on until dawn. No evil spirits can survive the sunlight. Why did Zhang Petion come out? Aren't you supposed to be strategizing? Can't you handle this little matter? Alright, my fault. I know you're angry, but please don't be. Yu Zue, Tian Yuan, and the others are waiting for you to save them. Yuchen remained calm. Ultimately, it was his own decision-making error not to use an unfamiliar demon slayer core swordsman. Go lead Zhang Petion to this wilderness. If you can separate Zhang Petion from half of Tiango, that would be best. If not, that's okay, no need to push it. Yu Chun had already sent all the demon slayer core members away. At this moment, only himself, Murata, and Shermi remained on the hillside. Aren't you leaving? Shermi still felt a bit uneasy. Although he spoke fiercely, he was still very concerned about Yu Chen's safety. I will leave, but not now. Don't worry, I will be fine. After all, Murata is here to protect me. Yu Chen reassured him, signaling Shermi to relax, appearing calm and unconcerned. Just be careful. As long as you don't get into trouble, it's fine. After saying that, Shermi hurried off to the battlefield without looking back. Our wind pillar is still a bit Tsundere. You're the Tsundere. Your whole family is Tsundere. A voice came from afar. It was Shermi, who was flustered. Muratakan, are you scared? Yu Chen asked. Not scared. Then I am. Is this thing reliable? Yeah. Yu Chen fell into thought while looking at the bomb package in his hand. This item was brought by a hidden person, and upon seeing it, Yu Chen had other thoughts. Master, the times have changed. Tonight's fight is much fiercer than in the original work. If I'm not mistaken, half of Tiango should have little energy left to recover itself by now. And within a 20-mile radius, there are only a few pillars and several living people like myself and Murata. It's not easy to devour pillars, so we are the targets to be devoured. If it weren't for this package of explosives, Yu Chen would have run away long ago. Why would he stay? To be a burden in. But with the explosives, it's different. Zhang Petion definitely can't come as he's entangled with the pillars. What will come are the hate ghost and the coward ghost. If everyone can't separate Zhang Petion from the coward ghost, my appearance will be the best bait to separate the two. After all, I'm wearing the bloodstained clothes of Fukushiro. Shermi right. What ghost can resist such temptation? Different subtitle groups have different translations for the term Hantai Go, dividing it into 3 categories: Pafu Dang Fu and Nu Lumang. The Japanese term Abazurai correctly refers to a woman of inappropriate behavior, which has nothing to do with Pafu. However, the animation needs approval, so is translated as Pafu. The original manga translated it as Dang Fu. After all, the fighting style of Love Pillar is indeed very wild. Moreover, regarding the clothing of the Love Pillar, it was designed by the perverse Furid in a special way. Those who understand, understand. But Meili is still extremely adorable. She is just too innocent and naive, falling for the tricks of the perverse Furied. Bang, bang, bang. As Zhengpu Tian continuously struck the small drum, behind him wooden dragons surged towards the crowd. Blood Demon Technique, Wooden Dragon Strong Wind. Blood Demon Technique, Piercing Strike. Blood Demon Technique, Thunderkill. Blood Demon Technique, Frenzied Roar. As the various Blood Demon techniques were unleashed, some in the form of sound waves, others as electric currents or violent winds, the wooden dragons unleashed a barrage of attacks, preventing anyone from approaching the area, enveloping the main body of the half-day dog. Shout, Bane, I feel like I can't hold on any longer. At this moment, Miri had already collapsed under a tree, coughing up blood due to the impact from the wooden dragon, her right hand twisted and broken. In this era, Miri had not yet reached her peak state. Even though she had learned total concentration constant, she still had a long way to go before reaching the pillar level. After enduring a series of battles with Kongxi and Zhengpu Tian, her inferior reaction time ultimately exposed her weaknesses, and after being targeted by Zhengpu Tian, she could only retreat from the battlefield. Miri, fall back. Ihe Xiao Bane exclaimed urgently as he severed one of the wooden dragons, attacking Kanroji Miri. Miri gritted her teeth and stood up, reluctantly retreating from the battlefield. She understood that continuing to stay would only make her a burden. Yuzue Tenyuan and Ihe Xiao Bane had just exhausted all their efforts and still could not break through to Zhengpu Tian, feeling an immense pressure as Miri withdrew from the scene. Master of Sound Pillar, how much longer do you need for your score? Xiao Bane asked, struggling to fend off the wooden dragon's attacks. 10 minutes. Yuzue Tianyuan's score was based on a very simple principle. After battling the opponent, he became familiar with all their attack rhythms and trajectories to find patterns for targeted counteractions. He treated the opponent's combat habits and blood demon techniques as the various beats in music, only needing to strike based on these beats to fully adapt to the opponent's attack methods, seizing the initiative as soon as the opponent moved. However, there was an awkward aspect to the score. The wind-up was too long, and against powerful demons, there was no opportunity to use it, while against weaker demons, it was unnecessary. But if someone could hold back the powerful demons alongside Yuzue Tianyuan to buy time, and allow him to understand the opponent's attack methods, a score would still be an incredibly powerful divine technique. 10 minutes. All right. Ihe Xiao Bane gritted his teeth and charged forward again. What about the wind pillar? What about the flame pillar? Have they encountered an accident? Having fought for a long time without seeing Shinjuro and Izumi appear made Xiao Bane very worried, as they had separated from the group at the start of the battle and had no idea how the situation was on that front. He only learned from Yuzue Tanyuan that the wind pillar was facing off against the two demons, while the four demons had already merged, yet Nishikawa, Izumi, and Shinjuro had not shown up. The fierce battle left no room for Yuzue Tanyuan and Ihe Xiao Bane to think too much. They could only do their utmost to ensure they were not strangled by the wooden dragons. What the two did not know was that at that moment Shinjuro and Izumi were hiding on a tree behind Zhengpu Tian, waiting for the score to be completed. If Izumi were in good condition, he might have been able to rely on the Hikuto to reach close proximity, but now with his shirt off and in a state of utter exhaustion, it was clear he could not. Thus they could only choose to wait, trusting that Yuzue Tianyuan's score would reveal a momentary flaw. That moment would be the best opportunity for Izumi and Shinjuro to seize the wooden sphere that enveloped the main body of the demon. Serpent breathing, fifth form, winding long serpent. Sound breathing, first form, boom. Xiao Bane and Yuzue Tianyuan combined their efforts to shatter a wooden dragon shining with light, buying themselves a brief moment to breathe. Why do you continue to struggle in vain? Would it not be better to die quietly? Zhengpu Tian said coldly, looking at the two not far away. Hee, with your level of understanding, even if I explain, you likely wouldn't comprehend. Shake your head and listen. Do you hear the sound of the ocean? Ihe Xiao Bane responded, I will tear your filthy mouth apart. Blood demon technique, infinite U tree. Zhengpu Tian struck the drum again, causing the recently shattered wooden dragon to reappear intact, charging toward Xiao Bane. Stop talking, you. I can smell your foul breath from this distance. Despite his disheveled appearance, Xiao Bane continued to talk back, drawing most of the enmity towards himself. Currently in his best state, Xiao Bane was puzzled by the sudden surge of energy. He felt he should have been utterly exhausted, yet hearing Zhengpu Tian insult Miri made him feel a renewed vigor. You're just a bastard who can only engage in verbal disputes. Zhengpu Tian, growing angry, attacked Xiao Bane even more frequently. You're getting anxious, aren't you? Is that all? Are you already at your limit? I completed my score. In an instant, Yuzue Tianyuan, who had just been in a dire state, burst forward with a maniacal laugh. Ha! Here, and then here, exquisite, it's simply too exquisite. At that moment, every action of Zhengpu Tian appeared to Yuzue Tianyuan as a series of beautiful musical notes. Yuzue Tianyuan struck accurately at the weakest points of each attack, repelling all the wooden dragons with an unusual method of attack, charging straight towards Zhengpu Tian and aiming for the wooden sphere enveloping the half-day dog. At the same time, Ihei Xiao Bane followed closely along this trajectory. Sound breathing, third form absolute resonance. He crossed his arms over his neck and shoulders, gripping the Nichiren blade tightly. As he approached the wooden sphere, he crossed his dual blades and struck fiercely. Serpent breathing, second form, narrow-headed poison fang. Ihei Xiao Bane simultaneously followed up with an attack from behind the wooden sphere, striking hard at the connection point between the wooden sphere and Zhengpu Tian. Blood demon technique, frenzied pressure, sound wave. Zhengpu Tian finally showed some panic, not understanding why these two seemingly on the brink of death suddenly unleashed such a powerful surge of momentum. They had actually pushed forward to him in an instant, launching an attack directly at his main body. Zhengpu Tian let out a roar, unleashing a highly destructive ultrasonic wave towards Yuzue Tanyuan and Xiao Bane. Yuzue Tanyuan and Xiao Bane had long been informed of Zhengpu Tian's technique, but at this moment, if they were to evade the hard-won opportunity for victory, would likely slip away. Yuzue Tanyuan and Xiao Bane exchanged glances, gritting their teeth, prepared to withstand the ultrasonic wave to slay the main body of the half-day dog. Wind-breathing first form, dust, whirlwind slash. Flame-breathing ultimate ninth form, purgatory. In an instant, the wind fanned the flames, and two attacks struck from behind Zhengpu Tian. One wind and one fire instantly severed Zhengpu Tian's head, simultaneously interrupting his attack against Yuzue Tanyuan and Xiao Bane. Switch. Leave the rest to me. Take the wooden sphere to the wilderness. Izumi laughed heartily as he tossed the wooden sphere and Yuzue Tianyuan far away. Yuzue Tianyuan, with your elegance, slay the demon's head. Shinjiro shouted as he cleared the wooden dragons, trying to obstruct Yuzue Tianyuan and the wooden sphere's escape. Wind pillar. Flame pillar. Be careful. At that moment, Ihei Xiao Bane was extremely excited, realizing that the wind and flame pillars were not dead and that the main body of the half-day dog was within reach. Yuzue Tanyuan and Xiao Bane, holding the wooden sphere, ran towards the wilderness without looking back. Thieves, you damn thieves. The recovering Zenpo was frantic, pounding on the drum surface, while the wooden dragons began to strangle immortal Chuan Shimi and Hell's Matsushiro. Haha, I've got the real body in hand, and I declare that you're finished. At this moment, immortal Chuan Shimi was full of confidence, effortlessly dodging the wooden dragon's attacks. The two holding the wooden ball faintly heard the sounds of crying coming from within it, and as they moved further away from Zenpo, they exchanged a glance. Breath of a serpent, first form, serpent's curve, slash. Breath of sound, first form, boom. The two attacks struck the shattered wooden ball, fiercely causing it to splinter into pieces. Inside it was empty. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At that moment, the arrow ball emitted a sound, alerting the two to look toward the patch of grass. Ha, let me give you a glorious death. Yuzue Tenjin immediately saw the trembling coward in the grass and raised his blade to strike again. Sound pillar, be careful. Suddenly, the trembling coward grew larger and lunged at Yuzue Tenjin's neck. Sure enough, this must be the final hate ghost. At this moment, the coward should be at the heart of the hate ghost. Yuzue Tenjin gripped the sunwheel blade, changing its angle to block the attack of the hate ghost. Ihei Kabanai thrust directly at the heart of the hate ghost. If it went in, Ihei Kabanai's eyes lit up as he felt he had pierced something as hard as iron. Without a doubt, this was the true body of Hantengu. At this moment, the hate ghost also went wild, throwing Yuzue Tenjin aside and crashing into Ihei Kabanai, then turning to escape without looking back. Ihei Kabanai and Yuzue Tenjin were already exhausted from a night of battle, now relying solely on willpower to endure. The hate ghost's assault felt like the last straw that broke the camel's back. They could only glare fiercely at the fleeing hate ghost, their eyes filled with rage. Dam Demon Sliyiko. At this moment, the hate ghost covered its heart, preparing to flee while shouting harsh words. A sunwheel blade flew through, piercing through its chest. Hello, Hantengu. From the hillside, Yuchan, draped in Sherma's bloodied clothing, waved at Hantengu, accompanied by Murata, who had just thrown the sunwheel blade, and the weakened Mitsuri. Rare blood. The heavens won't let me die. I am indeed the fated one. Hantengu, catching the scent from Yuchan, stopped fleeing and charged towards him. As long as the hate ghost can consume the rare blood at this moment, it would immediately regain its strength, and these exhausted pillars would surely die one by one. But at this moment, Hantengu was already at its last gasp, not much better than the other pillars, moving at the speed of an ordinary person. Yuzue Tenjin and Ihei Kabanai were in the same boat, having collapsed on the ground, unable to get back up. Seeing Hantengu charging towards him, Yuchan lit the explosive package and handed it to Murata, mainly worried about his aim. Go blow him up. Remember to blast his legs. Murata waited for the fuse to be ready before throwing the explosive package, striking Hantengu. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, and Yuchan and the others were blown over by the shockwave. Once the smoke cleared, Hantengu's hate ghost was left with only its upper body crawling on the ground. Its lower half had been blown to smithereens. Yuchan had chosen this position after much deliberation. There were no deep weeds around, just a flat expanse of wilderness, leaving no concern for the coward to hide. Mitsuri Murata, can you still move? Go deliver the final blow to the evil ghost. Even if you can't sever its head, just hold it down. The sunlight will make this upper moon dissipate into nothingness. Yuchan, who was slightly deaf from the explosion, shouted loudly. Understood. Murata stood up and charged forward. Mitsuri, limping, also gripped her soft sword and rushed towards Hantenga's hate ghost. In the eastern sky, a fiery red hue appeared, signaling the sun's gradual ascent. At this moment, the legless Hantengu no longer cared for the rare blood, frantically clawing at the soil, trying to hide. But Murata had already rushed up, hugging Hantengu and executing a shoulder throw, flinging it into the crater created by the explosion. The sun began to rise, slowly rays of sunlight, piercing the earth, dispelling the darkness of the night. At the same time, it also illuminated the hate ghost. Spare me. I'm just a poor, weak, old man. At this moment, a series of sobs came from the chest of the hate ghost. Spare you is Satan's business. I am only responsible for sending you to meet Satan. Ihei Kabanai, gasping for breath, rushed over and pinned the hate ghost firmly to the ground with the sun will blade. As the sun slowly rose, everyone watched as the hate ghost gradually melted away under the sunlight, and they would occasionally flip it over to ensure the sunlight shone evenly. Hantengu also attempted to fight back, but his legs had been blown off, and the others gave him no chance, simply using the sun will blade to keep flipping him into the sunlight. In the midst of the hate ghost's painful struggles and curses, it finally began to dissipate slowly under the sunlight, revealing the coward hidden within, who upon showing itself tried to flee, but was repeatedly pulled back by Yuzue Tenjin's blade. Although everyone was exhausted and couldn't sever the coward's neck, the power of sunlight was more effective than the sun will blade. No matter how tough its body was, it still cried out under the sunlight. Listening to the coward's various pleas for mercy, the group remained unmoved. Seeing this, the coward began, "You bunch of villains, bastards, I'm just an ordinary old man. How can you treat me, a weakling, like this? You have no conscience, and you all deserve to go to hell. Right, so hurry up and dissipate obediently. Oh, I've heard enough of your whining. How about you perform a rap dance instead?" Ihei Kabanai once again used the sun wheel blade to lift the digging coward into the sunlight, speaking slowly. "Kabanaiken is so talented." Mitsuri agreed. Really? After talking non-stop for a night, Ihei Kabanai was at a loss for words, beginning to stumble over his words. No wonder it's upper moon, for it hasn't dissipated under the sunlight for so long. Yuchan stood not far off, marveling as he dared not provoke it. What if he got bitten? Now he was covered in rare blood. But he really wanted to flip Hantengu over. "He'll be waiting for you in hell. The master will avenge me, you bunch of villains, despicable and filthy scoundrels." After a long while, Hantengu ultimately could not withstand the sunlight and reluctantly dissipated under its rays. "Should we go support the wind and flame pillars?" The others looked at Yuchan, waiting for the next course of action. Tonight's seemingly doomed situation was the result of the efforts of several pillars, but it was inseparable from Yukin's various intelligence and decisions. Without the information Yuchan provided, and mobilizing everyone to locate Hantenga's true body, knowing all of Hantenga's attack methods and advance the pillars would have long perished in Hantenga's intricate traps. Whether it was delaying Zenpo's appearance time, or Zenpo hiding its blood demon art mad pressure resonance, or the fact that the coward still had another hate ghost, these were all Hantenga's tactics. The slightest misstep could lead to the deaths of many high-level combatants. Moreover, at the end, after Ihei Kabanai and Yuzue Tenjin fell, using the rare blood, successfully lured the fleeing Zenpo into abandoning its escape, ending up in the wilderness where explosives blew off its legs and it tragically perished from sunlight burns. Although Yuchan did not personally engage in battle tonight, his contribution surpassed that of a single pillar. Thus everyone asked this question, waiting for the next command. The 12th month of the Demon Slayer Corps, the 4th of the Upper Moons, has been slain. It should be over on Seima's side as well. Let's go take a look together. Yuchan let out a sigh as he looked at the vanishing Hantengu under the sunlight. One could say this battle had lasted an entire night, and aside from Murata, the others were all seriously injured, but fortunately no one had died in battle. One must say that Murata's luck was truly remarkable. He was the first to discover Hantenga's true body, striking with his blade, without facing any counterattack, and then threw his sword to pierce the exhausted hate demon, drawing its attention. The timing of using the explosive packs was also quite appropriate, as they detonated just after being thrown at Hantenga's feet, leaving it no time to evade. The final wave could be said to be Murata's great achievement. The few of them supported each other as they walked towards the forest, and Yuchan quietly helped Iblack Kobain, for who else had the worst relationship with Kobain? At such a time, he couldn't help but curry favor and build a connection. Otherwise, how could he have the face to use others in the future, right? What is that on your arm? Yuchan glanced casually and saw that Iblack Kobain's tattered clothes could no longer cover his body, revealing a snake-like pattern on his arm that extended into the bandages on his face. Due to the intense fighting last night, and Iblak Koban's long-term use of bandages to wrap half of his face, the others who fought alongside him hadn't noticed the patterns appearing on Koban. Even if they had seen it, others wouldn't think much of it and would only consider it a tattoo. However, Yu-chan was different. He was aware of the existence of such patterns. The sight of this pattern made Yu-chan's pupils contract, and his heart felt as if it had been tightly gripped, making it momentarily difficult to breathe. When did this appear? Is it some kind of blood demon technique from Han Tengu? I have no bad habits like getting tattoos. Iblak Koban had also noticed the patterns on his body, and this explanation was mainly for Mitsuri's sake. Koban didn't want Mitsuri, who was standing by, to misunderstand and think he had any bad habits. The Blackened, did you feel that your recovery abilities, movement, agility, etc., have all significantly improved tonight? Yu-chan swallowed hard and asked with difficulty. It seems that when Tanjiro was cursing Mitsuri, I had this feeling as if I had been reborn. The fatigue on my body completely swept away, and I had endless strength. Just as Iblak Koban was speaking, he suddenly felt his legs give way, his vision darkening, and he collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth and occasionally convulsing, while the patterns on his arm slowly began to fade. Kobanikin! Kobanikin! Mitsuri hurried over. What happened to Kobanikin? Did he get hit by some blood demon technique? It's not a blood demon technique, it's the pattern. Let's talk about it later. We need to find Sanemi and Kaneo first. This matter is very complicated. Yu-chan felt particularly complex emotions regarding the appearance of the patterns. Tenjin and the others succeeded. At this moment, Rengoku Kaneo and Shinazugawa Sanemi lay on the ground, exchanging smiles and gasping for breath, feeling that they could not move a single finger. Just now, the two had been delaying Han Tengu, watching as they were about to die at the mouth of the wooden dragon, when Han Tengu's hand, striking the drum, came to a halt, and then he disintegrated at a visibly rapid pace. Haha! Flame Ashira, your charisma remains undiminished as ever. I've aged. I'm not like you young folks. The future belongs to you, young generation. Although the two were exhausted, it didn't prevent them from engaging in some commercial flattery. Are you still alive? A moment later, Yu-chan came over carrying Koban and looking at the two who were in a disheveled state. You brat, stop saying such ominous things. Your big brother isn't that easy to kill. Kaneo said irritably. How's the wind, Hashira? Seeing that Kaneo was fine, Yu-chan felt relieved. Shut up. Let me sleep for a while. I'm sounding quite robust. It seemed they were indeed fine. Then I can rest easy. Yu-chan was unconcerned by Shinazugawa's attitude, knowing that this guy was just Sundara. The group sat resting in the forest while Yu-chan began gathering the shadows and clean-up crew simultaneously, using the crows to relay information to headquarters. The 12th month of the Demon Slayer Corps, the 4th of the Upper Moons, has been jointly slain by Wind Hashira, Shinazugawa Sanemi, Sound Hashira, Tenjin, Yuzui Former Flame, Hashira, Rengoku, Kaneo, Rank A Swordsman Iblak Koban, Rank B, Swordsman Mitsuri Kanroji, and Rank C, Swordsman Murata. Here are the detailed battle reports. Matsutaro flew towards the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, extremely excited, probably eager to boast to its bird friends upon returning. Having witnessed the Upper Moon's death under the plan of its master, it was about to become the most glamorous among the crows, making sure that no other broken bird would dare claim its master was weak. Are we returning to headquarters now? A member of the Shadows asked. Let's wait a bit. There's still a few people who need to return together. Yu-chan had already sent instructions to the Shadows left at the Tsutomu family to gather here. Moreover, the pillars were all exhausted, lying on the ground and snoring, so it was better to set off in the afternoon. Headquarters was quite far, and a bit of time wouldn't matter. Meanwhile, the Tsutomu family and Inosuke received the news and also began heading this way. Inosuke had even brought along 2 antelopes, and it was obvious who they were for. Why didn't you call me to join in the fighting, Tenjin? As soon as he got off the carriage, Inosuke looked at the devastated forest and immediately shouted about why he wasn't included in the fight. It's not that we didn't bring you, it was an urgent situation at the time. Next time I promise to bring you along, okay? Tachibana, Yu-chan. It's a deal, don't think about tricking me, Inosuke. Don't worry, I want to save you. Huh? What did you just call me? Yu-chan was taken aback. Oh, was this guy really Inosuke? Why did he suddenly call him by his correct name? Don't you call me Little Yu, the jump rope lover? Isn't that right? No problem. Confirmed it was still the same Inosuke. Seeing the pillars on the ground, wrapped up like mummies still snoring, he didn't have the heart to wake them, quietly moved several of them into the carriage and began heading towards headquarters. I see. Did you defeat the Upper Moon? Well done. Tengen Kaneo, Sanemi Koban, Yu-chan Mitsuri Murata. For 100 years. The situation that hadn't changed for 100 years has now changed, Kaname. After receiving the crow's message, Ubuyashiki Yoya's joy was evident. Yes. Do you understand? This is an auspicious omen. The wheels of fate have begun to turn, and this ripple should continue to expand, sweeping around and shaking violently until it reaches that man. Tachibana, Yu-chan, I was right about you. Your arrival is a sign from heaven, and we believe that Kibutsuji Musen will definitely meet his end within your plan. At this moment, Ubuyashiki Yoya solemnly opened a box for Kaname to read. The papers inside had already become somewhat crumpled, as if they had been read countless times. A different space. Infinite city. I have been called here, which means... Yuosa thought to himself as he gazed at the magnificent structure before him. Did an upper moon die at the hands of the demon slayers? It must be Doma. Yuosa clenched his fists tightly and leaped down from a height as the infinite city turned upside down, making all spaces seem disordered. As dazzlingly grand buildings flashed before his eyes, everything here was neither up nor down, left nor right. All the space was chaotic. Thud. With the sound of a peepee, Yuosa knelt on one knee on a platform. Next to him was an ordinary white ceramic pot, which upon closer inspection appeared slightly asymmetrical. Isn't that Lord Yuosa? The pot trembled, and an extremely ugly and bizarre figure emerged from it. This strange creature had 2 mouths where its eyes should be, and 4 tiny hands where its ears should be, with one eye on its forehead, and the other where a mouth should be. In the center of its eyeball was engraved Upper Moon 5. The demon before him was none other than Upper Moon 5 Yuwa. As long as you are safe, that's good. It has been 90 years since we last met, hasn't it? Yuwa slithered out of the pot, twisting like a snake. I thought you were dead. It truly pains my heart. Cough, cough, cough. It truly hurts my heart. Yuwa said in a strange tone. Lord Doma, it's been a long time. It's so good to see you again. A stunning beauty with snow-white hair, strange patterns etched on her face, and ribbons fluttering chaotically behind her, was currently greeting Doma, who was sneaking up on Yuosa. Oh, it's little Daki. It has indeed been a long time. Doma turned around, stopping his approach to Yuosa, and smiled as he greeted Daki. Peepa girl, is Lord Muzan not here? Yuosa asked Naki. Thud. Lord Muzan has... On the high platform, a woman, holding a peepa, her long hair, flowing and obscuring her eyes, made it impossible to see her face. Where did Upper Moon 1 go? Could it be that he's been taken down? Yuosa continued to inquire. Oh, don't be so impatient, Lord Yuosa. At some point, Upper Moon 2 Doma had once again approached, placing a hand on Yuosa's shoulder and whispering in his ear, Aren't you worried about your best partner? Are you talking about yourself? Who doesn't know that I, Doma, am the best at getting along with others? I'm really worried about you all. After all, you are my most important companions. Doma said while pinching Yuosa's shoulder. Lord Doma, it's been a long time. Yuwa, is this your new pot? It's so beautiful. Doma greeted with a smile, appearing very friendly and amiable. Get away. Doma turned to look at Yuosa. Take your hands off. Bang. With a punch, Yuosa struck Doma's chin, instantly causing blood to fly, but he restored himself in the blink of an eye. Lord Yuosa, you have gone too far. At this moment, a gaunt demon, holding a scythe covered in black spots. The demon's pale yellow eyes were engraved with the words Upper Moon 6. It was none other than the Upper Moon 6, the twin demon Kyogai. Little Kyogai is fine. Yuosa is just joking with me. That punch was quite good. You seem slightly stronger than before, Lord Yuosa. Doma remained as cheerful as ever. The first one I invited was Lord Upper Moon 1. He has been there all along. Naki spoke from the high platform. I am. Here. Lord Muzan has arrived. At that moment, a swordsman was kneeling in a room, his back to everyone, making it impossible to see his face. Han Tengu is dead, and the Upper Moon has been diminished. At some point, a handsome man dressed in a suit. In these hundreds of years, it is the first time an Upper Moon has died at the hands of the Tsujikuni clan. You have greatly disappointed me. As for the lower moons, I no longer see the significance of their existence. Thud. With the sound of the peep of the Upper Moons, finally noticed that there was another platform below where a group of demons were kneeling on the ground, trembling. Can you answer me the meaning of your existence? Why are you so weak? Continuously being slaughtered. How many times have you changed your numbers? Lord Muzan, please calm down. How about I dig out my eyes for you to play with? At that moment, Doma suddenly spoke to Muzan. What use do I have for your eyes? They can be used to step on bubbles. Like saying this, Doma dug out his own colorful eye and stepped down on it, instantly splattering blood. Are you pleading for this group of useless beings? In an instant, Doma's head was already in Muzan's hands. Looking at Doma in his grasp, Muzan asked, These useless beings are not worth your anger. I just want you to be a bit happier. And now you actually hold me in your palm. I must be your favorite Upper Moon. Doma said excitedly in Muzan. Boring. I no longer have expectations for you all. Muzan tossed Doma's head away into the distance. You say such heart-wrenching things again. Have I ever let down your expectations? The head of Doma was still bouncing around, trying to return to Muzan's hands. You still have not destroyed the Tsujikuni clan, and where is the blue spider lily? Why have you spent hundreds of years without finding it? I no longer understand the significance of your existence. Muzan's veins bulged, and he looked coldly at everyone. The lower moons didn't dare to breathe, kneeling on the ground with large amounts of sweat dripping from their noses. Subordinates have no words to say. The Tsujikuni clan is hidden very deeply, Black Death Mu said in a very slow tone. After all, I am not good at searching and investigating what can be done about this. Doma, after some effort, jumped to Muzan's feet and was kicked away by Muzan. Silence. The lower moons are no longer needed. All lower moons initiate blood battle. The one who survives will receive my blood and become Upper Moon 6. Muzan looked at the kneeling lower moons, his tone chilling. I do not need useless beings. And I do not wish to hear news of upper moons being slaughtered again. I detest change. Changes in circumstances. Changes in bodies. Changes in emotions. All changes are in most cases degradation weakness. I admire the unchanging, maintaining perfection until eternity. For now on, you better give your all. Muzan waved his hands, and an arena appeared. The four demons Nightmare, Palon, Sick Leaf, and Fuyue appeared on the arena, and it was destined that only one demon could walk off the arena alive today. Good night. I apologize, I originally planned to copy the first episode of the Forging Knife chapter, but the system prompted me for potential plagiarism. Let's camp here for the night. The carriages had traveled all afternoon, moving slowly due to the injured passengers, and by the time dusk fell, they had only covered 70 kilometers. The group arrived at a desolate area, set up tents, and lit a bonfire to establish their camp. Hey, you're awake. Do you want to have some roasted whole lamb that Inasuk brought? Yuchin approached the small Ba Na and asked, not hungry. Inside the carriage, Ihe Ba Na shook her head and began to meditate. I saw Mitsuri feeding Inasuk lamb meat herself. How intimate. Whoosh. In no time, Ihe Ba Na had dashed out of the carriage. By the bonfire, the Tsuzumi family and several members of the Demon Slayer Corps were eating. In a certain spot, Inasuk was sitting on the ground, while Mitsuri sat beside him, whispering and laughing. Where did this little brat come from? Why is he wearing a wild boar's head? Ihe Ba Na looked curiously at the boy with a wild boar headpiece and bare upper body. Little Ba, Nakin, you're awake. Come eat something. Mitsuri waved at Ba Na. Okay, said Ihe Ba Na as she sat down next to Mitsuri, pushing Inasuk aside. How's your arm, Mitsuri? Does it still hurt? After sitting down, Ba Na asked with concern. I think I need to rest for a while, but witnessing little Ba Nakin fight an upper moon, I feel like I gain a lot. What's an upper moon, anyway? I can take them out with one punch. Inasuk pushed aside, shouted. Don't call him a little wild boar. He has a name. It's Tanjiro Inasuk. Mitsuri patted Inasuk's. Wow. Inasuk, right? One punch for every upper moon. Come on, throw a punch at me. Without a doubt, Ihe Ba Na's jealousy was piqued, and she was ready to show Inasuk her powerful fists. I don't hit the injured. Inasuk crossed his arms and glanced sideways at Ba Na. But this arrogant demeanor was soon disrupted when Ihe Ba Na struck. An upper moon. Even a wounded Ihe Ba Na could easily handle Inasuk. If it weren't for Mitsuri stepping in, he would have taken a couple of kicks. Inasuk, look at the huge gap between you and my subordinates. You need to work hard. Otherwise, you might never qualify to challenge me. At that moment, Yuchin ran over, starting to fill Inasuk's head with nonsense. Damn it. Just you wait. I will defeat you all sooner or later. Especially that guy wrapped in bandages with a snake around his neck. Inasuk was indeed quite sensitive. Previously, whether it was Mitsuri Shinobu or Yuchin, Inasuk had not sensed any malice from them. Even when he was hit, it felt more like a senior treating a junior. However, Ba Na was different. The moment she made her move, Inasuk felt a strong malevolence enveloping him, as if he were being targeted by a venomous snake in the jungle. But this was merely pure malice without any intent to kill, a distinction Inasuk could still make. In his view, if you don't submit, you fight. If you lose, you grow stronger and wait for the next chance to fight back. Are you okay? Lil Ba Nakin was just joking with you. Mitsuri comforted Inasuk after pulling Ba Na away. Let me tell you a secret. There are a few people in the carriage who can defeat that guy with the snake wrapped around his neck. Don't you want to learn from them, Inasuk? Yuchin continued to entice him. Beast breathing belongs to the wind breathing branch, and if Inasuk could learn from the Hashira Shinazuwa Sanemi, for a while that would be excellent. As for Inasuk's current personality issues, there was no rush once Tanjiro was persuaded to gather a team that could be left to him. I'm not losing out. Am I being used as a pawn? Ihe Ba Na began to ponder, eventually concluding that Tanjiro Yuchin was not a good person. Gather up. While Ba Na was deep in thought, she suddenly noticed a strong stench, the unique scent left behind after demons consume a lot of flesh and blood. Without time to think, she unsheathed her Nichiren blade, instantly protecting Inasuk and Yuchin behind her. The serpent breathing was ready to strike. What a strong stench. Where is it? Ihe Ba Na frowned, starting to scan her surroundings for the source of the foul odor. Should I run? I think I should run. These people seem to be the big shots of the Demon Slayer Corps, and I definitely can't take them on. At that moment, a female demon in the distance was shivering. Zero Yuko had been searching for the 12 Kazuki to prepare for a blood battle to become an upper moon. Most demons can seek out the upper moons for a blood battle after reaching a certain level of power. If successful, they can replace the current upper moon and become the new one. Passing by this area unintentionally, Zero Yuko also discovered Yuchin and the others by the bonfire. Originally, Zero Yuko was planning to have dinner, but before she could get close, she was detected by Ihe Ba Na. Due to her scent of facing the menacing Ihe Ba Na, she immediately took off, fleeing to a distance while trembling. The scent is fading. Should we chase after it? Ihe Ba Na hesitated. Although there were several Hashira in the team, their conditions were not good. Currently, only Inasuk and Murata could still move at full capacity. Don't be fooled by Bana's current fierce and imposing demeanor. She was actually in a weak state. Any third-class demon with blood demon arts would easily be able to take down the current Ihei Bana, gather the people, and protect the carriages. Yu-Chen also sensed the vague stench, but now that the odor had dissipated, he wasn't entirely sure whether the demon had left or was luring them away. We can't hesitate. Ooh, let's run. What if they come after us? I can't handle them. Zero Yuko decided, after some internal struggle, that it was better to run first. That guy with the snake around his neck was clearly not to be trifled with. Get ready, we'll set off tonight. This place is not suitable for a long stay. Yu-Chen and the others waited for a while, but no demon attack had come. However, that previous scent lingered in their minds, and after some thought, they decided to continue their journey through the night. Let's get away from here first. Thus, even though the human and demon had not met, they tacitly agreed to run for their lives. Demons ahead. After the carriages had traveled a while due to being downwind, a faint scent reached Ba-Na, prompting her to frown. They really have their eyes on us. Can little Ba-Na still fight? Yu-Chen frowned, inquiring about Ba-Na's condition. At most 2 attacks. Little Ba-Na pointed to the bandages wrapped around her chest. That area had been clawed by a kaza, and the wound was so deep that bone was visible. If it hadn't been for the markings accelerating her recovery, this injury alone could have caused her to bleed out and die. Take a detour. If we can't handle them, let's hide. Yu-Chen gritted his teeth. He then ordered the convoy to switch to another route. Why are these people so relentless? I've already run away, so why are they still chasing us? The Demon Slayer Corps are indeed a bunch of madmen. Zero Yuko gritted her teeth, deciding to take a different route to shake off Yu-Chen and the others. It was impossible to fight back. It would never be possible to fight back in this lifetime. The effect of the markings relates to the forging arc when Suzumi Michiro was pierced by the Yuki, triggering the markings and healing directly after pulling out the nails. Therefore, the markings do not merely enhance strength. They should also improve recovery ability, speed, attack power, and so. It seems this demon has fixed its gaze upon us. Yu-Chan sighed, having switched to a different path. Let me see your brother Inosuke handle it. Just a minor demon, I'll knock one down with a single punch. Inosuke dashed over, shouting bravely to be sent in a battle. You may go only if you can best Mitsuri. With one hand, Yu-Chun retorted, exasperated. Shinobu lay gravely injured, and unconscious Mikomo was likewise unconscious, and Yuzui Tenjin had just regained consciousness, but was so heavily bandaged he resembled a mummy. Mitsuri suffered a fracture, reducing her combat effectiveness to barely half. Murata served merely as a morale booster, not to be relied upon in actual combat. Inosuke remained little more than a child. His physical prowess could intimidate ordinary humans, but little else. Iguro Abanai's wounds ran too deep, forcing him into battle wrist catastrophic laceration. Without the Flame Ashira's scar pattern this time, severe hemorrhaging would likely prove fatal. The several ranked swordsmen who had besieged Daiketsu were also severely wounded, and had been evacuated long before the final clash with Zohakuden. After tallying their remaining strength, Yu-Chun wore a deeply troubled expression. Master Abanai, what tier do you estimate this demon occupies? This malice is weaker than Rokuro's, but only marginally so. It must be a lower moon-level demon. Abanai offered this assessment of the demon's power. Calm and composed as he always was when Mitsuri stood nearby. Then why does it not charge forward? Why does it merely trail us at a distance? Mitsuri asked, puzzled. Demons rarely behave thus. They either lunge straight for their prey, slaughtering caravans outright, or vanished entirely, hiding for detection. Could there be others? Might this one merely be delaying us, pinpointing our location while its allies close? Accelerate the carriage, close the distance, and slay this demon. Only then do we retain a sliver of hope. If reinforcements arrive, first we shall all perish here. Inosuke catch. As Yu-Chun ordered the carriage to accelerate, he tossed his standard Nikarin blade to Inosuke. Dam demon sliyiko. Who did I ever wrong to be hunted like this? Zero Yo sensed the carriage surging forward, and fled faster, still terrified of capture. The demon is accelerating too. It clearly does not wish to be overtaken. Mitsuri already glimpsed a distant black speck racing ahead, too far and at night for clear identification. Yet tonight's moonlight shone unusually bright, and the road itself remained wide and unobstructed. There's definitely something amiss. This demon is waiting for its comrades. It cannot consume us alone. That's why it maintains this precise, unsettling distance, poised to encircle us once its allies arrive. Yu-Chun ground his teeth in fury. Stop chasing me, or I'll leap into the river. Zero Yo, spotting the galloping carriage behind her, felt near despair. What possessed me to approach them in the first place? I've only invited calamity upon myself. Truly jump in? But I aspire to join the 12 moons. I should at least turn and fight. At that thought, Zero Yo halted, her features twisting into ferocity as she awaited Yu-Chun and the others. I sensed the demon's aura. Yuzui Tenjin leaned out from inside the carriage, puzzled. Look ahead. You'll see for yourself. Lord Sound Pillar, do you retain any capacity to fight? Yu-chan pointed toward the white-haired female demon standing motionless by the roadside awaiting them. Unlike his battle with Iketsu had been grueling enough, and the subsequent clash with Zohakuden left him barely functional. To move at all now bordered on medical miracle. Is that a pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps? A pillar? Yes. And specifically the sound pillar. Zoroyo's belligerent demeanor instantly crumbled as the carriage drew near. What madness had seized her? Survival came first, above all else. What had kept her alive as a demon all this time? Her blood demon art. Her famed regenerative ability. Neither. Zoroyo survived through caution, an instinctive retreat. She never lingered long in one place. Once in Chiba district, she'd encountered Yuzui Tenjin and fled that very night, never returning. It's just a swim. After running this long, I'm overheated, alright. Upon spotting Zoroyo, turned without hesitation and leapt headlong into the broad river beside the road. Splash! What on earth is this demon doing? Does her blood demon art involve water? Yuzui Tenjin watched the silver-haired woman vanish beneath the surface, utterly bewildered. Perhaps she's simply fatigued and cooling off. No matter. Keep clear of that river. Everyone steer the carriage off the main road. We proceed across open fields. The open field differed sharply from the road, rutted and uneven, jolting the carriage ceaselessly. Yet it kept them safely distant from the river, and discomfort was preferable to peril. Iguro Abanai sat atop the carriage, eyes fixed on the river, yet its surface remained placid, unervingly serene. The deeper the calm, the more palpable the dread, like the hush before storm. That frightened me half to death. Lucky I fled fast, else today would have been my last. Far away, Zoroyo surfaced somewhere along the bank, clutched her chest, and exhaled in trembling relief. Could it be that the demon was merely fleeing? Dawn broke peacefully, the sun rising anew over the land. After an entire night of vigilance, the group finally released a collective sigh. Yu-chan, reflecting on the previous night, could not resist voicing his suspicion. You play shogi rather well, especially the classic horse behind cannon maneuver, Abanai remarked, wryly watching Mitsuri depart for the rear carriage, whereupon he himself resumed his usual role as sage-like tactician. By day, everyone rested. Shinobu and Mikomo gradually regained consciousness, both swathed head-toto in bandages, yet insisted on sitting in the front compartment, the driver's section, to breathe fresh air. Shinobu, kome. Let me introduce you to an exceptional apprentice. Spotting Shinobu emerge, Yu-chan's eyes lit up, and he rushed over eagerly. Get lost. You look up to no good. Shinobu waved him off irritably. I guarantee, he is truly extraordinary. A prodigy worthy of succeeding your own disciple. Yu-chan plopped down beside Shinobu, ignoring the dismissal. If you don't leave now, I'll strike you. Humph. With those mummy wrappings, do you truly believe you could best me? Today I, Yu-chan, shall subdue you, single-handedly. Ow. Mercy, honorable sir. Before Yu-chan could finish, Shinobu seized his arm, twisted it sharply, and glared with undisguised contempt. Is it broken? It must be. Yu-chan stared helplessly at his limp, dangling arm, tears welling. Even wrapped like a mummy, Shinobu remained terrifyingly formidable. Not broken, just dislocated, Shinobu muttered, annoyed. He gripped Yu-chan's arm again and snapped the joint back into place. Where is he? Bring him here. Fail the test, and I'll break both your legs. Rest assured, Lord Wind Pillar. I'll bring him immediately. Yu-chan flexed his arm, satisfied, and strode off. Mission accomplished. Why linger where he might get struck again? Don't you know how easily you invite a beating? Is he truly a genius? Before long, Sichuan Shimi found himself staring at the 8-pack beneath the boar mask as Ijiju fell into contemplative silence. Little Flying Bird says you're the strongest among all of you and told me to come and apprentice under you. So let us duel. Ijiju exclaimed, exuberantly brandishing the Ri-Luan Dao that Yu-chan had given him. Little Flying Bird. What kind of nonsense name is that? And if you want to become an apprentice, why must there be a duel? Where did that brat Yu-chan find such a weirdo? Sichuan Shimi ground his teeth, a dark line of exasperation crossing his mind. Call Yu-chan over. I suddenly have something to discuss with him. 8 meters away, Yu-chan wore a practiced smile. Why call me from so far? Come here. I like this spot. Get over here. At that moment, Ihei Xiaoba and Ei slipped behind and launched a sneak attack on Yu-chan, seizing him and flinging him onto the carriage beside Sichuan Shimi. After his conversation with me, Li Xiaoba and Ei had learned why Yu-chan and Li had appeared here together. He was enraged at Yu-chan's secretive behavior, teeth clenched in anger. And having heard from Wu Along that Yu-chan had been carried along on the road by Li, almost at the point of exhaustion, Xiaoba and Ei felt he ought to have administered a full course of serpent breathing upon Yu-chan if Li had not been at his side. Hey, aren't you supposed to be a brave one? I'm not Jubit's not like I'd. Seeing the murderous glare from Xiaoba and Ei, Yu-chan realized the secret excursions with Li had been discovered. He only hoped Xiaoba and Ei did not yet know that Yuzue Tianyuan had spirited him away at Yu-chan's own instigation, done to prevent Xiaoba Nei from butting in when Mi Li was being escorted. Xiao Ba Nei, step aside for a moment. Yu Chen and I have matters to discuss. Bu Sichuan Shimi said as he draped an arm around Yu Chen's neck. There was some displeasure at Xiao Ba Nei's boldness. Yu Chen at least was of equal standing with the pillars Xiao Ba Nei, though a ranked swordsman, and almost guaranteed to become a pillar if he had slain Lu Lu was not yet confirmed. So he remained a rank for now. Such treatment of Yu Chen smacked of insubordination and a lack of respect for one's seniors. In short, Bu Sichuan Shimi's admonishment of Yu Chen felt reasonable. Hei Xiao Ba and Ei simply lacked the qualification to interject. Are you sure this wild boar is a genius? Bu Sichuan Shimi's gaze brimmed with skepticism as he looked toward Ijiju. Trust me, this one is absolutely a prodigy. Yu Chen replied softly. He will discover a beast breathing that draws from wind breathing and make it his own. One day he may stand against the Shangxinji air like Tong, M.O. Tong Montak, the one from the one, Shi, Ji, Lu Jiao. Bu Sichuan Shimi's voice betrayed shock. Having once faced Tong, M.O. himself, he understood the true weight of an upper moon too. When Bu Sichuan Shimi, Bei Mingyu Kane, and Sakanji, the four pillars, faced Tong, M.O. the fiend seemed almost indifferent and at ease. He had not even unleashed a third of his strength, and yet the four were left battered and bloodied. Had the sun not dawned to drag out the day, there was no doubt Tong, M.O. could have annihilated them all. Now Yu Chen claimed that this boar-headed youth might one day match Tong, M.O. Could Bu Sichuan Shimi not be astonished? That would mean this fellow could one day reach pillar-level power? Yes, that Tong M.O. of the Wan Shi Jilu Jiao was slain by Ijiju together with two others, though one of those pillars also perished. Yu Chen recalled Huti Ren and wondered how she fared now at Zhu Ye's side. If that is true, I will take this adopted son, though his mind seems a little unstable. Bu Sichuan Shimi admitted at the thought of gaining a worthy successor. The prospect stirred something in Bu Sichuan Shimi, who would not desire a fine heir. If his protege rose to pillar, his own reputation would shine by association. Ijiju grew up in the mountains reared by a wild boar, so his nature leans toward survival of the fittest, the law of the jungle. Approach him from that perspective, and you will reach him. In time, I will return with a sunlit, wholesome lad to temper his temperament. I am a man of steady methods. Yu Chen patted his chest, boasting of his careful hand. Ijiju then, come here. Bu Sichuan Shimi wasted no more hesitation and called the boar-headed youth over. Is this a duel? Ijiju rushed forward, gleefully Luan Dao in hand. The blade Yu Chen had given him showed scars and dents, its edge marred by irregular gouges, evidence of Ijiju's own violent practice. I'll give you a chance. If you can move me from my seat on this carriage, I will accept you, take you as my adopted son, and teach you to grow stronger. Cough, cough. Fight, or no, can you let go of me first? Swords have no eyes. Swords have no eyes. Yu Chen struggled, but could not free himself. Pig-head charge. Pig-head charge. Ijiju had no subtleties to his tactics. Brandishing the Luan Dao, he lunged headlong. You're terrified for nothing. Bu Sichuan Shimi snapped a finger with an annoyed tone and tapped the Luan Dao, flicking it clean from Ijiju's grasp. He flicked again, and a blue arc of sword energy sprang from his hand, striking Ijiju in the chest and sending him stumbling backward to sit hard upon the ground. Again, a blue blade of wind, born of the breathing technique, coiled and bit at flesh. The lightest graze drew a wound. Ijiju hit the dirt and recovered with stubborn cheerfulness. Pig-head charge. As if nothing had happened, Ijiju rose and charged anew. What is this? He can slash sword energy without the Luan Dao. Yu Chen's old eyes were dazzled by Bu Sichuan Shimi's prowess. He had never seen such refinements during the battle with Tong M.O. After his clash with the half-day dog, Bu Sichuan Shimi had grown markedly stronger. He could now weave wind blades produced by his breathing technique around his limbs as a corporeal skill. Even a mere brush against skin left a cut. Though Bu Sichuan Shimi was currently wounded, handling a simple-minded Ijiju who only knew pig-head charge was no trouble. He treated the boy as one would a mischievous child. Watching the same reckless charge again and again, and Ijiju fall each time, Yu Chen felt reasonably safe. Enough, cough, cough. You're not yet qualified to be my adopted son, but I will allow you to train by my side. I am Bu Sichuan Shimi. From today onward, I shall be your trainer, he declared as he once more sent Ijiju flying. Yu Chen suspected Bu Sichuan Shimi was close to his limit, still grievously wounded. If Ijiju charged twice more, the pillar might well falter. But with all eyes upon them, Yu Chen would not embarrass Bu Sichuan Shimi by speaking plainly. But what if the pillar, stung by the slight, overexerted himself and dislocated an arm? His name is Xiao Niao Yu Chen, not little flying bird. Remember that, Bu Sichuan Shimi said, sternly looking at the boy sprawled upon the ground. Call him wrong once more, and I will strike you, he warned. You were right. He is strong. No wonder Yu Chen recommended him to me. Easy zulafit karelisli. It is Xiao Niao Yu Chen, and you'll call me master. Understood. Bu Sichuan Shimi Fronit. Master. Understand. Xiao Niao Yu Chen, Iju shouted back. Good. Once we return to headquarters, I will subject you to brutal training. I expect you to endure it. Sichuan Shimi, still weak, stepped down from the carriage and patted Iju's shoulder. Yes, master. As Inosuke successfully apprenticed, the onlookers began to disperse, but Tanjiro gazed at Shinobu with bright eyes nearly drooling. Onaikan, that swordsman, is amazing. He can actually release sword energy. Tanjiro exclaimed, turning to his brother. Oh. At this moment, Yorichi seemed distracted. Such a powerful swordsman was wrapped in bandages and severely injured. What kind of formidable enemy could have done this? Are these people to be my enemies in the future? Can I really defeat them? Yorichi was filled with worry. It can only be said that the more intelligent a person is, the more they ponder. While Tanjiro was marveling at Shinobu's strength, Yorichi had already deduced the reason behind Shinobu's injuries, and the deeper he thought, the more his brow furrowed. Looking at his innocent younger brother beside him, how should I protect you? My foolish Odato. What's wrong? Seeing his brother's expression, Tanjiro sensed the weight of his brother's mood. It's nothing, Tanjiro. Please stay with our parents, and don't pursue becoming a swordsman, all right? They need someone to accompany them. But I want to be a swordsman. It's hopeless. My foolish Odato. The carriage continued to move forward, estimating it would take another day to return to headquarters. Shinobu brought Inosuke into the carriage and began guiding him in learning the breathing technique. At this moment, Inosuke was already hazily developing his own breathing technique, one he had discovered during years of hunting in the mountains. Although it was only a rough draft now, it belonged to his self-created breathing method. Shinobu did not alter Inosuke's existing breathing technique, but slowly guided him to deeply explore his potential and refine the still immature beast breathing. As the carriage moved slowly along, the sky gradually darkened, and another carriage approached from the opposite direction. I was sent by Lord Ubuyashiki to welcome you all back in triumph. Just as she got off the carriage, Kane, dressed in floral attire and adorned with butterfly decorations, smiled at Tanjiro and the others. Good evening, Miss Kane. Long time no see. Tanjiro greeted with a smile. How are Yorichi and Shinobu doing? This time, Ubuyashiki sent Kane, because she was a renowned healer who could better tend to everyone's injuries. Additionally, Kane was now the highest combat force that could be dispatched the fastest from headquarters, and Tanjiro's team could be said to encompass most of the Demon Slayer Corps' past, present, and future strength. If any accidents occurred along the way, the Demon Slayer Corps would suffer severe losses. Therefore, upon receiving the news from the crow, Ubuyashiki immediately sent Kane to assist. Just a simple treatment for the wounds, applying some medicine. It's best for Miss Kane to take a look herself for specific. Thank you, Tanjiro. Slaying an upper moon is quite an achievement. On this return, no one should question your position. It doesn't matter, let them question. As long as Miss Kane believes in me. No one believes you, Kane said with a hint of annoyance as she entered Shinobu's carriage. Tanjiro quietly followed, not with any ulterior motive, but simply to lend a hand. It was definitely not because he wanted to witness the possibly blushing Shinobu. I'll do it myself. I'll do it myself. Seeing Kane immediately start to remove the bandages from his body, Shinobu panicked. Don't move, Shinobu. You're a patient now. Be obedient. Kane gently told the flustered Shinobu as she deftly unwound the bandages wrapped around him. The wounds are a bit inflamed, but it's not a big issue. Looking at Shinobu's scarred upper body, Kane carefully took out various medicines and began to apply them. I can do it myself. Really? At this moment, the fearless Shinobu spoke weakly. Tanjiro was torn between wanting to laugh and not daring to, holding it in painfully. However, he couldn't bear to leave, as this version of Shinobu was rarely seen. Take off your pants too. Let me see your leg wounds. After treating the upper body, Kane began to reach for Shinobu's pants. No, it's just a few minor injuries on my legs. They're almost healed. No need to look. Shinobu clung to his pants, refusing to take them off. I'm a doctor. If you don't listen, I will get angry. And you back there who is snickering, if you have nothing to do, just go outside, or else when I hit you later, I can't hold back. Oh, the moonlight is nice tonight, Tanjiro said while gazing at the top of the carriage and walking outside as if he could really see the moon. About half an hour later, Kane came out and walked towards Iguro and the others. The primary task of Kane's visit was to check on everyone's injuries, hoping they could recover without any aftereffects. How is Shinobu? Is it serious? Tanjiro asked as Kane emerged. He needs to rest for a long time. Several bones in his body are shattered and will require further treatment at the Butterfly Mansion. That's quite serious, Kane frowned. So severe. Tanjiro recalled how Shinobu had remained silent after waking up that day, without a furrowed brow, and had easily subdued Inosuke, merely remarking that the wind Hashira was a real man. How did you survive these injuries? Kane was shocked to see the deep, bone-revealing claw marks and large bruises on Iguro's body, caused by being struck by the wooden dragon. Such injuries from impacts should have led to internal bleeding due to organ compression. The terrifying part about internal bleeding is that most people can't feel it at all, and by the time they do, it's nearly too late. And how did the claw marks on the chest heal? With this depth, and length, it should have resulted in significant blood loss. Perhaps it's just fate that I shouldn't die. Or maybe it's because of that strange pattern. Pattern? You awakened a pattern. Kane genuinely didn't know how to respond this time. Does the flower Hashira know? In a casual conversation, Tanjiro mentioned it. He said it's not a good thing. You can ask him later. He might have a way to deal with the aftereffects. Kane chatted with Iguro while treating his injuries. The pattern bearers, except for Kagaya Ubuyashiki, could only live up to 25 years, and after hesitating several times, she ultimately didn't speak of it. All right, make sure to rest more and keep the wounds dry. Kane noticed that while Iguro's wounds looked severe, most of the critical areas had already healed, and the organs were intact. Perhaps this was the effect of the pattern. What exactly is the pattern? Please tell me, Flower Hashira. Iguro sincerely asked. He wasn't too keen on looking for Tanjiro, especially since he knew Tanjiro often liked to take Mitsuri away, and he was even less inclined to get involved with him. What does it feel like to awaken the pattern? Kane countered, feeling a bit curious about the pattern one that legendary swordsman possessed. At that time, when I should have been exhausted, I felt great. I had boundless strength, and my speed, agility, pain tolerance, and reaction ability were all greatly enhanced. Iguro recalled the sensation from the battle against the Upper Moon with great detail. I don't know much either. I just heard that 400 years ago, there was a legendary swordsman named Kagaya Ubuyashiki who was born with a pattern wielding the red blade. He nearly killed Muzan Kibutsuji with a single strike, but was still evaded by him. Tanjiro probably knows more than I do. You can consult him. Kane said, her expression complex. She still didn't mention the matter of dying at 25. It wasn't 400 years ago anymore, and medical science had advanced significantly. Perhaps this era could resolve the hidden dangers of the pattern. Does Yuchin know a bit too much? Kobayashi murmured, puzzled. There is sound reasoning behind it. Well then, I'll go check on Chen Yu and Senior Master Makido. After treating Kobayashi's wounds, Shinobu headed toward the other two pillars. Hey, isn't that Shimizu? Why is your face so flushed? Yuchan had somehow slipped onto Shimizu's carriage without anyone noticing. Itching for a beating? No, serious business this time. Yuchan instantly sobered, his expression turning grave. Let's hear it. If it's unimportant, you're dead. Shimizu gripped his Nichiren blade, his cheeks still faintly flushed. After a pause, Yuchin asked quietly, how old are you? During the battle against Hanakatama, Shimizu and Kobayashi had scarcely crossed paths, and afterward Shimizu had fallen unconscious, entirely unaware that Kobayashi had awakened the flame patterns. After long deliberation, Yuchan decided to sound out Shimizu first, to gauge the pillar's stance on the matter. For it would determine whether the flame patterns would be disclosed at the next pillar assembly. The flame patterns dramatically enhance a pillar's combat prowess, but their side effects are severe. Only Kaijiro Rengoku's ancestor Yorichi Suguri bore them without fatal consequence. So you're itching for it then? Shimizu stared at Yuchan with an odd, incredulous look, as if he'd just handed himself over for a thrashing. No, this is truly important. I'm deciding something that will shape the course of the next pillar assembly. 17. Come on, calm down. I was joking. Just joking. Seeing Shimizu draw his Nichiren blade, Yuchan immediately backed down. Let's talk seriously. I know something that can vastly augment a demon slayer's recovery, strength, speed, and reflexes. You don't mean turning into a demon? Shimizu pressed the blade against Yuchan's throat. What Yuchan described matched the traits of demons perfectly. Blades have no eyes. Of course not. It comes at a cost. Yuchan carefully grasped the blade's edge and gently shifted it from his neck. Is the cost inability to withstand sunlight? Then, do you have to devour humans? Shimizu's gaze grew dangerously sharp. Only lingering camaraderie kept him from striking. Kobayashi has awakened the flame patterns. Yuchan spoke plainly without evasion. Flame patterns? What the hell is that? Stop speaking in riddles. Do you recall Yorichi Tsuguri, the one I mentioned earlier? He was born with the flame patterns. Across every era, whenever a swordsman awakens them, those close to him gradually manifest them as well. These are known as acquired flame patterns. Kobayashi is likely the first acquired flame pattern user of this age. The key distinction lies in lifespan. Acquired users rarely survive past 25, yet the patterns grant immense power. Didn't you notice how recklessly bold Kobayashi fought against Hanakatama? How does one awaken them? Just tell me. Shimizu sheathed his Nichiren blade, his demeanor now earnest. No pillar ever refused greater strength. Surviving the grotesque demons demanded nothing less. Won't you reconsider? Flame pattern users live only until 25, meaning you'd have at most 8 years left after awakening them. In your plan, we'll all eventually confront Upper Moon, one Upper Moon 2, and the Demon King Muzan Kibutsuji, correct? Shimizu countered. Yes, I am still not strong enough. I feel it. Even facing Doma again, now I'd lose. And above him stand Upper Moon 1 and Muzan Kibutsuji. If the flame patterns truly empower me, beyond measure, consequences become irrelevant. I believe every pillar feels the same way. Which demon slayer joins the Corps without accepting death as inevitable? How many swordsmen never reach 25? That year Brother Quan Jin was only 16. The Master's clan itself sees most members perish before their 30th year. Speak plainly. What conditions awaken the flame patterns? This must be one of the 3 demon-slaying arts you mentioned. Helter-skelter flame patterns. And what is the third? Shimizu remained unfazed, though a lifespan capped at 25 held no terror for him. Demon slayers never dwell on consequences. Hesitation spells death in some endless star. To awaken the flame patterns, one must stand at the precipice of life and death. Heart rate exceeding 200 beats per minute, body temperature soaring past 39 degrees Celsius. The patterns greatly amplify recovery speed, reflexes, and offensive power. Only those with extraordinary physical fortitude may survive the awakening. Otherwise, cardiac rupture. Flame pattern users trade future years for present might. Their lifespans rapidly dwindle, culminating in death around age 25. Except for Yurichi Tsuguri. That's it. Now tell me the third of the 3 demon-slaying arts. No more stalling. The third is the transparent world. The transparent world is a realm perceived only by those who attain the state of selflessness, a condition wherein bodily awareness and control reach their absolute zenith. It does not augment physical strength, rather it refines technique to its apex. Those who enter it possess sensory perception transcending the 5 senses. Within the transparent world, enemies' attacks appear sluggish. Even their internal organs become visible. Users anticipate movements with uncanny precision, discern weaknesses effortlessly, and with flawless somatic mastery, elevate combat artistry to its ultimate form. It is neither a mental state nor a cultivation method. It is a domain attained only through relentless, peerless refinement of martial skill. Yu-chan strained to articulate it, grappling with its ineffable nature. Is that even humanly possible, eh? Shimizu retorted, brow furrowed. Yes, Yurichi Tsuguri, born with flame patterns, and mastering the transparent world from the moment he drew his first breath. Yu-chan stated it as simple fact. Suppose, just suppose, I faced Yurichi Tsuguri today. How many strikes could I endure? Brother, we won't compare. Let's return to the flame patterns. What was there to compare? Did he not grasp the concept of a deity walking among mortals? 1 strike. Approximately. He defeats everyone in a single stroke. Yu-chan added, think of it this way, Yurichi cuts Muzen Kabutsuji with 1 slash, and cuts you with 1 slash. So your strength equals Muzen Kabutsuji's. Doesn't that make you feel better? It's all about perspective. So if Yurichi defeats you in 1 strike, you equal Muzen Kabutsuji 2. Shimizu glanced askance. If I think like that, I am quite formidable. Back to business, back to business. Should we disclose the flame patterns at the pillar assembly? Speak up. Why hesitate? No one opposes enhanced strength. Not now, not ever. There is no future, only the fight before us. What are you talking about? As Yu-chan was discussing the feasibility of the 3-sword style, with Shimi, Kanahui lifted the carriage curtain and walked in. Looking at Kanahui entering, Yu-chan quickly changed the topic while Shimi discreetly put away the Nichiren blade he was biting. I can't believe this little brat's nonsense. What kind of 3-sword style is this? It's a disaster. My image as the wind pillar is ruined. At this moment, Shimi felt like he wanted to die. The medical equipment here is insufficient. We should head back to headquarters as soon as possible. Kanahui frowned. Clearly the situation wasn't good. Little Kane has activated the pattern, but what do you plan to do, hey? If it's activated, then it's activated. The next pillar meeting is about to start, we can resolve it together then. Yu-chan contemplated whether to summon some renowned doctors to study the method of prolonging the pattern's life. Miss Kanahui, would you like to take a break? The journey has been exhausting, hasn't it? Yu-chan said, sensing the awkward atmosphere. No need him a pillar. At this moment, Kanahui, the highest combat strength in the carriage, had to take on the responsibility of protecting everyone. Arresting was something the injured should do. He'll go to the front room to get some fresh air. It's too stuffy in the carriage. Unable to bear the awkward atmosphere, Yu-chan took the initiative to go to the front room to gaze at the scenery along the way, leaving Kanahui and Shimi in the carriage to deal with the awkwardness. The carriage moved slowly, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. As the sun set, the evening glow painted the sky red, casting a golden hue over everything. Occasionally 1 or 2 birds flew freely across the sky. Yu-chan looked at the beautiful scenery around him, wishing Aoi was there so he could wander the mountains and enjoy the scenery with her. Appreciating the rise and fall of the sun, the memory of running with Aoi under the sunset was his most cherished memory. After a day and night of travel, everything was calm. As several ninjas appeared, everyone was blindfolded and quietly sat in the carriage. The headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps is nestled in the mountains, and all personnel entering or exiting must be blindfolded by ninjas. It takes numerous transfers to enter, greatly concealing the location of the headquarters. Since the betrayal of Kirigakure Yinsheng 400 years ago, who joined the ranks of Musen Kibutsuji after killing that generation's Lord the Demon Slayer Corps, has maintained this system. Even pillars must be led by ninjas to find the entrance to the headquarters. Finally back. Upon reopening his eyes and looking at the architectural complex before him, Yu-chan stretched, feeling as if he had returned from a different era. Shimi and the others were taken to Butterfly Mansion by Kanahui, while Inosuke followed. Yu-chan brought the Shido family to his own residence. Kojiro, you must be exhausted from the journey, right? As a man of the mountains, I'm used to it. I'm not overly tired. I wonder how you, my lord Yu-chan, plan to arrange for us. There's no special arrangement. You can stay with me for the next few days. After I meet with the lord, I will assign you a residence. Do you have any plans for the future of your brothers? After arriving at his territory, Yu-chan began making arrangements for the two brothers Yurichi and Michikawa. The arrangements were all thought out. Yurichi was assigned to the former flame pillar Kaneo Tsiri. It felt a bit awkward to steal a disciple from him, so he returned one in exchange. The stone pillar Kanamori Yashiro didn't seek trouble with Inosuke. However, Yu-chan said it was no problem. He believed Yurichi could handle the situation with Kojiro entirely and would enjoy using various sharp-tongued jabs to mock him. As for Michiro, he would stay at headquarters to self-study. This would ease the hearts of his parents and brother, and on the other hand, he could develop his own mist breathing style through self-learning. Although mist breathing is derived from wind breathing, the difference between Michiro and Inosuke is that Inosuke already has the embryonic form of beast breathing, so there's no need to worry. However, Michiro does not. His current knowledge of breathing techniques is virtually blank. If directly handed over to Shimi, it might lead to the disappearance of mist breathing, though that's just a possibility. Given Michiro's genius level, Yu-chan believed he could grow rapidly, just like in the original story. My lord Yu-chan, feel free to speak plainly. Before coming to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Kojiro had a rough idea that today's scenario might occur, so he was mentally prepared. I plan to send Yurichi to Takamatsu for training. How about Michiro staying at headquarters? But staying at headquarters means daily training to strengthen his body. Yurichi, Kojiro was taken aback, still reluctant. After all, both kids were so young, how could he bear to have them apart? Well, what do you think, Kojiro? I want to go to Takamatsu. Yurichi said, relieved to know that his brother could stay with their parents. He was indifferent to what kind of place Takamatsu was. I want to become a swordsman too. Michiro said, he'll follow my lord Yu-chan's arrangements. Kojiro sighed, knowing that under the eaves one must bow their head. All right, Kojiro, you can settle in first A. Choose any room. I will go see the lord. Yu-chan breathed a sigh of relief, having settled matters with the Shido family. What does it feel like to slay an upper moon? Aizawa smiled as he asked in the courtyard. After Yu-chan finished dealing with the Shido family's matters, he came to report to the Aizawa family. Feeling, honestly, I don't feel much. Gets all the results of several pillars' hard work. I was just there assisting and watching them grill the dog for half a day. I'm really envious of you. You can travel with the swordsman while I'm stuck in this little world. Aizawa said, what's there to envy? We all live in the tragedy of life. Let's not talk about this, but it's easy to get sad. Let's discuss the upcoming pillar meeting. Time flies in the blink of an eye. Yu-chan has been with the Demon Slayer Corps for over half a year. I still vividly remember the first time we met. What are your plans moving forward? Are you looking for the Kamado family and solving the issue with Nezuko? Pretty much. Zenitsu Agatsuma is probably ready to debut. After the pillar meeting, I plan to have him perform throughout the country. With the Lord's financial backing and promotion, there shouldn't be any problems. Then there's the Kamado family and the research into the patterns. Just thinking about the patterns made Yu-chan's head hurt. Is it because of Iguro Abanai? I didn't expect that child to activate the pattern. Since it's activated, just let it be. Don't let this delay your plan. I will inform Tamayo and Shinobu about this matter. I believe they won't let us down. Sometimes you must learn to let go and let others handle things. You can be too handsome. Everyone has their own personality. Some things just feel unsafe to hand over to others. That feels more reassuring to handle them myself, Yu-chan said with a wry smile. Why didn't I get a system or something when I crossed over? If I had a system, I could single-handedly deal 1,800 blows to Musen. I wouldn't need to set up various plans like now, consuming my energy and still seeing slow results with some plans taking years to complete. But these thoughts are just for contemplation. A life must go on, right? Is there any vacant house near the butterfly house? Yu-chan asked, mainly wanting to arrange for the Shirtu family. The Shirtu family has been living in the deep mountains for years, possessing some basic knowledge of pharmacology. However, it is merely a foundation. Now the butterfly house is short-staffed, and having them help with gathering herbs wouldn't be a problem. This is also to find work for Kanjiro and his wife, preventing them from idling and overthinking. At the same time, Michiro would have the opportunity to interact with various swordsmen in the butterfly house, and Kane Kocho could also guide him, making it a win-win situation. Should we arrange for the Shirtu family to go to the butterfly house? This is fine. You can check for available houses around later. When the time comes, just bring the Shirtu family over to move in directly. Choyashi Yose thought for a moment and said this kind of matter only requires a nod of approval and doesn't need much effort from Choyashiki. Thank you, my lord. Seeing Choyashiki nodding, it indicated that Chen's arrangement for the Shirtu family had received approval. Are there any other matters? Let's discuss them all together, Choyashiki Yose asked, noticing Chen's troubled expression, which suggested he wasn't holding anything good back. There is indeed one matter that requires your approval, my lord. It seems that the decision to promote Iguro Abanai as a Hashira at the upcoming Hashira meeting is a done deal. Therefore, I believe it would be appropriate to assign Abanai to the area under the jurisdiction of the Stone Hashira. The Stone Hashira Kamiju Shingetsu has been assigned to be beside Zenitsu to handle the matter of the female demon. Yuchen cautiously observed Choyashiki Yosei's expression. Do you know how many Hashira are currently in the Demon Slayer Corps? Yes. Yuchen replied awkwardly. You really dare to think. You want to send my strongest child to be a bodyguard? Ahem, only Lord Kamiju Shingetsu can put my mind at ease. After all, we are facing the upper moon for the female demon with the infinite castle. This matter is the result of Yu Chen's careful consideration. The wind Hashira Shinazugawa Sanemi is too impulsive and may not be able to fulfill the duties of a bodyguard. The sound Hashira's abilities are somewhat weaker and might not be able to swiftly slay the female demon. If she escapes back to the infinite castle, it would be challenging to lure her out again. This is a one-time opportunity, and after much thought, only the stone Hashira Kamiju Shingetsu and the one with the transparent world pattern Tanjiro Kamado are the most suitable. Since the Kamado family has not yet arrived, the stone Hashira has become the only candidate. I will not interfere much with this matter. If you can persuade Shingetsu, let him go. If you can't persuade him, I won't help you either, Choyashiki Yose said after pondering for a moment. With your words, my lord, I can rest easy. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Please take care, my lord. Yuchen let out a long breath, stood up, and bid farewell to Choyashiki Yose. Go on, don't feel too much pressure. You are not alone. You are also my most outstanding child. After talking with my lord, Yuchen started to get busy. First, he searched for a vacant residence near the Butterfly House to move the Shirtu family, then went to check on Zenitsu's progress in his studies. Zenitsu has now been able to compose some nice pieces on his own. Of course, if he can't compose, it's fine. There will naturally be someone to write good music for him in the future, as Zenitsu has the support of the Choyashiki clan behind him. As long as there is proper promotion and publicity in the future, Zenitsu will undoubtedly become the most talented, youngest, and most famous Pipa master of this era. At this moment, Zenitsu seemed much more composed, perhaps because he had been living too well lately and had gained a bit of weight. His face had visibly rounded. Sitting in the courtyard, he plucked the strings of the pipa, and the sound was crisp and mellow. It could be described as the big strings sound like a torrential rain, the small strings whisper softly. The sounds intertwine as they are played, big and small pearls fall onto a jade plate. The songs of the orioles slide beneath the flowers, and the murmur of the spring water flows beneath the ice, hard to hear. The icy spring is cold, and bitter the strings seem to freeze. The sound momentarily halts. There is hidden sorrow and unspoken resentment. Silence at this moment is more powerful than sound. When a silver bottle suddenly breaks, the water splashes, and the iron cavalry emerges, swords and spears clashing. As the piece ends, the final note resonates like the sound of torn silk. Yuchen sat casually on the stone steps at the entrance, listening to Zenitsu's pipa playing. Although he wasn't particularly refined, he could tell that this piece was melodious and elegant. It felt like a gentle breeze brushing against his face. Unconsciously, he began humming along, momentarily forgetting a heap of worries. Lord Takaishi. Zenitsu, holding the pipa, looked cautiously at the sleeping Yuchen. Did I fall asleep? Shh. Perhaps it was because he was too tired during this period. Yuchen had leaned against the wall and dozed off while listening to the music. At that moment, Zenitsu was so engrossed in playing the pipa that he didn't notice Yuchen's arrival. It wasn't until the piece finished that he saw Yuchen, and upon approaching discovered that Yuchen was asleep with faint snoring sounds coming from him. Well played. It seems you're almost ready to graduate. Yuchen stood up and stretched his muscles. The music had indeed allowed him to relax a lot. It seemed he could come to listen more often when he had nothing to do. No. I'm not even 1/10 as good as my teachers. The realm of music is far too vast right now. I feel like a toddler learning to walk. Zenitsu humbly replied. After not seeing each other for a while, Zenitsu had lost some of his roughness and gained a bit of elegance. This won't do. Yuchen frowned. After dealing with the female demon, Zenitsu still needed to practice his sword diligently and continue to be of use to himself. This elegance is not something to be learned. Surely no one would truly think that Zenitsu could just learn the pipa and not be a swordsman anymore, right? What a joke. After all, he is destined to be the next Hashira. How could he possibly let that go lightly? He must be utilized to the fullest and squeezed dry of every last drop of effort. Zenitsu, have you gained some weight? It seems so, Zenitsu said with a hint of distress as he pinched the fat on his belly. How about this? Starting tomorrow, every morning go to the Butterfly House and do rehabilitation training with those swordsmen and continue learning the pipa in the afternoon. Zenitsu, you must understand. If you gain weight, no girl will like you. Yu Chen patted Zenitsu's shoulder and, "No girl will like me. No girl will like me." Upon hearing this, Zenitsu's eyes lost their spirit, mumbling to himself like a salted fish that had lost its dream. "Let me tell you a secret. There are many beautiful girls at the butterfly house," Yu Chen said with a mischievous smile. Zenitsu's eyes lit up as if he had found his dream again. "Starting tomorrow, go to the butterfly house every morning and say I sent you. Forget it, come to my residence tomorrow morning and it'll take you there." Yu Chen looked at the kid in front of him, unable to understand why an 11 or 12-year-old boy would be thinking about finding a wife all day long. At his age. "Well, then it's settled. Play another piece, it'll listen a while," Yu Chen said as he found a long bench lay back and closed his eyes. "Very well, sir," came the reply. Soon a beguiling pipa melody rose. Delicate plucks, gentle rolls, a plaintive lift. First a motif of Nishong, then the shift in a Holu Yao. Should the pillar meeting invite Sean? I heard Guozi Wuzan held a gathering with Ming Nu at his side as accompaniment, so our pillar meeting must not be outdone in refinement. We ought to have live accompaniment as well. Yu Chen let such idle thoughts drift through his mind and slowly sank into a deep contented sleep beneath the pipa's beguiling strains. When Yu Chen stirred again, night had already fallen, the stars pricked faintly at the distant sky. Shawnee watched him sleep without disturbing him, then quietly fetched a thin quilt and covered him. The courtyard lay in hushed stillness. A succession of cool autumn breezes brushed past, bringing with them a faint chill that crawled along Yu Chen's skin. After straightening his clothes, Yu Chen stepped onto the path home under cover of darkness. He treated the afternoon as a half-day of leave. Tomorrow a pile of matters awaited him. At dawn the next day, Yu Chen still slept while he had already dashed over his face alight with excitement, entirely unaware that he had stumbled straight into Yu Chen's little trap. Of course there were elder sisters about, but that had nothing whatsoever to do with my husband Sean. Sir, let's go, Shawnee urged as Yu Chen finished washing. Yu Chen thought to himself, I hope you retain this enthusiasm in time. Muttering under his breath, Yu Chen and his husband Sean ambled toward Daiwu. Along the road, a few carrier crows flitted by bearing tidings in swift black lines. No sooner had Yu Chen stepped into Daiwu than he saw Xiang Naihu sitting in the yard blowing bubbles, while Shinchi Aoi stood nearby, washing garments. Xiang Naihu, little Aoi, good morning. Xiang Naihu offered a polite, slightly embarrassed smile, then returned to blowing bubbles from her cupped hands. Ah, such a lovely lady. Sean gushed at the sight of Xiang Naihu, and Shinchi Aoi, his expression turning absurdly giddy. Yu Chen's reflex was sharp. He clamped a hand over Sean's mouth to halt the display. Where is Xiang Naihu? Yu Chen asked. She was performing successive surgeries through the night and has not yet awoken, came the reply. Very well. I'll walk about a little, you needn't fuss over me, Yu Chen said, taking Shawnee with him as they moved deeper into the house. Having visited Daiwu many times, Yu Chen was well acquainted with its layout and headed straight for the infirmary. Brother Maki, how are you feeling? He found Maki Sholong bent over paper writing. You come to see the patient and bring no fruit at all. Maki scolded when Yu Chen's hands were empty. Ah, Shawnee, the fruit I asked you to buy. Hey. Young Shan once again tasted the world's unkindness and stared bewildered. Children might forget such things. Yu Chen waved a hand as if to forgive. Shawnee's small heart felt grievously wounded by the accusation. Come now, forgetting is one thing, but shifting the blame onto a child. Shameless. Maki retorted, his tone more exasperated than harsh. Ahem. No matter. Brother, what are you writing? May I have a look? Yu Chen changed the subject. It's nothing, just extra forms of flame breathing, Yenji Hushi. That brat only knows a handful of those breathing forms, and yet acts like a pillar. It's a disgrace to the Rengoku line, Maki muttered. Though his words were stern, concern laced them. Those sword patterns were prepared for Xing Sholong. Maki's apparent severity hid deep care for him. There had been a time when Maki, mired in despair, destroyed much of the Rengoku clan's books, forcing Xing Sholong to learn the sword patterns from fragmentary sheets. Despite this, Xing Sholong reconstructed 6 forms: first form, Bujihua second form, Rising Flame Sky U third form, Qi Yin Wanxiang fourth form, Serpentine Grandeur of Flame fifth form, Flame Tiger, and the secret ninth form, Purgatory. Now Maki was writing out the 6th, 7th, and 8th forms, intending to hand them to Xing Sholong upon his return for the pillar meeting. Though he spoke of fearing for Xing's reputation, what Maki truly feared was that Xing might not be strong enough and could fall in some dark night. Such is the pitying heart of a parent. I won't trouble you further, brother. He'll take Sean to the rehabilitation training. You rest well, Yu Chen said. Off with you. Just seeing you annoys me. Maki waved him away and returned to his writing. Shawnee, for now, and you must come every morning and train with these swordsmen. Do you understand? Yu Chen said, patting Sean's head as they reached the training ground. Charge. Full bore. At that moment, a boar-headed trainee thundered across the field, hoisting 2 Denadri Luan Dao and careening with reckless zeal. Ihei, Ziobanai, and Gonlusi Mealy were among them, running reflex drills and honing their responses with focused intensity. Sean Yi's eyes lit up at the sight of Mealy. He grew breathless with admiration. Mealy spotted Yu-chun and waved cheerfully. What a filthy look. Get out of here, the one with Yu-chun. Ihei snapped, instantly noticing Sean Yi's leering gaze and directing a venomous protectiveness toward him. Poor Sean Yi flinched and sank to the ground in a quivering heap, whimpering that he would die, that it was too terrifying, he wanted to go home. Don't frighten the child, Ziobanai. Yu-chun pulled the trembling Sean Yi close and introduced him. This is my husband Sean Yi. From now on he will train here every morning. Oh, training the body, you say? I suspect you're training the eyes, Ihei remarked with a sardonic curl to his tone. Mealy, smiling, pinched Sean Yi's chubby cheek and teased him gently. Sean Yi could scarcely stop grinning. No one had ever treated him like this before. An elder sister's attention felt like a revelation. For that moment Sean Yi believed he had been welcomed into heaven. He only hoped he would not learn too late that heaven had its own kind of trial. Leave the training to me then. You'll see he is properly drilled, Ihei said, eyeing the wrapped little figure of Sean Yi with a mock sternness that hid amusement. I thought the elder sisters would instruct me. Sean Yi stammered, surprised, but Ihei and Mealy had already taken him away, leaving only a retreating silhouette. Ihei, be gentle, Yu-chun called after them from afar as he watched Sean Yi led off. At some point Xiang Naihui had come over and cocked her head at Yu-chun. Yu-chun, would you like to train too? She asked. Seeing the friendly bustle on the field and feeling a stir of willingness, Yu-chun answered, very well. They'll give it excellent. Start with 100 push-ups, then 100 squats, 100 sit-ups, and finish with a 10-kilometer run. Let's begin at once. I rarely take the chance to coach someone personally, Xiang Naihui said, excited. Yu-chun regretted his consent almost immediately. I will surely die if this regimen will kill me, he muttered, foreseeing the coming agony. By afternoon, Yu-chun trembled and limped as he led the exhausted Sean Yi away. Sean Yi's legs wobbling like jointed stalks. The joy he had felt upon arriving at Dai Wu had vanished. He now regarded the place as if it were a kind of private hell. Come visit often, Yu-chun. Mealy waved after them, watching the pair recede. Xiang Naihui stood a little off, covering her mouth as she suppressed a smile. Ihei had already planned Sean Yi's training for the next 2 months in detail, designed to squeeze out the last reserves of the child's strength so that he would not even have the energy to open his eyes and gaze at Mealy. During his time at headquarters, Yu-chun did not rush to venture out again in search of the Xiamen family. One reason was that most of the high-level combatants had sustained injuries and were still recuperating at the Butterfly House. The second reason was that the pillar assembly was about to begin, and Yu-chun was uncertain whether he could return before. Thus, during this period, Yu-chun handled affairs within the Hidden Division, coordinated teams from various regions, and occasionally visited the Butterfly House, though he had not attempted any training since that day. Yu-chun still remembered the soreness he felt all over his body the morning after training, to the point where he could hardly lift his hand to eat. Therefore, he tried to avoid forcing Kanehira to exercise. As the days drew closer, Enmyu Akaza returned to headquarters. Is Yu-chun at home? Early in the morning, the weary Akaza knocked on Yu-chun's door. Akaza, you have returned. It's been a while. You still have that same charm. Please come in. Yu-chun greeted the enthusiastic young man with a smile. It's been a long time since I last saw you. I came to thank you for reigniting my father's fighting spirit. I am deeply grateful. Lord Shinjiro is just tired. I believe that even without me, he will eventually emerge from the shadows on his own. Yu-chun replied, helping Akaza inside. Are you adapting well to life in Tokyo? Yu-chun chatted with Akaza inside the house. I feel fulfilled every day battling demons, and guarding each night is my lifelong wish. I heard that Yu-chun recently teamed up with the other pillars to slay the Upper Moon 4, and the battle against the Upper Moon was magnificent. I only regret that I am in Tokyo and cannot participate in the battle. Yu-chun smiled, saying, there will be more opportunities. There are several Upper Moons left. In the future, we will eliminate them one by one. By then, Akaza, you might find it impossible not to fight. Just let me know if you decide to take action against any Upper Moon, and I will give it my all. Akaza declared with great interest. Rest assured, Akaza that day is not far off. By the way, I noticed Lord Shinjiro has written down the remaining sword techniques of flame breathing. I wonder if I can hand them to you. My father did not give them to me, Akaza replied, surprised and unaware of this matter. Perhaps he wanted to get. Yu-chun silently chastised himself for breaking that surprise with his chatter. After chatting with Akaza for a while and having a meal together, Yu-chun smiled knowingly as he listened to Akaza loudly exclaiming about the 5 ants. In the afternoon, Yu-chun returned to the Hidden Division to handle matters. The rewards for everyone after the battle with the half-dog had already been distributed. Murata was the first to discover the true form of the half-dog and even blew off the legs of the hate demon, raising his rank to level G. Kanroji Mitsuri blocked the empty joy, allowing Iguro Abanai to pursue the true form of the half-dog and later engage in battle with the hate heaven, raising his rank to level D. Other swordsmen below level D who participated all advanced 1 rank, and those who took part in the search would have their salaries doubled next month. A few well-intentioned rank and brank swordsmen inadvertently caused the successful fusion of Hate Heaven by obstructing the grief, but due to their past achievements this time, there would be no reward or punishment. As for the rewards for Iguro Abanai, they were not mentioned, but everyone knew that as becoming the new pillar was a certainty, and such matters would be addressed at the semi-annual pillar assembly. In the evening, the rock pillar Kanamori arrived at headquarters. After hearing this news, Yu-chun immediately headed to Kanamori's residence. Some matters needed to be discussed in advance to avoid any surprises during the meeting. Why has Yu-chun come? Kanamori asked, hands clasped, tears streaming from his eyes. I seek the master for an important matter. Would the master be willing to slay an upper moon? Yu-chun, please come inside and elaborate. Without a doubt, Kanamori was intrigued. After learning that everyone had slain the half-dog, he felt happy for them, but also harbored a slight regret. As the strongest pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, except for Doma, he had yet to encounter any upper moon, making it seem like he had all the skills but nowhere to showcase them. Even a few rising stars had accomplished what no one had done for centuries before him, yet he had not even encountered a lower moon in his area. Upon hearing that there was a need for him regarding an upper moon, how could Kanamori not be excited? That was an upper moon, a being that had never been slain except in the violent bloodshed in the recent battle against the half-dog. An evil spirit that had killed countless Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen and was the strongest trump card under Musen Kibutsuji. Does the master remember the singing girl? Entering the room, Yu-chun asked. Of course I remember. Kanamori recalled the massive and bizarre infinity castle from the day he took Doma away. The trap for the singing girl has already been set, but I do not know when she will take the bait, so the master must hide near the lure and wait for her appearance. Yu-chun believed that as long as Zenitsu became famous enough and composed enough pieces, he would certainly attract the singing girl, but this would require time, possibly a year or two. During this time, Kanamori would need to follow Zenitsu, closely remaining inseparable as they traveled across Japan, embarking on Zenitsu's performance journey. The trip would conclude when they successfully lured out the singing girl. Yu-chun laid out the details of the singing girl plan, awaiting Kanamori's response. It was simple, he just needed to follow Zenitsu, and the upper moon for the singing girl would surely appear. However, during this time, Kanamori needed to remain incognito, not exposing himself, refraining from slaying evil spirits, and staying close to Zenitsu. Please wait, Yu-chun. Let me ponder this for a moment. How about I provide my answer at tomorrow's pillar assembly? After a moment of silence, Kanamori said. Kanamori was somewhat conflicted about this plan, as he did not know the time frame, or how long it would take to lure out the singing girl. A swordsman's golden age is only so many years. Once past that golden age, a swordsman's state gradually declines, and they can only retreat to become just like Mitsuri Kanroji and Kaneo Sayuri. They can handle ordinary demons, but age takes its toll, and their physical strength and endurance are not what they once were. When faced with powerful demons, they can only sigh in resignation. Of course, the current Purgatory Shinjiro is in a similar situation, his body beginning to decline, feeling as if his sword strikes are becoming slower and less decisive. This is the helplessness of all swordsmen. Even if Kanamori is the strongest pillar, he is still human. How many 2-year spans are there in the golden years of life? This is why he is particularly conflicted about Yu-chun's plan. Then I will await the master's response. I believe the master will not disappoint me. Yu-chun bid farewell to Kanamori and walked towards Zenitsu, leaving behind a particularly conflicted Kanamori who was reciting Buddhist scriptures. There's nothing to do tonight. Let's listen to Zenitsu's music. The next morning, Yu-chun got up early and hurried to the Lord's courtyard. He thought he had arrived quite early, but everyone else was already there. The rock pillar Kanroji Mitsuri. The wind pillar Shinazugawa Sanemi. The flower pillar Kochu Shinobu. The flame pillar Rengoku Kyojuro. The sound pillar Yuzui Tengen. Not far away were Iguro Abanai and the former flame pillar Rengoku Shinjiro, just like he and Kyojuro were back in the day. Good morning, Yu-chun. Why haven't you come to the butterfly mansion to train in a while? Kanroji Mitsuri said with a bright smile. Yu-chun felt that continuing to train there could lead to a fate from which he could not be rescued. Before the Lord emerged, everyone chatted casually, having not seen each other for a long time. The Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen were in a state of oblivion, unaware if each separation was for a period or forever. Precisely because of this, the happiest person at each meeting was the Lord, as it meant all his children were healthy and unharmed. In the midst of their chatter, Yuzui Tengen, wrapped in bandages, was flamboyantly recounting how he fought against Hanten Goku, describing how he tore through Hanten Goku's defenses with his techniques. In summary, it was all about flair, and more flair. Yu-chun quietly approached Kanroji Mitsuri, remaining silent, and simply looking at him, hoping for a response. After a long silence, Kanroji Mitsuri recited a Buddhist chant and nodded slightly. The heavy stone in Yu-chun's heart finally fell. As the sun slowly rose, the Lord gradually walked out of his room. Seeing my children still here brings me great joy. Every time before the pillar meeting, I feel anxious, fearing that something might happen to any of my children. But every time I see your vibrant faces in the morning sun, I can't help but feel happiness, he said, a gentle smile gracing his youthful face. We are equally glad to see you, my lord. We hope you take care of yourself and do not overstrain, everyone said, kneeling on one knee. Get up, my children, there is no need for that. Let's begin this pillar meeting. Kotori Yusaku said, looking. Understood. So the first matter, Iguro Abanai has slain the lower moon and together with everyone defeated the upper moon for Rengoku. I propose to name him the Snake Pillar. What does everyone think? Abanai is indeed deserving of it, but we have no objections. Everyone already understood this matter well, and there would be little dissent. The more pillar-level fighters in the Demon Slayer Corps, the stronger they would be, and everyone felt very pleased about Abanai becoming a pillar. Does Abanai have anything to say? Kotori Yusaku smiled at the distant Iguro Abanai. Thank you for your guidance. Abanai knelt on one knee and said loudly, I will not let down your trust, my lord. Got my child. I hope you will not disappoint the name of the Snake Pillar. In Yu Chen's plans, there are still many great battles. I am willing to serve you until death, my lord. Kyojuro, you should also get up. No one will blame you. Everyone encounters low points in life. Oh, what matters is that you can rise above them. I am very glad to see you emerging from the depths, Kotori Yusaku said as he walked towards Rengoku Kyojuro, slowly helping him up from his prolonged kneeling. My lord. Kyojuro slowly stood up, tears streaming down his face. All right, it is all in the past. However, the title of Flame Pillar has now been taken by your son. What are your plans next, Kyojuro? Kotori Yusaku asked, looking at the scarred Kyojuro. At the same time, Kotori Yusaku couldn't bear to see Kyojuro continue to wear himself out. There were few pillars in the Demon Slayer Corps who could end their lives peacefully, so he hoped Kyojuro could step back and become a mentor, which was a unique kindness given to the Rengoku clan who had followed for 1,000 years. Yu Chun is powerless and needs someone to protect him. For now, I intend to continue following Yu Chun to carry out his Kyojuro stated his next intentions. He was not old yet and could still wield a sword. I respect your choice, but I still hope Kyojuro can take care of his health. Seeing the battered Kyojuro, the lord felt a pang of sympathy, quietly cursing Yu Chun for being such a scoundrel, using even the retired pillars. Even the gentle lord felt a tinge of anger towards Yu Chen's unscrupulousness. Now, let's discuss the second matter. During the battle against the upper moon, Iguro Abanai awakened the marks. I believe everyone is not familiar with this. So next, Yu Chun, please explain the function and side effects of the marks in detail. This matter must be thorough with no concealment. Understood, my lord. Yu Chun stepped forward, stood before everyone, and after a moment of contemplation began. The mark, first appearing on the chosen one Kigen Yurichi 400 years ago, he was the first documented user of the marks. Yuriki's marks were innate present at birth. The marks can significantly enhance a person's recovery ability, speed, reaction capability, and attack power. How much can it enhance? Rengoku Kyojuro asked curiously. For details, you can ask Abanai. He is the first to awaken the marks in this era. Continuing, he said the conditions for awakening the marks are to be in a life-and-death crisis with a pulse above 200 of body temperature exceeding 39 degrees and to have one's breath technique at its limit. Only then is it possible to awaken. The stronger the individual, the greater the likelihood of awakening, requiring an unwavering belief in life or death. Additionally, the manifestation of the marks varies, depending on the breath technique used. For instance, Iguro Abanai's marks extend from his left arm to his left face in a snake-like pattern. If the rock pillar were to awaken his marks, they would likely appear on both his arms with gray rock patterns. The power of the marks is incredibly strong, but likewise the side effects are immensely severe. All who have awakened the marks, except for Kigen Yurichi, have not lived past the age of 25. Such is the price of the marks, trading future longevity for present strength. Upon hearing this, Iguro Abanai was initially taken aback, but then smiled faintly, seemingly unconcerned about reaching the age of 25. The other pillars reacted similarly, with no one caring much about this side effect. According to what was said in Yuriki's time, whenever a marks wielder appears, new marks wielders will resonate around them one after another. Before he could finish, Rengoku Kyojuro and Shinazugawa Sanemi had already stood beside Iguro Abanai. Is that how resonance occurs? Kyojuro said, leaning towards Abanai. As long as you're happy. The marks still require one to be strong enough, otherwise forcing an awakening would only lead to a fatal outcome from a heart unable to bear the strain. Is there anything else you need clarification on? Yu Chun asked everyone. How do you awaken the marks again? During the recent reply training, he had also attempted to awaken the marks again, but failed. The conditions for awakening the marks are the same as the first time. Each awakening is a significant drain on one's vitality. Unless absolutely necessary, I do not recommend anyone to use it. Looking at Abanai, it was clear he took the latter part of the statement as mere background noise. Are there any other questions? Yu Chun looked at the crowd. We have no questions. All right, my lord, please allow me to take some time to discuss a small plan for what comes next. Yu Chun respectfully spoke to Shinjiro Kanamori. The trap for Ming-Nu has already begun to be set. I intend to assign Yamashirabe to take charge while Ihei Kanai will head to the area of Lord Yama to guard. Is there any dissent? Amipa, I have no objections. Seeing no one speak up, Shurabe affirmed Yu-chan. I have no objections. After a moment of thought, Ihei Kanai spoke, acknowledging the need to give respect during the meeting. Thank you both. Yu-chan wore a smile, clearly relieved. Please continue to preside over the meeting, my lord. With that, Yu-chan returned to the side of the crowd. There were no major announcements to be made next. Shinjiro Kanamori only explained Yu-chan's identity as a prophet to the crowd, primarily for Kanai's benefit. He also hoped that Kanai and Yu-chan could get along harmoniously, otherwise this lord would feel distressed seeing the most outstanding of his children at odds with each other. Ihei Kanai also stated on the spot that there was merely a small misunderstanding with Shirayushi Yu-chan and that there were no hard feelings. He was also astonished by Yu-chan's abilities and understood why Yu-chan could become a ranker, realizing where the invaluable intelligence came from. As the sun climbed higher, Shinjiro Kanamori smiled and concluded the meeting mainly due to the lengthy session that had begun to strain his body. He still wished to spend a little more time with everyone. Kanai can come with me. There are some matters that need to be handed over. Shurabe spoke to Ihei Kanai as the handover mainly involved the work within the area. After completing the handover, Shurabe wouldn't be making any appearances for a long time as he would embark on a new journey with my wife Zenitsu. The crowd gradually left the courtyard in small groups. Kyojuro was also taken back to his residence by Shinjiro, likely to pass down the complete flame breathing technique. Yu-chan-kun, would you like to come to the Butterfly Mansion for a visit? Kanai invited Yu-chan. Yeah, just to be clear, it's fine to visit, but no training. Yu-chan said, seriously recalling how he almost scared Kanai half to death last time. What are you thinking about? It's about Kanai. Recently, Kanai seemed to have learned the flower breathing technique despite Yu-chan not having taught her. Kanai, she has learned the flower breathing technique. Yu-chan asked curiously. You really know? Kanai shot Yu-chan an exasperated glance. Of course I know. I also know she learned it by secretly watching you train every day. He. Yu-chan said proudly. You knew, but didn't tell me. Let's fight. Oh no, beautiful lady, spare me. With that, the two of them began to chase each other playfully. I won't run anymore. You could catch me in an instant, right? Yu-chan said, leaning on his knees and panting. Why would I chase you when watching you run for your life is more fun? Come to the Butterfly Mansion and tell me about Kanai's future. Kanai placed her hand on Yu-chan's back while catching her breath. Will you cover lunch? Sure. I'll cook myself. Is that all right? That works. The two of them walked towards the Butterfly Mansion, chatting casually along the way. It was evident that Kanai truly cared for Kanai, treating her like a younger sister, not wanting to see her suffer any harm. Kanai's future will involve defeating Doma alongside Shinobu and Inosuke. Then she'll marry and have children with a user of the sun breathing. Yu-chan understood the principle of delivering only good news and not bad. He said nothing about Shinobu's death or Kanai's blindness. I know how strong Doma is, are you sure? I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words. Kanai in the Butterfly Mansion was skeptical, though she knew better than anyone what level Shinobu was at, and Inosuke had only just joined the Demon Slayer Corps. Now Yu-chan was telling her that these three had faced Doma. Even with all of them having the mark, it wouldn't be guaranteed. It's true. Doma was just poison. He had been hit with a lethal dose of wisteria poison 700 times over by Shinobu. The outcome was tragic, right? Do you wish for Kanai to become a swordsman? From the perspective of the Demon Slayer Corps, I sincerely hope the Corps can grow stronger, but from the standpoint of a friend. Yu-chan looked at Kanai and said, so let's not interfere and let things take their natural course. Kanai will make her own decision. Meanwhile, Shurabe and Kanai began the handover of their assigned area, which would likely take 10 days to half a month. During this time, the promotion for my wife Zenitsu's first concert had already commenced, proceeding smoothly as planned. Yu-chan also began to wait for Shinjiro's injuries to heal, preparing to go to the Kamadu household with Shinjiro to find the successor of the sun breathing technique. Until Shinjiro fully recovered, Yu-chan continued to handle various official duties, as usual, occasionally visiting Zenitsu in the evenings to listen to his music. However, he didn't know when it started, but more and more people began to gather at Zenitsu's place, including Michiro Kanai, Shinjiro, and Tenjin Yuzui, among others. Zenitsu seemed to play even harder when he noticed the girls paying attention to him. After the meeting concluded, Michiro was also taken to Takamiyama for further training. It was uncertain what kind of sparks would fly between him and Inosuke. However, Yu-chan felt that the selfishness written all over Inosuke's face would likely not be able to compete with Michiro. And what about Shinjiro now? He was at home putting Kyojuro through grueling training, wishing for Kyojuro to learn 3 sword forms in a single day. Kyojuro, however, possessed an indomitable spirit, never complaining or feeling tired, continuously practicing. As time passed, light snow began to fall from the sky, signaling the approach of the new year. This morning, I discovered an issue with the book, resulting in the suspension of recommendations. It is currently being rectified, and I am feeling very frustrated. I apologize for only having one update today. I'm really struggling to write. I'm sorry, everyone. Hey, Brett, are you feeling better? On the following morning, Maki Shuru said under the rising sun, carrying his bundle. Is Akaza all right? Have you returned to Tokyo? Yu-chan asked, looking at Maki Shuru outside the door. Yes, I have taught him everything he needs to know. I believe he is now capable of being his own flame Hashira without my worries. Shall we set off then? Yes, let's go. The two horse-drawn carriages headed toward the Kamadu family accompanied by Maki Shuru, Kanroji Mitsuri, and two others named Fukan Yuta and Nakataniaki. As the weather grew colder and the snow on the road had not completely melted, their journey was not fast. It felt more like a leisurely outing. With Maki Shura's heart unburdened, he became more talkative, sharing stories of his past slaying demons with Mitsuri Yuta and the others. There should be a town ahead. Let's rest there for the night. As the sun began to set, Maki Shuru remarked, "Have you been here before?" Yu-chun asked curiously. "Indeed, I've been here a long time ago. Oh, I wonder if the Fujin family is still around. It seems like they are still here." As the carriage approached, everyone noticed a large mansion adorned with wisteria. "Is anyone home?" As the knocking sounded, footsteps approached from within, coming closer. Coming. Why does that voice sound so familiar? Before Yu-chun could recall who the voice belonged to, the door swung open, revealing Kanroji with a face full of irritation that shifted to astonishment. "Yushin Dono, Flame Hashira Dono." Kanroji hurriedly greeted Yu-chun and the others. "Kanroji-kun, long time no see. Are you on a mission around here? I received information that there are demons lurking nearby, so I came here with Ju." Yu-chun was quite pleased to see Kanroji, as he was the first character he had saved by changing history, which held great significance. "However, we haven't found any traces of the demon, yet this one is quite cunning." Kanroji led everyone inside while speaking. "This demon appears every few days, seeking out solitary individuals to prey upon. Ju and I have tried several times to lure it out during the night, but we have not succeeded. Often we discover casualties the following morning. The people in this town are on edge. If we don't catch this demon soon, they may have to leave their homes en masse." Kanroji sighed. "How many people have died so far?" 7, 2 of whom were found at home with their bodies severely mutilated, and several others have gone missing with no trace left behind. Who were these people from the town? Have you considered any connections among them? Why does the demon remain here? You have been here for a while, haven't you? The demon hasn't caused you any trouble nor fled. Could it be seeking revenge? Yu-chun pondered and analyzed. Some individuals with special constitutions might retain their memories even after turning into demons. Once they gain immense power, seeking revenge on those who once bullied them becomes quite reasonable. What was the name of the first victim? Was a body left behind? Yu-chun asked calmly. The first missing person was apparently named Sakata Sato. That should be the name. The kind of case where there's no sign of life or death, Kanroji mused. Then let's investigate this person's relationship with the other victims. I actually know a bit about this. An elderly woman carrying a teapot approached. It was the owner of the Fujin family. Granny, let me handle this. Kanroji quickly stood up to take the teapot from Granny Yin. Sakata Sato was considered the most honest and hard-working person in our town. Due to his reputation for diligence, a matchmaker introduced him to a girl named Shimizu Rei. After they fell for each other, they got married. Although their life wasn't rich, they managed to get by through their joint efforts. Unfortunately, the girl had a useless brother named Shimizu Bun, who was not only idle in the town, but also loved to gamble, often asking his sister for money when he ran out. The Shimizu siblings lost their parents at a young age, and Rei raised her brother all by herself. Now that she was married, she still couldn't let go of her brother, often secretly giving him money without her husband knowing. However, the Sakata family wasn't wealthy, and over time, they naturally had little extra money. Rei, under her brother's persistent pleas, even mortgaged her husband's ancestral home without his knowledge. It wasn't until the creditors came to collect the ancestral home that Sakata Sato learned of this matter. After finally sending the creditor away, the couple had a huge fight that night, which led to the incident involving the demon-devouring people, with Sakata Sato being the first missing person. As Granny Yin finished her story, everyone fell into silence. After a moment, Yu-chun asked, "Have the owner of the gambling house, the Shimizu siblings, or the creditors suffered any casualties?" "No, none of them have died. Those who did are people with no relation to the Sakata family." "Is Shimizu Bun still frequenting the gambling house?" "I'm not entirely sure. I've grown old, and my legs are not as capable. These details I only hear from casual chats with neighbors." "Is it possible that there are no demons at all? That it's human-made?" After mulling it over, Yu-chun tentatively suggested, "That's impossible, right? I've been to the scenes of the two corpses. Who else could create such a horrific scene but a demon?" Kanroji exclaimed. "The scheming frog is always poking your belly. Kanroji, go investigate that Shimizu Bun. Even if he's not guilty, he's likely involved in some way," Yu-chun instructed. "Yushin Dono, excuse me." Kanroji said this and hurriedly ran out. Meanwhile, Ju continued wandering in an unknown place, trying to attract the demon's attention. "Yuchin-kun, is it really human-made?" Mitsuri asked curiously after hearing everything. "It's highly likely to be human-made," Yu-chun replied, having watched countless episodes of Conan. "Demons at times are not as frightening as human beings. Humans fear demons, but they do not fear other humans, making it easier for people to harm others than for demons to do so." In the dead of night, Kanroji returned confirming Yu Chen's suspicions there were no demons committing the acts. It was all the doing of Shimizu Bun. Under Kanroji's Nichiren blade, Shimizu Bun confessed everything. Sakata Sato had long known that his wife had been giving money to her brother, but due to his honest nature, he merely lectured her a few times. Upon learning that his ancestral home had been sold, Sakata Sato completely erupted that night, having a fierce argument with his wife, and even resorting to violence. At that moment, Shimizu Bun was outside, and upon hearing the commotion inside, he rushed in to protect his sister, accidentally killing Sakata Sato in the process. To cover for her brother, the sister buried Sakata Sato's body in the wilderness together with him late at night. However, this act of murder opened a door to Shimizu Bun's inner desires. He had become intimately familiar with the wealthy families in the area over the years of idleness, knowing well how to exploit their vulnerabilities. In his childhood, Qing Shuiwen had encountered evil spirits. His parents also perished due to these malevolent beings. Thus, he had always been aware of the existence of evil spirits and the Demon Slayer Corps. To escape the law's sanctions, he squandered a large amount of money daily and began to fabricate crime scenes, making it appear as if he was attacked by evil spirits. Indeed, this action deceived the officials, defining it as a case of demonic murder, which in turn notified the Demon Slayer Corps, leading to the arrival of Kanado and the volunteer. Due to preconceived notions, Kanado was persistently investigating in the direction of the evil spirits, completely unaware that the so-called evil spirit was right under his nose. The Demon Slayer Corps did not possess the authority to judge the living, so even if Qing Shuiwen was utterly wicked, he could only be handed over to the authorities. By the time Kanado finished dealing with the aftermath, it was already deep into the night. Seeing that Yu Chun and the others had already gone to bed, he could only keep his full stomach of doubts to himself, waiting for the next morning to consult Yu Chun and the others. At that moment, the volunteer was still wandering outside, intending to lure out the evil spirit. The next morning, as Yu Chun had just finished washing up, he spotted the volunteer, returning looking dispirited with dark circles under his eyes. Upon seeing Yu Chun for the first time, the volunteer was taken aback, then smiled and nodded at Yu Chun before turning back to his room and collapsing into bed. It was still the same volunteer, no doubt about it. Yu Chun, I wasn't mistaken after all. It truly was Qing Shuiwen who did it. Upon seeing Yu Chun, Kanado recounted the events of the previous night. Then feeling a bit down, he said, "Why would a person do such a thing? Whether human or demon, there are both good and bad. Not everyone is a good person and not every demon is evil. Is there really such a thing as a good demon?" Yu Chun patted Kanado on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Very few, but they do exist. Then what should we do if we encounter a so-called good demon one day? Should we slay them or let them go?" Kanado was somewhat puzzled, as this was not in line with the principles of the— "That depends on your true intentions at that moment, Kanado. On the day you truly encounter it, you will make the right choice. Is it really that child Qing Shuiwen?" Makishiro sighed. "How do you know this?" Yu Chun turned around to ask. "It was 8 years ago. The brother and sister were once saved by me from an evil spirit, but I was too late to save their parents." Makishiro reminisced for a moment. "Should we go meet them? They should be in custody now." "No need, it's better. They don't know I've been here. It's getting late. Let's set off." Makishiro shook his head, not intending to go to the authorities. Perhaps this was a form of gentleness from him. When Mitsuri and the others woke up, everyone tidied up and set off again, while Kanado and the volunteer parted ways with the group, embarking on their own path of demon slaying. Meanwhile, in Asakusa, Shinobu and Tamayo were studying the blood of the young demon Ibaraki Doji. Tamayo knew about the patterned ones, having seen Kibutsuji Musen when he was still alive. However, the medical conditions at that time were primitive, and with no patterned swordsman appearing after Kibutsuji Musen, Tamayo had never conducted research in this area. As Ibaraki Doji's blood arrived, Tamayo and Shinobu temporarily set aside their research on toxins and began a new project investigating the differences between the patterned ones and ordinary swordsmen. During this period, Shinobu had completely succumbed to Tamayo's charm. Her vast knowledge, gentle demeanor, and graceful presence made it easy to forget that Tamayo was actually a demon. No wonder that pervert Yashiro writes diaries about Miss Tamayo all day long. If I were a man, I might fall in love with Miss Tamayo too. Shinobu thought to herself as she watched Tamayo earnestly studying under the microscope. "Shinobu, if possible, let's go to the area of that snake Hashira next for a more comprehensive examination. There's too little that can be discerned from just one blood sample. Furthermore, my identity is somewhat sensitive, making it unsuitable for me to meet with the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. This task can only be handled by you, Shinobu. I believe you are ready for it." Tamayo smiled at Shinobu. During these past 6 months, Shinobu had gained Tamayo's recognition, though it was limited to Tamayo. Yashiro and Shinobu viewed each other with disdain. One considers the other a pervert, while the other feels the former disturbs their world with Tamayo. If not for Tamayo and Shichamaru, mediating the two would have clashed eventually. "Without me, this home will surely fall apart." Shichamaru. "But I still don't possess even 1/10th of Miss Tamayo's knowledge. Can I really do this?" Having witnessed Tamayo's medical skills, Shinobu felt somewhat insecure. Compared to Tamayo, who had spent 400 to 500 years studying medicine, Shinobu's abilities at merely a teenage level were indeed insufficient. During this time, I've watched you progress rapidly, Shinobu. I believe you can handle this task. If you encounter anything unclear, just come back and ask me. Now go and give you Chen and your sister a surprise. Tamayo encouraged. Come, let me help you pack up your things. Let's leave now, I'll see you off. Indeed, this was Yashiro, who was so happy he felt like he could fly. During this time, Tamayo had been sticking close to Shinobu, making poor Yashiro feel like he was no longer Tamayo's most cherished. But today, just today, hearing that Shinobu was leaving Yashiro immediately became elated. For a full 6 months, do you know how Yashiro endured not being able to share a world of two with Miss Tamayo? Tamayo frowned and scolded. Yes, Miss Tamayo. Today, Miss Tamayo remains as beautiful as ever. Like the sunshine of March, illuminating my heart, like the rain of June, nourishing my soul. Quickly write this down. Yashiro shouted internally. Thank you, Miss Tamayo, for your care during this time. I apologize for any disturbances. Shinobu, you are exceptional. You are the best student I have had in many years. Go now, oh, I believe in you, Shinobu. Tamayo hugged Shinobu. How unfair. Miss Tamayo has never hugged me like that. Yashiro nearby was nearly grinding his teeth in frustration, but could only silently scream inside. Miss Tamayo, Shinobu is leaving. I will come back to see you if I have the chance. Shinobu was not overly sentimental. Today was not a farewell of life and death. Yet as she turned her head, her eyes inevitably reddened slightly. 6 months of companionship had fostered feelings. Should Chamaru remember to behave? As she carried her luggage, she gently patted the little cat, sleeping on the ground, smiling at it. Yashiro, then I won't disturb your world with Miss Tamayo. In the sunshine, Shinobu waved to Yashiro inside the house. Be careful on your journey, don't die. I mainly worry about Miss Tamayo being sad. Yashiro waved back happily. Haha, I'm off finally leaving. The world of me and Miss Tamayo has... The issue with the book was found it was due to the previous chapter discussing the fable of the horse and the talent scout. Because there is also this fable in a management book, it was determined that I plagiarized from that management book. It's really damn frustrating, but it's just a fable, and they consider it plagiarism. That fable has already been deleted. It might make others confused when they see that chapter. I'll think of a way to revise it later. If possible, please, esteemed readers, take a moment to give this book a 5-star review. It's snowing again. Looking at the snowflakes gradually swirling outside the carriage, Yu-chun tightened his clothes and sighed. Snow is good. As the saying goes, a timely snow promises a good harvest, which means next year's crops will be plentiful. That's true, responded Yuta Fujima. However, if the snow falls too heavily, the road up the mountain will likely be difficult to traverse in a couple of days. I remember how Yu-chun looked last time he went up. Shall I carry you up the mountain again? Yu-chun-kun. Matsushiro said, reminiscing about Yu-chun's previous struggle. I remember how Yu-chun looked last time he went up. Shall I carry you up the mountain again? Yu-chun-kun. Matsushiro said, reminiscing about Yu-chun. Watermelon, premium watermelon. As the group chatted, they heard a series of shouts not far away. Selling watermelons in the middle of winter. Everyone felt puzzled and leaned out of the carriage to look in the direction of the shouting. They saw a middle-aged man wearing a bamboo hat setting up a stall in the wilderness with a few dozen watermelons on display, shouting energetically to attract customers. Something's definitely off with that guy. Dansigako Aki, who was driving another carriage, frowned and said, I feel the same, big brother. Let's go take a look. It's the middle of nowhere selling watermelons in winter. He's either a bandit or a ghost, Yu-chan said to Matsushiro. You stay put in the carriage, I'll go check it out. Miri, keep an eye on this brat, he said, jumping down from the carriage without giving Yu-chan a chance to argue, cautiously approaching the watermelon vendor. Are these watermelons ripe? Do you think I'm some amateur fruit vendor who would sell unripe watermelons to you? I'm asking if these watermelons are ripe. Are you looking for trouble? At this moment, the vendor was getting impatient, his blood-red eyes glaring at Matsushiro from beneath the bamboo hat. If these watermelons are ripe, of course I want them. But what if they're not ripe? Matsushiro chuckled, lightly gripping his Nichiren blade tightly. Although it was daytime, the faint stench emanating from the vendor was unmistakably foul. Any evil spirit capable of masking its foul stench undoubtedly reached the level of the 12 Kazuki. As he got closer, Matsushiro realized that the vendor was a demon disguised as a human, specifically targeting passing travelers. Since it was snowing today and the sun was obscured by heavy clouds, the demon could act even in daylight. If these watermelons aren't ripe, I'll just eat them myself. Will that satisfy you? You said that. In an instant, the Nichiren blade was drawn, slashing down towards the watermelon, which split in half to reveal not flesh, but a mass of intertwined vines. You dare to cut my watermelon? The vendor, no longer hiding his true nature, flung off his bamboo hat to reveal his blood-red eyes and sharp fangs roaring as he lunged at Matsushiro. Indeed a demon. The blood demon art must be related to these watermelons. Matsushiro quickly deduced simultaneously, using his Nichiren blade to block the demon's attack. Creating some distance, he thought, what immense strength. Although the strike was brief, the force he felt in his hands confirmed that this demon possessed formidable power. Are you from the Demon Slayer Corps? How about this? Let's pretend we didn't see each other today and go our separate ways, the demon said, looking at Matsushiro. This demon was aware of the Demon Slayer Corps, but never proactively provoked them. Whenever possible, it would evade them. If cornered, it would kill and quickly flee to another location. Having survived for over 100 years, he possessed the strength of the 12 Kizuki, yet he scoffed at the notion of engaging in life-and-death battles. Loyalty to Kibutsuji Musen was minimal. For the past century. He had consumed humans and sold watermelons. Despite his numerous wicked deeds, most swordsmen chasing the watermelon demon were no match for him. And after killing a swordsman, the watermelon demon would always flee to another place, leaving the pursuing Demon Slayer Corps helpless. Flame-breathing first form, unknowing fire. Matsushiro had no habit of conversing endlessly with demons. Flames erupted from his Nichiren blade as he charged towards the watermelon demon with explosive fire. You want to die? Ooh, I'll fulfill that for you. The Demon Slayer Corps are indeed crazy. The watermelon demon snarled, engaging Matsushiro in battle with its claws. Blood demon art vines. One by one, the watermelons on the stall exploded, and the vines within grew rapidly, spreading across the ground at an alarming rate, ensnaring Matsushiro. Miri, go help. Yuta, Dansigaku, let's retreat one after another. Seeing the vines spreading in front of him, Yu-chan felt it was time to act, but he first sent Miri to assist his big brother. But what if there's no one to protect Yu-chan-kun? Miri said, looking troubled. It's fine. They're still in a hurry. This demon doesn't seem simple. Yu-chan had already begun to turn the horse's head. Flame-breathing fourth form, raging flames twisting. Matsushiro centered himself and executed a swirling flame sword technique against the encroaching vines. The surrounding vines writhed in agony beneath the purgatorial flames, eventually turning to ash. Damn it, I'm being countered. Blood demon art thorns. The watermelon demon, somewhat irritated, unleashed numerous vines that sprouted sharp thorns shooting towards Matsushiro while it began to retreat, preparing to escape. The watermelon demon's usual tactic against potentially overpowering opponents was to use blood demon art to stall and then flee. Life and death struggles were simply out of the question. Matsushiro blocked the incoming barrage of sharp thorns with his blade. Though he remained unharmed, the spikes impeded his movement, forcing him to watch the watermelon demon flee further away. Love-breathing, second form, bitter resentment of love. At that moment, Miri quickly arrived, her soft sword whipping through the air like a whip striking at the fleeing watermelon demon. Is this never-ending? The watermelon demon gritted his teeth after dodging Miri's attack. As Miri leaped, she landed in front of the watermelon demon, blocking its escape. Evil spirit, surrender, you cannot escape. Love-breathing, fifth form, wavering love, chaotic claws. Miri swung her soft sword, unleashing countless afterimages of the blade to attack the watermelon demon. Blood demon art, thorny body. The demon, which had appeared human moments ago, was suddenly entangled by countless thorns rapidly swelling in size, transforming into a grotesque creature over 3 or 4 meters tall. Countless vines burst from its body, waving in the air, while producing a unique cracking sound. Flame-breathing, third form flame of all creation. Matsushiro, having dealt with the thorns, leaped high into the air, a crimson flame igniting on his Nichiren blade as he brought it down hard onto the massive creature. Why do you insist on seeking death? Let me go and all will be well. The thorny creature's voice growled from within as countless vines lashed out at Matsushiro and Miri. At this moment, the vines had become incredibly resilient, covered with dense thorns. A mere brush could inflict deep gashes on them. What a troublesome blood demon technique. Maki Shuru frowned, secretly realizing that the previous attack had been obstructed by countless vines. Although he had severed some of them, it had inflicted no harm on the wrapped-up evil spirit. At this moment, the severed vines had already begun to regrow, once again swirling and attacking the two. Matsuda, go back to the vine's house and check if Agitsuma and Iyong are still there. Tell them to hurry over. Yu-chan said to his Kyurigane, looking at the distant battle against the melon demon. No, it shouldn't be called a melon demon anymore. It should be referred to as a thorn demon. Yu-chan and the others had set off in the morning and had not traveled far from the vine's house, just a distance of about 10 kilometers. If Kyurigane acted quickly, it should be no problem to re-establish contact with Iyong and Agitsuma. As Matsuda took off into the sky, Maki Shuru and Mitsuri found themselves in a bitter struggle. The thorn demon before them was too large, and its body was wrapped in countless vines. They had attempted several times, but were unable to break through. I told you to stop me. If you had just let me go, we wouldn't be in this situation. Ha ha. At this moment, the evil spirit let out a triumphant laugh, with countless vines attacking Mitsuri like whips. The thorn demon had realized that Maki Shuru's Nichiren blade somewhat restrained it and decided to deal with the relatively easier Mitsuri Kanroji first before considering whether to fight or flee. Breath of love, third form, love cat shower. Mitsuri leaped high, resembling a cat in mid-jump, instantly swinging her blade, dodging, while also cutting through the attacking vine whips. But that was all she could manage. The monster, towering at 3 to 4 meters, was covered in too many vines. The old vines had just been severed and new ones were already attacking, creating a series of sonic booms in the air. Breath of flame, fourth form, raging flames, spiral. Countless vines were severed in an instant as Maki Shuru charged forward once again. Mitsuri, activate the Hekazai. Charge in. Maki Shuru knew that if they couldn't break through the blood demon technique before them, victory in this battle would be impossible. Maki Shuru's grip strength wasn't enough to activate the Hekazai, so this attack was also to buy time for Mitsuri. The last time he visited the Token family, he witnessed Mitsuri successfully activating the Hekazai, and he believed she wouldn't let him down this time either. As for the collision of the two Nichiren blades to trigger the Hekazai, since Mitsuri was using a flexible sword, there was no way to collide it with Maki Shuru's Nichiren blade directly, so activating the Hekazai in this manner was out of the question. Understood, Maki Shuru-senpai. Mitsuri, seeing Maki Shuru fend off all the attacks alone, began to grip her Nichiren blade tightly with both hands. Since learning about the existence of the Hekazai, Mitsuri had never slacked off on her grip training during her rehabilitation at the Butterfly Mansion, and her unique physique greatly enhanced her training. At this moment, Mitsuri's pink flexible sword began to visibly transform into a crimson color. Breath of love, second form, love's regretful journey. Mitsuri swung the Hekazai, rapidly advancing towards the thorn demon under the snowflakes. Along the way, all the vines were slaughtered, unable to regrow due to the Hekazai's influence. What is happening? Damn it, why can't I recover? The thorn demon also noticed the anomaly of Mitsuri's flexible sword, panicking within. Several blood demon techniques were unleashed to block Mitsuri and Maki Shuru's advance. It then started to run heavily towards an uninhabited direction. He's trying to escape. Mitsuri and Maki Shuru immediately recognized the demon's intention, dodging the blood demon techniques while pursuing the thorn demon. In the chase, they ended up running farther and farther away, gradually disappearing from Yuchin's sight. Yukensama, where did the evil spirit go? Agatsuma and Iyong rushed over, breathless, after hearing the news. It ran in that direction. Maki Shuru and Mitsuri are in pursuit, Yuchin pointed ahead and said. Understood. Agatsuma and the others did not linger, following the traces left in the heavy snow to chase after the evil spirit. Maki Shuru-senpai, I can't hold the Hekazai much longer. Mitsuri gasped, her hands trembling. Despite the relentless pursuit, they had inflicted numerous wounds on the thorn demon, but the various blood demon techniques were quite bothersome, and the demon did not stop to engage with them, merely fleeing desperately. The thick thorns on its body made it even more formidable. Mitsuri had struck several times, yet she couldn't even touch the demon's body. Let's chase for a while longer. If it doesn't work, we'll have to give up. Maki Shuru frowned. This demon's blood demon technique was too troublesome as the vines grew, whereas blocking their path, the evil spirit didn't stop to fight either. Each time it paused, it would only linger for a moment before immediately changing direction to escape. Encountering such a timid, yet powerful evil spirit left Maki Shuru feeling quite helpless. Should we charge in? Ion, who had finally caught up, asked while looking at the battlefield not far away. Not yet, let's go around and set up an ambush. We'll aim to cut off the demon's legs, leaving it with no escape. Let's activate the Hekazai. First, Agatsuma said, observing the demon fleeing for its life. Ever since encountering the winged demon, Agatsuma and Iyong had learned the method to activate the Hekazai. Although they couldn't activate it with their grip strength, they could still trigger it through high-speed collisions of the two Nichiren blades. Having spent so long together, the two brothers had developed a tacit understanding long ago. They had started training on how to better collide the Nichiren blades to activate the Hekazai while avoiding damage to their own blades. As a rustling sound approached, Iyong and Agatsuma hid behind a mound, waiting for the thorn demon to come close, each gripping a crimson Hekazai. I'll cut the left leg, you cut the right leg. Let's go, Agatsuma excitedly said as the evil spirit slowly approached. Understood. Iyong tightened his grip on his blade, wanting to maintain the Hekazai's activation for as long as possible. You two should leave. If you keep this up, you'll end up dead here. After all, there are plenty of demons in the world. Why are you fixated on me? The thorn demon tried to persuade the two chasing behind. It was impossible to turn back. After all, the two couldn't do anything to it currently. Eventually, the two would exhaust themselves and be unable to pursue, and it would continue to enjoy its freedom. The thorn demon thought to itself. Breath of water, 7th form droplet wave stab. Breath of water, 7th form droplet wave stab. This move was the fastest attack of the water-breathing style. Iyong and Agatsuma aimed to sever the demon's legs wrapped in vines before it could react. At this moment, while the thorn demon was still persuading, two figures charged in from the side. One person fearlessly swung at one of the demon's legs, demonstrating clear division of labor. In an instant, the colossal 3 to 4 meter figure collapsed, the legs made of vines breaking apart, and the demon's own legs were simultaneously severed by Agatsuma and Iyo. Maki Shuru, who was about to give up in the chase, brightened at the sight and accelerated to catch up. Breath of love, first form, first love's tremor. Breath of flame, third form, flame, manifestation. Breath of water, fourth form, tide strike. Breath of water, eighth form, waterfall. For attacks were hard to distinguish, in order all targeting the massive circle of vines collapsed on the ground. The Thorn Demon felt an unprecedented fear at this moment, a primal instinct of living beings. Countless vines began to grow wildly, wrapping around the Thorn Demon layer by layer, while numerous thorns moved erratically, obstructing everyone's progress. 4 sun wheel blades danced rapidly, carving out a bloody path through the vine forest, heading towards the giant cocoon wrapped in layers. Recover. Restore yourself. The evil spirit within the thorn cocoon roared in fury, clutching its missing legs, but the power of the blade could not be dispelled by mere shouts. Without legs, and with its thorny armor severed, the evil spirit could only rely on the freshly grown vine forest to block the oncoming attackers attempting to buy itself some time. Move quickly. We absolutely cannot allow this demon to stand again. This is our only chance. Maki Shuru shouted as he cleared the countless vines. Why must you insist on a fight to the death with me? There are countless demons in this world. The Thorn Demon's voice came from the giant cocoon, sounding somewhat exasperated. Stick your head out, you Thorn Demon. Kanroji Mitsuri will show you. Water, breathing, fourth form, striking tide. Kanroji Mitsuri swung his blade fiercely at the giant cocoon, while Tomioka Ju blocked the incoming vines. The two brothers shared an unspoken understanding. Even though the vines continued to grow, it was clear that Kanroji's blade struck faster. Circles of severed vines lay scattered on the ground, and Kanroji was covered in green sap, resembling a little green creature. Tomioka was not in a much better state, with some fragmented vines hanging from him. Aside from his dark, brooding eyes, it was hard to tell what he originally looked like. Flame-breathing ultimate ninth form Purgatory. A flame resembling Purgatory soared into the sky, seemingly igniting the heavens, rampaging through the area as countless obstructing vines were shredded to pieces. Go to hell. With this strike, Maki Shuru seemed to reclaim the feeling of his youth. Under the soaring flames, he cleaved the giant cocoon that Kanroji had been hacking at for a long time in half, revealing the severed Thorn Demon. Water-breathing first form surface slash. Kanroji's eyes lit up, swiftly delivering a follow-up strike toward the Thorn Demon's neck. However, the neck, being the strongest part of the demon, could not be so easily severed. Moreover, at this moment, Kanroji's Sunwell blade had already become pitted from clearing the vines. Although the blade struck the terrified Thorn Demon's neck, it caused the Sunwell blade to finally give in with a crisp sound, breaking in half, with one part still lodged in the Thorn Demon's neck. At this moment, Kanroji was in a state of exhaustion, having used up his old strength, while his new strength had yet to manifest, inevitably causing a momentary rigidity. At the same time, the Thorn Demon did not sit idly by swiping its claws toward Kanroji's throat, determined to kill this foul boy who had severed its legs, even if it meant its own death. If that claw landed, Kanroji would likely perish on the spot. But how could Maki Shuru and Ju allow the demon to have its way? As a flash of blade light passed, Ju quickly grabbed Kanroji by the collar and flung him away. By the time Kanroji regained his senses, he had already landed in a patch of thorns, while the demon's claws had been severed by Maki Shuru. The severed sun wheel blade was swung again, clearing the surrounding thorns. As Kanroji thought of returning to the center of the battlefield, Kanroji Mitsuri finally broke through a vast expanse of thorns and rushed in. Kanroji and you are all amazing, Mitsuri exclaimed joyfully, simultaneously moving alongside Kanroji towards the Thorn Demon. Countless thorny vines still tried to wrap around the evil spirit, but Maki Shuru would not allow the exposed body to hide again. With the spinning of the sun, will blade flame, breathing, second form, rising flame. One move directly sent the half-body demon flying into the air, freeing it from the thorns. Juits now, water-breathing 10th form, constant flow. Ju did not disappoint his companions, leaping high into the air, his body spinning rapidly, with countless streams of water accompanying the sun, wheel blade aiming at the airborne demon that had no leverage. Love-breathing first form, the trembling of first love. Water-breathing third form, flowing dance. Kanroji and Mitsuri joined in, and the 3 sun wheel blades struck the Thorn Demon's neck in unison. I don't want to die. I just occasionally eat a person. Oh, why don't you kill those demons that eat more people than I do? Why must you kill me? Yeah. A head separated from its body rolled helplessly to the ground, still cursing as it rolled. But no amount of curses or anger could change the fact that it was dissipating. The surrounding vines and thorns began to shrink and wither, lacking the support of the blood demon technique. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as they watched the gradually vanishing head. It must be said that this demon's blood demon technique was indeed exceptionally powerful. Had they fought a heat, in the outcome would have been uncertain. Unfortunately, sometimes the more one fears death, the more likely one is to die. It's over. It's over. My blade. This is the fourth one in a few months. That blacksmith will kill me. He will definitely kill me. Kanroji cried out in despair, looking at his broken son, Will Blade heartbroken. Since becoming a swordsman, Kanroji had been replacing his sun-wheel blades at an astonishing rate. Each time he faced the blacksmith's wrath, he could only cower in the corner and take the scolding. Last time, when he accidentally broke his sun-wheel blade, during an experiment the blacksmith had already threatened him if the blade broke again, next month Kanroji could just wait to die and no one could save him. While Kanroji was crying, Ju did not comfort him. Instead, he took out his own sun-wheel blade to inspect it. Although it had some minor, where a little maintenance would suffice, and he wore a mysterious smile. What did this act look like to the others? It was seen as Ju's silent mockery of Kanroji. Look, my blade is fine. Kanroji cried, even louder, clutching his sun-wheel blade. Is it done? What happened to Kanroji? Seeing the vine forest withering, Yushin ran over with ease, immediately hearing Kanroji's cries. The blade is broken, but I'm fine, Ju replied. It's just a broken blade, isn't that normal? No worries, we could just This is the fourth one in 6 months. This one didn't even last half a month. Ju said, quietly, his words piercing Kanroji's heart like a sharp sword. What did I always say? Lies don't hurt, but the truth is like a sharp blade. Ju, if you could talk, say a bit more. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to talk later. After a brief silence, Yushin patted Ju on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Didn't he see that Kanroji was about to use his sun-wheel blade to stab him with his eyes? All right. This time Yong and Chong too were extraordinary. Without the two of them, we could not have slain that fiend. Mi Li stepped forward with praise. Compared with last time, Yong and Chong too's pace of growth astonishes me. Their strength has reached at least the level of grade swordsman. Truly the new wave, overtaking the old. Qian Shoulang echoed the sentiment with a sigh. The last time they met was against the winged demon, then the two could not survive a single exchange and were grievously wounded. Now facing the bramble demon, they moved with complete ease. Was the winged demon stronger? Not at all. Having fought both, Qian Shoulang was most qualified to judge in sheer might. The bramble demon was clearly the superior foe. In speed and strength, and even in blood demon art, the bramble demon could press the winged demon down. But when fighting the winged demon, Qian Shoulang was largely alone, and the winged demon had no thought of fleeing. The two clashed heated for a long while. The bramble demon was different. The moment it sensed even a sliver of possible defeat, it fled, instantly refusing to stay and fight to the death. At that instant, Qian Shoulang also had Mi Li at his side. The bramble demon on the brink of death unleashed a powerful blood demon art that halted Mi Li and Qian Shoulang's advance. Had it been the earlier Yong and Chong Tu, they likely would have died amid the tangle of vines and thorns before Qian Shoulang could arrive. That was why Qian Shoulang sighed. He felt his age, yet he was heartened by the younger generation's rise. Still, knowing he was older did not mean he would bow out. There were many things left to do. For example, protecting that brat Yu Chun as he completes his scheme. There's a certain satisfaction in watching a vast net close in, with Shangxian 1 through 6 all caught within. What could be more thrilling? Yu Chun asked, shifting the subject, so Qian Shoulang would not linger in sentiment. Yong and Chong too have learned total concentration constant, haven't they? We only have that one great big brother like that. We cannot afford to lose him. Chong Tu wiped his tears and said yes. After we slew the winged demon during rehabilitation at Dai, we learned it. When you achieve total concentration constant, it means you now hold a key to becoming a pillar. Perhaps before long, I will see a single branch of water breathing with 2 pillars. Yu Chen smiled encouragingly. Really? Yong and Chong Tu exchanged a glance, and each saw excitement in the other's eyes. How Chong Tu read it in Yong's otherwise expressionless face was a mystery. You must know, in the demon-slaying core's long history, no breathing style has ever had 2 pillars at once. Perhaps Chong Tu and Yong will break that precedent. Afterward, the group returned to the Tingzijia to bathe, and then parted again. Like the little green fellow, everyone was covered in green sap. Yu Chen's carriage pressed on through the steady fall of snow. Chong Tu had to make a trip to the swordsmith village. He would likely come back bloodied. No swordsmith's wrath was Yong set off alone on his own demon-slaying path. Without Chong Tu by his side to care for him, what new tale might unfold for Yong? After a day's journey on a morning of swirling snow, Hu Dai Rin arrived in the district under Ihei Xiaobane's watch. Before a residence, draped in wisteria, she gently tapped the door knocker. Hello, who are you looking for? A young man peered out curious. Great swordsman Hu Dai Rin, I have urgent business for Lord Snake Pillar. Please notify him. Hu Dai Rin tightened her right hand, and AB marks slowly appeared on the back. She had not spent all her time studying beside Zhu Yi. Occasionally, she carried out missions and experimented with the latest poisons. Her experiments with poison had in jest upgraded her from C to B. So is Miss Hu Dai Rin. Please come in. Snake Pillar went out last night and has not yet returned. We will inform him at once. Please wait a moment, the youth said, leading Hu Dai Ren into the guest room and offering tea before withdrawing. Long time no see. I heard you went on a special mission. At noon, blood-smeared Ihei Xiaoba Nei returned, exhaustion clear in his eyes. Last night, Xiaoba Nei had pursued a demon relentlessly through the hours and only slew. He had planned to rest at a nearby Tangzijia and had not yet bathed when the messenger crow and Hu Dai Ren's arrival summoned him back without pause. Why don't you rest first, Lord Snake Pillar? I came chiefly about the markings. After you have rested, we can conduct the examination. Seeing Xiaoba Nei's weariness, Hu Dai Ren looked apologetic. Make yourself at ease, Xiaoran. Treat this as your own home. No need for formalities. And keep calling me Xiaoba Nei. Call me Snake Pillar, and I'll be angry. After saying that he truly could not hold on, he hurriedly washed and collapsed into sleep. Although Pillar rank is only one level above a grade, the responsibilities are outrageously vast. He was now responsible for the territory formerly held by the Stone Pillar, one of the largest regions, and each day he ran about like a firefighter answering alarms. He woke in the dead of night to find Hu Dai Ren already arranging a great many instruments ready to perform a full medical inspection. Those instruments had been forwarded in advance by Zhu Yi and already set up in Xiaoba Nei's residence. Hu Dai Ren only needed to calibrate them. As the test results came in, Hu Dai Ren's brow furrowed, cell division rates, blood circulation, speed, metabolism. Ihei Xiaoba Nei's metrics were all far beyond those of ordinary men. Xiaoba Nei's life force was being consumed at many times a normal rate, yet that consumption was masked by an incredibly strong heart that accelerated circulation, so he did not feel himself weakening. But over the long term, the heart would be unable to bear the burden and would eventually cease to beat. By Hu Dai Ren's estimate, that would occur at roughly 25 years of age. Even if the cardiac issue were resolved, the excessive cell division and metabolism would usher in premature aging. By around 45, his body would resemble that of an 80-year-old teetering on the edge of death. For a moment, Hu Dai Ren was overwhelmed. She had known beforehand that the markings were exceedingly difficult to remedy, yet facing the reality made her feel as if she could not draw breath. How is it? It is nothing. 25 is enough, Xiaoba Nei said, attempting to comfort. It is nothing to worry about, Xiaoba Nei. Give me some time, and I can handle it easily, Hu Dai Ren replied with a strained smile. Is this Yunsu Mountain? Yu Chun felt a bit weak in the knees as he gazed at the vast white mountain. Snowflakes continued to fall from the sky, blanketing the mountains and rivers in white. The already difficult mountain path seemed to hint at being closed off due to the heavy snow. Reporting to Yu Chun, Yongtai said, "This is the place." It was Yongtai who discovered the news about the Kamadu family and brought the intel back to headquarters. Are you scared? Maki Shuru teased. A bit. Let's rest in the town for a day and find a way to enter the mountain tomorrow. Yu Chun rubbed his forehead, pondering how he would tackle such a hellish mountain path. After several days of travel, everyone felt somewhat fatigued, especially Mitsuri, who felt she had lost weight from hunger. After arriving at the small town at the mountain's base, she disappeared, likely indulging in a feast at a restaurant. Although it was only noon, that didn't stop Yu Chun from finding an inn to enjoy a delightful afternoon nap. Outside, snowflakes fell, and inside, the warmth of the charcoal fire created an indescribable coziness. That evening, everyone gathered to have a hot pot meal, treating themselves before heading up the mountain. Just thinking about the snow-covered path made Yu Chen's head ache again. Last time, he nearly exhausted himself at the Takedo family's place, and now the difficulty was raised. Why did everyone prefer to stay in the mountains? Was the small town at the base uninhabitable? Yu Chun grumbled inwardly, and when he snapped back to reality, he exclaimed, "Where's my meat? My large piece of Kobe beef. I clearly bought several pounds of it." A night passed in silence. The next morning, the snow had lightened a bit, but continued to fall slowly. The group prepared and began their journey. Danshin Gu stayed back at the inn, while Yongtai led the way. The three of them slowly made their way towards the snow-covered Yunsu Mountain. "Is it really that cold, you brat?" Maki Shuru looked at Yu Chun, who was wrapped up like a large rice dumpling, puzzled. Although it was cold, surely it didn't warrant such an outfit. "You wouldn't understand. Everything is part of my calculation. Just watch my performance." Yu Chun said confidently, his dumpling-like form appearing somewhat comical. "You better not be up to any mischief." "This time I won't do that," Maki Shuru secretly said to avoid Mitsuri and Yongtai. "What are you thinking? I Yu Chun am upright and honorable, never resorting to thievery," Yu Chun declared with a righteous expression. "You really have no shame." Maki Shuru scoffed, recalling that it was Yu Chun who asked him to steal from demons last time. "This time is different. We must prepare for a prolonged battle," Yu Chun said seriously. "Have you changed? You're not thinking of winning people over with virtue, are you?" Maki Shuru didn't believe that Yu Chun had the capacity for such benevolence. Since he debuted, he had never engaged in anything related to kindness. For instance, constantly bothering Maki Shuru, coaxing away Shinobu, to lure Mitsuri, frightening the Takedo family, using blood clothes to tempt Hakuji, and coercing Kibutsuji Muzan to go into hiding and become a bodyguard. Look at what he's done. Is that what a person should do? Now Yuchun claims to be upright and honorable, and Maki Shuru doesn't believe a single word. When have I not won people over with virtue? Don't tarnish my reputation. You have no reputation, and if you do, it's a bad one. Yuchinko and Maki Shura-senpai, what are you two whispering about back there? Mitsuri turned her head, curiously looking at the two who had fallen far behind, and were murmuring. It's nothing. The mountain path is difficult. You know it's safer to go slowly. Saying this, Yuchun waddled along like a chubby penguin, quickening his pace a bit. Is it really that cold? Mitsuri was quite curious about Yuchin's attire today. This will be my lifeline for the next few days. You wouldn't understand. Yuchin-kun, how about I carry you? After a while, as the mountain path grew more difficult, Mitsuri couldn't help but suggest. No, this time I must demonstrate my sincerity. If someone carries me, how can I show my sincerity? Yuchin puffed, breathlessly leaning on the Nichiren blade. Who are you? Why are you going up the mountain in such heavy snow? A child approached, wearing a patterned haori with deep red hair and red eyes, pulling a cart filled with charcoal, looking curiously at Yuchun and the others. Tanjiro. Yuchin's eyes lit up. Oh, calculating the time, Tanjiro should be around 10 years old, now, starting to sell charcoal at such a young age. What was I doing at 10? I think I was playing house with Aoi. Hey, mister, do you know me? Tanjiro recalled that he didn't seem to recognize these people in front of him. Seeing the weapons in their hands, he felt a bit. Although he didn't sense any ill intentions, it was still wise to be cautious. Of course I know you. I came specifically to find your father. Don't go down the mountain today, or I'll buy all the charcoal in this cart. Come, let's go up the mountain together. Wait, all of it? But buying so much isn't necessary, mister. You don't have to take care of us. Tanjiro immediately thought that Yuchun and the others probably just wanted to help a child pulling so much charcoal, so he quickly said, It's necessary, very necessary. How much is it? Saying this, Yuchun pulled out a pouch of money to pay. Tanjiro felt his mind spinning. He had just been pulling the cart and hadn't even gone down the mountain when a business opportunity arose, and they wanted the whole cart, leaving him bewildered. How about we just forget it? There are some old customers waiting for me down the mountain. They also need charcoal. After thinking for a moment, Tanjiro said, still cautious in front of these unfamiliar people. How is Tanjiro Kamido's health these days? Seeing Tanjiro a bit on guard, Chun began to build rapport. Father has been feeling unwell these days, but I believe he'll get better. Are you a friend of my father? Not really. Your father doesn't know me yet. I'm here because I have important matters to discuss with your father. Chun said earnestly. He couldn't lie to Tanjiro. This guy seemed to have a nose for it, capable of smelling. Tanjiro sniffed. There was no scent of lies, only sincerity and seriousness. Then I'll take you up the mountain. It's snowing now, and the path is difficult. Ooh, follow me. Tanjiro turned the cart around. How about I buy this charcoal? It must be tiring to pull it up the mountain, right? Yuchin said, noticing Tanjiro's struggle. No, I'm used to this mountain path. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet. I am Taka Igiriku-Chen. This is Mitsuri Kanroji Maki Shuru and Yong Tai. Yuchun introduced them one by one. I am Tanjiro Kamado, the eldest son of the Kamado family. Tanjiro introduced himself as well. Meanwhile, Maki Shuru stepped forward to help Tanjiro pull the cart filled with charcoal towards the great mountain. Brother, why are you back? Nezuko looked curiously at Tanjiro, who had just stepped out and returned with a group of unfamiliar people. They are people I met on the way down the mountain. They said they needed to discuss something important with father, so I brought them here. A man with a scar on his forehead, looking weak and coughing occasionally, gazed at Yuchun and the others with some confusion. I am Yenaji Yu, Chun, a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, and I greet Lord Tanjiro. Yuchun spoke loudly. Have you misunderstood something? I am merely a commoner from the mountains, and do not deserve to be addressed as Lord. Tanjiro felt somewhat bewildered. His family, the Kamado family, had lived in these mountains for generations making charcoal and had never ventured out, so he was completely puzzled by Yuchin's claim of needing to see him for an important matter. He had often heard about the Demon Slayer Corps from Mr. Saburo at the foot of the mountain, knowing only that it was an organization dedicated to hunting demons, but not much else. There is no misunderstanding. The Kamado family formed a remarkable bond with our Demon Slayer Corps 400 years ago. I have come here today to honor that bond. Yuchin sighed. 400 years ago. That is quite distant. To be honest, there are no records of this matter in our family. Tanjiro smiled wryly. Meanwhile, Kamado Aoi served tea to Yuchun and the others. Actually, there is evidence. The fire god dance is the best proof. That is merely a dance we inherited for worship and not something of great significance. Tanjiro replied calmly, trying to mask his inner shock. The fire god dance had always been a closely guarded secret of his family, and no one outside the Kamado family should have known about it. For Tanjiro, born with a unique mark and possessing a perception that transcends the ordinary, he was well aware of the immense power of the fire god dance. At the same time, Tanjiro, who was comforting his younger siblings, looked up in shock at his father, but quickly lowered his head again. He sensed the smell of deception. Father was lying. 400 years ago, the strongest swordsman of our Demon Slayer Corps, Yoriichi Tsudokuni, was a dear friend of the ancestor of the Kamado family, Tanjiro Kamado. During a heartfelt conversation with Tanjiro unable to resist the persistent pleas of Tanjiro's wife Kaneo, Yuri, he demonstrated his sword techniques to both Tanjiro and Kaneo, deciding to pass them down to Tanjiro for future generations. This sword technique evolved into the current fire god dance, originally named sun breathing, consisting of 13 forms. The first form of sun breathing dance of the sun, the second form blue sky, the third form fiery red mirror, the fourth form illusory rainbow, the fifth form fire train, the sixth form scorching bone flame, the seventh form sunflower spike, the eighth form flying wheel sun flame, the ninth form slanting sun turn, the 10th form radiant light, the 11th form sun halo dragon dance, the 12th form flame dance. The 13th form consists of continuously releasing the 1st through 12th forms in a cycle perpetually. After slightly altering the history, Yu Chun narrated the story. He wondered if such a minor modification would be undetectable by Tanjiro. He felt a twinge of worry. So are you here to demand the fire god dance from us, Yu Chun? Tanjiro asked with a frown. No, Lord Tanjiro has misunderstood me. I have no great desire for the fire god dance. It no longer belongs to the sun breathing, it now belongs to the Kamadu family. Then what is it that you seek, Yu Chun? I wish to request Lord Tanjiro to leave the mountain. Currently demons are rampant and the people are suffering. Countless families are torn apart, and I hope Lord Tanjiro can lend his strength to the Demon Slayer Corps to defeat the Demon King Muzan. Yu Chun stood up and spoke with conviction. As he spoke, whether it was Kanroji Mitsuri who was playing with children or Kamadu Aoi who was busy nearby, they all turned to look and the atmosphere fell into silence. Yu Chun, you've really got the wrong person. My husband is weak and sickly, utterly incapable of defeating any Demon King. Kamadu Aoi, noticing the awkward atmosphere, spoke up to ease the tension. I'm already aware of Lord Tanjiro's illness. Our Demon Slayer Corps has the best doctors and medical resources, and I believe he can be cured. Yu Chun said confidently. He can't even lift a finger. Believe it or not, he could take out all of us Demon Slayer Corps members in just 2 seconds. 1 second for Mitsuri, and 1 second for Shinobu, not to mention myself, and Yuta. Yu Chun silently scoffed. Can father's illness really be cured? Tanjiro's eyes suddenly lit up. Although he had always believed that his father would recover one day, he still felt very worried. Hearing the news that there was hope for a cure was like music to his ears. I'm afraid Yu Chun will have to make this trip in vain. The Kamadu family has lived in this mountain for generations and has no intention of leaving. Moreover, I truly am weak and sickly and probably cannot help you, Yu Chun. It seems I have barged in today. I hope Lord Tanjiro can reconsider and I will visit again tomorrow. Yu Chun had long been prepared for rejection. After all, the family was comfortably settled with their wives and children. Why would they accompany him to risk their lives? Just because you look handsome. Yu Chun and the others did not linger and began to walk out. Father, your illness. Tanjiro watched Yu Chun and the others gradually walk away, his expression conflicted. Tanjiro, don't worry. He will get better, Tanjiro's father replied, also watching Yu Chun and the others fade into the distance, his eyes filled with complex emotions as he gently stroked Tanjiro's hair to comfort him. Are we really just leaving? Shinobu felt a strange sense that Yu Chun seemed different today, particularly sincere without any tricks, speaking directly. Leaving? Not a chance. If the Kamadu family doesn't leave, then I won't either. I'll stay with the Kamadu family forever and continue this battle tomorrow. Yu Chun said fiercely. The group began to walk down the mountain while Tanjiro carefully pushed a cart filled with charcoal. Regardless of the situation, life had to go on, and this cart of charcoal represented hope for the winter. What are you scheming now? Tell your big brother. You're not planning to make me steal a demon again, are you? The Kamadu family looks weak. They might not even be able to defeat a newborn demon. That night, when everyone returned down the mountain and went to bed, Shinobu found Yu Chun and asked directly. He was feeling anxious knowing this kid was up to something, but he didn't know exactly what, and that kept him awake. Weak? Are you talking about me or yourself? Yu Chun retorted. I sensed that Lord Tanjiro's aura was faint and his figure was emaciated. His life is in danger. Isn't that weak? Let me tell you something, don't be shocked. The Tanjiro you see who seems to be in danger and weak could take us both out in just 1 second. Do you believe me? Yu Chun said, seriously staring at Shinobu. Are you joking? Today let big brother give you a good beating. As he spoke, Shinobu tried to hit Yu Chun. I'm not joking. Don't be fooled by his frail appearance. He was born with a unique mark and possesses the ultimate martial art of transcending the world. Moreover, he has mastered the sun-breathing technique, allowing him to dance for a whole day and night without fatigue. A person like him could take us out in a second just as easily as you would defeat a newborn demon. Yu Chun attempted to dodge Shinobu's grasping hand and hurriedly said, actually, everything today is still within my expectations. I was just testing the warmth of the clothes. I told you this is a protracted battle. Seeing Shinobu stop attacking Yu Chun sighed in relief. This chapter is tough to write. I'm stuck, and it's frustrating. Even if you paint it in the most dazzling colors, I refuse to believe he can fell me with a single stroke. After all, I was once the flame pillar, Maki Sholong said, with a curl of his lip, all bravado and bluster. So how long do you think you can hold out? Yu-Chen asked, curious to hear Maki Sholong's reply. I was born into a martial house. Generations of my clan have practiced the blade. I began holding a sword at 6, trained with relentless diligence every day without respite. By 16, I became a pillar, and the tally of demons I have slain is beyond reckoning. Countless times I have walked the razor's edge between life and death. At my current strength, I see no issue with enduring a full sequence of the sun breathing. At least 12 strikes, Maki Sholong declared with absolute confidence. I thought you might say something about it being too close to call, Yu-Chen muttered under his breath. Sun breathing is the progenitor breathing style. I read of it in the family tomes. Its wielder once came perilously close to killing Gousi Wutsan. For me to withstand 12 strikes is already extraordinary, isn't it? Amazing, amazing. Truly the great brother. Shall we leave it there for tonight? It's time to sleep, isn't it? We have to ascend the mountain tomorrow. Yu-Chen yawned, eager to end the tedious exchange. You really won't say anything, not even to your big brother. Maki Sholong pressed, unwilling to let the matter drop. He still wanted to know Yu-Chen's plan. No plan at all. One word outlast. See who tires first, Yu-Chen replied. Fine, get some sleep early. Seeing Yu-Chen refuse to divulge anything, Maki Sholong returned to his room and tried to imagine matters from Yu-Chen's perspective. What would he do next? He reached a single conclusion: better to wash up and sleep. Leave the scheming, those dark, restless plots. To someone like Yu-Chen, whose heart seemed black and keen, his own role was simple: charge at the front. It was nearly noon the next day when Yu-Chen finally woke. He washed, but did not eat. Instead, he sat at the doorway, watching the slow descent of snowflakes, his eyes unfocused, lost in thought. Yu-Chen-kun, when shall we climb the mountain? Meili ran over after finishing her meal. Wait a bit, Yu-Chen replied, gazing at the light. Wait for what? Wait until the snow falls harder. I don't follow, but it sounds impressive. Meili, stay at the inn today. Maki Sholong and I will go. Because of the snow, the evening sky had turned red. Yu-Chen donned his gear and prepared to leave. Meili's innocence was a charm in itself, whose some truths were better left from her ears. You really don't need me. I can carry Yu-Chen-kun up the mountain, and I'll liven the mood. I'm good at talking. Meili was a little upset to learn she would not be coming. Meili is the best, of course I know that, but there will be too many people this time, Yu-Chen said, tousling her hair with a soft laugh before setting off with Maki Sholong. Be back early, Yu-Chen-kun, Meili called after them as the two figures faded into the snowy distance. Why not bring Meili? Maki Sholong asked, curious and somewhat wary. He did not know what schemes Yu-Chen might be. Don't you find innocent Meili endearing? Why burden her with knowledge of calculated plots? Yu-Chen, so you think as big brother I should shoulder all the scheming? We're adults. There are no fairy tales in an adult world. Not long after me, Li pleaded, big brother, carry me. I must save my strength for later, right? The mountain path was buried under snow, and Yu-Chen looked despairing. TSK. When Meili offered to carry you, you refused, and now you beg me to piggyback you. Climb on your own. Remember, there are no fairy tales in an adult world. Maki Sholong replied with practiced mock severity. Carry me up, and I'll tell you a huge secret. One I've never told anyone. Yu-Chen tempted. Spill it. Maki Sholong's interest was piqued. He rarely cared much for secrets, but anything from Yu-Chen was, carry me, and I'll tell you. It's a deal. With that, he hoisted the penguin-like Yu-Chen onto his back. Why, so many layers. You're heavy. Despite the deep snow, for a warrior like Maki Sholong, it posed little difficulty. Bearing Yu-Chen, he dashed along, and after a few bounds they were already near the Zeman household. Tell me, the big secret, Maki Sholong asked as he set Yu-Chen down and wrapped him in his coat. Yu-Chen glanced about to ensure no one else was near, then leaned close and whispered. Though the whisper was low, it landed like thunder. Maki Sholong reeled, his head spinning, as if it would burst to a cold that felt like the harshest winter poured over him, and icy sweat beaded along his spine. His legs trembled, a frantic heartbeat, and rushing blood left him parched and tongue-tied. Maki Sholong felt the world dim. His heart hammered so fiercely he could scarcely breathe. The pillar's body seemed drained of strength. He staggered back 2 steps, braced himself against a tree, one hand over his chest, the other gripping his sunwheel blade as he gasped for air. His eyes were fixed on the rotund Yu-Chen before him, an expression now composed of 4 parts astonishment, 5 parts disbelief, and 1 part murderous intent. But that flicker of killing intent vanished as quickly as it had come. Only ragged breaths remained in the evening forest. Maki Sholong, leaning against the trunk, could not stop his leg from shaking and finally sank onto the snow. You brat. Damn you. After long, while Maki Sholong managed to choke out those words. To those in the Demon Slayers, the blue bienhua meant everything, the very thing Guewusi Wutsan had sought for a millennium. If he obtained it, he would become an immortal horror, immune to Nichiren blades, immune to sunlight, a being that could not be cut down even by severing its neck. Knowing what that flower could do explained Maki Sholong's violent reaction. He had been left breathless for a long time. Just now, my markings almost flare because of you, Maki Sholong said between heavy breaths, eyes bloodshot from the strained veins, standing out his brain was surging with blood. Ha ha ha, is this secret that big? Tell me, what must I do? Maki Sholong swallowed hard to soothe his throat before asking. For an instant, he had the feeling some pattern was about to surface across his face, but he had suppressed it. Even now, he felt a lingering dread. He had almost given himself away to Yu-chun with a single word. At Maki Sholong's age, to open the markings likely meant he might not see tomorrow's sun. He did not fear death much, yet many of Yu-chen's schemes had not yet come to fruition. He had not yet witnessed Guwusi Wutsan's end, and Maki Sholong was not yet willing to die. Yu-chen's revelation at this hour had surely been calculated. Whatever his aim, it was unlikely to be benevolent. Still, the existence of the Blue Bianhua made Maki Sholong willing without hesitation, to undertake whatever Yu-chen asked. At that moment, Li was secretly making her way up the mountain on her own. If they wouldn't take her, she would sneak up by herself. No employer should leave without their bodyguard. It's really not a big deal. Once I handle the Kamadu family, I'll return to headquarters with Mitsuri and them. You stay behind and set this mountain ablaze on a clear sunny day. Yu-chen said lightly. Burn the mountain. Now that's bold. No wonder you didn't bring Mitsuri up here. But I'll do it. Makamura Juru gritted his teeth. The azure Hanakatoba was better left forever unmanifested. Letting fire consume it all was the cleanest resolution. Brother Makamura, rest here for now. I'll go alone today. Don't follow me. With that, Yu-chun ambled toward the Kamadu residence, his gait oddly comical. Mitsuri, come out. No point hiding. As Yu-chun disappeared into the distance, Makamura Juru grumbled. What a coincidence, Senior Makamura. I was just strolling outside tonight, digesting dinner. Mitsuri lowered her head, flustered. Did you hear what we just said? Huh? What did you say? She had kept her distance, too timid to approach. And Yu-chun had spoken in hushed tones, deliberately concealing the matter of the azure Hanakatoba. She hadn't heard a word. Tisich, you disobeyed orders and wandered off. Makamura Juru snapped. Yu-chun gazed at the small cottage ahead, its windows glowing warmly. Fleeting silhouettes darted across the paper screens, laughter and cheerful voices spilling forth. Undeniable proof of a tender, close-knit family within. Master Tanjiro, please descend from these mountains and save the world. Slay the demon King Muzan. Amidst the silent snowfall, Yu-chun gathered his resolve. After all, a man's knees hold golden worth. Time to cash in that value. Drawing a deep breath, he knelt in the snow before the door and declared aloud. His voice earnest, fervent, unwavering. Instantly, all sound inside ceased. Time itself seemed suspended, leaving only his words echoing across the mountain vastness. What is this scent? Tanjiro faltered. From beyond the door came a storm of olfactory impressions. Grief, sorrow, the chill of death, sincerity, all colliding at once, overwhelming his young mind until thought itself stalled. Yu-chun-san. Tanjiro had already rehearsed a gentle refusal. But upon opening the door and seeing Yu-chun kneeling motionless in the blizzard, every prepared word dissolved before it could reach his lips. The name escaped him, and then his throat locked tight. He stood frozen in the doorway. Demons ravage the land, the people suffer. Master Tanjiro, descend from these mountains and save the world. Slay the demon King Muzan. Yu-chun repeated, still kneeling in the snow. Yu-chun-san, why go to such lengths? Tanjiro rushed forward to lift him, yet hesitated, unnerved by the unyielding conviction blazing in Yu-chun's eyes. Master Tanjiro, whether the flame Hashira mark or the transparent world, both are celestial gifts of unparalleled grace. You must not let them wither forgotten in these mountains. Yu-chun of the Demon Slayer Corps, the show rank, humbly implores you to descend. These words sent Tanjiro stumbling backward. Before him, Yu-chun loomed like a ravenous flood, having pierced through his deepest, most guarded secret. Though frail since childhood, Tanjiro Kamadu was born bearing the flame Hashira mark after mastering the fire god dance, a legacy passed down through his father. He awakened the transparent world, perceiving reality through a lens no ordinary eye could fathom. The ability to see muscles, bones, and blood flowing beneath skin remained his most intimate secret, one he'd never shared even with his wife, fearing he'd be branded mad, monstrous, shattering the quiet peace he cherished. Year after year, day after day, he wore the mask so long he'd successfully convinced himself he was merely an ordinary charcoal seller. Nothing more, nothing less. Yet Yu-chen's words struck like a blade, shattering the dream he'd woven over years. That was why fear gripped him, why terror rooted him to the spot, why he longed only to flee. But behind him stood his wife, his son, his daughter. In that instant, Tanjiro stood utterly adrift, bereft of direction, unable to face what lay before him. He's a show of the Demon Slayer Corps. How can he kneel? How dare he kneel? Mitsuri and Makamura Juru had followed in secret, and now witnessed Yu-chun kneeling in the snow. Without hesitation, Mitsuri lunged forward, tears welling in her eyes, finally understanding why she'd been barred from coming. Forgive me, this is his choice. We must honor it. Pretend we know nothing. We remain beneath the great tree, having never arrived. After striking Mitsuri, unconscious Makamura Juru murmured to himself, his bulging temples betraying far less calm than his words suggested. Yu-chun-san, why must you do this? Tanjiro quietly shut the door behind him, shielding Koyuki and the others from the scene outside, then knelt beside Yu-chun, his voice heavy with layered sorrow. Half a year ago, I too stood, as you do today, blessed with a loving family bound by kinship and devotion. That day should have been my greatest joy, the day I wed my beloved Linli Linghua. Riding a proud steed, I carried her across the threshold in splendor. Yet that same day became the blackest hour of my life. Snowflakes mingled with Yu-chen's tears as he continued. In the blink of an eye, truly just one blink, two demons appeared. My parents fell. My kin and friends fell. My wife fell. In an instant, I transformed from a pampered heir to a solitary ghost. Tell me, do I not hate? Yu-chen fixed his gaze upon Tanjiro, who sat silently beside him in the snow. Tanjiro said nothing, knowing no words could suffice. Later, I was rescued by the Demon Slayer Corps and joined their ranks. Sometimes I wonder, if only I died that day. Night after night, I awakened screaming from nightmares, visions of them, lying broken in pools of blood, yet still crying out, "Run, run, fast." Two icy streaks hardened on Yu-chen's cheeks, yet his eyes remained locked, unblinking on Tanjiro. Do you know what I read daily in the Corps' archives? They devour humans, ceaselessly, relentlessly. Across the land, demons feast on flesh. In the 6 months I've served, how many joined the Corps after losing everything? 475. These are only those who survive the slaughter, driven solely by vengeance. Countless more lost entire families, swallowing their grief like shattered teeth, silent and unseen. Do you think these 475 can become swordsmen? I tell you, they will yield barely a dozen. Most fail, lacking talent, endurance, or physical wholeness, discarded before ever tasting retribution. Like me, too old, even with relentless training, fit only to slay newborn demons. So, I truly envy you, born with the flame Hashira mark the transparent world and the breath of the sun. Yu-chen looked upon Tanjiro Kamado with eyes full of sorrow, admiration, and unbearable weight. Yu-chen-san, please come inside. It's freezing out here. It is a fact that Tan Shirlang possesses great strength, but it is also true that he is frail and sickly. No one understands how this contradiction of strength and weakness came to be. At this moment, Tan Shirlang was struggling against the cold outside. After all, he was not as shameless as Yu-chen, who had stubbornly dressed himself like a fat penguin, fully prepared for a prolonged battle. Tan Shilong's family was not wealthy, and they had very few cotton clothes. It is worth noting that in this era, cotton was extremely expensive. Unable to bear it any longer, Tan Shirlang wanted to invite Yu-chen inside, as at least the house could shield them from the wind and snow, and the charcoal fire could warm their bodies. If Master Tan Shirlang does not agree, I will kneel here and not go anywhere today, Yu-chen said stubbornly. Please wait, Yu-chen-kun. Tan Shirlang was already shivering as he spoke, wanting to go back and put on more clothes before coming out, as his frail body could not withstand the wind and snow. Master Tan Shirlang, please take care of your health. If you cannot make a decision, then discuss it with your family. Yu-chen was also worried about freezing this future third strength, and spoke seriously. Guess who the future first strength is? You wouldn't believe it. Husband. Looking at Tan Shirlang walking in Zaomen, Kuei Ji was somewhat worried. Tan Shilong's health had always been poor, and after staying out in the piercing wind and snow for so long, she feared he would not endure. I'm fine, I just chatted with Yu-chen-kun, Tan Shirlang said, coming into the house and moving closer to the charcoal fire, feeling his body gradually warming up, and then smiled gently. Children, go to sleep, it's getting late. Since Tan Shirlang had closed the door in time, everyone was unaware that Yu-chan was kneeling outside, and it was obvious that Tan Shirlang had something to discuss with Kuei-ji. Tanjiro and Nezuko obediently returned to their room with their younger siblings, but once back in the room, Tanjiro still perked up his ears to listen quietly, as he sensed Yu-chan had not left, and his scent lingered outside the door. I realize I know nothing about my husband's past. After a moment of silence, Kuei-ji looked at Tan Shirlang, who was close to the stove. No, I really am just a charcoal seller with no dramatic or stirring past. It's just. Tan Shirlang forced a smile, unsure of how to respond. I might be different from ordinary people, unlike anyone else. He was trying his best to organize his thoughts, as Kuei-ji quietly leaned on his shoulder, listening. As Yu-chen-kun said, our family's inherited fire god Kagura is an extremely profound swordsmanship and breathing technique. From it, I have also comprehended the highest essence of martial arts, a realm that ordinary people cannot fathom. Such non-human insights into the world, Tan Shirlang truly found it hard to articulate. So, my husband is actually an unparalleled swordsman. Kuei-ji tilted her head, examining her husband, as if she were getting to know this man before her anew. I suppose so. I've never competed with anyone, so I don't know what my actual level is, but according to Yu-chen-kun, I should possess a very high level, right? Tan Shirlang was somewhat uncertain, although he knew he might be somewhat strong. Due to a lack of reference, he had no clear standard. Moreover, the label of being frail and sickly since childhood made Tan Shirlang believe he was not very strong. After all, he had never heard of a powerful person as weak as himself. Are there really demons in this world? Like Mr. Sanlang said the kind that comes out at night to eat people. There I suppose, although I haven't seen them. But with the Demon Slayer Corps existing, there must be demons. I always thought Mr. Sanlang was just telling stories to scare children. Koeiji, what do you think I should do? Should I continue coughing here, living a quiet life? Or should I follow you Chinkuen and not waste the extraordinary ability given to me by heaven? Cough, cough, cough. Tan Shiling coughed as he spoke. I remember you Chinkuen said they could cure your illness, right? They should be able to, I think. Tan Shiling was very clear about his current condition. He could only live for another year or two at most, and it could be said that all his bodily functions had begun to slowly decline. He also had little confidence in whether he could be cured. Then let's go to the Demon Slayer Corps. Husband, I can't bear to see you suffer from illness every day. Should we ask the children's opinions? We are a family, and they have the right to choose their own future. Tan Shiling extended his hand to pull Kuei-ji into his arms, resting his chin on the top of her head as he spoke. Let's ask Nezuko and Tanjiro. Takeo just started to talk, so he probably doesn't understand anything. Kuei-ji nestled in Tan Shilong's embrace and said, fortunately, I'm wearing a lot. I wonder how Master Tan Shiling will respond to this tactic of feigning injury. Outside Yu-chun wrapped himself in a thick cotton coat and twisted his butt. In fact, there are many ways to deal with the Zao Men family, but undoubtedly this method currently has the least aftereffects and will not backfire. However, what Yu-chun did not know was that not far behind him Makishiro and Mitsuri were on the verge of biting through, perhaps knowing that Makishiro might be around, but he had no idea that Mitsuri had secretly followed him. He was brewing emotions, thinking about how to play a tragic role next. Why did you knock me out? Mitsuri cried, wiping her eyes. She calmed down, not rushing forward. Sorry, this is the plan of that brat Yu-chun. He didn't want you to come because he wanted to protect you. He said Mitsuri should always remain innocent and lovely and not let certain things taint her heart. Makishiro thought for a moment and said. At this moment, Makishiro's heart was also very complicated. The Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps holds the same status, which is both an honor and a responsibility. The Hashira fight in the front lines while the others strategize in the back. Although he knew that things were within Yu-chen's plan, seeing Yu-chun kneel down at that moment still brought an indescribable bitterness. What does it matter if one can see through the world? What does it matter if one is born with markings? Can't he kill Muzan? Why has it come to this? Can we take Yu-chun down the mountain? Regardless of the Zao Men family, if we disappear, it will be fine. I don't want to see Yu-chun like this, Mitsuri pleaded, looking at Makishiro. With just a word, she was ready to rush over and carry Yu-chun down the mountain, never to come back here again. If you do that, the brat will have knelt for nothing. Don't disturb him. If you can't bear it, I'll take you down the mountain, Makishiro said. No, I'll just watch. I'll watch how long they make Yu-chun kneel. Didn't I take the train home last night? From 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., then various bus transfers, and I didn't get home until 11 a.m. I just washed up and turned on the air conditioning before quickly sleeping, and when I woke up it was 8 p.m. So today's update is just one. Father and father. As Tanjiro and Nezuko were called forth, the small family meeting of four formally began. Outside the house, Yu-chun stood in quiet frustration. His oversight had been grave, preoccupied with layering on clothing. He neglected his feet, now numbingly cold. He considered rubbing his feet or pacing to restore warmth, but feared Tanjiro might emerge at any moment. If discovered now, his painstakingly staged act of endurance would collapse entirely. As snowflakes drifted down, Yu-chun became indistinguishable from a snowman. His body buried beneath a thick, unbroken shroud of snow, his legs fully encased in the white stillness. I was told the Tanjiro family was unfailingly gentle, so why won't anyone come out? If they don't appear soon, I'll be buried alive. Half an hour later, Yu-chun realized he'd miscalculated gravely, trapped between resolve and ruin. What then were the Tanjiro family doing all this time? Nothing extraordinary. Tanjiro had simply already frail. Tanjiro had stood outside for hours in thin garments, braving wind and snow alongside Yu-chun, while speaking with Tanjiro and Nezuko about the Demon Slayer Corps and the breath of the sun, only to feel his head grow heavy mid-sentence, his vision dim, and darkness swallow him whole. Now the Tanjiro household was in urgent motion, some gathering medicinal herbs, others boiling water, each heart pounding with mounting anxiety. Kamado Nezuko and Kamado Kyojuro assumed Yu-chun had long since departed. Tanjiro stirred the herbal decoction, his thoughts consumed by his father's condition. And the pungent aroma of medicine so thoroughly filled the air that Yu-chun, standing just beyond the threshold, slipped quietly from their awareness. Hey, anyone, please just step outside. I swear I'll rise the moment you ask. I vow it. The snow's already swallowed me to the waist. Help me. Yu-chun cried inwardly. And, no, I must take Yu-chinsama away. He'll freeze to death. Mitsuri could bear it no longer. Gazing at the distant figure, now wholly enveloped in snow, a silent, stoic snowman, she clenched her teeth and prepared to dash forward. Even she and Makamoto, constantly moving, felt the biting chill. Yet Yu-chinsama was an ordinary man, untrained in any breathing technique. How could he possibly endure such immobility? Mitsuri's mind reeled in turmoil. And had she possessed the strength to overpower Makamoto, she would have rushed out long ago. And have you forgotten how many layers he wore? His intentions are his own, and his vital energy remains steady. You can sense it yourself. We must trust him. His judgment has never faltered. Not in the past, not now, nor ever in the future. Makamoto himself wrestled with doubt, but spoke to soothe Mitsuri's agitation and perhaps his own. Senior brother Makamoto, am I truly so useless? Mitsuri asked, tears welling in her eyes. And how could you be? Mitsuri, you are far more vital than I. It is your presence alone that anchors that young man to life. He clings to the hope of protecting your radiance. Without it, he would long since have become little more than a hollow walking corpse. Really? Her cheeks flushed instantly, delicate, endearing. And Turi. Meanwhile, through the Tanjiro family's tireless efforts, Tanjiro stirred back toward consciousness, and those gathered around him exhaled in shared relief. My husband, you frighten me half to death. Kyoju could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears. It's all right. I'm here whole and breathing, Tanjiro replied, weakly yet firmly clasping Kyoju's hand. Their palms pressed tightly together, exchanging warmth like twin flames refusing to be extinguished. How long was I unconscious? Tanjiro suddenly recalled something, and his voice broke the tender silence. Father, you've been unconscious for nearly 4 hours, Tanjiro said, thoughtfully sensing vaguely that something vital had slipped his memory. Help me up, quickly. Tanjiro strained to sit, upright muscles trembling with effort. What's wrong, father? Let me handle it. Tanjiro hurried forward, joining Kyoju to support Tanjiro. Tanjiro opened his mouth, then hesitated. Honor demanded he preserve Yu Chen's dignity, yet Yu Chen's very life hung in the balance. And now, weakened beyond movement, he could neither rise nor fulfill his promise to lift Yu Chen from the snow. In conversation with his wife and children, Tanjiro had resolved to wield both the flame Hashira's scar and the transparent world, the divine gifts bestowed upon him, with solemn purpose. He also intended to seek treatment at the Butterfly Mansion, determined to extend his years beside his loved ones. Yu Chen-sama, he's still outside, Tanjiro finally declared, choosing life over pride. May Yu Chen-sama be unharmed, but after 4 or 5 hours beneath this blizzard, he must surely be frozen solid. Tanjiro sighed, inwardly heavy with dread. At that moment, Tanjiro steeled himself to journey to the Demon Slayer Corps and submit to formal penance. Though he knew not the precise rank of Xiong, the title itself bespoke supreme authority. None but he who stood second only to the sovereign dared bear such a name. Tanjiro froze, then his scalp prickled. A faint lingering scent from outside suddenly surfaced in his memory, drowned earlier by concern for his father. Now, without hesitation, he bolted for the door. The moment he wrenched it open, a gale swept in, snow-laced and razor-cold, shattering the heart's warmth and sending a violent shiver down Tanjiro's spine. Before him rose a modest, unremarkable snow mound, and atop it a face emerged calm and still as a still pool, observing him with unnerving serenity. Master Yu Chen. Tanjiro rushed forward, frantically brushing snow from Yu Chen's body to unearth him. And what is my father's decision? Yu Chen whispered, voice threadbare. His legs had long since lost all sensation. His outer garments, fused with ice and snow, had hardened into rigid crystalline armor. 2 hours prior, even if he'd willed himself to rise, he could not. His trousers had frozen fast to the earth, seamlessly merged with the snowpack. Only sheer will kept him conscious until Tanjiro arrived. With that single question, his last reserve dissolved, and before hearing the reply, he surrendered to oblivion. Seeing Yu Chen's eyes closed, Tanjiro's heart lurched. Then he dug, faster frantic. Fortunately, the snow had fallen only that night, still soft and yielding. Joined shortly by Kyoju and Izuko, they swiftly excavated him from his icy tomb. Gazing upon Yu Chen's frost-locked garments, hardened into brittle plates of ice, Kyoju retrieved scissors and carefully severed each layer, freeing him from his glacial cocoon. With Yu Chen unconscious and unresponsive, they agreed he must be undressed and laid gently upon the bed. 1 layer, 2, 3. Layer by layer, the bulky silhouette dissolved, revealing instead a slender, refined youth of striking composure and graceful bearing. Since Yu Chen was male, Tanjiro alone performed the task, while Kyoju and Nezuko respectfully withdrew. Tanjiro stared silently at the pile of garments on the floor, thinking with quiet awe, I've never peeled an onion with so many layers. Tanjiro always thought that Yu Chen was a middle-aged man with a plump figure. After all, when he first saw Yu Chen, he was wearing a hooded cloak, looking bulky and swaying as he walked. After just a few steps up the mountain, he was already panting and sweating profusely, which was hard to reconcile with the youth in front of him, who appeared to be only 18 or 19 years old and was slender. Perhaps he has some unknown ailment, Tanjiro consoled, tucking Yu Chen in with a blanket before heading to the stove to prepare some ginger soup. Although the Tanjiro family were not doctors, it is said that a long sickness makes one a good doctor. Due to Tanjiro's health issues, the family was somewhat knowledgeable about basic pharmacology. Miri, go down the mountain. Pretend you don't know about today. That brat values his pride, but don't let anything slip, said Makishiro, letting out a sigh of relief as Yu-chan was carried into the house. Looking at the sky, it was already beginning to brighten, and dawn was not far off. He'll go back and boil some water. Remember to bring Yu-chan back early. Miri nodded, jumped down from the tree, and after a few leaps in the forest, she vanished from sight, leaving Makishiro squatting on the tree like an owl staring blankly at the wooden house in the distance that was lit up. Butterfly Shinobu stayed at the Koha house for 2 days before she began to bid farewell, primarily because she truly had no way to deal with the patterns and could only prescribe some medicine to alleviate the pressure on Koha's heart, a mere temporary measure. Additionally, after receiving news about Yu-chan, she wanted to understand what distinguished those with innate patterns from those with acquired ones, considering whether she could find a breakthrough from Tanjiro while also checking on his health and why he was so weak. This weakness may be related to the patterns. Koha, remember to take your medicine on time. When I return from Yu-chan, perhaps I can find some direction regarding this issue. Butterfly Shinobu packed her belongings and waved goodbye to Koha. Shinobu, be careful on the road. Send my regards to Miri. When Koha mentioned Miri, his lips involuntarily curled into a smile, but he suddenly remembered something and his expression darkened. Butterfly Shinobu did not walk quickly, as she occasionally took detours along the way, heading towards places suspected of being haunted by demons. Following a lead from Tsujikuni, she ventured deep into the mountains amidst the heavy snowfall. Didn't they say there was another member? Where are they? Looks like another one who prefers to act alone. Butterfly Shinobu waited at the designated location with Tsujikuni for half a day without seeing the so-called other member, and she said irritably, "If he doesn't come, let's find this demon ourselves. My little Shinobu is the best," Yin said while flapping her wings, standing on a dry branch. In this heavy snow, finding clues about demons was somewhat easier than usual. After all, as long as one could find some footprints, it would be easy to trace the clues. Ordinary people wouldn't venture into the mountains in such a storm. That would be akin to seeking death. During this time, those who entered the mountains were either skilled individuals with great courage or demons hiding within. As Butterfly Shinobu slowly delved deeper into the forest, soon 2 pairs of footprints, somewhat obscured by fallen snow, appeared before her, along with some fresh gash marks on the surrounding trees. These marks clearly indicated that a fierce battle had taken place here, with the 2 combatants entangled as they moved deeper into the mountains. Seeing this, Butterfly Shinobu immediately accelerated towards the direction of the footprints. According to her judgment, one of them should be the demon slayer who was supposed to meet her. The other one was presumably the demon. However, the lack of traces of blood demon arts puzzled Butterfly Shinobu. Now was not the time to ponder too much. As long as she caught up, everything would become clear. As Butterfly Shinobu continued her pursuit, the signs of battle became increasingly frequent. After crossing a small cliff with fewer trees, around her view gradually opened up, and she finally caught up with 1 person and 1 demon engaged in combat. After Kanroji went to the swordsmith village, Ju Tomioka could only execute the mission alone for the time being. Following Tsujikuni's intel, he arrived in this deep mountain as well. Since he was relatively close, he had been waiting near the gathering point for a long time, but just because Ju Tomioka wanted to wait, it didn't mean the demon would. This deep mountain, in a sense, was the hunting ground for this demon. The moment Ju Tomioka ascended the mountain, he sensed its presence lurking quietly in the shadows. Watching Ju Tomioka approach with a Nichiren blade and wearing the Demon Slayer uniform, the demon, who had been hesitating, made an immediate decision to attack upon seeing Jaius' expressionless face and slightly dazed demeanor. This was clearly a marginalized Demon Slayer. What was there to fear? Just charge in. Ju, initially lost in thought, while looking around and gazing at the heavy snowfall, suddenly sensed a murderous intent coming from behind. The Nichiren blade was drawn, and he launched a counterattack, pursuing the source of the killing intent. Water-breathing third form, flowing dance. This was the first clash between the Nichiren blade and a fist. It was a draw, with neither side gaining the upper hand. At this moment, Ju Tomioka clearly saw the demon before him. Its small stature was reminiscent of iron cast, its upper body bare and gleaming with a bronze sheen, muscles densely packed throughout its body, and its hands thick with calluses, blood-red eyes glinting with amusement as they fixed on Ju. Not bad reaction. Come again, the demon said with a cruel smile, charging at Ju once more. Although this demon did not unleash blood demon arts, its attacks were quite methodical, resembling some unknown martial art, with every movement flowing seamlessly, countless strikes pouring down on Ju like rain. The demon's hands, elbows, shoulders, and every part of its body seemed to be weapons, forcing Ju to retreat repeatedly, with a Nichiren blade blocking the demon's attacks again and again. Even when he found an opportunity to counterattack, he could only leave a shallow wound on the demon, which would heal in the blink of an eye. Ju could only continue retreating while searching for flaws in the demon's martial arts. He had tried to counterattack several times along the way, but the demon relentlessly pressed on, forcing Ju to lower his head and retreat continuously. While demons could recover from injuries, humans could not. In terms of both physique and recovery ability, demons could easily crush humans. As the battle continued, the demon grew more excited. It had been far too long since he had fought with such effort, which reminded the demon of the time he encountered the esteemed Akaza, and how after that battle, he was transformed into a demon from being appreciated by that figure. After becoming a demon, his strength, speed, and durability had significantly improved, and his once aging body regained vitality. Former opponents were no longer his match, and they were all devoured. Now, Tomioka's swordsmanship rekindled the demon's long-lost feeling of fighting with all his might, and this sensation drove the demon to attack with greater speed and forcing Ju to retreat further. As Ju was pushed back again, he seized the opportunity to flex his hands, gripping the Nichiren blade, expressionless as he gazed at the demon before him. Become a demon. Demons possess powerful bodies, inexhaustible stamina, and eternal life. The Punch Demon excitedly spoke to Ju Tomioka. One can only say that this is truly a demon transformed from Akaza, inheriting strong capabilities right from the start. I am different from you. Ju Tomioka, expressionless, raised his sword and charged forward once more. You are human. You cannot recover from injuries. You will age, you will tire. But all these weaknesses vanish when you become a demon. Come become a demon. I can take you to meet Lord Akaza. As the Punch Demon spoke while entangled with Ju Tomioka, he declared water, breathing forth form, striking tide. Ju Tomioka announced his stance with the sword, water swirling faintly around the Nichiren blade, the sound of waves subtly resonating. Under a barrage of attacks, the Punch Demon began to grow impatient. Demons never possess great patience. Since persuasion failed, then it was time to kill. Blood Demon Art Harmony. The Punch Demon stepped back, striking a peculiar martial arts pose, remaining still and waiting for Ju Tomioka to attack. This was the Punch Demon's only Blood Demon art honed throughout his human life. Ju also suspected a trick, but at this moment his sword was drawn. How could he refrain from attacking? With a sudden burst of strength in his legs, he appeared before the Punch Demon, in an instant swinging the Nichiren blade down towards his neck. However, he also secretly held back 3 parts of his strength. At the moment the Nichiren blade descended, the Punch Demon vanished before Ju's eyes, suddenly appearing in Ju's blind spot, throwing a punch towards the back of Ju's head. As the Punch Demon disappeared, Ju sensed the danger. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up. Fortunately, this attack was met with 3 parts of restraint, leaving him some room to maneuver. Water breathing, third form, flowing dance. As the water flowed, Ju barely managed to turn around, retreating, while keeping the Nichiren blade in front of him. In an instant, the Punch Demon heavily struck the Nichiren blade with his fist, producing a crisp sound that echoed throughout the surroundings. Ju was also pushed back rapidly by the recoil. In the next moment, the Punch Demon vanished again, seizing the opportunity, while Ju was retreating to throw a punch from the right side. This punch was one that Ju could not block nor evade, sending him flying into a large tree. His arm hanging limply, Ju realized his right arm was fractured and could not be lifted. Without hesitation, he gripped the Nichiren blade tightly with his left hand and slowly stood up. Has no one told you? Your expressionless face is quite detestable. The Punch Demon said to Ju with a hint of amusement, and before he finished speaking, he charged forward. Insect breathing dance of the bee's fangs. It seemed like an illusion. A swarm of butterflies flitted between the human and the demon. These butterflies were vibrant and dazzling. In the blink of an eye, a woman appeared before Ju Tomioka. The Nichiren blade had been sheathed, and Shinobu Kocho was smiling at the Punch Demon. Was this attack just a tickle? The Punch Demon, who had been on high alert, found only shallow wounds on his body. My blade is poisonous, you know, Shinobu Kocho said, softly looking at the Punch Demon, stepping back, as if a bit frightened. Poison. The Punch Demon sensed his condition. It felt as if ants were crawling over his wounds, both painful and itchy. He also felt some difficulty in breathing in his chest. He began to breathe heavily. The air is also poisonous, you know, Shinobu Kocho reminded Ju as she pulled. Despicable and shameless. The Punch Demon disregarded the poison, charging towards Shinobu Kocho with all his might, fists clenched, waiting to get closer. The more you move, the faster the poison takes effect, Mr. Demon. Shinobu Kocho did not intend to collide with the demon, gracefully evading the Punch Demon's attacks, while pulling Ju along like a dancing butterfly. As she raised her hand, various powders of unknown purpose like pollen were sprinkled slowly from her sleeves, drifting through the wind and settling on the Punch Demon. Have some guts and fight me, Heathen. What skill is using poison? The Punch Demon, panting heavily, glared at Shinobu Kocho from a distance, gritting his teeth. At this moment, the Punch Demon felt exceedingly uncomfortable, sore, numb, weak, unable to breathe, severe pain, and so forth. Various potent toxins were wreaking havoc on him. Mr. Demon, you are truly impressive. You can endure for so long. Normally, most demons dissolve after enduring 2 or 3 types of poison, yet you have withstood 9 for an hour and can still run. At this moment, Shinobu Kocho had lost track of where Ju was following the punch demon at a distance that kept him from catching up or escaping. The punch demon's body had begun to rot to varying degrees, with some areas eroded down to the bone. His mind seemed to be experiencing issues, as well mumbling to himself about being despicable and shameless as he ran aimlessly forward. Not even a 12 Kizuki, and yet you can withstand this long. It seems this latest poison needs some improvement. Shinobu Kocho thought to herself. Watching this demon, now close to death, Shinobu Kocho continued to sprinkle untested poisons, waiting for feedback on their effectiveness. Though the punch demon continued to chase after Shinobu Kocho, his form could no longer be maintained. He staggered, nearly falling. Were it not for his hatred for Shinobu, he would have already collapsed. The punch demon's mind was consumed with a single thought to rush forward and tear this fluttering butterfly. He had been a fair fight, with Ju Tomioka on the verge of claiming victory, when suddenly someone jumped in to rescue Ju and despicably began to use poison, tossing various toxins at him like they were free. Who could endure that? Under the influence of various poisons, the punch demon could not catch up with Shinobu Kocho, nor could he escape. Filled with despair, he ultimately collapsed in the snow, his desperate eyes gazing at the sky, as if reminiscing about his life. The demon that Ju had been unable to defeat was poisoned to death here by Shinobu Kocho. Hey, why didn't you wait for me? Looking at the dissipating demon, Shinobu Kocho turned and left, heading to where Ju Tomioka was hidden. I was attacked, there was no way around it. Ju Tomioka said, after a moment of silence. Hey, I saved you. Why so cold? Seeing Ju's expressionless face and flat tone, Shinobu Kocho felt quite irritated. Well, thank you. Ju thought for a moment and replied. That's it. Yes, that's it. Ju confirmed that there was nothing more to say, nodding seriously. Forget it. Let me take a look at your arm. Also, what's your name? Shinobu Kocho felt that after being with Tamayo for half a year, she had become quite refined and was somewhat annoyed at this moment, hastily changing the topic to avoid losing control and hitting Ju. Ju Tomioka, a rank 5 swordsman. Shinobu Kocho, a rank 2 swordsman. This does not mean that Shinobu is stronger than Ju, it's just that Ju has not yet developed, while Shinobu had spent over half a year advancing with Tamayo. Therefore, comparatively speaking, it appears that Shinobu Kocho is much stronger than Ju. Yu-chan, you're awake. Newly roused Yu-chan felt heavy-headed and hazy, blinking up into a pair of bright, sparkling eyes fixed upon him. The gaze was utterly pure, optimistic, and tinged with an endearing innocence. Dan silang. Yu-chan complained, his eyes ached, and everything swam indistinctly, his head feeling as if filled with lead, yet he still managed to speak. Yes, it's me. Yu-chan, you scare me to death. When I found you, you were stiff as a board. My mother and I dug for the longest time to pull you out from beneath the snow. Tanji Lang wore an apologetic look, chattering on at length about everything that had happened on that snowy night, and he kept apologizing for his father, who had slipped into unconsciousness and left Yu-chan outside. How was your father? Yu-chan closed his eyes again and answered weakly. He simply could not keep them open, both eyes stung with fatigue. Father was exhausted and quickly fell asleep again. Before he drifted off, he agreed to accompany you to the Guisha DUI, that is. Is my father really that strong? Tanji Lang asked cautiously. Every boy idolizes his father in childhood. Tanji Lang was no exception. Hearing that his father might be a mighty swordsman left him both elated and a little breathless, thus his timid plea for confirmation. Your father is likely among the finest swordsmen of this era. Aside from demons, few would stand against him. Even among demons, most are beneath his level. However, his body holds a grave weakness that prevents him from fighting for long. You will know the reason when you visit the Butterfly House or when Butterfly Shinobu arrives. If Tanji Lang wishes to become as strong as his father, he should diligently practice the sun breathing. Yu-chan replied, striving to answer despite the fog in his head. He was, after all, the original protagonist of the tale. That small courtesy was owed. Yu-chan, rest a while longer. I'm sorry to disturb you in such a fragile state. Tanji Lang looked embarrassed at Yu-chan's frailty. Dan silang. If your father wakes, please come and tell me. Having said that, Yu-chan sank back into a heavy sleep. He felt certain he had a bad cold. At the mere thought, his nose immediately began to clog on one side, making him feel all the worse. In his drifting half-sleep, he thought he saw Ling Hua waving at him. It was not until mid-afternoon that Inai Duzi woke Yu-chan. Tanji Lang had already gone down the mountain early, pushing a cart of coal. Once Tanji Lang was gone, Inai Duzi came to the guest room to inform Yu-chan. After a period of rest, Yu-chan managed to haul himself upright, dress, and, led by Inai Duzi, went to see Tanshi Lang. Yu-chan, did you sleep well last night? Tanshi Lang looked even more frail now. His face was drained of color, his features withered. Yet at Yu-chan's approach, he mustered a weary smile and forced himself to speak. Not bad, but Lord Tanshi Lang, you seem unwell. Yu-chan felt uncertain whether Butterfly Shinobu's arrival could truly cure him. I am used to it, Tanshi Lang coughed. These days my body declines day by day. I do not know when it will end. Soon. Before I went up the mountain, I contacted the physicians at the Butterfly House. They should arrive in the next day or two. For now, Lord Tanshi Lang, you must rest well. Neither of them mentioned the events of that snowy night, as if whatever transpired in the snow had never occurred. Yu-chan, you are too formal. Please do not call me Lord. Just call me Tan-Shi-Lang, he said with a coughing laugh. Then I shall take you at your word. I have business down the mountain. Once the physicians arrive, in a few days I will return. In the meantime, please take care of yourself, Tan-Shi-Lang. Yu-chan watched Tan-Shi-Lang cough, his chest tightening with unease. He resolved to prod Butterfly Shinobu to hasten matters and bring this incident to a swift conclusion. Long delays invite unforeseen trouble. Walk slowly, Yu-chan. I'm afraid I cannot escort you any farther. And Dizzy, please see him off for me. And Dizzy asked softly as they walked. Is it dangerous to be a swordsman in the Guisha DUI? Yes, it is dangerous. But is our fate something we cannot flee or shrink from? Yu-chan replied as he looked at the adorable and Dizzy, wanting to pinch that sweet little cheek. My father told me about your mission. You are brave, Yu-chan. And Dizzy looked at him with admiration. Would you ever consider taking up the sword, and Dizzy? You carry the blood of the Kamadu family. The legacy of sun breathing flows in your veins. If you were to take up the sword, you might one day become a pillar of the Guisha DUI. Looking at the tiny and Dizzy, Yu-chan felt a pang of guilt for having deceived such an innocent child. This only proved to him how little conscience he possessed. What is a pillar? And Dizzy asked. A pillar is the cornerstone that upholds the Guisha DUI, the highest strength swordsman superior to all other ranks. Each pillar is named for the breathing style they wield. They are the Guisha DUI's ultimate fighting force, capable of turning the tide when all seems lost. Yu-chan patted Dizzy's small head and explained patiently. All right, I'll leave you here. It's getting late. And Dizzy, you should go home soon. They arrived at the spot where he had parted with Maki Shuru the other day. Yu-chan paused and advised Dizzy that a young girl should not wander too far from home at night. After Dizzy left, Yu-chan glanced about nervously, suspecting that Maki Shuru might have slipped away earlier and left him alone in the depths of the mountain. Up there, a voice called down brusquely. Cough, cough. I did see you a moment ago. I thought it was a yellow owl. It turns out to be my big brother. Yu-chan forced an awkward smile to lighten the mood. If you can speak, say more. Otherwise, you won't be able when you get beaten. Maki Shuru jumped down from a tree and fixed Yu-chan with a fierce stare. Big brother, calm yourself. There's room to talk. Gentlemen, use words, not fists. Yu-chan backed away while hastily collecting his thoughts. Don't do that again. What made me uneasy, Maki Shuru warned, and without further pause, he grabbed Yu-chan and sprinted down the mountain with him. Did Big Brother see everything? Yu-chan asked shyly. The clothes that Tanjiro had removed one by one were now worn again. Although they had fulfilled their purpose, well, they couldn't just be left at the Tanjiro family, could they? What kind of talk is that? No, Shinjiro casually replied to Yu-chan while running. Even if you saw it, it doesn't matter. I've always been shameless. What's the value of face? Isn't it a good deal to exchange a bit of face for a few Hashira-level fighters? Yu-chan said, lying on Shinjiro's shoulder, trying to comfort him in return. If it weren't for feeling a bit under the weather today, and the way Shinjiro was carrying him made his nose stuffy, Yu-chan would have praised Shinjiro even more. He wanted to talk about how he could turn the weather around and bring the Tanjiro family into his grasp with a laugh. Caught a cold. Shinjiro heard the nasal tone in Yu-chan's voice and asked in confusion. Yeah, just a little. I'll wait for Shinobu to come and let her take a look. She should be able to handle this little problem, right? If you were less, I suspect you might freeze there. One must admit that Shinjiro's skills were indeed top-notch. The mountain road was bumpy and covered in snow, hiding unknown pitfalls along the way. In some places, the snow was even half a leg deep. Yet Shinjiro could carry Yu-chan and run at full speed without any hindrance, chatting with Yu-chan all the while, his face neither flushed nor out of breath. I won't die. Look at my clothes. They've been tested beforehand. I cherish my life now. I still want to dance on Musen's grave in the future. As time passed, they finally returned to the inn before dark. Now, Yu-chan just wanted to take a comfortable hot bath and then sleep soundly. But before that, he had to gather his spirits and send Tenjin to Shinobu to hurry the order. Did they know if it didn't come soon, there would be a bad review? Yu-chan-kun, just as he walked into the inn, Mitsuri pounced on him, crashing him to the ground. My poor back. Yu-chan cried out, realizing that Mitsuri was exceptionally enthusiastic today. Yu-chan-kun, are you tired? Mitsuri was so obedient here. She had prepared hot water early in the morning, waiting for Yu-chan to return. Mitsuri boasted as she pulled Yu-chan up from the ground. Something was off, very off. Looking at Mitsuri in front of him, Yu-chan's mind raced. Why was she suddenly so... Although she was usually carefree, she wouldn't just pounce on him the first time they met. Mitsuri is great. It snowed heavily last night. Did you freeze? Yu-chan asked casually. Not at all. That bit of wind and snow can't freeze me. Seeing Mitsuri's proud little expression, Shinjiro's face darkened. It was just one sentence, and all the cards were laid bare. Well, it was confirmed this girl must have secretly followed him up the mountain last night. Yu-chan felt a headache coming on. How did his act of playing the fool turn into a live broadcast? Were they all watching from behind the scenes? Looking at Mitsuri's expectant expression, he decided to praise her. How could he resist her cuteness? A girl as cute and smart as Mitsuri will probably end up being someone's lucky charm in the future. That person must have saved the world in their past life. As Yu-chun took off his clothes one by one, he spoke to Mitsuri. Yu-chin-kun, I'm not talking to you. Mitsuri blushed and ran into her room. Watching Mitsuri leave, Yu-chun moved a large wooden tub, returned to his room, and started his bath. After washing, he would sleep soundly, though nothing beats the warmth of a blanket on a snowy day. Early the next morning, Matsutaro flew back, pecking Yu-chin awake. Stop sleeping. Don't you check the time? How can someone your age sleep like this? Who did you learn that from? Yu-chin replied grumpily as he opened his eyes. Yasuhira. Tenjin replied matter-of-factly. Who is Yasuhira? Yu-chin was puzzled. Most of the Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen had seen the records at headquarters. It seemed there was no such person. It's Tenjin, Yuzui's Tenjin. My good friend, Matsutaro said proudly. Damn it, I should have thought of that style earlier. Truly, it runs in the family. Even insults are artistically done. Yu-chun felt a headache coming on. Well said, but you can't say that again. Yu-chun adjusted Tenjin's feathers seriously. All right, Shinobu, Anju will probably arrive around 3 in the afternoon. Matsutaro squinted his eyes, enjoying Yu-chun grooming his feathers. When did those two get together? With Jai's personality, wouldn't Shinobu be furious? Yu-chin looked strange, wanting to see Shinobu's puffed-up expression. The news has been delivered. Is there anything else you want me to do? If not, I'm going to snuggle under the covers. You just want to call me to dive into your bed, right? Yu-chun said grumpily while getting dressed. What are you thinking? I wouldn't want your stinky bed. I'm going to dive into Mitsuri's bed instead, Matsutaro said. Goodness, this guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes is actually a lecherous bird. How did I not notice before? Not yet. There's still something to do. Run another errand for me. Go to the swordsmith village. There's a mechanized person named Yurichi Type 0. Once you break it, there's a Nichiren blade inside that was used by Yurichi Tsujikuni. Bring it back after you reforge it. I remember Kanroji should be in the swordsmith village. Let Kanroji handle the breaking part. It'll give him some practice. As the saying goes, a good horse deserves a good saddle. It's time for that Nichiren blade to see the light of day again, completing its mission after 400 years of being sealed away. Swordsmith village. That's too far. It's a heavy snow day. Aren't you afraid I'll freeze to death? You heartless guy, and I was still bragging about you in front of my friends. Matsutaro grumbled, but still prepared to set off. This was also the mission of the Tenjin clan. As long as the task was meaningful, even if it meant certain death, Tenjin would go without hesitation. When you come back, I'll take you to get a full feather care spa. Yu-chun said while patting Matsutaro's head, silently dreaming big. I don't believe you, you little rascal. After Matsutaro finished speaking, he spread his wings and flew out the window, soaring into the sky. Nay, when will you take the bait? After living so many years, isn't it enough? Looking at the snow outside, Yu-chin murmured. Now everything was ready, they just awaited the right opportunity. Yu-chin, long time no see. At noon, Butterfly Ninja and Iyong arrived early, and at this moment Butterfly Ninja waved cheerfully to greet Yu-chun. At this time, Mizuri was either eating or on the way to eat. Yu-chun had a small appetite, feeling full after just 2 rice balls, and was watching the snow under the eaves. Meanwhile, Brother Sholang was in the backyard instructing Yuta and Dansei Valley on sword techniques. Being a Hashira does not mean that one no longer needs to train. Essential training is indispensable. It can be said that apart from the master and his family, no member of the Demon Slayer Corps can avoid training. The Demon Slayer Corps deals with evil spirits year-round. With every bit of strength, gain the chances of survival increase. As long as there is still hatred in their hearts, even if talent is lacking, willpower and sweat can allow them to contend with or slay relatively weaker demons. Oh, and excluding Yu-chun, this guy relies on the title of prophet to sponge off the Demon Slayer Corps. So far, he has only trained for a day, and that day nearly got him killed by Butterfly Kanai. As Butterfly Ninja greeted him, Iyong also smiled and nodded to Yu-chun, signaling that he had greeted him. This mysterious action left Butterfly Ninja dumbfounded. If one didn't know better, they might think Iyong was a Hashira acting so aloof. How did you live this long? Yu-chin should at least have some respect for your elders. Learn from me. Butterfly Ninja whispered in Yong's ear. Iyong nodded lightly to indicate he understood. Yu-chin was quite familiar with Yong's character and didn't think much of it, though he was curious about how these two had gotten so close and were whispering intimately. I seem to be feeling a bit unwell these past 2 days. Can you help me, little ninja? Yu-chin didn't bother with their whispers and prioritized getting treated. His nose was blocked, and it was bothering him terribly. Let me take a look. Oh, there's no saving you. Just wait to die. Farewell. Butterfly Ninja said confidently after checking. Is it that serious? How can there be no saving? I feel just a slight cold. Yu-chun was dumbfounded. Could it be that he was already gravely ill and didn't know it? Yes, didn't you know a cold can't be cured? Butterfly Ninja rolled her eyes at Yu-chun. It shouldn't be that bad. I think I can still be rescued. Is the medical practice in this era really that poor? This can't be treated. It will heal itself in a couple of days. Just endure it a bit longer. Don't be here acting like you're about to die. Later take me into the mountains. I want to see that naturally patterned person. Is this what respect looks like? I learned it. I learned it. Iyong nodded seriously after listening to the dialogue between Butterfly Ninja and Yu-chun. Both Yu-chun and Butterfly Ninja were confused, but unfortunately the translator Yato was not present, and an ordinary person would not be able to fathom Yong's thoughts. Are we going up the mountain now? It's quite exhausting, or should we take a break? Like eating something? Yu-chun asked him. No need, I'm not hungry. Let me go see that naturally patterned person first. Well, I have high expectations. Little Ninja is currently growing. Not eating can stunt growth. Yu-chun said cheekily. Iyong, just say you're hungry if you are. Honestly, I'm taking Iyong out to eat. After a moment of silence, Butterfly Ninja said to Iyong with a hint of annoyance tugging at his clothing to drag him away. I'm not hungry either. Iyong responded confused. No, you're hungry. And the doctor will listen to me. If I say you're hungry, then you are hungry. Butterfly Ninja said with seriousness, pulling Iyong further away. Remember to drink more milk. That big guy Yuzi Tinjin grew up drinking milk every day. Yu-chun called out with a mischievous smile behind them. As for whether Yuzui Tinjin drinks milk or not, who knows? While Yu-chun returned to his room to change into travel clothes, he awaited the return of Missouri Butterfly Ninja and the others. This time, there was no need to wear too many clothes. A few cotton garments would suffice to keep warm. After getting dressed, Yu-chun looked in the mirror and thought to himself, I really am handsome. He and Ayaka truly make a perfect couple. The first to return was Iyong, who reportedly laughed creepily after eating salmon and radish he hadn't had in a long time, scaring off a large number of customers, and was thrown out by the owner for affecting business. After returning to the inn, Iyong continued to eat fish and let out creepy laughter, nearly making Yu-chun think a ghost had snuck in, gripping his Nichiren blade tightly in the room. Fortunately, Brother Shou Lang in the backyard also heard the noise and rushed to Yu-chun's room. The two cautiously followed the sound to the hall, only to find it was Iyong causing trouble. They immediately gave Iyong a good thrashing, with Shou Lang holding him down, while Yu-chun delivered the punches and kicks a vigorous operation that looked fierce. Well, as long as we don't look at the damage, we can pretend to be fierce. Missouri and Butterfly Ninja returned together, chatting and laughing all the way. They seemed to be discussing something. With everyone gathered this time, Yuta and Dansei Valley were invited to go up the mountain together. One was for healing, and the other was for moving, needing extra hands. Looking at the towering mountain before him, Yu-chun took a deep breath, motivating himself. This was the last time, and he would no longer have to climb mountains in the future. Let's go. All the while, Yu-chun carefully walked behind Yuta and Dansei Valley, leaning on his Nichiren blade. It's not that he wasn't following the footsteps of Missouri and Butterfly Ninja. These guys didn't walk the usual path, leaping several meters at a time and occasionally jumping on various branches. Among them, Butterfly Ninja was the most ridiculous, as if weightless, lightly swinging on a branch and landing several dozen meters away. If he weren't unfamiliar with the route, he probably wouldn't even find their shadows now. How the hell do I keep up with this? Yu-chun could only helplessly shout a few 666 to show admiration before continuing to follow Yuta. This was a qualified guide. Yu-chun, do you need my help? Missouri quietly approached Yu-chun and whispered. There are so many people, have some dignity. Hey, what are you two whispering about? Butterfly Ninja asked curiously from the branch. It's nothing, just chatting. Yu-chun laughed, awkwardly brushing it off. Missouri, come on, let's race. Butterfly Ninja said with a smile, clearly not splitting up Yu-chun and Missouri because of Akaza's instructions. A race. Then, let's start, Missouri said as she delayed, secretly sprinting away, secretly praising herself for being clever. Butterfly Ninja said with a smile, clearly not splitting up Yu-chun and Missouri because of Akaza's instructions. A race. Then, let's start, Missouri said as she delayed, see, big brother, can I learn that? Looking at Butterfly Ninja's graceful figure, Yu-chun expressed his desire to learn that technique, to show off, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Shou Lang. It's very simple. First learn the breathing technique, then tie weights to your feet, and after 2.5 years of hard practice, you'll be able to do it. Shou Lang casually replied. Then forget it, I can't learn it. I'll just honestly play my role. Training is something he'll never be able to do in this lifetime. Yu-chun waved his hand, indicating that he was just envious of such things.